When Lemoyne made his move, the lightning kept flickering and had already lit up the entire bottom of the pond. Hence, Huang Yueli had gained an advantage this time as she didn't waste much effort and was able to clearly see the situation at the bottom of the pool. With just one glance, she frowned. His body suddenly came to a stop, floating less than 10 meters from the bottom of the pool, quietly observing the situation below. The bottom of the deep pool was not much different from what they had expected at the beginning. It was indeed a bronze door that was circular in shape. It looked like the entrance to a passage. On the periphery of this circular door, there were layers of exquisite and complicated array patterns. Although the bronze had rusted under the erosion of time and the array patterns had become a little blurry, it still made people clearly feel the powerful power and deterrence contained in this ancient array. However, this wasn't what shocked Huang Yueli. What truly shocked her was the giant octopus lying on the bronze array at the bottom of the pool. Its body was more than 100 meters long and was extremely soft. It covered almost 1/3 of the bottom of the pool and even pressed down on half of the array. And around its body were 8 huge tentacles, reaching a length of 200 meters. These 8 limbs were waving back and forth in the pool. Not only was their strength shocking, but they also stirred the devil chi at the bottom of the pool like a vortex. This extremely cold giant octopus, the extent of his strength had already exceeded Huang Yueli's expectations. Huang Yueli had to be on full alert as she carefully walked through it. Otherwise, once she was brushed by these tentacles, she would probably be beaten until she vomited blood. As for Lemoyne, however, he had to deal with such a huge magical beast alone. Moreover, TM's extremely cold giant octopus had obviously not entered a state of desperation and was only using a few limbs to fight Lemoyne. If this dragged on for too long, it would really be completely enraged, and who knew how much more power it would unleash. Huang Yueli knew that she didn't have much time left and didn't dare to think too much as she gritted her teeth and rushed towards the bottom of the pool. She covered her entire body with evil chi, held her breath, and moved towards the door in the center of the deep pool step by step. This was not easy because the closer she got to the circular door, the more she could feel that there must be a very powerful source of devilic energy on the other side of the door. The devil chi at the bottom of the water seeped out from the crack in the door. The closer she got, the more the aura in her body was drawn by the devilic aura inside the door. For a moment, her blood and chi churned, and all the strength in her body seemed to be sucked out. Damn it! What is hidden at the bottom of this pool? Huang Yueli cursed in her heart as she used up all her self-control to barely suppress the abnormal movements in her body as she moved to the side of the round door. Luckily, that extremely cold giant octopus seemed to have completely attracted Lemoyne's attention and didn't notice anyone approaching it. Huang Yueli heaved a sigh of relief and immediately narrowed her eyes as her fingers formed a hand seal and she started to calculate rapidly. She knew that the situation was urgent, so she was very focused on her calculations. Her hand gestures quickly changed, forming an illusion underwater. Ordinary people could not see her movements clearly. In just a few dozen breaths, she had deduced several times. However, every time he deduced halfway, he would stop. There were not many array formations from the ancient times that could be passed down. The array masters of the current god realm knew very little about this. And the array in front of Huang Yueli was driven by devil chi, which was even rarer in the 12 continents of the god realm. If it wasn't for the fact that she still had some evil chi in her body and that she had just cracked the array on the first and second floor of the cave abode, she probably wouldn't even know where to start. The formation was too difficult, and the other reason was that the position where the gigantic octopus lay was too unsuitable. It actually blocked a part of the formation patterns. She couldn't even see the entire array pattern clearly, so how could she possibly calculate it completely? Huang Yueli tried a few more times as cold sweat gradually broke out on her forehead. It seemed that it was impossible for them to take any shortcuts. They had to move the giant octopus away. However, this meant that they had to completely infuriate this ancient ferocious beast. This was also. It was too risky. Huang Yueli was still hesitating in her heart, but Li Moying had already noticed that the situation wasn't right as he transmitted his voice over. Li what's the situation? Is this beast blocking your vision and preventing you from deducing? Do you want me to help you move it away? Huang Yueli was slightly startled. That's right, it indeed blocked the array markings, but you also didn't. She didn't even have the chance to stop him when Li Moying had already shouted out lightly as the lightning in his hand suddenly increased by a huge chunk. A blinding bluish-purple light burst out from his chest, making his handsome and cold side profile look particularly grim, as if a god of death had descended. The lightning bolt passed through the limbs of the gigantic octopus Coldfrost and rushed toward its body. Gulp. Hell. The giant octopus uttered a series of sharp cries. Feeling the pain, its limp body suddenly stood up. The few huge eyes on his wrists suddenly opened at the same time, as they stared fiercely in Li Moying's direction. Obviously, he was enraged. After sleeping for billions of years, it was not that it had never been awakened by invaders from the outside world, but this was the first time someone dared to hurt its main body. Moreover, this audacious brat was a god. How did the ancient god clan get into this place? How was it possible that he had walked to the bottom of the deep pool without being corroded by the devil chi and dying from madness? The dark green eyes of the giant eye octopus looked like ghost lamps from the netherworld in the dark and gloomy pool, making people feel cold. However, the expression on Li Moying's face didn't change as he raised his hand to lightly caress the battle armor on his body. This set OT battle armor was personally refined by Huang Yueli, toward him. Not only was its defensive power extremely strong, it was also his Li-er's favorite style. Every time he wore it, Li-er would stare at him with shining eyes. Unfortunately, it was probably going to be scrapped here today. Li Moying felt pity in his heart, but the movements of his hands didn't stop at all. Long sword, he suddenly unsheathed his sword. At this critical moment, even if he knew that his precious spirit armament would be damaged in the battle, he could only stake everything on it. The instant the lightning lit up, the body of the extremely cold giant octopus also floated up from the bottom of the pool as it pounced towards Li Moying. Huang Yueli's expression turned cold as she hurriedly pounced onto the array and started calculating again. This time around, Huang Yueli could finally see the entire array clearly and her calculation speed was much faster than before. In the surrounding water, lightning flashed and flickered. The devil chi fluctuated violently, and explosions continuously sounded. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't even be able to stand properly at this time. However, Huang Yueli was still extremely calm as she stared intently at the array at the bottom of the pool. Her line of sight glided over the array markings inch by inch as her fingers rapidly changed the spells. The more nervous she was, the more cautious she was, not letting go of any details. She knew very well that the most outstanding genius was not the one with the highest talent, but the one who was the calmest in a crisis. Because no matter how talented one was, a dead genius was no longer a genius. Only those who successfully survived the dangers and fought until the end could become true experts. This calmness had saved her and Li Moying countless times, helping them surpass their peers time and time again, standing at the height they were at today. This time would not be an exception. Although this array was passed down from ancient times, on the one hand, due to years of disrepair, some of the array patterns had lost their original effect. On the other hand, the array of the Devil clan was much simpler and cruder than that of the ancient God clan. So after Huang Yueli had gone through a series of nervous and rigorous calculations, she had some confidence in her heart. It seems that this formation itself is not very complicated. The formation patterns on the outside are mainly used to condense devil chi. The purpose is to maintain the operation of this deep pool and the entire cave abode. If you want to open this door, you just have to crack the mechanism on the door. This point was something that Huang Yueli had not expected. Logically speaking, such an important entrance to the passage must have been set up with complicated mechanisms and arrays to block people who wanted to invade. Very few people would be like the owner of this cave dwelling, who had set up the array purely to raise these magical beasts and had not placed any emphasis on this circular door. This gave Huang Yueli a feeling as though the owner of the cave dwelling was full of confidence and wasn't worried that someone would enter the round door. This is what was going on? The owner of the cave dwelling is so fearless. He definitely has something to rely on. Huang Yueli stared at the round door for a while and suddenly understood. There was indeed a mechanism on the round door, but it was very simple. It was just a sunken energy tank. This was like the lock used by ordinary people. As long as there was a suitable key, the door could be opened. However, the key to an ordinary door only needed to be of a suitable shape. However, the key used to open this bronze door not only had to be of a suitable shape, but it also had to be able to activate the devil chi inside the door and perfectly match the array patterns on the outside of the door. According to Huang Yueli's calculations, once the outer array and the key in the middle of the energy tank were connected, the array at the bottom of the deep pool would be officially activated and the devil chi in the pool would be sucked into the array, filling all the array patterns with devil chi, thus producing a huge amount of energy, blasting open this bronze door. It had to be said that the design of this array was quite exquisite. The array formations outside the other treasuries were all used to kill intruders outside the door. However, the master of the cave abode did the opposite. The array outside the entrance was used to open the door. Moreover, before the magic array was truly activated, these array patterns could also gather devil chi, raising the level of the devilic beasts in the deep pool by more than one level. It also played a very good defensive role. This design, LT, was indeed unexpected. Even Huang Yueli, who was a self-proclaimed master of mechanisms, was deeply inspired. The design of this mechanism is too ingenious. However, it can only be done with the help of the treasures in the sect. Because the devil chi condensed by the treasures in the sect was too strong, if we didn't borrow the array outside, even Moying and I wouldn't be able to use brute force to break the array, so we could only rely on the mechanism, but we don't have the key. What should we do? Huang Yueli quickly realized where the problem was and her heart instantly became heavy. The mechanism's operating principle was too simple, but it was precisely because it was simple that it was even more difficult to crack. As long as they had the key, they could open it, but they didn't have the key. This is troublesome. Where do we find the key now? The only way is to find a way to reverse the shape of the key and the array patterns engraved on it according to the direction in which the array patterns flow. I'll try my best to replicate the same key. However, this was easy to say, but it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. With Huang Yueli's cultivation base, she could casually find a piece of metal material, no matter what shape she wanted to carve, no matter how complicated the patterns were. It would only take a few breaths to complete. However, the problem was that just because there were array patterns did not mean that it could be recognized by the energy bar. The key's material, weight, formation patterns, spiritual imprint, and so on were all closely related to whether it could open the door. It was almost impossible to replicate it perfectly. The problem of the materials alone could not be solved. But now, she had no better way. She could only try her best. Fortunately, Huang Yueli had the habit of hoarding materials in the sky. Phoenix ring, so she took out a few raw gemstones from the space on the spot. Because this mechanism was discovered in the Devil Clan's Devil Ore vein, so Huang Yueli's first choice of materials was naturally the few pieces of Devil Ore that she had dug out from the mountain wall earlier. She frowned and pondered for a while. According to the array patterns on the outer edge of the circular door, she deduced a few possible key shapes. Using the strange fire in her hand, she completed several keys in a dozen breaths. She did not hesitate at all. She took the keys and stuffed them into the energy tank to test them. Unfortunately, her luck was really bad. None of these keys could open the door. However, 2 of them resonated with the array patterns on the outside, even causing the devil chi in the pool to fluctuate. However, this little fluctuation didn't go as Huangyueli had expected, causing the devil chi to pour into the array. The fluctuation only lasted for a short few breaths, before it regained its calmness. The bronze door was still standing quietly on the spot, without any changes. Moreover, although these fluctuations failed to push open the door, they had instead attracted the attention of the giant eye octopus. This ancient ferocious beast had originally been completely enraged by Li Moying and was embroiled in a fight with him, as it had long forgotten about the main gate that it was guarding. However, at this moment, it suddenly realized that something was wrong. The gigantic body of the extreme frost giant eye octopus paused for a moment in the pool and suddenly, its entire body shook. It couldn't even be bothered about Li Moying, who was still filled with hatred earlier, as it turned around and rushed towards the bottom of the pool. At this moment, Li Moying's entire body was bathed in blood, as he had sunk into a bitter battle. Even though he was already Dao Profound Realm now, and still had a body full of powerful thunder attribute mystic skills, facing an ancient ferocious beast like the extremely cold giant octopus, he was still somewhat powerless. Fortunately, he didn't need to defeat the giant octopus. He just needed to stall it. So Li Moying had basically adopted a defensive stance. Other than when the giant eye octopus wanted to leave and come back to provoke it, the rest of the time, he would carefully control his movement technique, dodging within the limited water area. Although it was very strenuous, at least he managed to stall the giant eye octopus. Especially after he had cut off one of the octopus's limbs, the octopus wanted to kill him as soon as possible, so it chased after him with all its heart. Just as Li Moying was gritting his teeth and persevering, the giant octopus turned around and ran away. This was something he had never expected. Because of this, Li Moying was stunned for a moment, not knowing what exactly went wrong. However, he quickly reacted and chased after the giant eye octopus. Damned fellow, stop. Stop. Aren't you trying to kill me? I was the one who cut off your limbs. You stupid mollusk, can't you even tell who your enemy is? Li Moying laughed coldly, and at the same time, the power of lightning on his body suddenly increased explosively. He swung his sword with both hands at the same time, and 2 dazzling sword forces shot out at the same time. They interweaved and formed an incomparably sharp force, which slashed toward one of the tentacles of the giant octopus Glacianus that was dragging behind him. As the lightning fell, the tentacle also fell to the bottom of the pool. Yet another limb had been severed by Li Moying. Gulp. Gulp. With a scream, a violent energy fluctuation occurred at the bottom of the water. The enormous body of the giant octopus shuddered greatly. It was obviously in extreme pain. It suddenly stopped rushing to the bottom of the pool and turned around to look at the ancient god clan that dared to provoke it again. Although its regenerative ability was very strong, even if its limbs were cut off, as long as it was in a body of water with abundant devil chi, it could grow back over time. However, this did not mean that it was a small matter for its limbs to be cut off. This was a challenge to its authority as the king of underwater beasts. Moreover, it had not suffered such a serious injury for billions of years. This ancient god clan brat actually dared to sneak attack it again and again. It must crush the stinky brat into meat paste. The remaining 6 limbs of the extreme frost giant eye octopus stretched out, and its 6 huge green eyes emitted a terrifying cold light as it stared intently at Li Moying, as though it was going to pounce on him in the next second and tear him into pieces. Compared to the extremely cold giant octopus, which was tens of meters tall, Li Moying was as tiny as a mouse. Coupled with the cold and dark pool water behind him, this scene was really terrifying. If it were anyone else, their legs would have gone weak. But Li Moying didn't feel anything as he lifted his chin slightly, and his cold gaze met those 6 huge eyes. The gigantic octopus shivered its limbs violently and was about to pounce on him. But in the end, it suddenly turned around. Li Moying had never expected that he had already cut off the second limb of the giant eye octopus, and this ferocious beast could still endure it and didn't pounce towards him. Instead, it stubbornly turned around and charged towards Huang Yueli, who was standing on top of the circular door. Wasn't he too persistent? This time, Li Moying's expression finally changed. Damn it, stop. Stop. Li clearly had not had the time to finish cracking the mechanism, so if she let this giant eye octopus charge over now, Li would definitely be doomed. Thinking at this point, Li Moying couldn't care about anything else as he used all his strength to attack the extremely cold giant octopus crazily. Countless bolts of lightning exploded with dazzling light and smashed towards the huge body of this ancient ferocious beast. The sword light formed by the lightning caused a lot of wounds on the giant eye octopus body. The giant eye octopus kept roaring. It was obviously on the verge of exploding. But no matter how furious it was in its heart, it didn't turn back to look at Li Moying but charged straight towards Huang Yueli. Li, be careful. Hurry up. Hurry up and get out of the way. Seeing that the tentacles of the giant octopus were about to wrap around Huang Yueli's body, Li Moying's expression changed as his voice started to tremble, afraid that he would see his little fox smashed into meat paste in the next moment. Fortunately, Huang Yueli's reaction was fast enough and the scene that he feared didn't happen. Huang Yueli suddenly stomped on the ground at the critical moment as her body bounced in the opposite direction. The tentacles of the giant eye octopus swept past her chest and finally smashed into the bronze door. Even with such a huge force, the bronze door was still impregnable. Huang Yueli's petite body was like a leaf as she floated a distance in the water. Li Moying was so frightened by her that he broke out in a cold sweat as he hurriedly transmitted his voice to her. Li, hurry up. Quickly leave the bottom of the pool and float up. You swim to the other side and stand in the opposite direction from me. Later, I'll lure this ferocious beast over, and you can escape. No, wait a little longer. I can't just leave now. He had not expected that after Huang Yueli heard his words, she immediately shook her head and rejected him. Li Moying's brows creased tightly. Li, you. Now is not the time to be stubborn. Leave that place first, and we'll think of another way. What else can we do? There were more and more piranhas above us, and it was even more difficult to get ashore. Moreover, after this incident, the giant eye octopus was definitely on guard. The next time he came, he might not be able to lure it away from the bottom of the pool. We only have this one chance. Moreover, I already know what's going on. I have to try again. Under the pursuit of the extreme cold giant eye octopus, Huang Yueli appeared rather pathetic as she had almost used all her profound energy, unleashing her movement profound skill to the extreme. However, in front of such an ancient ferocious beast, he still did not have the slightest advantage. Every time he dodged, he was surrounded by danger. However, her expression was very calm, and her eyes were even burning with confidence. As she dodged, she stared at the array at the bottom of the pool. Li Moying was so anxious that he almost vomited blood. He hated himself for being too far away from her, and his ability wasn't enough to drag her out from the water. Huang Yueli pretended not to hear his words as her expression suddenly turned solemn. Alright, Moying, I'm going to make my move. This is the last time. Help me keep an eye out. Finishing her sentence, without waiting for Li Moying to react, she had already found the right timing and took advantage of the moment when the giant eye octopus was rolling in the water and revealed the bronze door beneath her. She suddenly rushed over. Li Moying was extremely anxious as the veins on his forehead popped out. He was actually very clear that Huang Yueli wasn't a rash person, and since she insisted on doing this, she must have her reasons. But seeing her putting herself in danger, he couldn't suppress the worry and fear in his heart. The extreme frost giant eye octopus was confused by Huang Yueli's faint attack as its body pounced outwards, only to discover that Huang Yueli's petite figure flashed past and appeared at the bottom of the pool. It felt that it had been played and was extremely angry. However, its body was too big and it was not flexible enough to turn around. It took a few breaths of time to turn back. After turning around, she pounced towards Huang Yueli crazily. However, just this short few breaths of time was enough for Huang Yueli. She took out a white token from her pocket, clenched it tightly with her slender fingers, and inserted it into the energy tank. Following Huang Yueli's actions, the entire mountain of the mineral vein suddenly shook violently. Waves of tremors came from the bottom of the pool. Ripples spread out in the water and bounced back when they touched the rocks on both sides. After a few times, they formed a huge vortex. The whirlpool grew larger and larger in a very short period of time. Soon, all the water in the deep pool was wrapped up and spun together. All the living things in the water were also involuntarily sucked into the whirlpool. Initially, Huang Yueli was still clutching tightly onto a protruding part of the bronze door, trying to stabilize her body, but very quickly she realized that this kind of struggle was completely futile. The suction force formed by the devil chi pouring into the array at the bottom of the pool was too great. The vortex's rotation speed was getting faster and faster. This was not something that human strength could resist. The arm that she was holding onto the door was almost torn off by this force. Just at this moment, Li Moying's furious voice rang out beside her ear, "Li let go quickly. Don't be afraid, catch me, I'll protect you." Immediately following that, Huang Yueli felt a large hand wrapping around her small hand. The familiar body temperature instantly calmed her uneasy heart. She let go of her other hand, relaxed her body, and floated with the water in the whirlpool. All the living creatures in the deep pool were sucked in by this whirlpool so very quickly, Huang Yueli realized that those piranhas and nine-headed snakes were all sucked down from the upper level of the pool and were floating and sinking around them. However, these magical beasts had clearly fainted from the shock. Many of them had already rolled their eyes and could no longer pose any threat to them. The speed of the whirlpool's rotation was getting faster and faster, so fast that Huang Yueli and Li Moying's cultivation couldn't bear it as they felt a wave of nausea. Fortunately, this process did not last long. About 15 minutes later, the power of the vortex reached a critical point. The circular bronze door could not withstand such a huge force and was finally blasted open. Boom! With an earth-shattering explosion, the bronze door instantly shattered. The water in the pond suddenly surged into the round entrance. Huang Yueli and Li Moying were pressed in the middle by a group of magical beasts' corpses and almost suffocated. The water rushed out for a long distance before the momentum gradually subsided. Their bodies fell with the water and smashed heavily on the ground. Cough, 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 cough. Oh my God, I accidentally choked on a mouthful of water just now. It's too ugly. It smells like fish, ugh. Huang Yueli covered her throat, feeling like she was about to vomit. Only the heavens knew what was wrong with her just now. She actually opened her mouth. She really regretted it. Li Moying also frowned, but his reaction wasn't as intense as Huang Yueli's. He only took a few deep breaths and adjusted his inner breath before he regained his composure. He hurriedly walked to Huang Yueli's side and stretched out his hand to support her. "Li Jia, how are you? Are you hurt somewhere? Why do you feel so uncomfortable?" Huang Yueli clutched her chest. Up till now, she still felt waves of disgust as her face turned pale. However, she still forced herself to shake her head and said, "It's okay, I'm fine. I just choked on water." I should be fine in a while. What injury could I possibly suffer? It's obvious that you're the one who's seriously injured. Huang Yueli recalled the intense battle underwater and hurriedly raised her head to look at Li Moying. As expected, Li Moying's long black robe had already become tattered, with countless holes, and every hole was a wound, and one could clearly see blood seeping out slowly from within. Moreover, these were only superficial injuries. Li Moying had been fighting with the ancient ferocious beast for such a long time, and both parties had countless inner breath collisions, so one could imagine that Li Moying's internal injuries would be more serious than his external injuries. Huang Yueli grew anxious as she grabbed onto his sleeve. Moying, no way. Sit down first and let me take a look at your wound. Also, stretch out your hand and let me take your pulse, your internal injuries. Alright, Li Jia, don't be so nervous. I'm injured, but it's not as serious as you imagine. Moreover, now is not the time to check the wound. We are not completely out of danger yet. Let's take a look at the surrounding situation first. Li Moying pressed down on her small hand, which was constantly groping up and down as his face turned slightly red. Huang Yueli didn't notice that she had touched any sensitive parts, but she had to admit that Li Moying's words were right. They did not know where the door they had just opened led to. The two of them were far from safe. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli resisted the urge to strip her husband as she quickly took out 2 bottles of pills from the Sky Phoenix ring storage and threw them to Li Moying. Then you should first take these pills to replenish your qi and blood and treat your internal injuries. It should be able to temporarily suppress your injuries. Don't save me, eat it all. Seeing Li Moying opening the bottle cap and pouring it out, Huang Yueli hurriedly emphasized as she stared at Li Moying, who directly poured the 2 bottles of heaven-grade pills into his mouth. Li Moying swallowed the pill and looked at the surrounding situation as he instantly revealed a trace of astonishment. Where are we? Huang Yueli wasn't in the mood to take a closer look earlier, so when she turned her head, she was also stunned by the scene in front of her. They were now in an extremely huge karst cave. It was obvious that it was formed purely naturally. The surrounding rocks had been corroded by the devil qi and were deeply sunken. Only the spot where the two of them were standing was still intact, forming a platform with a radius of several hundred meters. Huang Yueli stood up and walked to the side for a while, before she came to the edge of the high platform and stretched her head to look down. Because of the erosion of the devil qi over hundreds of millions of years, the depression had already formed a bottomless gully, like a cliff. Because it was really too deep, Huang Yueli couldn't see the bottom of the ravine and could only see a black mist. This mist was a mist droplet formed from extremely dense devil qi. Some of these water droplets had seeped out over the years and fused into the water of the deep pool. It had already formed an environment rich in devil qi and even nurtured so many abnormally terrifying ferocious beasts. One could imagine how strong the corrosive power of these water droplets was. Earlier, when she and Li Moying passed through the round door, many of the beasts in the deep pool were swept in along with the whirlpool. It was just that she and Li Moying managed to stabilize their bodies in time, allowing them to land on the stage. Those ferocious beasts had basically lost their consciousness. They were all washed directly into the gully below by the pool water. Most of them had been completely corroded and dissolved by these water droplets, turning into a pool of blood. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli felt a lingering fear in her heart. Fortunately, their luck was good enough. If they were careless, they would also be washed down. She was not 100% confident that she could climb out again. Li Moying also walked over and took a glance downwards as his brows furrowed. This place is even stranger than the deep pool just now. I originally thought that this was most likely the exit, but now it seems that it shouldn't be. I wonder how the owner of this cave dwelling found this place. The devil qi here is so dense that it is likely extremely rare even in the devil clan. If it were 2 devils who had come here, they would probably have fainted from joy and would not have thought about leaving. Even if there was nothing here, as long as one could cultivate in such an environment, advancing and breaking through was just around the corner. Who would be in a hurry to leave? But the problem was that he and Huang Yueli weren't devils. Staying in a place with dense devil qi required a large amount of dark force to form a defensive barrier on the surface of the body, which was very exhausting. The longer he stayed, the worse it was for his body. Therefore, leaving as soon as possible was the most important thing. Huang Yueli looked at the surrounding environment and frowned. Is this platform so bare? Then what was this place built for? It can't be that the owner of the cave abode spent so much effort to seal this place just to cultivate here, right? She originally thought that this was some sort of treasure trove. But now, it didn't seem like it. Below this platform was a forbidden area with dense devil qi. Even Devil Overlord realm experts would not dare to jump down directly. On the high platform, there was nothing, not even a mechanism. Just as Huang Yueli was deep in thought, Li Moying suddenly thought of something as he turned his head and asked, "Oh right, Li I haven't asked you yet, just now, how did you open that door?" For a moment earlier, Li Moying had already lost all hope, feeling that Huang Yueli couldn't possibly crack this array and was already prepared to risk his life to save her. However, the truth was that after Huang Yueli tried to carve a few keys but failed, she suddenly seemed to have a flash of inspiration as she cracked the mechanism and opened the door. This reversal was too amazing. He almost did not react in time. Hearing that, Huang Yueli gave a slight smile as she took out a tiny white token from her sleeve and waved it in front of Li Moying. Of course, I'll have to rely on this. Li Moying took a closer look and couldn't help but be shocked. This is King Xiang's talisman array? Huang Yueli nodded her head. That's right, it's King Xiang's talisman array. I originally thought that it was impossible to crack the mechanism in such a short period of time, so I found the Xiang King's talisman array. I wanted to see if I could activate the array formation inside so that we could increase our strength and charge out. Who knew that when I touched the array patterns on it? I suddenly realized, this formation pattern is actually of the same origin as the formation at the bottom of the deep pool. Therefore, I immediately decided to use the Xiang King talisman array as a key and try it. The result is indeed as I expected. Li Moying was slightly startled and immediately reacted as he nodded his head. In that case, this King Xiang's talisman array should be found by Rui Jiang in this cave dwelling. No wonder it can activate the array in the cave dwelling. That's right. Huang Yueli nodded slightly. Furthermore, we should have misunderstood at the start, or rather, we were misled by Rui Jiang. Actually, the true use of this talisman is not to increase the combat strength of the army, but to open this door. Hearing this, Li Moying's heart shook. In that instant earlier, what Huang Yueli said, he had already thought of it. But when he heard Huang Yueli's words, it still made his heart incomparably shocked. This was because such a large sum of money had already exceeded their imagination. This was really too surprising. Such a powerful talisman array that could be activated countless times was actually only just a key? But why had Rui Jiang never come here? Doesn't he know that this is a key? Li Moying was slightly puzzled. Judging from the situation in the deep pool just now, Rui Jiang should not have opened this door. Otherwise, the giant octopus would have been injured long ago, and there shouldn't be so many ferocious beasts in the deep pool. Huang Yueli stroked her chin. I think he probably doesn't know. To be able to obtain this talisman and find such a good place to cultivate, the devil race might have already thought that they had a big advantage and didn't continue to think about it. Now that Rui Jiang had been killed by them, they could only rely on their guesses. However, this explanation was reasonable. Most of the devils were simple-minded. Otherwise, with their combat talent, the gods would have long been no match for them. Li Moying nodded his head in agreement, but at the same time he couldn't help but exclaim, this is really a stroke of genius. What was the background of this devil clan? They were definitely peerless experts with revered status in ancient times. I really can't imagine what kind of peerless expert would be able to use King Xiong's talisman array as a key. And what kind of place would the door that this key opens lead to? Li Moying subconsciously said. But as soon as he said it, he realized that his question was too stupid. Because he and Huang Yueli were standing inside the door that was opened by this key. However, the scene here, compared to that extremely powerful key, it really did not match. Huang Yueli also sank into deep thought. I've been thinking about this question. I originally thought that this was the exit, but this isn't it. With such a precious key locked on the door, it should be a treasure vault. But, where are the treasures here? Could it be? Li Moying seemed to have thought of something. Huang Yueli sighed softly. I think your guess is right. The treasure is most likely hidden below. She stretched out her slender and fair finger and pointed at the deep ditch filled with Devilic water below the high platform. Her face was filled with helplessness. To be honest, the two of them had a lot of experience, but today's situation was still very rare. The two of them should be facing a great opportunity, but they could not be happy. Because they were not devils. This deep trench was both dangerous and an opportunity for the devils. However, to them, it was very likely to be a complete pit. Not only did he not get any benefits, but he also had to take a huge risk. Only a fool would do this. But the problem was that they had been forced to this position. Obviously, if they did not find a way to find the secret hidden in this treasure vault, they could forget about leaving this place. This is really, Li Moying didn't know what to say. Huang Yueli took a deep breath. There's no other way now. We still have to think of a way to go down and take a look. Li Moying thought for a moment and said, I'll go down to take a look first. Wait for me upstairs. Before he could finish his words, Huang Yueli vetoed him sternly. It's so dangerous down here. If there's no one to cover you, who can save you if something happens? Besides, do you have the heart to let me stay on the high platform in fear? Or do you not believe in my ability and think that I will drag you down? Huang Yueli's face was filled with displeasure as she pouted and glared at her husband. Being coaxed and threatened by his little fox, what else could Li Moying say as he could only sigh, all right then, let's go together. Huang Yueli's anger turned into joy as she smiled and revealed her canine teeth. That's right. No matter what danger happens, we should be together. Besides, my intuition has always been accurate. I think our luck today should be very good. Perhaps this is really our opportunity. Huang Yueli's premonition had always been accurate and it was the truth. Hearing this, he didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but in short, Li Moying felt much more at ease. Huang Yueli took out a long rope from her space and let Li Moying tie it around her waist while she also tied the other end around her waist. Don't look at how this rope looked very ordinary. It was actually refined using very rare materials. It was a high-level treasured weapon. Even Dao Profound Realm Powerhouse's attacks were unable to make it suffer the slightest bit of damage. Of course, she didn't know if it was useful against the devil Qi, but at least it was a guarantee. When the two of them were ready, they carefully moved and slowly climbed down from the rock wall. The process of climbing down was much simpler than they had imagined. Because the cliff below the high platform was formed by the natural erosion of devil Qi, it was uneven in itself, and there were many places where he could use it as a foothold. Huang Yueli and Li Moying's cultivation was displayed here, and although under the suppression of the Devilic aura, they could only unleash less than 10% of their strength, but their physical strength was still far beyond ordinary people, so climbing the rock was still a piece of cake. Before long, they had already descended to a depth of several thousand meters. This was the depth that they could not see from the high platform just now. Originally, the two of them had some guesses about the situation below. They thought that the situation below the high platform might be the same as in the deep pool. There might be all kinds of ferocious beasts or some dangerous traps. They were even on full alert and carefully guarded against them. But in reality, none of this happened. On the other hand, there were all kinds of dried corpses of fierce beasts hanging on the protruding mountain walls. Some of the corpses were fresh and looked familiar. It seemed that they had just rushed in through the circular door with them. Even so, Lemoyne didn't dare to slack off as he continued to concentrate fully on observing the situation beneath his feet. Looks like we've already climbed half the distance. Nothing has happened so far. My divine sense can't detect any dangerous devils here, but it's better to be careful. The density of the devil chi below is getting higher and higher. We have to be careful. As Lemoyne spoke, he suddenly realized that Huang Yueli had not responded to his words. This was very rare. Throughout the entire climb, Huang Yueli was talking to him. On one hand, it was to disperse the oppressive feeling that was caused by the dense devilic aura. On the other hand, it was to let the other party know her position in the darkness. Lemoyne was still thinking about what was going on when suddenly, he felt a tight grip on his waist. The rope he had tied around his body had been straightened. This meant that Huang Yueli was already a few meters away from him. He didn't know when his wife had stopped, but he hadn't noticed it yet. Thinking of this, Lemoyne became anxious as he immediately raised his volume. Li-er? Where are you? You. Did something happen to you? What was going on? Hurry up and answer me. The next moment, Huang Yueli's voice rang out, cough cough, I'm fine. Husband, don't be nervous, I just discovered something strange. It's too shocking. Lemoyne was startled. What did you discover? Huang Yueli asked, don't you feel that there's something wrong with the cave wall on the other side? I keep feeling that there seems to be something on the opposite mountain wall. What is it? Lemoyne frowned as his heart skipped a beat. In fact, it was very dark below the high platform. The two of them could only see a few dozen meters around them. The further areas were covered by black mist, and they were completely relying on their divine senses to investigate. Although the result of the spiritual sense inspection was nothing unusual, this did not mean that it was absolutely safe. In such a place with dense devil chi, it was too unfriendly to their ancient god clan. Any accident could happen. Huang Yueli hurriedly replied, it's not anything bad, it just feels a little strange. Moreover, I felt that King Xiang's talisman array had a connection with something just now. We'd better take a good look. Just as her voice fell, Huang Yueli raised her hand and a flame shot out from her fingertips, directly shooting towards the opposite cave wall. For a moment, the light shone brightly. The flame in Huang Yueli's hand lit up the entire cave wall. At the same time when she made her move, Lemoyne had already mobilized the profound energy in his body to be on guard, afraid that there would be any accidents. However, in reality, the surroundings were still silent. Nothing unusual had happened. However, after the cave walls were illuminated, something was indeed revealed. These words were, an inscription left behind by the master of the cave? Lemoyne narrowed his eyes and looked for a while, as he was slightly astonished as he raised his eyebrows. At the bottom of the cave, there was a huge black stone tablet. The material was nothing special. It was the kind of magic ore that they had seen earlier. However, the materials used for this stone tablet were countless times purer than those outside the door. What really surprised the two of them were the rows of words carved on the stone tablet. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes as she couldn't hide the doubt in her eyes. Why? When the ancient devils built their cave abodes, did they like to leave inscriptions in them? Speaking of which, when the two of them were in the lower realm, the emperors of the mortal world liked to leave inscriptions everywhere to show their existence. However, cultivators did not have such a habit. After arriving in the god realm, she and Lemoyne had gone to some of the senior experts' cave abodes, but they didn't discover such a situation. Lemoyne shook his head slightly. I've never heard of such a thing. Could it be that this is a special habit of the devil race? How about? Why don't we go over and see what's engraved on the stone tablet? Oh right, Moying, do you know the characters of the ancient era? Huang Yueli turned around and asked. Because the black mist formed by the surrounding devil chi was too dense and blocked their vision, the two of them could not see what was engraved on it clearly from where they were standing. If he wanted to see it clearly, he had to get closer. Li Moying hesitated for a moment before replying, ancient characters. When I first arrived in the god realm, in order to allow me to read the ancient books, the clan did arrange such a course for me. However, I only learned the language of the gods. The language of the devils. It should be different, right? Hearing these words, Huang Yueli instantly appeared a little disappointed. Li Moying's words were really too logical, making her unable to refute. However, she was depressed for a while, before she pulled herself together. Forget it. No matter what, let's go and take a look first. If he couldn't understand it, he could make a copy of the inscription and find a way to understand it in the future. Since this stone tablet is here, it must have its purpose. Li Moying naturally felt that whatever his wifey said was right. Since he had already lit up the fire to see the surrounding situation clearly and there wasn't any danger, he relaxed and together with Huang Yueli, he borrowed the various tools that Huang Yueli had kept in her space to crawl towards the other end of the karst cave. About 15 minutes later, they arrived at the side of the stone tablet. Alright, shall we start skill storing now? Or wait, Huang Yueli supported her chin and before she could finish her sentence, she saw a trace of astonishment flash past Li Moying's eyes. She immediately stopped and turned around to ask, Husband, what's wrong? Li Moying shook his head but the shock on his face didn't lessen. It's nothing, It's just a little unexpected. The words on this monument are the words of the ancient gods. I can recognize them. What? Really? Huang Yueli's eyes widened in shock. Li Moying nodded his head, that's right, I wouldn't be wrong about that. Huang Yueli frowned slightly, but this doesn't make sense. It can't be that this stone tablet was left by someone from the ancient god clan, can it? It was impossible. After all, this cave dwelling was built on top of a devil or vein. Although it was still unclear what kind of treasure was hidden underneath the vein, one could clearly sense from the surrounding devil chi that it was definitely a secret treasure suitable for the devil clan. To say that the owner of this cave dwelling was not a devil clan, but belonged to an ancient god. Everyone would say, impossible. However, the words on the stone tablet. He did not know how to explain it. Facing Huang Yueli's doubtful gaze, Li Moying didn't answer right away. His pair of dark and deep eyes didn't blink as he stared at the stone tablet, his perfectly formed thin lips tightly pursed. As his gaze slowly moved down, the expression on his face grew more and more solemn. In the end, he could not help but show a trace of astonishment. What is it? That was. How is that possible? Huang Yueli asked immediately, what exactly happened? What is written on the stone tablet? The contents of the stone tablet. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have believed it. Li Moying sighed again, before clearing his throat as he explained in detail to Huang Yueli. Simply put, this stone tablet was not made by the owner of the cave dwelling, but it was left by a friend of his. This friend was an ancient god, so the tablet was written in the god's language. This friend is Senior King Xiang, who forged the formation talisman in your hand. When Li Moying mentioned the ancient god clan's friend, Huang Yueli remembered the situation when the bronze door was opened earlier and had already made a guess in her heart. However, when Li Moying said the words Senior King Xiang, she couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. It really is Senior King Xiang. But how did he get mixed up with the devils? This is too, isn't it too unbelievable? The race of gods and the race of devils had always been mortal enemies. They hated each other to the bone. Moreover, this enmity was different from that between the Sacred Phoenix clan and the Cloudy Qilin clan. In ancient times, there were no conflicts between the two great ancient god clans. They even had a good relationship. Later, due to the competition for resources, they gradually developed a rift. After generations of accumulation, they became hostile to each other. But the Devil clan was different. The Devil clan, the ancient god clan, and the human race were not the same race at all. They did not treat each other like humans. The Devil clan used the primordial spirit and body of the god clan geniuses to refine pills. They simply treated the god clan as animals. Although the god clan were not as cruel to the Devil clan, they would never be merciful when killing the other side. In the end, the two sides used the power of heaven and earth in different ways and had different natures. This point alone was the source of their natural hatred. Even Huang Yueli and Li Moying, who had only recently arrived in the god realm, had instinctively developed hatred for the Devil clan, so much so that they didn't need anyone to brainwash them. This was due to the difference in the heavenly Tao that both parties followed, and it was an instinct that was formed. Huang Yueli had never thought that Ain from the ancient god clan would actually befriend a one from the Devil clan. Moreover, this ancient god clan was not an ordinary person, but the infamous and legendary King Xiang. Li Moying's expression turned cold as he narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. I find it inconceivable as well. However, the contents of the inscription on this stele are a clear indication of this point. The owner of this cave dwelling is a devil exponent named Ruiying, and he seems to be a devil king of the Devil clan. Senior King Xiang is on good terms with him, so he was invited to build this cave dwelling for him. The friendship between the two can be seen from this. No matter which clan it was, their cave dwelling was the most important. After all, what expert would not make many enemies in the process of becoming stronger? Once their cave dwelling was broken into by the enemy, they would definitely die without a burial place. Finding the other party to build their own cave abode was a sign of friendship between the two parties. They could trust each other with their lives. The more Huang Yueli listened, the more she found it strange. Frowning, she thought for a moment before saying, "This, Elle really can't imagine. But it seems to be true. Originally, I didn't think that the devils could build such a large and complex mechanism. It's fair to say that it's the work of King Xiang. Although the mechanisms here aren't as complicated compared to other ancient formations, they're activated by devil qi. It's 10 times more difficult than using heaven and earth profound qi." When Li Moying heard this, he slowly nodded. In that case, it makes sense. So, this is really built by King Xiang. But what's going on? Why exactly? Could King Xiang be together with the devils? The devils are bloodthirsty and cruel, killing countless gods. Let's not talk about that hatred, but more importantly, the devils are eccentric in their actions and have no moral compass at all. It's even impossible to communicate with them. What was King Xiang thinking? After Huang Yueli thought about it, she still found it unbelievable. It wasn't that she and Li Moying had never dealt with the Devil clan before, and the two of them were still mingling with the Devil army these days. However, it was absolutely impossible for them to have any good feelings towards the devils. The devil's selfish and emotionless way of doing things was really disgusting. Besides, in just a few days, they had personally witnessed many devils torturing and killing humans. Of course, Huang Yueli was well aware that for the Devil clan, there was no question of right or wrong. That was their instinct. After all, the heavenly Tao allowed them to absorb devil qi to become stronger. Under the influence of devil qi, the devils would become so brutal. However, she believed that it was because of this that the Devil clan and the ancient God clan could not communicate with each other. Li Moying sighed deeply. Senior King Xian has been dead for 1,000,000,000 years, so we have no idea what he was thinking. He only briefly mentioned the reason for building the cave at the beginning. It was probably because the Devil King Ruiying wanted to find a place to live in seclusion, so he helped him. The large section of the stone tablet at the back is used to introduce the situation in this karst cave. Hearing these words, Huang Yueli's spirits rose again. The situation inside the karst cave. Husband, hurry up and tell me. Compared to the history of billions of years ago, which could not be traced back, the situation in the cave was naturally more important. After all, the two of them were still trapped here and had no idea how to get out. The first priority was, of course, to find the exit. If there were detailed clues on this stone tablet, it would save them a lot of trouble. At the mention of this, Li Moying's tense expression relaxed a little, even revealing a faint smile. Don't worry. King Xian has said almost everything. If we do what he says, we'll be able to leave right away. Let me finish reading the inscription first. Huang Yueli hurriedly nodded her head as she raised her right hand and acted like an obedient baby. All right, read it. Huang Yueli stood next to her husband and listened to his deep and magnetic voice echoing in the vast karst cave. She was a little distracted at first, but as she listened, she was drawn in, and the light in her eyes grew brighter and brighter. Aside from his interactions with the owner of the cave dwelling, King Xiang's inscription also mentioned a few other things. Firstly, it mentioned King Xiang's array talisman, which Huang Yueli had obtained from Ruijiang. This was actually refined into a bronze door key. As for the ability to increase a cultivator's strength, it was just an accidental feature upon successful refining. The most important thing was that King Xiang had refined this talisman for the Devil King Ruiying. Therefore, it had to be powered by Devil Qi. Therefore, it could only benefit the Devil clan and was almost useless to the God clan. In addition, since the talisman needed to accumulate a certain amount of energy before it could be activated. Thereafter, it would be dormant as the energy had been drained after each use. It could not be used continuously. Hearing these words, Huang Yueli finally understood. No wonder she and Li Moying had tried several times, but they were unable to activate the talisman. It turned out that the energy accumulated in the array talisman had already been exhausted by Ruijiang. When they thought about it carefully, they had been wrong about this matter. There were many clues in the past. Every time the Devil army fought the God clan, it was not a continuous battle. After each battle, they would pause for 3 to 5 days before continuing. Otherwise, Blessed City would have been conquered long ago. At first, Huang Yueli had thought that the devils didn't have any understanding of the art of war, so they didn't have any idea how to take advantage of the victory in order to continue their pursuit. But now that she thought about it, it might just be that the talisman had lost its effectiveness and needed to be recharged. She was also surprised by the fact that the talisman needed to be activated by Devil Qi. This also meant that even if she obtained the talisman, she would have to use it carefully to avoid exposing the fact that she was cultivating with dark qi. The second thing was that King Xiang had mentioned the location of this cave dwelling. It turned out that this karst cave was discovered by him and Devil King Ruiying during their training. The whole mineral vein was extremely huge, and it went all the way to the underground, where Huang Yueli and Li Moying were. Devil King Ruiying had gathered tens of thousands of devil laborers and spent hundreds of years secretly digging this mine and building a cave dwelling on the ruins. However, just because the mine had been emptied did not mean that there was no source of devil qi in the cave abode. The truly important treasures were still sealed at the bottom of the mine. This is a piece of Empyrean devil crystal. Li Moying added in a deep voice. Huang Yueli was slightly startled. You said Empyrean devil crystals? Li Moying thought that she hadn't heard of it, so he explained, I've heard that in places where devil qi is dense, a kind of treasure will naturally form. It's formed by the dense devil qi that solidifies into the Empyrean devil crystal, It is said that this entire vein of devil ore was formed by the immense aura from that devil crystal. I know, I've also read about it in the ancient records. Huang Yueli nodded her head, but she was still extremely stunned. But this kind of thing, doesn't it exist only in legends? Li Moying sighed slightly. Originally, I thought this was just a rumor left over from ancient times. After all, after so many years of fighting with the devil race, no one had seen the existence of the Empyrean devil crystal. But now... He didn't finish, but Huang Yueli could fully understand the meaning behind his words. The Empyrean devil crystal wasn't the only legendary artifact. In the legends of ancient times, there were countless artifacts, and many of them were said to be divine, making it hard for people to believe that such an item really existed. Now that the Empyrean devil crystal was real, did the other artifacts also exist? Li Moying must have been too shocked as he felt that his understanding of the divine realm had been affected. And wasn't it the same with Huang Yueli? It wasn't just the legendary Empyrean devil crystal. Everything she had experienced in the cave today was beyond her imagination. In ancient times, the clan leader of the sacred Phoenix clan, King Xiang, was actually good friends with the devil king of a devil race. Their relationship was so close that he even built a cave dwelling for the other side. This news really shocked them. Moreover, Huang Yueli's intuition told her that this matter couldn't be spread, otherwise it would definitely cause chaos in the 12 continents. She thought for a while and gradually calmed down. A disappointed expression appeared on her face. It's a pity. Even if the Empyrean devil crystal is hidden in the cave, it's of little use to us. We can't sell it to the devils, can we? Could it be that we have to give it to the military in exchange for military merits? How many military merits can this thing be exchanged for? Besides, I have so many military merits that I can't use them up. The moment she thought about the fact that there was no buyer for the Empyrean devil crystal, Huang Yueli's heart ached. What a good treasure! A top-notch, heavenly treasure from ancient times. Even if she couldn't use it, how much wealth would she get if she sold it? However, the current situation was inconvenient. She had no use for it, and she could not sell it for money. Besides, it might be a big problem if she kept this thing with dense devil qi in her hands. Li Moying looked at her conflicted little face, and the corners of his lips turned up slightly as he deliberately smiled. I also feel that this thing is a problem. Why don't we just leave the Empyrean devil crystal here and find the exit to leave directly? This place is not good for us. There's no need to stay any longer. No. How can that be? Sure enough, when Huang Yueli heard this, she exploded. I went through so much trouble to get to this karst cave, and there are such powerful treasures hidden here. Do you want me to go back empty-handed? No, of course not. No matter how inconvenient this Empyrean devil crystal is, I have to take it with me. Li Moying shook his head as he couldn't help but laugh out loud. When Huang Yueli heard his laughter, she was stunned for a moment. Only then did she realize that her husband had seen her money-grubbing gaze again, and she immediately shrugged her shoulders in embarrassment. Even though they were an old couple, she still wanted to portray her image as a goddess in front of her husband. Huang Yueli hurriedly coughed twice as she forcefully explained, what I mean is that since even Ruijiang knows about the existence of this cave, there must be someone else in the devil clan who knows about it. In the future, if the devils obtain this Empyrean devil crystal, they can use it to cultivate. Wouldn't that threaten the safety of countless people on the 12 continents of our god clan? How can we stand by and watch this happen? Seeing that Li Moying didn't say anything, Huang Yueli continued. Husband, as the leaders of the 2 great god clans, it is our duty to save the people. So let's take this Empyrean devil crystal away for the sake of the people. As Huang Yueli spoke, her 2 eyes sparkled and her entire body was filled with the radiance of ideals. If Li Moying hadn't seen her drooling over the Empyrean devil crystal earlier, he might have believed it. Unfortunately, However, his wife had put a lot of effort into her performance, and he had to eat a bear's heart and a leopard's bile to dare to expose her. Li Moying's right hand clenched into a fist as he put it to his lips and coughed twice. That's right, wife, you're right. We can't be so selfish as to think only of ourselves. We still have to treat the world as our own responsibility. Since that's the case, let's find a way to take the Empyrean Devil Crystal with us. Upon hearing this, Huang Yueli nodded her head in satisfaction. She then asked, "Is there anything written on this stone tablet that we need to do to get the Empyrean Devil Crystal?" Li Moying nodded his head. "There are a few words on the stone tablet, but I don't think they're very helpful. It says that the Empyrean Devil Crystal is hidden just below this karst cave. It should be at the bottom of this naturally corroded platform, so we'll definitely be able to find it if we climb down. It's just..." Huang Yueli asked hastily when she heard Li Moying stop. Li Moying mumbled. "King Xiang said that Devil King Ruiying wanted to leave this piece of Empyrean Devil Crystal for the true geniuses of the devil race. Not only do you need to have outstanding natural talent, but you also need to learn the methods of the god race. So he left a little trick as a trial. Only those who pass the trial will be able to obtain this piece of Empyrean Devil Crystal." When Huang Yueli heard this, she wasn't too surprised. This was not the first time she had entered a senior expert's treasure vault. Of course, she knew that even if these experts were dead, they would not casually give away their treasures while they were still alive. There was definitely a trial. If there was no trial, she would be worried that this was a trap. After all, this was the cave dwelling of a powerhouse of the devilish race. King Xiang's inscription also clearly stated that this trial was for the devilish race. As a God Clan warrior, she was not sure if she could pass the trial. However, she did not know the details yet, so she would not underestimate herself. Huang Yueli nodded her head and replied, "I understand. Is there anything else mentioned on the stone tablet?" "No, that's all." Li Moying shook his head. Huang Yueli said, "Then let's make full use of our time. We will follow what King Xiang said and climb down to the bottom of the karst cave to take a look at the situation. Besides, I don't think our luck is that good. We found this karst cave all the way here, but we will fall on the last step and not be able to pass the trial." Li Moying had no objections. The two of them spent some time copying the inscription and putting it away. Then they continued to climb down the cave wall. As they approached the bottom of the karst cave, the devil chi became even denser, and even Li Moying found it difficult to breathe. Although he now knew that this was the effect of the devil chi radiation from the Empyrean Devil Crystal, he was still worried about Huang Yueli's condition. He turned back to look at Huang Yueli with deep worry in his eyes. "Lier, you. How are you feeling? If you can't hold on, let me know right away." Who knew that Huang Yueli's verbose reply was much stronger than he had thought. "Husband, don't worry about me. I have King Xiang's array talisman. I suddenly remembered that this array talisman needs to be powered by devil chi, right? Besides, I still have to accumulate a lot of devil chi and spend a lot of time. Therefore, I tried to force out the devil chi that had invaded my body and channel it into the array talisman." Huang Yueli's voice contained a trace of a smile. "I didn't expect it to be so useful. This talisman absorbs devil chi very quickly. It can absorb all the devil chi I force out. Based on that, when we leave this karst cave, the talisman will be filled with energy." Li Moying raised his eyebrows in surprise. "There's such a thing?" "That's right." Huang Yueli nodded her head and asked, "Husband, how do you feel? If you also feel uncomfortable due to the overly strong devil chi, I can pass you the array talisman." "No need." Without waiting for Huang Yueli to finish her sentence, Li Moying rejected her. "Keep the array talisman for yourself. My cultivation is now a major realm higher than yours, and my endurance is also much stronger than yours. This bit of devil chi is nothing to me. Just take care of yourself." Huang Yueli pouted, knowing that her husband was worried about her, so she didn't say anything. After Li Moying advanced, his abilities had indeed advanced by leaps and bounds. Along the way down from the cave dwelling, the combat ability he displayed was much higher than hers. This made Huang Yueli puzzled, as she couldn't figure out why she didn't advance. Because there were no living things in the cave, the two of them overcame the influence of the dense devil qi. Therefore, it did not take long for them to successfully land at the bottom of the karst cave. Huang Yueli ignited a small flame on her fingertips, and with the light from the flame, she and Li Moying circled around the bottom of the platform and soon discovered an arch-shaped entrance. "Let's go, this way." Huang Yueli pointed in the direction of the entrance. The two of them walked in carefully. Originally, the two of them were a little worried. After all, the devil qi outside the arch was already so dense that it was unbearable. After entering, this energy would definitely be even stronger. It was not impossible for it to be so strong that they could not approach it at all. However, that was not the case. After the two of them stepped into the archway, the devil qi that had been following them like a shadow suddenly disappeared. They could not sense it at all. It was as though a huge mountain that had been pressing down on them had been moved away by someone, causing Huang Yueli and Li Moying to involuntarily let out a long breath as they felt much more relaxed. Huang Yueli took a few steps in the arched door as she thought about it. There's actually no trace of devil qi here. Of course, there's also no trace of heaven and earth profound qi. This is extremely pure air, too pure. Ever since I left Soaring Heaven's continent, I have never felt such a pure aura. The profound qi in the lower realm was dispersed, so profound qi only gathered near the spirit or vein. It was considered a treasured land for cultivation and was very rare. In some places, far away from the spirit or vein, the profound qi in the air was so thin that it was almost non-existent. This was the norm. However, in the god realm, the situation was reversed. It was rare to find a place without any energy fluctuations. Even if there was no profound qi of heaven and earth, there was still devil qi. This must be man-made. It must be King Xiang's method. Huang Yueli quickly came to a conclusion. An array that shielded profound qi from the surroundings was only the basics for an array master. Huang Yueli herself was able to set it up in a few breaths. However, the array in this karst cave was fundamentally different from ordinary shielding arrays. The source of the devil qi wasn't outside the formation, but inside it. Through the formation, King Xiang allowed the devil qi of the Empyrean devil crystal to escape, but it turned the inside of the formation into a pure land without any energy fluctuations. This kind of technique was really quite high-end, and even Huang Yueli couldn't think of how it was done. Li Moying frowned slightly as he revealed a puzzled expression. Why did King Xiang arrange such an array? Since there was a method used to trial devil clan geniuses here, why did it have to shield the devil qi? This doesn't make sense. Huang Yueli thought about it and felt that she didn't understand. She could only say, "Let's take a look at the situation inside first." The two of them slowly walked inside. Behind the arched door was a very spacious hall. There were a total of 12 pure white carved pillars supporting it. The roof was raised very high, at least as high as 10 people standing atop each other. These pillars were very thick, and each pillar was the width of 2 people. All the walls of the hall were carved with the same pure white marble. Apart from the pure color, the main characteristic of this marble was that it contained no energy. Therefore, whether it was in the lower realm or the god realm, pure white marble was very common, and it was a very cheap material. After all, no matter where it was, the more energy the material contained, the more precious it was. Huang Yueli usually disdained pure white marble, and this material was so inferior that even a spirit armament master would feel that it was a waste of energy to look at it. However, now that these stones had been piled up by King Xiang into a magnificent palace, it was filled with a solemn and dignified feeling. Huang Yueli stood in the main hall and suddenly felt her restless heart becoming calmer and calmer. Even her breathing and pulse seemed to have slowed down a lot. At this moment, Li Moying's voice rang out beside her. "Li don't you feel that this place is too quiet?" Huang Yueli asked, "Did you feel it too?" "This? It should be the influence of these pure white marbles. Elle didn't expect these stones to have such a special effect. I used to throw them away like trash. Qingxiang is indeed worthy of being an ancient spirit armament master." While Huang Yueli was sighing, her heart was also feeling uneasy. The more outstanding Qingxiang's attainments in formation techniques and mechanisms were, the more difficult the trial he left behind. This made Huang Yueli both expectant and uneasy. Li Moying surveyed his surroundings, and suddenly raised his hand to point at the center of the hall as he said in a low voice, "Li is that rock there the Empyrean Devil Crystal?" Huang Yueli followed the direction of his finger and looked over. In the middle of this pure white hall, there was a square platform. Above the platform was a transparent cover, and inside the cover was a stone floating in the air that emitted a faint glow. Huang Yueli muttered to herself, "Looks like this should be our destination, but..." She suddenly hesitated. Actually, she had already noticed the stone in the transparent cover when she had just entered. However, she couldn't be sure that this was what they were looking for. This stone didn't look like the legendary Empyrean Devil Crystal at all. Looking at the devil chi spreading outside the palace gate, it was so black that it was almost impossible to see anything. One could know that the devil chi itself should be pure black energy. However, this stone was transparent. Upon closer inspection, it was a bit white. If one looked more closely, it seemed to have a faint seven-colored radiance. Its colorful appearance was quite extraordinary, but no matter what, it was not black at all. How could Huang Yueli tell whether it was real or fake? Li Moying had the same doubts. Could this be a deliberate trap set by Qingxiang? A deliberately created illusion? Of course, it is not impossible. All we can do now is try. Huang Yueli thought for a moment and suddenly took a step forward, walking towards the center of the hall. Li Moying unconsciously wanted to pull her back. "Li don't go alone, I'll go with you." "It's fine, husband. You can stay there." Huang Yueli shook her head and stopped him. Since Qingxiang's inscription says that this is a trial, it shouldn't be something that deliberately harms people's lives, so you don't have to worry too much. On the contrary, if you were too close, the aura between us would attract each other and cause the profound energy to fluctuate. It might even prevent me from cracking the mechanism. Huang Yueli could roughly guess that Qingxiang's process was mostly achieved through mechanisms. Moreover, Qingxiang had gone to great lengths to completely remove the devil chi in this palace. This meant that one had to pass the test in an environment that was free from the influence of energy fluctuations. Normally, even if several cultivators entered at the same time, it would be difficult for them to influence each other. But Huang Yueli and Li Moying had cultivated the dual cultivation method together, and the influence between them was extremely strong. Sometimes, when they didn't even notice it, it would affect the other party's blood essence. When Li Moying heard this, his eyebrows furrowed. However, he could only follow her instructions and retreat, pushing himself to the farthest spot from Huang Yueli by the wall and watching his little fox walk step by step towards the high platform in the middle of the hall. Huang Yueli's footsteps were very steady as she walked up the stairs step by step. Very quickly, she stood in the middle of the platform. She took a deep breath and placed her hand on the top of the transparent cover. The next moment, suddenly, a silver light flashed in front of her eyes, and her body seemed to be sucked into something. However, this change only lasted for a moment before it ended. Huang Yueli's cry of surprise was still stuck in her throat, but she had already realized that she had regained her footing when she landed on a patch of green grass. Above her head was a bright starry sky. The pitch-black night sky was like a curtain of the most luxurious black velvet. On the curtain, sparks of fire were like pearls decorating it, forming beautiful patterns. For a moment, Huang Yueli was a little dazed because she didn't know where she was. However, as she stared at the sparkling stars in the sky for a while, her heart began to stir. She suddenly understood why the mechanism King Xiang had left behind had sent her here. How could the stars in the sky form such beautiful patterns? It was indeed a beautiful pattern, but it was an array pattern that contained a powerful force. These array patterns were something that Huang Yueli had never seen before. Not only had she not seen it in the lower realm, even after she came to the God realm, she had read many ancient books on array techniques, but she had never seen the same array patterns. Could it be that this is the formation pattern that King Xiang created? No, that was hard to say. It could just be an ancient array technique. After all, the ancient array techniques have long been lost. It's reasonable for them to be different from the array techniques of today. Thinking of this point, Huang Yueli was instantly excited as she looked at the night sky with eyes that seemed to be glowing. After learning about the history of the God realm, she had never wanted to learn ancient array techniques and trap techniques. But this kind of lost thing was rarely seen even in the Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan's books collection. She had no place to learn it even if she wanted to. He did not expect to encounter it here today. Even if she didn't pass King Xiang's trial today and obtain the legendary ancient treasure, the Empyrean Devil Crystal, she wouldn't lose out just by seeing these ancient formation patterns. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli took a few deep breaths as she tried her best to calm herself down from her excitement. The current situation was very obvious. King Xiang's trial should be hidden in these array patterns. She needed to understand the operation law of these array patterns and find a way to break through them. From there, she could break through the illusion in front of her. Huang Yueli held her breath and concentrated as she formed a hand seal and started to calculate. Due to her powerful divine sense, her calculation ability had always been amazing. In a short time, she had already used more than 10 methods to calculate the array patterns in the starry sky. However, to her surprise, she couldn't find any pattern no matter how hard she tried. The role of the array pattern was to guide the energy that was injected into it to move along the trajectory drawn by the array pattern, thereby triggering the energy contained within, resonating with the profound chi of heaven and earth, and then erupting with a powerful force. To crack the array, one first had to figure out the trajectory of the profound chi circulating in the array patterns. But this time, when Huang Yueli tried to inject profound energy into these array patterns, she realized that she was totally unable to inject her profound energy in. After a few attempts, her profound energy was bounced back and she was almost injured from the backlash. This was the first time she had seen such a situation. This was no longer a question of whether she could crack it or not. It was that she could not even find an entry point. If this went on, how could she pass the trial? Huang Yueli was utterly defeated, but just as she was feeling vexed, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in her mind as she realized that she had made a grave mistake. Right, what am I thinking? This was the array formation that King Xiang used to trial Devil Clan cultivators. Of course, I'll have to use Devil Chi to crack it. I tried to crack it with profound energy, but it was impossible to succeed. Understanding this point, Huang Yueli heaved a sigh of relief and once again stretched out her finger, attempting to infuse evil chi into the array pattern. This time, her energy did not bounce back. However, it did not cause any reaction from the array patterns. This made Huang Yueli feel a little uneasy. Although she had always guessed that there was a deep connection between Devil Chi and Evil Chi, the two were not the same thing at all. Could an array that could be activated by Devil Chi be activated by Evil Chi? She wasn't confident either. If that didn't work, then she really had no choice. Perhaps he would really be trapped in this illusion. When that time came, she wondered if her husband would be anxious outside. Fortunately, the things that Huang Yueli was worried about didn't happen in the end. After absorbing a large amount of evil qi, the array patterns in the starry sky finally emitted a blue fluorescent light. Huang Yueli secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these array patterns can sense the evil aura. It's just that it's a little slower. What is the reason? Huang Yueli thought to herself as she felt that there was a huge secret hidden between this inexplicable connection between devil qi and devil qi. Unfortunately, she had no time to think about it now. Following the infusion of Huang Yueli's evil aura, the array markings in the starry sky gradually revealed their original form. The evil aura followed the array markings and slowly swept past. The stars in the sky flickered, forming a bright halo, beautiful like a dream. Huang Yueli closed her eyes and didn't look at the beautiful scenery, but used her spiritual perception to sense the direction of the energy flow. Not long after, she suddenly opened her eyes, and her eyes were filled with surprise. Wasn't it a little too simple? It was obviously easy to crack. Was this really a trial left behind by Xianxia? Or am I wrong? Huang Yueli's brows furrowed as she pondered for quite a while before she calculated again a few times, afraid that she had calculated wrongly. He wondered how many times Xianxia had given each person the chance to break the formation. What if they were wrong and could not try again? She couldn't make such a low-level mistake. However, no matter how she calculated, the result was the same. Huang Yueli gritted her teeth. Forget it, let's just give it a try. There's no point in continuing to calculate. It's a waste of time. She made up her mind and immediately drew with her finger in the air. Pure evil qi flew out from her fingertips, forming energy lines that shuttled between the array patterns. In the blink of an eye, her fingers drew more than 10 lines. Then, a loud bang came from the sky. The entire night sky instantly collapsed. All the stars turned into meteors, dragging long streams of light as they fell towards her head. Huang Yueli secretly cried out, "Not good." However, it was too late for her to dodge. These flowing lights all landed on her body and merged into her meridians in the blink of an eye. Huang Yueli immediately complained incessantly as she almost vomited blood. It was obvious that the flowing lights in the Devil Clan's cave abode were all transformed from devil qi. These flowing lights that fell into her body were obviously rewards for cracking the starry sky array formation. But the problem was, she wasn't a devil? With so much devil qi entering her body, not only would she not be able to obtain any benefits, she might even explode and die on the spot. What kind of nonsense was this? For a moment, Huang Yueli almost lost all hope. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. The flowing light had indeed entered her meridians at the first moment, but she did not feel any discomfort at all. On the contrary, a warm feeling rose from her dantian. This warmth climbed up her spine and entered her mind. Huang Yueli's mind buzzed as a bright light flashed in front of her eyes as scenes of changing scenes appeared. The stars that dotted the night sky seemed to have come alive and were constantly changing in front of her. The movement of these stars was not irregular. Instead, they flowed slowly along the array patterns, simulating the direction in which energy flowed in the array. Huang Yueli was stunned for a short moment before she understood, and her heart immediately burst into wild joy. This was Xianxia teaching her how to draw those array patterns. She had never thought that there would be such benefits after cracking those array formations. One had to know that cracking an array formation and drawing an array formation were actually not the same thing. To crack an array, one only needed to find a weak point in the array as a breakthrough point. However, to draw a complex array pattern, one needed to be comprehensive and not make a single mistake. Sometimes, just a slight deviation from the hand during the drawing could cause the entire array to lose its effectiveness. So even though Huang Yueli had successfully broken through the starry sky array earlier, but she was unable to set it up in its original state. Huang Yueli had racked her brains just now and could only forcefully remember the position of the stars. She planned to leave this place and go back to think of a way to slowly research and calculate. This was an ancient array formation, and it was even an array formation driven by devil chi. He did not know how long he would need to study it before he could achieve small success. However, all these worries were gone now. In the illusion left behind by King Xiang, the scene of the array patterns arrangement actually began to appear automatically. It seemed that King Xiang had left behind this illusion not only to prevent his descendants from obtaining the Empyrean Devil Crystal, but also to find a successor for him. Thinking of this made Huang Yueli even more excited. She knew that with her and Li Moying's luck, they would definitely not return empty-handed after entering the treasure mountain. Now, wasn't the opportunity here? However, even though the opportunity was right in front of him, it was not easy to grab it. He had to be 120% alert and deal with it carefully. Huang Yueli took in a deep breath and calmed down very quickly. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, her pair of clear eyes didn't blink as she stared at the changing trajectory of the stars in the sky, afraid to miss a single detail. Her efforts were indeed not in vain. The stars left a few trails in the sky before quickly disappearing. When they reappeared, they had already shown a completely different trajectory. It was obvious that King Xiang only intended to show these drawing methods once. The second time it appeared, it was already a variation of these arrays. In a short 15 minutes, the stars in the sky flashed over 10 times. In other words, at least 10 over-array patterns were drawn in front of Huang Yueli. The amount of information was too much. If it was someone else, it would be too difficult to remember one. They might even feel dizzy, headache, or even want to vomit because they had learned too much and could not accept it. Huang Yueli also felt a little dizzy. However, she still forced herself to remember all of these contents. Not only did she remember it, but she also had a faint realization in her heart. It seemed that the array patterns driven by the devil chi were not much different from the ordinary array techniques of the God clan. There was only a slight difference in the direction of the flow of energy. This was something she had not expected. Before entering this cave abode, she thought that the Devil clan could only set up those low-level array formations in the lower realm. Now, it seemed that she was really too ignorant. 15 minutes later, the starry sky suddenly darkened again. Huang Yueli immediately sat up straight as she anxiously waited for the next change in the illusion. Not long after, the sky lit up again. Countless stars once again filled the sky, forming array patterns. However, these stars stopped moving again, just like when she first entered the illusion array. Huang Yueli was startled and immediately understood. In that case, the trial left behind by King Xiang wasn't just one but several. Was this the second trial? Looks like I have to crack these array formations again. Huang Yueli's expression was solemn as she quietly observed the flickering star map in the night sky. Not long after, her eyes lit up. Wasn't it too simple? Didn't King Xiang already demonstrate it once just now? Can this be considered a trial? Huang Yueli's anxious mood relaxed a lot. In terms of complexity, these array patterns were naturally much more difficult than the previous trial. However, just now, the will left behind by King Xiang had already shown her the method to draw those array patterns in the night sky. Initially, Huang Yueli knew very little about the Devil clan's array and it was rather difficult to decipher those array patterns, but now that she had grasped the basic pattern, looking at these array patterns, it seemed much simpler and shallow. Huang Yueli's lips curled up slightly as she suddenly stretched out her finger and started to draw in midair. Her slender and beautiful fingers seemed to be glowing under the dark starry sky. Evil energy flowed from her fingertips and gently pressed on a few points in the starry sky. With a rumble, the formation in the starry sky collapsed again. Following the collapse of the array, countless rays of starlight once again shot towards Huang Yueli's head. But this time around, Huang Yueli wasn't that panic-stricken. Although she didn't know the exact reason, she was already very clear that this energy wouldn't immediately affect her body. It was just quietly hidden in her dantian. No matter what would happen in the future, at least his life was not in danger now. There was no point in worrying about it now. It was better to focus on passing King Xiang's trial as soon as possible and leave this place before making plans. Similar to the previous trial, after Huang Yueli passed it, other than obtaining the energy from the starlight, she also saw the process of drawing the previous array pattern. However, this time, the speed at which the starlight flowed became even faster, and the time King Xiang gave her to prepare was even shorter. Huang Yueli felt that after a short while, her eyes were still a little blurry when the next trial's array appeared in front of her. Just like that, Huang Yueli sat upright on the spot and unknowingly, she had already passed the 8 trials and entered the 9th. As the trials continued, the formation patterns formed by the stars in the sky became more and more complicated. By the time of the 9th trial, the array in the sky had already reached the complexity of the celestial array in the God clan. Heaven Great Array, because of its huge scale, even Huang Yueli was unable to complete it alone at this stage and required a large number of array masters to work together to draw it. She was even more confused when faced with this heaven rank array formation driven by Devil Qi. Even though King Xiang had been showing her the process of drawing the array patterns, she was unable to completely comprehend it in such a short period of time. Huang Yueli sat under the 9th layer of array for at least 10 hours and tried over 10 times, but she still couldn't fully comprehend it. As time passed, she suddenly felt something and frowned. The light of these stars seems to be, LTs much dimmer than it was at the beginning. She had passed the first few trials too quickly and had broken the array in just 2 hours. This period of time was too short, so she had not realized that the brightness of these stars would change. It wasn't until the 9th layer that she realized that the starlight was dimming bit by bit. Moreover, every time she failed to break the array, the starlight would obviously dim. Obviously, maintaining this illusion array required a large amount of energy. If she failed to break the array, it would also consume the energy of the illusion. If she could not pass this trial before the starlight completely dimmed, she should have failed. It was still unknown whether there would be any punishment after failure. But at the very least, she would never be able to obtain the Empyrean Devil Crystal. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli's heart was bleeding. That was her baby. He was only a layer away from her and could reach her with a stretch of his hand. In the end, he actually didn't get it. It hurt too much. Under the drive of this depressed feeling, Huang Yueli's mind suddenly had a flash of inspiration as she thought of something. The complicated array patterns in the sky seemed to merge into one in front of her eyes. She suddenly pointed her finger forward, and an evil aura flew out from her fingertip. Boom! The 9th star map collapsed before her eyes. Countless streams of light fell, and starlight shone continuously, forming a dazzling light screen that made it difficult for her to even open her eyes. Huang Yueli couldn't help but cover her eyes. After an unknown period of time, the dazzling light gradually dimmed. Huang Yueli hurriedly opened her eyes, afraid that she would miss the demonstration of the 9th array. However, this time, she could not see the stars flowing in the sky. Under the pitch-black night sky, a tall figure stood in the air. This was a very handsome man. His long and narrow phoenix eyes were slightly raised, and he looked awe-inspiring. His thin lips were slightly pursed, and the slight wrinkles between his brows revealed his dignified character. The man's eyes were slightly red, as if there was fire flowing in them. His hair was also dark with a hint of red. It was the symbol of the pure bloodline of the sacred phoenix race. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment before she blurted out, "King Xiang." Almost in a split second, Huang Yueli understood that this should be the legendary armament master King Xiang's illusion formed from a thought. King Xiang frowned slightly and lowered his head to look at her. "It was you who passed the trial I left behind? How is that possible?" Huang Yueli's lips sobered up as she propped herself up from the ground and cupped her hands towards the other party to give a big bow. "King Xiang, Junior Huang Yueli, it was me who passed the trial you left behind. Many thanks for King Xiang's guidance." The pressure from King Xiang was extremely strong, and even if it was just a remnant of his consciousness, it was much stronger than all the top powers that Huang Yueli had seen in the God realm. It could be seen that King Xiang was at least an expert in the profound life realm back then, and it was even possible that he was far more powerful. But this wasn't the reason for Huang Yueli to give him such a huge bow. Huang Yueli had never been the type to easily lower her head to the strong. Moreover, no matter how powerful King Xiang was, he had already passed away for many years, so she didn't need to be so respectful. However, the method of drawing the devil formation patterns that King Xiang had left behind in the illusionary realm was truly too helpful to her. If she had not come into contact with it here, she might not have been able to find a second chance in her life. His guidance and explanation could be considered as half a teacher to her. Huang Yueli felt grateful from the bottom of her heart, which was why her attitude was so respectful. King Xiang had obviously been in a high position for a long time, and when he saw Huang Yueli bow, his heart didn't waver at all. Instead, he revealed a doubtful expression as his brows furrowed even tighter. "That's not right. How can you pass my trial? This is impossible." He muttered to himself for a while, before his expression suddenly changed. A trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes as the aura on his body suddenly exploded and a powerful fire attributed profound energy swept towards her. "Damn, Junior, what method did you use to pretend to pass the trial, to deceive this king? Swindling Empyrean devil crystals from this king? You're simply courting death." Following King Xiang's extremely cold question, his attack also erupted. Huang Yueli only felt two peerlessly powerful profound energies shooting towards her chest. That pressure was so strong that she was almost unable to move, and every breath she took was scalding hot. She hurriedly retreated, using almost all of her strength to barely dodge the two attacks. This was all thanks to the fact that before she entered the illusion array, she had specially changed into a set of magic equipment level armor in order to guard against possible dangers. And now, these armors were almost scrapped. He did not know if they could be repaired in the future. Huang Yueli rolled on the ground and dodged the attack as she immediately cried out to defend herself. "King Xiang, what are you doing? Why are you attacking me? When did I use any tricks to pretend to pass the trial? I didn't. I just broke through layer after layer of array formations, a total of 9 layers, before I could reach you." She was still confused and did not know what mistake she had made. Why did King Xiang's will suddenly attack her? Logically speaking, she had already passed the 9 trials. It was impossible for her to be killed by the owner of the mechanism. Moreover, from the stone inscriptions in the karst cave and the way King Xiang had demonstrated the drawing techniques of the array patterns in the environment, King Xiang himself should not be a bloodthirsty person with a deep sense of evil. What went wrong? Just as Huang Yueli was feeling puzzled, King Xiang's attack had stopped. However, the cold killing intent in his eyes did not weaken. Instead, he let out a cold snort. "The trial I left behind can only be passed by the Devil Clan's cultivators. As for you, you have the pure bloodline of the God Clan, and it's even my own race, eh?" He sensed the aura on Huang Yueli's body, and his face couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. "Your innate bloodline is so strong that it's extremely rare. It's not much worse than when I was young." You're actually a god-grade genius." Perceiving Huang Yueli's shocking innate talent, although King Xiang's anger had not dissipated, but his killing intent had obviously diminished a little. However, the gaze he gave Huang Yueli was still rather unfriendly. You have a god-grade innate talent, and in the future you will at least be a life-profound realm expert. Your position in the clan must not be low, so why are you doing such a lowly thing? Huang Yueli saw that Qingxiang didn't have any intention of attacking her and felt slightly relieved. She took a step back and quickly explained, Qingxiang, you've really misunderstood. I really didn't use any shameful methods to deceive you. Besides, your attainments in mechanisms and array techniques are so high. Even if I have this intention, how can I have the ability to deceive you? Hearing this, Qingxiang was clearly stunned. Then, he frowned. What you said makes sense. How can a young girl like you, who is not even 20 years old, have such superb methods? How can there be a smokescreen in the world that I can't see through? So, you really passed the 9 trials? How is that possible? Huang Yueli replied, although Junior is not talented, but I have been practicing array techniques since young. I have some attainments in array techniques. No, this is not a matter of the level of the array technique, but, instead, the profound energy in your body is simply impossible to crack these arrays. Qingxiang couldn't wait to hear her finish and interrupted her. To tell you the truth, these formations are unique to the Devil Clan. Whether it's activating the formation or cracking the formation, only the Devil Clan can do it. Of course, it was not impossible to break it with absolute power. However, if one didn't know the weakness of the array pattern or the method to break it, and only used brute force to break the array, then the cultivation of the person who broke the array must be at least one major realm higher than the person who set up the array. For a complicated high-level array, no matter how strong the person who broke the array was, it was impossible to break it by force. And Huang Yueli was obviously at the heart-profound realm, so it was absolutely impossible to break the array set up by a life-profound realm expert like him with brute force. Qingxiang's brows creased as he stared at Huang Yueli, his eyes flashing with a dark and gloomy light. Clearly, he was pondering, unable to decide if he should believe Huang Yueli's words. Huang Yueli hesitated for a moment and finally gritted her teeth and decided to tell the truth. Qingxiang, actually, I can break these array formations, because there's evil qi in my body. Not only did I cultivate the sacred phoenix race's cultivation technique, I even took a life-profound realm evil cultivator as my master and cultivated an evil cultivation technique. I accidentally discovered that evil qi and devil qi seem to have the same origin to a certain extent and can replace each other. Therefore, I tried to use evil qi to break the array formation you left behind. In the end, I actually succeeded. Huang Yueli was initially still hesitant, not knowing if she should tell the truth. After all, in the current 12 continents of the God Clan, evil cultivators were publicly recognized as heretics. As long as they were discovered, they would inevitably be punished, imprisoned, or even hunted down. So after Shi and Li Moying acknowledged Saint Iniquitous Shadow as their master, they had been extremely cautious and had never exposed any signs of this. However, now that she was facing Qingxiang, even if it was just a trace of the will left behind by this ancient peerless expert, it was not something that she could easily deceive with lies. Moreover, since Qingxiang was able to befriend the Devil King of the Devil Clan, perhaps he was not as disgusted with evil cultivators as the other god races? Thinking of this, Huang Yueli decided to take a gamble. However, Qingxiang's reply made Huang Yueli feel surprised. What's a heretic practitioner? Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment as she couldn't come back to her senses. Qingxiang, you mean, you don't know about the evil cultivators? Qingxiang frowned slightly as he stared at Huang Yueli's face, his eyes filled with doubt and probing. That's right. This king has never heard of the evil cultivators you mentioned. You said that the evil qi cultivated by the evil cultivators had something in common with the devil qi in the devil's bodies, and could even replace each other. What kind of statement was that? Are you trying to deceive this king? Huang Yueli hurriedly shook her head, of course not. I'm telling the truth. Huang Yueli thought for a moment and understood. After all, King Xiang was a person from ancient times. This wisp of consciousness was probably sealed in this cave abode billions of years ago. The evil cultivation method might have been a new cultivation method that came into being after the end of the ancient dynasty. It was very normal that King Xiang, an ancient person, had never heard of it. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli roused her spirits and quickly explained to King Xiang about the origins of the heretic practitioner as well as the process of her cultivating the Wicked Shadow secret manual. In order to win the trust of King Xiang, she even extended her right hand and slowly released a portion of the evil energy in her body. King Xiang originally had a cold and stern expression, but following Huang Yueli's explanation and demonstration, the astonishment in his eyes became more and more obvious. In the end, he couldn't help but take a step forward and grabbed Huang Yueli's wrist, directly probing her meridians. Huang Yueli's vital point was suddenly grabbed by someone and her first reaction was to dodge. However, she tried a few times and was unable to shake off King Xiang's hand. Instead, after a few breaths, King Xiang took the initiative to let go of her hand. King Xiang, you are... Huang Yueli immediately took a few steps back as a trace of vigilance appeared on her face. However, King Xiang's stern expression changed. He sighed deeply and let out a heartfelt praise. This so-called evil cultivation technique was invented by some god clan genius in the future. It was really... He was simply too talented. When I was young, I also thought of creating such a cultivation technique. However, after trying for tens of thousands of years, I did not succeed. It turns out that. So it's like this. This king was wrong. King Xiang kept muttering to himself and Huang Yueli, who was standing not far away from him, was totally confused. However, she could at least hear that King Xiang did not have any intention of rejecting the evil cultivation method on her body. From his tone, it seemed that he quite admired it. Therefore, he should have believed her words. She should be safe now, right? Huang Yueli didn't think wrongly. After King Xiang sighed for quite a while, he finally stopped. The malicious aura on his face had completely disappeared, and when he looked at Huang Yueli again, he even had a smile on his face as he waved at her. Little girl, come here. This king has something to ask you. Huang Yueli heaved a sigh of relief as she knew that she was safe now. Without any hesitation, she quickly walked to the front of King Xiang and stopped a few steps away from him as she bowed slightly. King Xiang, if you have any questions, this junior will tell you everything I know. What's the name of the warrior who created the evil cultivation method? King Xiang asked. Huh? Huang Yueli had never expected that King Xiang would suddenly ask such a question and was instantly stumped. Cough cough, this. I really don't know. King Xiang's brows instantly furrowed. How could you not know? To be able to create such a cultivation technique, you must be one of the most outstanding experts of the God clan. You're the object of worship for all people. You even cultivate the evil path, but you actually don't know who your master is? When Huang Yueli heard that, she was stunned for a moment. After a while, he said, King Xiang, is there some misunderstanding? I don't deny that the senior who created the evil path is indeed a genius, enough to be recorded in the history books. However, in the eyes of the God clan, he is definitely not the object of worship by the people. It's more like he is a person who is despised by the people. King Xiang's handsome brows suddenly raised. What did you say? How was it possible for the people to despise him? Are you joking with this king? Huang Yueli hurriedly shook her head. No, this is definitely not a joke. King Xiang, I don't know how your era viewed evil cultivation techniques, but in the eyes of the current god race, evil cultivation techniques are heresy. They will only cause people to go berserk and even be assimilated by the devil clan. He had always been quick to kill. To be honest, ever since I started cultivating evil cultivation techniques, I've been very careful and didn't dare to tell anyone. I'm afraid that my identity as an evil cultivator will be exposed and it will cause great trouble. Huang Yueli said a few simple words and explained the situation of the heretic practitioner to King Xiang. When King Xiang heard this, he was even more surprised. He frowned and thought for a while, before letting out a disdainful sneer. I understand now. It seems that after billions of years, the God clan's self-righteousness and blind arrogance have not changed at all. They are even more foolish and laughable than before. It's really ridiculous. A genius who can create such a cultivation technique and a grandmaster who can let the God clan use devil chi to cultivate is actually treated as a heretic. The expression on King Xiang's face changed unpredictably. One moment, he was angry, the next moment, he felt pity, and the next moment, he seemed to find it very funny. Huang Yueli's ears were pricked up as she listened carefully to his muttering. When she heard this, her expression suddenly changed as her eyes widened in astonishment. King Xiang, what did you just say? Evil cultivation techniques was it a cultivation technique that allowed the god race to use devil chi to cultivate? How is that possible? What's so strange about that? King Xiang glanced at her and said indifferently. Don't you feel it yourself? You just said that the evil chi in your body is of the same origin as the devil chi. Do you think this is a coincidence? This is only because the energy system you use when you cultivate comes from the same source. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? He paused for a moment and explained, the devil tribe uses devil chi to cultivate. Their progress is much faster than the celestials who use heaven and earth profound chi to cultivate. Moreover, devil chi can also greatly strengthen the body and will of the devil tribe. The advantage is very obvious. Therefore, before I was born, countless God clan experts wanted to create a cultivation technique that allowed the God clan to use devil chi. Unfortunately, they all ended in failure. I never thought that someone would succeed after the profound chi of heaven and earth thinned in the future. Huang Yueli finally understood a little. In fact, ever since she discovered that evil energy could be used as devil chi to a large extent, she had a similar guess. However, he felt that this idea was too shocking and he could not convince himself. He did not expect that after hearing what King Xiang said, there were more than one or two people who had such thoughts. In ancient times, the god race did not reject this cultivation method at all and even desperately researched in this direction. But, King Xiang, since the devil chi is cultivated from devil chi, why do I still feel uncomfortable all over when I come into contact with devil chi? Huang Yueli thought of another suspicious point. The evil chi in Huang Yueli and Li Moying's bodies wasn't obtained from them actively absorbing the devil chi from the outside world, but from the evil chi that was directly absorbed from Saint Iniquitous Shadow's cave dwelling. This kind of energy was still different from devil chi. Furthermore, the evil energy that they absorbed was extremely large and Li Moying was even in a coma for a few months because of it, almost causing a huge war between Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan. Their practice of the wicked shadow canon was not so much refining the energy between heaven and earth as releasing the evil energy stored in their dantians. To put it bluntly, they had never used devil chi to cultivate at all. Moreover, Huang Yueli didn't think that they could use the devil chi to cultivate. At least when they entered Devil King Ruiying's cave dwelling earlier, the devil chi invaded their bodies and they only felt uncomfortable. It was two extremes from the usual comfortable feeling when they absorbed heaven and earth profound chi. When King Xiang heard Huang Yueli talk about his cultivation situation, he was stunned as a puzzled expression appeared on his face. This. After all, this king was not the one who invented this cultivation technique. In a short period of time I would not be able to understand the key points. You said that when you cultivate, you need to absorb special evil chi, not devil chi? This king thinks that this evil chi is also transformed from devil chi, but how to transform it, this is probably the uniqueness of the person who invented the evil cultivation method. If this king knew, he wouldn't have had the chance to invent this cultivation method. Huang Yueli thought for a moment, and it was indeed reasonable. When King Xiang was still alive, he had spent tens of thousands of years, but was still unable to explore the path of evil cultivation. Now, he had passed away for so many years, but he had only left behind a thought. In such a short period of time, with the little clue she had given him, he could find the problem. That was a miracle. However, just as Huang Yueli was prepared to accept reality, King Xiang suddenly changed the topic. However, as you mentioned earlier, the biggest reason why evil cultivation methods are criticized by the god race is that it is easy to go berserk when cultivating evil cultivation methods. It is also possible to be assimilated by the devil clan. This is probably because the body has absorbed too much devil chi. If the transformation is not complete, there may be such a side effect. The reason why this king failed back then was because he discovered that cultivating this cultivation method could not avoid chi deviation. Seeing Huang Yueli's thoughtful look, King Xiang scoffed slightly. "What's wrong, little lass? Are you afraid of chi deviation?" Huang Yueli shook her head. "I'm not afraid of that. The senior who taught me this cultivation technique was also a profound life realm expert. Moreover, he didn't die because he went berserk. This means that he had already found a way to restrain the devil chi from eroding his consciousness." "I wasn't thinking about that just now." "Then what are you thinking about?" King Xiang's curiosity was piqued. Huang Yueli replied, "I was just thinking that if evil cultivation methods can only be cultivated by relying on a limited amount of devil chi, then it would be much slower than directly absorbing devil chi to cultivate. Furthermore, at most when one cultivates to life profound realm, one would encounter a bottleneck. If only we could overcome this problem." Hearing this, even King Xiang was stunned. He had never expected that Huang Yueli wasn't afraid at all and instead was filled with ambition, wanting to improve on the current evil cultivation method. In his tens of thousands of years of life, although he had seen many geniuses, he had rarely seen such a sharp display of talent. King Xiang stared at her for a while. In the end, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. "The sacred phoenix race is truly lucky to have a genius like you. Although I don't have much contact with the family since we met, it's fate. I'll give you something." Huang Yueli blinked her eyes as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. "Thank you, King Xiang." Although she did not know what King Xiang wanted to give her, she knew that something that could be found between the fingers of an ancient expert whose cultivation level was unknown would definitely be extraordinary. "Yes." King Xiang nodded. He did not take out the item immediately. Instead, he asked, "What are your thoughts on the formations in the previous 9 trials?" Huang Yueli didn't expect King Xiang to change the topic so quickly. After thinking for a while, she said truthfully, "These arrays don't look very complicated, but within the simple array patterns, there's still a very powerful energy hidden within. It can even allow devil chi to pass through. Although this is different from the array used by our god clan, but there are many similarities. Because of this, I was able to easily pass through the 9 trials. It can be considered to be an advantage." Upon hearing these words, King Xiang could not help but snort. However, the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. "Little girl, you're quite self-aware. You know that you've taken advantage of others to pass the trial. These arrays that King Xiang set up in the illusionary realm were originally used to trial the Devil Clan juniors. Devil Clan array masters were very rare to begin with. To be able to reach such heights, there might not even be one in a few thousand years. Therefore, this trial itself should be as difficult as ascending to the heavens." Before Huang Yueli's arrival, in the past trillions of years, thousands of Devil Clan geniuses had come here and experienced the trial, but none of them could pass it, and at most they could only pass the 6th level. But Huang Yueli wasn't from the Devil Clan, but a God Clan. With the God Clan's comprehension ability, although it was not easy to crack the 9th array, it was not as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There could always be a few such genius array masters in each generation. However, although the array masters of the God Clan could theoretically break the array, in practice, they could not break the array with a single finger and pass the trial, because they did not have devil chi in their bodies. Only someone like Huang Yueli, who had the comprehension ability of the God Clan and the aura of the Devil Clan, under the combination of the two, was able to pass through the 9 trials. Moreover, from the looks of it, she had passed the 9 trials quite easily. It might not be a problem for her to be a little more difficult. In such a situation, if one had to pursue the matter, it could actually be said to be cheating. But when King Xiang saw a genius practitioner like Huang Yueli, who was also from the same clan, he naturally developed a heart of love for her, so he considered her to have passed. Then do you know why there are so many similarities between the God Clan's array formation and the Devil Clan's array formation? Why would I use those formation patterns to form a formation? Hearing this question, Huang Yueli was slightly startled, and for a moment, she actually couldn't answer it. When King Xiang asked her the question, she had been thinking about it when she was cracking the array in the illusion. However, she could not think of an answer. It should be those simple formation patterns that have a special effect? After thinking for quite a while, Huang Yueli hesitated and gave her answer. Huang Yueli was originally very uncertain, but she felt that the silence was a little awkward, so she tried to voice out her guess. Unexpectedly, when King Xiang heard this, he nodded his head. There was even a hint of gratification in his eyes. It seems that I didn't misjudge you. Although you took advantage of being a heretic practitioner, your talent in array techniques is still very high. You can see that these array patterns are unusual. That's right. These array patterns are very special. Not only can they resonate with the profound chi of heaven and earth, but they can also resonate with the devil chi. So, if you only use these array patterns to form a magic array, then whether you use evil chi or profound chi, you can drive or break the array. Then just now, why can't I use profound energy to break the array when I'm in the illusion? I've tried, but I failed. Huang Yueli's brows creased in puzzlement. King Xiang said indifferently, that's because other than these basic array patterns that can be used between the God Clan and the Devil Clan, I've also added some Devil Clan's exclusive array patterns. After combining the two, relying on the God Clan's profound energy will not be able to activate it. King Xiang's words were a brand new concept that Huang Yueli had never heard of before. As a result, Huang Yueli thought for a long while before she opened her mouth again. So King Xiang, what you mean is that array patterns should be divided into 3 types. One is the basic array pattern that you mentioned earlier, which is effective towards profound chi and devil chi. The other is the array pattern that our God Clan usually uses, and the last is the array pattern that the Devil Clan uses? King Xiang frowned slightly and glanced at her. What you said is not completely correct. There might not be only 3 types of formation patterns. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment, and after pondering for a moment, she understood. There were not only 2 races in the world, the Devil Clan and the God Clan. The energy they refined was not only celestial chi and devil chi. For example, the Devil Clan, which had been hiding in the world, used a different kind of devilic power from the God Clan and the Devil Clan. Since there were array patterns that could only be activated by devil chi, there would naturally be array patterns that could only react to devilic power. However, he did not know if the devils could use the basic array patterns that King Xiang mentioned. Huang Yueli's heart was filled with doubts as she directly asked. With a senior with such high attainments in array techniques like King Xiang in front of him, he had to hurry up and ask any questions he had. In the future, he would not have such a good teacher to answer his questions. Don't you understand what I just said? Qingxiang snorted. Since it was called a basic array pattern, it was naturally able to sense all energy. Therefore, this kind of array pattern was very simple and could be drawn with just a few strokes. Because the Great Tao was extremely simple, the simpler the array pattern, the more powerful the energy contained. If you could only use complex array patterns to draw powerful array formations, it showed that your level. You're still far from it. Qingxiang's words were extremely impolite, and towards Huang Yueli's array skills, it was already a blatant disdain. However, when Huang Yueli heard these words, not only did she not feel humiliated, but she instead felt enlightened, as though she had seen the answer to the doubts in her heart for so many years. Her eyes sparkled. I understand. No wonder the array talisman that you left behind to open the door had such simple array patterns engraved on it, but it could greatly increase the strength of a cultivator and could be used repeatedly. So this is the power of the basic array patterns. Most of the formation patterns on that array talisman are the basic formation patterns that I saw in the illusion earlier. Huang Yueli finally understood. No wonder this array talisman left behind by Qingxiang was so powerful. It still had such powerful might even after hundreds of millions of years. As for the other talismans that were passed down in the immortal realm, they could only be used a few times to completely collapse. This was because, in essence, the formation patterns used by the two were not the same at all. The principle of using the energy of heaven and earth was also different. In the end, the power of the array talisman was naturally worlds apart. Only then did Qingxiang show some satisfaction. He nodded slightly. You're right. The formation engraved on that array talisman was only completed after I studied the basic formation patterns. It's just a pity that this formation only uses 60% of the basic formation patterns, and the remaining 40% is drawn with the Devil Clan's formation patterns. If it could be completely drawn with the basic formation patterns, its power would probably be doubled. Huang Yueli raised her head to look at him strangely, then, Qingxiang, why don't you try drawing all the basic array patterns? Little girl, why are you asking so many questions? Of course, I have my reasons for doing this. This is not something you should ask. Before Huang Yueli could finish her words, she was stopped by Qingxiang's stern voice. Huang Yueli was slightly startled as she looked at Qingxiang's somewhat uncomfortable expression and almost laughed out loud. She could finally tell that she had asked a stupid question just now. Qingxiang did not completely use the basic array patterns. Of course, it was because with his attainments in array techniques, he was unable to do this. Therefore, he could only mix a portion of the Devil Clan's array patterns. However, for a peerless expert like Qingxiang, he would naturally not be willing to admit that his strength was lacking in front of a junior from billions of years later. Huang Yueli could only cough, cough cough, junior understands. This is the cave of Devil King Ruiying, the key to open the cave. Of course, it has to be driven by Devil Qi. I was too ignorant. How could Qingxiang not see through her insincerity? So he glared at Huang Yueli in a bad mood and was too lazy to talk to her anymore as he directly threw a yellow-colored scroll in front of her. This king's research on basic array patterns is almost all in this scroll. Originally, this was this king's secret, and even if I died, I planned to bring it to my coffin. However, you little girl is still to my liking. Moreover, this king did something that let down the family many years ago, and should make up for it. Therefore, it's easy for you. Huang Yueli's movements were nimble as she caught the scroll. When he heard Qingxiang say that these were his own research notes, he was instantly pleasantly surprised. She knew that her luck had always been good, but she did not expect it to be so good this time. The research notes of such an ancient peerless expert and top-notch armament master were definitely something that could only be encountered by chance, especially the basic array patterns that Qingxiang had mentioned. This was completely unheard of in the current god realm, indicating that it had long been lost for many years. With this notebook in her hands, she might be the only person in the current god realm who grasped this kind of array pattern. In Huang Yueli's mind, she had already thought of the various magical effects that could be produced after the basic array patterns were merged into the array. However, just as she was about to open the scroll excitedly to see what was going on, she suddenly heard the last few words of King Xiang and could not help but be stunned. King Xiang had already said it once earlier that he did not have many dealings with the sacred phoenix race. Now, he was saying that he had once done something that let his family down. This seemed to be slightly different from the records she and Li Moying had seen in the ancient records. Because King Xiang's attainments in refining weapons were too high, he could be considered one of the top existences in the ancient times. Therefore, even in the present, where most of the ancient history was missing, the only remaining ancient books still mentioned King Xiang's name. According to the records in these ancient books, King Xiang was the sacred phoenix race's patriarch in the past. How could he not have a good relationship with the family? Could it be that he was another person who had eloped for the sake of marriage? Huang Yueli's heart was filled with doubts, but she didn't dare to ask any random questions. This was different from asking King Xiang about array formations, but it was related to King Xiang's private matters. It was fine if he might not be willing to answer, but if he touched any of his reverse scales, it would be troublesome. Huang Yueli pursed her lips and didn't probe further. She only said, "Many thanks, King Xiang. After receiving your notes, I can be considered half a disciple of yours. Please accept this junior's bow." Huang Yueli kept the scroll and bent her knees, giving a respectful bow to King Xiang. King Xiang did not dodge and accepted it as a matter of course. When Huang Yueli got up, he waved his sleeves. "All right, this king is only a shadow here and I don't have any other treasures on me. You don't have to stay here for long, you can leave now." Huang Yueli took a few steps back as she hesitated. "Empyrean Devil Crystal." King Xiang said, "Since you've already passed the trial, you can take the Empyrean Devil Crystal. However, as a member of the God clan, it might not be a good thing for you to take the Empyrean Devil Crystal. If you inhale too much devil chi, you might go berserk. Even if you're a so-called evil cultivator, I'm afraid you can't avoid it." Huang Yueli smiled as she replied, "Right now, I am indeed unable to absorb the devil chi. But that is, because the evil path cultivation method is not perfect enough. If one day I am able to completely perfect the cultivation method, wouldn't it be useful?" King Xiang narrowed his eyes and looked at her for a while. He sneered, "Ha, you're indeed a little girl who still smells of milk. You dare to say anything. Do you know that in ancient times, there were so many talented experts who wanted to find a way to use devil chi, but they all had no results? Are you that confident? If you don't have confidence, how can you keep breaking through and become a true expert?" Huang Yueli calmly asked back. King Xiang glanced at her and did not say anything else. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and pointed in the air. Huang Yueli's eyes suddenly burst out with a blinding light as a huge impact crashed into her chest, causing her breathing to stagnate as she almost vomited blood on the spot. For a moment, she completely lost consciousness. But not long after, she heard a familiar voice beside her ear, Litter? Wake up, how are you? Where are you hurt?" Huang Yueli endured the dizziness in her head as she opened her eyes and saw Li Moying's handsome face appearing in front of her. The man frowned slightly, his jaw tensed. He was expressionless, but his eyes could not hide his anxiety. Huang Yueli hurriedly sat up. "I'm fine, Moying, don't worry. You definitely won't be able to guess who I met and what kind of opportunity one obtained. Right, where's my Empyrean Devil Crystal?" Only then did Huang Yueli recall her initial objective of entering the illusory realm. The transparent barrier that stood in the center of the palace was gone, and the glowing Empyrean Devil Crystal inside was gone. Disappeared? how did it disappear? Huang Yueli's eyes widened. Li Moying saw her astonished look and frowned in puzzlement. Li what's going on? Huang Yueli pointed at the transparent cover's original position. Where's the Empyrean Devil Crystal? Where did it go? Li Moying was startled. Why? Don't you have the Empyrean Devil Crystal? Just now, when your palm touched the cover, you disappeared. I guessed that you were teleported to the place where you were trialed, so you waited at the side. After more than 10 hours, the Empyrean Devil Crystal suddenly disappeared before my eyes. I guessed that you had passed the trial and obtained the Empyrean Devil Crystal. He only gave a simple explanation and didn't go into detail. After Huang Yueli disappeared from his eyes, he was completely devoid of energy and was in a terrifyingly quiet palace, feeling extremely anxious and restless, as if every day was like a year. Especially after the Empyrean Devil Crystal was gone, he thought that Huang Yueli would come out of the illusion very quickly, but he didn't expect that after waiting for close to 4 hours, he still didn't see her figure. This was a little ridiculous. Even though Li Moying had been persuading himself that perhaps after Li passed the trial, she had obtained a huge opportunity, which was why she didn't appear. However, as the saying goes, concern causes chaos. He still could not calm himself down. After Huang Yueli heard Li Moying's explanation, her heart became even more puzzled. She looked left and right but still didn't understand what was going on. Isn't this too abnormal? I've clearly passed the trial, and King Xiang just said that I can take the Empyrean Devil Crystal if I want it. He already said so. There's no need to lie to me, right? Huang Yueli wanted to turn around and return to the illusionary realm, but she had to find King Xiang to ask him clearly. Unfortunately, the transparent barrier protecting the Empyrean Devil Crystal was gone, so the entrance to the illusion had also disappeared. She had nowhere to go even if she wanted to. Just as Huang Yueli was feeling extremely conflicted, Li Moying's line of sight swept across the empty palace, and suddenly, his expression changed slightly. You said, the Empyrean Devil Crystal can't be there, right? Where? Huang Yueli had yet to react. Li Moying's figure flashed as he turned into a ray of light as he flew towards a certain corner. Where did this devil come from, courting death? Put down the Empyrean Devil Crystal. With a cold shout, the pressure in his body was instantly released and spread throughout the palace. Huang Yueli quickly followed over, and only then did she see that at the corner of the white marble wall, there was a palm-sized, translucent spherical object that was stuck on top of a rectangular box. She blinked her eyes in shock. Earlier when Li Moying said that it was some devil creature, she thought it was some extremely ferocious beast, like the extremely cold giant octopus that they met outside the karst cave. But who knew that it was actually such a small thing? This little thing was too small. It looked as soft as tofu, as if it could explode with a finger. Furthermore, because it felt Li Moying's pressure, the little thing was obviously frightened out of its wits as its entire body was trembling non-stop, looking more like a piece of swaying tofu. What is this? Huang Yueli was dumbfounded as she pointed at this little thing. Li Moying's lips curled up coldly, obviously, a little thief. That box should be your Empyrean Demon Crystal. Huang Yueli was just shocked for a moment, but after a few breaths, she reacted. She immediately rushed to the little thing and snatched the exquisite box from under it. On the outside of this box, there was an ancient and simple array pattern that was rarely seen in the divine realm. However, Huang Yueli had already obtained some of King Xiang's true teachings, so this level of array wasn't difficult for her at all. Her fingers gently brushed across the array patterns and changed a few hand seals. After a few breaths, she easily opened the box. The moment the lid was opened, a puff of pitch-black smoke suddenly shot out from the gap. Thick demonic qi surged out and filled the entire palace in an instant. Huang Yueli and Li Moying were right in front of the box and immediately felt a suffocating pressure, almost spitting out blood. Fortunately, Huang Yueli was already on guard before opening the box. The moment she realized that the situation wasn't right, she immediately used all her strength to close the lid back. With a clang, the box closed, and the demonic qi stopped flowing out. The large amount of demonic qi that had been released was slowly expelled by the palace array. Not long after, the surrounding energy aura became very weak. Presumably, it would not be long before the extremely pure environment from before would be restored. Huang Yueli heaved a sigh of relief, as expected of the Empyrean demon crystal. This demonic aura, LT, was really too terrifying. Even if a demon race cultivator obtained it, they might not be able to use it to cultivate. No wonder. Demon King Rui Fu wanted to entrust Senior King Xiang to build this cave. To the devil race, the devil qi was equivalent to the Xian qi of heaven and earth to the celestial race. For ordinary celestials, being in an environment with rich Xian qi was naturally helpful for cultivation. However, once the Xian qi was rich, to a certain extent, it would be counterproductive. The body might not be able to withstand the impact of such a huge energy. Not to mention cultivation, a slight carelessness could even cause the body to explode and die. The demonic energy of the Empyrean demon crystal had already reached this level. Looks like the box outside is very particular. It should have been specially refined by Senior King Xiang to store the Empyrean demon crystal. It can isolate the demonic qi inside the box and prevent it from leaking out. This is truly an astonishing skill. Li Moying couldn't help but sigh. He could not be considered an array master, but as the young master of the ancient god clan Cloudy Qilin clan, he had to dabble in these skills. He also had his own judgment of the strength of the array formation. When Huang Yueli heard that, she nodded her head repeatedly. Senior King Xiang's attainments in array techniques are really too shocking. Not only is there not a single array master in the current divine realm who can compare to him, even in the ancient times, I believe that not many people could be compared to him. Oh? Li your evaluation of Senior King Xiang is so high. After you were teleported out just now, you must have received Senior King Xiang's guidance? Huang Yueli nodded. That's right, husband, let me tell you, earlier Just as the two of them were chatting happily, suddenly Huang Yueli raised her hand and an evil aura shot out, smashing towards the marble wall. The snow-white wall was grazed by Huang Yueli's extremely sharp energy, and immediately left behind a striking scratch. Under this disharmonious trace, a small spherical object was shaking as if it could fall apart at any time. Little thief, where are you going? You want to slip away after stealing my things? How could there be such a cheap thing in the world? Huang Yueli gave a cold laugh as she strode over and grabbed the little thing on the ground, lifting it up. Just earlier when she was talking to Li Moying, this little thing was slowly moving towards the direction of the arched door, wanting to sneak out when the two of them weren't paying attention. Who knew that although Huang Yueli was anxious to share her gains with her husband, she had not let down her guard as her divine sense had been covering the entire palace. The moment the little thing moved, she had detected it. Huang Yueli held the little thing in front of her eyes and carefully examined it for a while, as she couldn't help but reveal a doubtful expression. What is this thing? It looked so weak, pitiful, and helpless. It didn't look like any kind of beast. How did he appear in the palace? Husband, do you know what this thing is? Compared to Huang Yueli's calmness, Li Moying seemed a little nervous. His sharp brows creased up slightly. Li be careful. Don't look at how small this thing is, but to be able to survive in such a place with dense devil qi, it's very likely to be a very dangerous devil beast. You just stretched out your hand to grab it. It's better to just stab him to death. The moment Li Moying's words left his mouth, that tiny spherical object seemed to be able to understand as it trembled once again. Huang Yueli waved the little thing on her hand and didn't think much of it. It's all right, husband, you're definitely worrying too much. The energy fluctuation on this little thing was very faint, even weaker than that of an ordinary earth devil. If it dares to be disobedient, I can crush it with one hand. However, do you know what it is? Li Moying didn't say anything as he stared at this little ball for quite a while. Actually, when he told Huang Yueli earlier, he had already been thinking about this problem. If it was a spirit beast hoarded by the God clan, he would rarely not recognize it. However, this was obviously a fierce beast of the Devil clan. He really could not recognize many of them. He recalled all the ancient books he had read before, but there was no fierce beast that could match this little thing. I really can't think of anything. Could it be, this isn't a beast? If it's not a beast, then what is it? It can't be the reserve grain that King Xian's kept in the palace, right? Huang Yueli's imagination suddenly ran wild. However, once she had this thought, when she looked at this little thing again, her thoughts could not help but go astray. Eh? Husband, this little thing looks delicious. Look at its body. It's so elastic, and its head looks very tender. If you take a closer look, it looks like a cuttlefish. It'll definitely be good to roast it, LT's just a little small. If the two of us eat it, it's probably enough for each of us. It's best to raise it before eating. However, if you raise it too big, I'm worried that it won't be so tender and won't taste good. Huang Yueli stared at the little thing for a while and really felt that she was drooling. Thinking about it carefully, she had not eaten a good meal for more than 10 days since she had mixed into the devil army. This was because the devils had never paid attention to food, let alone cooking techniques. They basically ate it raw. They judged whether something was delicious or not mainly by how much energy it contained and whether it was tender or not. Therefore, the young genius warriors of the God clan were considered very good ingredients for them. If not for the fact that they were afraid that eating them directly would waste energy, the devils might not even be able to wait to refine them into medicinal pills and would eat them raw. Huang Yueli and Li Moying didn't want to reveal any flaws, so naturally they didn't dare to eat anything. Of course, they didn't dare to eat the raw meat of the spirit beasts, and could only secretly eat some of the rations that Huang Yueli had hidden in her space when they returned to the tent every day. It could be said that their lives were rather tough. Huang Yueli wasn't someone who would treat herself unfairly, and it had been a long time since she had suffered this kind of hardship. Now, when he recalled the delicious taste of the grilled cuttlefish, he immediately drooled. His gaze toward the little thing was even more strange. That little thing was originally able to maintain its composure, but after seeing Huang Yueli's terrifying gaze, it was immediately scared out of its wits and couldn't help but scream, "Don't eat me, don't eat me. I can't eat it, it doesn't taste good." Churm churm churn. Suddenly hearing a sharp and thin voice, Huang Yueli got a shock. Thinking carefully, she realized that it was sent by this little thing in her hand, and she was instantly stunned as she turned around to exchange a glance with Li Moying, only to discover that Li Moying's face was also filled with puzzlement. How could the two of them have thought that such a small thing could actually speak? "GGG, I can't be eaten. Let go of me." The little thing was still screaming. Huang Yueli immediately gave a cold snort. "Stop making a fuss here. Since you dared to steal this young Mrs. things, and even landed in my hands, it's only right for me to stew you. Since you know how to talk, I'll let you choose. Do you like to fry, barbecue, or stew?" When the little thing heard the beginning, it thought that Huang Yueli had decided to let it go, and before it could rejoice, it heard Huang Yueli's words change and she had actually thought of 3 ways to cook it. Instantly, it was so frightened that its entire body was trembling like a half-cooked egg, swaying back and forth in Huang Yueli's palm. Don't eat me. Sob, 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 I can recognize you as my master and help you fight, help you guard your treasures, don't eat me." The little thing screamed loudly. When Huang Yueli heard that, she couldn't help but give a cold laugh. You still want to acknowledge me as your master? You even said that you can help me fight and guard the treasure? Where did your confidence come from? I can fight 1,000 of you alone. What's the use of having a piece of trash like you acknowledge me as your master? I think it's more practical to have a barbecue. As she spoke, she started to look for seasonings. Yes, I remember that I still have a bottle of barbecue sauce. Where did he put it? I spent a lot of money to buy it in the sacred Phoenix continent. No, don't eat me. Although I'm very young now, that's because I was injured and became an infant. When I grow up, one will be very powerful. It was true. You guys even fought with me just now. The little thing was scared out of its wits so much that it started to desperately try to sell itself to Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli frowned as her face was filled with disbelief. Just a palm-sized little thing like you, how powerful can you become when you grow up? You even fought with us just now? Why don't I remember such a thing happening? Do you think I'll let go of the grilled cuttlefish that's right in front of my mouth just because you made up a few words? GGG, I'm real. I'm really amazing. I'm not lying. I just fought with you outside the cave. Don't you remember? Your man even chopped off a few of my limbs. It hurts so much. Hurry up and think. The little thing was so scared that its color turned from pink to pale white. It looked a little unpalatable. Huang Yueli frowned. When did my husband chop you? Just now, it was clearly. She suddenly stopped halfway through her sentence. Because she suddenly recalled that outside the karst cave, she and Li Moying had indeed experienced a life-and-death battle. At that time, the enemy they were facing was indeed very powerful, and even with Li Moying's ability, he was at a disadvantage in front of the other party. If it wasn't for his thunder-attributed profound energy, which could restrain the other party, the two of them would have been dead by now. However, their enemy back then was a huge creature that was nearly 100 meters long. This little thing in front of them, but it was not much bigger than her palm. Could it really grow that big? You're the extreme frost giant eye octopus outside the karst cave? Huang Yueli stared at the little fellow for a while and said hesitantly. "UPD at TE, by new novel." When the little thing heard her call out her name, she immediately became agitated as her round body bulged out, wanting to make herself bigger to attract Huang Yueli's attention. It's me. I'm the awe-inspiring, powerful, and handsome giant eye octopus. I'm really amazing, believe me. Even the experts of the ancient times liked to use my clansmen to guard their homes. You mustn't miss it when you pass by. As long as you raise me, I'll definitely be of great use. You won't regret it. Really? The extreme frost giant eye octopus desperately stated its advantages to Huang Yueli, afraid that if she wasn't careful, Huang Yueli's hands would tremble and it would be roasted. Having lived for countless years, it had never been so afraid. The giant eye octopus was already a ferocious beast in the ancient times, and it had lived in the deep cold pool for countless years. When it saw Huang Yueli and Li Moying, these two juniors of the God clan, it had never thought that it would lose, and even felt that these two extremely daring God clan were just fresh ingredients to fill the gaps between its teeth. She had never expected that not only did it not manage to eat the two of them, it had even fought with Li Moying for an entire night and lost a few limbs. When he wanted to escape, he was swept into the entrance of the cave. Huang Yueli activated the array on the round door and a powerful devil chi instantly surged in, stirring up a huge whirlpool. The giant eye octopus had already suffered quite a serious injury and was caught off guard and was heavily injured by the devil chi, almost losing its life on the spot. Fortunately, its reaction was fast enough to cut off all its limbs in time, saving its life. However, in this way, its strength was seriously damaged. In order to recover, its body automatically returned to its infancy. A dignified ancient ferocious beast suddenly became inferior to an earth devil. With such a body, the giant eye octopus had no way of leaving the karst cave. In order to recover its strength as soon as possible, it followed behind Huang Yueli and Li Moying as they quietly entered the palace. It was really too small and translucent. Adding on to the fact that Huang Yueli and the rest's attention had always been on the Empyrean Devil Crystal, they didn't notice its existence. Later on, Huang Yueli was thrown out of King Xiong's illusion and the Empyrean Devil Crystal also fell onto the ground. Huang Yueli was momentarily dizzy, and Li Moying only cared about checking on her injuries, so the extreme frost giant eye octopus immediately realized that its chance was here. It immediately pounced at the box containing the Empyrean Devil Crystal and wrapped itself around the lid. It used all its remaining strength to drag the box away. It was a beast that could only grow by absorbing devil chi. If it could obtain the Empyrean Devil Crystal, it would definitely be a blessing in disguise. Not only would he be able to recover his strength in an extremely short period of time, but he might also be able to complete his evolution under the stimulation of such dense devil chi. His strength would further increase and surpass his original realm. The giant eye octopus was already thinking about how to show off its might after it had succeeded in its cultivation in the future and left the deep cold pool to return to the divine world. But at this moment, following Li Moying's stern shout, its whereabouts were exposed. But after a few breaths, it became Huang Yueli's food reserves. It was really sad to smell it and tears to see it. Huang Yueli looked at the trembling little thing in front of her and found it hard to believe. She turned around to look at Li Moying who was beside her. "Husband, this little thing said that it's the extreme frost giant eye octopus?" Was that even possible? Such a huge ferocious beast is only this small in its infancy? Li Moying frowned slightly. Logically speaking, this is indeed not very possible. Before he could finish, the giant eye octopus shrieked in horror again. How is it impossible? Of course it was possible, because this was real. You are the God clan, of course you don't know what our devil clan's fierce beasts look like. The stronger the spirit beast was, the fewer children it would give birth to. In fact, it would only give birth to one every few hundred years. Each of them was very powerful, but we are different. Oh? How is it different? Huang Yueli raised her brows as she asked, noncommittally. The stronger the beasts of our devil clan are, the more offspring they give birth to. However, their strength is not strong. For example, when I was born, I had at least a few thousand siblings. However, in the process of growing up, we competed with each other and devoured each other. Only by eating our siblings could we increase our strength and break through step by step to become an adult. I ate thousands of brothers and sisters to become like that. The giant eye octopus didn't want to reveal its identity at first, for fear of arousing the resentment of the warriors of the God clan. But Huang Yueli was really too terrifying. That green-eyed appearance was actually even more terrifying than the most brutal ferocious beast of their devil clan. It had no doubt that as long as its answer was slightly wrong, it would become a dish on Huang Yueli's plate, and it would be the kind of snack that was not even enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. Therefore, it had no choice but to reveal all its secrets. It was deeply aware that facing Huang Yueli, only by being extremely honest, could it have a tiny bit of hope to escape the fate of being cooked. Hearing the explanation of the extreme frost giant eye octopus, Li Moying's eyes flashed with a flash of realization. He pondered for a moment. I see, in that case, this little thing is really the giant eye octopus. Huang Yueli pursed her lips. Husband, you actually believed it so easily? This little thing might have been made up. What brothers and sisters devouring each other? How could there be such a ferocious devil in the world? I think it's fake, right? Forget it, I can't be bothered to care so much. Who cares what breed it is? Just roast it. No, 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 I'm telling the truth. It was about to cry. A layer of faint water droplets appeared on its smooth surface. Only the heavens knew why this girl from the God clan was so difficult to deal with. If he lied, he would be barbecued. If he told the truth, he would still be barbecued. Just as it was in despair, Li Moying's voice rang out at the right moment, saving its life. I feel that what this little thing said should be true. That's because it should be the extreme frost giant eye octopus that I fought with before. Look. Here. Li Moying said as he took the little thing from Huang Yueli's hands. The extreme frost giant eye octopus felt that it had escaped the devilic claws of the female devil. Before it could breathe a sigh of relief, it felt an even stronger pressure enveloping its entire body. Instantly, its body seemed to be frozen, and it did not dare to move. Li Moying stretched out his slender finger and poked it on its body. See this? This scar should be caused by my lightning earlier. It's because its body has shrunk and it looks much shorter, and here, look at the bottom of its round body. These few small bumps shouldn't be crooked or moldy. These should be the embryonic form of its 8 limbs. The extreme frost giant eye octopus's brain twitched. Damn it, it was crooked and moldy. Those were its most beautiful, most powerful, and most terrifying limbs. What kind of taste did this brat of the God clan have? Did he have any sense of aesthetics? However, no matter how furious it was in its heart, its body didn't dare to move at all. Even though Li Moying poked its body a few times, it didn't dare to make a sound. When Huang Yueli heard that, she immediately went to her husband's side and started to observe carefully. After a long while, she nodded and said, "Husband, what you said is very reasonable. These really seem to be those 8 limbs. In that case, we should indeed adopt this little thing and let it grow up a little." Upon hearing this, the giant eye octopus was pleasantly surprised. It knew that its strength was publicly recognized by the ordinary world. As long as these 2 little ghosts of the God clan knew its origin and strength, they would definitely worship it. If I grow up a little, these 8 limbs will grow out. Otherwise, it's too boring to just eat octopus. I still prefer octopus tentacles. They're delicious. Husband, when it grows up a little, I will make you braised octopus to eat. This is a famous dish that I learned when I was in Soaring Heaven's continent. Hearing Huang Yueli's words, it almost fainted on the spot. It hurriedly raised its head to take a look and realized that Huang Yueli wasn't even looking at it directly, but was instead exchanging glances with Li Moying affectionately. Looking at this stance, no one took it seriously at all. It seriously suspected that as long as Li Moying gave a nod, it would immediately go to the dining table. No, You can't eat me. I'm not delicious. I'm really, really not delicious. And I'm poisonous. If you eat me, you'll be poisoned. I'm a ferocious beast of the Devil clan. If you, from the God clan, eats me and accumulate too much devil chi in your body, really, people will really die. The giant eye octopus racked its brains and suddenly thought of a reason to avoid being eaten. It immediately shouted. Hearing this, Huang Yueli was slightly startled. It had to be said that the reason that the giant eye octopus had found was quite convincing. To ordinary God clan, eating the extreme frost giant eye octopus definitely wouldn't have a good ending. As she and Li Moying had cultivated an evil cultivation method, it wasn't very possible for them to go berserk, but the possibility of having a stomachache still existed. Seeing Huang Yueli's hesitation, the giant eye octopus started to shout loudly once again, publicizing its own capabilities, even swearing to the heavens and the sun that it would pledge allegiance to Huang Yueli and risk its life for her. As Huang Yueli listened, she suddenly gave a cold laugh. All right, stop putting on an act here. Do you think I don't know? Didn't you come for the Empyrean Devil Crystal? Do you really think I'm stupid enough to keep you by my side and wait for you to recover your strength before taking revenge on me? The octopus froze. It had never expected that its motive had been seen through by Huang Yueli. It wholeheartedly wanted Huang Yueli to take it in as a servant, not only for the sake of escaping, but at the same time, it was also coveting that piece of Empyrean Devil crystal in Huang Yueli's hands. As long as it had the Empyrean Devil crystal, it would be able to recover its strength very quickly, and it was very likely that it would improve even further. To a ferocious beast like it, this was a huge opportunity. It could not let it go easily. Moreover, even if it acknowledged Huang Yueli as its master, it didn't feel that there would be any problems or any impact on it. This was because it was a ferocious beast from ancient times. Only a Devil Clan ancient cultivator could truly subdue it by using Devil Chi as a medium, supplemented by the Devil Clan's contract seal technique. For a god like Huang Yueli, using the God Clan's method to form a contract with it, it couldn't be said to be completely ineffective, but it could only have a slight restraining effect. Now it was still in its infant form, so it might have no choice but to listen to Huang Yueli's orders. But as long as it broke through to the adult form, it would be able to easily break free from this contract, and if it wanted to kill Huang Yueli and Lin Moying for revenge, there wouldn't be any obstruction. The extreme frost giant eye octopus had such self-confidence and bullied Huang Yueli and Lin Moying because they were young, so they probably didn't know the tricks behind this, so they dared to take the risk to deceive the two of them. Who knew that Huang Yueli actually didn't reveal anything and directly exposed it? The giant eye octopus froze for a long time before it laughed dryly. Why would you think that? Why would I take revenge on you? As for the Empyrean Devil crystal, I naturally need it to cultivate, but isn't it also to serve Master better? Cut the crap. I've seen through all your thoughts. However, I will still sign a contract with you. Just as the giant eye octopus was in complete despair, Huang Yueli suddenly changed the topic. The little thing turned her head in shock and looked at Huang Yueli. You. Huang Yueli gave a slight smile. I've just learned the Devil Clan's contract seal technique from the notes left behind by King Xiang and was just thinking of finding a fierce beast to try it out. Consider yourself lucky. If you didn't look so delicious, I wouldn't have considered it. When the extreme frost giant eye octopus heard Huang Yueli's words, its 8 eyes rolled back as it almost fainted on the spot. Initially, it thought that Huang Yueli wasn't prepared to kill it on the spot because she was planning to let it go. Who knew that Huang Yueli had actually grasped the Devil Clan's contract seal technique and even planned to use this method to sign a contract with it? This was not a joke. If it really signed this contract, it would forever be the slave of this damned girl from the God Clan in front of it, and it would never be able to turn over a new leaf. Furthermore, what made it feel even more chilly was that Huang Yueli had said that she had contracted with it because it looked very delicious. What kind of description was this? Thinking of how Huang Yueli had drooled at it earlier, the little thing felt a chill rising from the bottom of its heart. Master, you have really good taste, but I really can't be eaten. I'll take care of the house for you. The giant eye octopus was now a pitiful little thing shivering in fear. No one would dare to believe that an ancient ferocious beast like it would act in such a manner in front of this young couple from the God Clan. However, this was the truth. The situation was stronger than the person. The last trump card of the extreme frost giant eye octopus had been torn apart by Huang Yueli, and now, it really couldn't jump around anymore. Huang Yueli and Lin Moying exchanged a glance as she lifted her chin and said reluctantly, all right then. Seeing how pitiful you sound, let's contract it first as reserve food. I don't lack food for a while now. If your performance is as good as you say, I can consider letting you guard the house. If you dare to disobey my orders. Huang Yueli's voice was extremely sweet and pleasant to the ears, and her speed of speech was neither fast nor slow, making one feel extremely comfortable listening to it. However, the giant eye octopus was shivering. Other than braised octopus, I also like to barbecue octopus tentacles, stir-fry octopus with pickled vegetables, and stewed octopus in chicken soup. When you grow up, you should be able to cook so many dishes. The giant eye octopus rolled its eyes and really fainted. Huang Yueli looked at its round body that was twitching continuously and frowned, feeling extremely puzzled. It fainted from fright? Isn't this giant eye octopus a legendary ancient ferocious beast? What kind of big scene had it not seen before? Why is it so timid? Li Moying's lips curled up in amusement. Did his little fox really not know how intimidating her green eyes were just now? He walked over to Huang Yueli's side and poked that extreme frost giant eye octopus a few times, forcefully waking it up from its unconsciousness. The little thing had just woken up and was still in a daze when she heard Li Moying's clear and cold voice saying, "All right, don't waste any more time. Hurry up and form a contract with this little fellow. We can't let go of such a good reserve." The little thing almost burst into tears on the spot. But now that things had come to this point, it knew that it definitely couldn't escape and could only bear with its heart filled with resentment and frustration as it sobbed and signed the contract with Huang Yueli. Originally, it still had a glimmer of hope, that was Huang Yueli had just come into contact with the Devil Clan's contract seal array, and if she wasn't familiar enough or the devil chi in her body wasn't enough to use it, then it could buy some time for itself and find an opportunity to secretly escape from the female devil's devilic claws. Unfortunately, its wish was destined to never come true. Huang Yueli took out the notes left behind by Xianxia and casually swept a few glances, before stretching out her hands, and started to form a seal. Her hand speed was very fast. In just a dozen breaths, she had continuously changed a dozen hand seals. Moreover, each hand seal perfectly reproduced the contents of the notebook, without any mistakes. In less than 15 minutes, she successfully contracted the despairing giant eye octopus and made it her contracted beast. Huang Yueli raised its tiny body up to her eyes and said happily, "That's great. I've finally contracted my first Devil Clan fierce beast. It's truly a cause for celebration. Although you're just a reserve, since you're the first one, I still have to give you a name. You'll be called Octopus. Husband, how about this name?" But Li Moying had a doting smile on his face. "Not bad, this name is very real, and I feel that it's very good." The giant eye octopus was so angry that its entire body was bulging like a round balloon. Damn it, how real. Very good. Was this young genius of the god clan brainless? Why did he praise everything his wife said? However, whatever it said now was useless. After the contract was signed, it didn't even have the ability to resist Huang Yueli. If it wanted to live on peacefully and not be made into various seafood dishes, it could only obediently be his octopus. After Huang Yueli had contracted with the extreme frost giant eye octopus, she was able to communicate with it through her consciousness. Everything in this little thing's memories was no longer a secret to her as its master. She closed her eyes slightly and communicated with the little thing for a moment, before slowly opening her eyes. Looks like our guesses were wrong. The cave above the cave was indeed built by Ruiying, but the palace used to store the Empyrean devil crystals was built by King Xiang. Seeing Li Moying's puzzled expression, Huang Yueli continued to explain, "This little thing said earlier that it and those fierce beasts in the extremely cold deep pool were captured by King Xiang and not Devil King Ruiying. Furthermore, Ruiying should have already died at that time." Li Moying frowned slightly. In that case, Ruiying and King Xiang are really close friends. Otherwise, King Xiang wouldn't have spent so much effort to build a palace for him after his death, to protect his most precious treasure when he was alive. This friendship is really priceless, but I wonder how the Devil King Ruiying passed away? I don't know. Huang Yueli shook her head. When Octopus was captured, it wasn't much older than now. Since then, it had been locked up in this extremely cold deep pool, guarding the entrance to the bottom of the pool. It had never seen Devil King Ruiying and had only had a little contact with King Xiang. I wonder how many secrets there were during the ancient times. They have already disappeared from the god realm with time. Li Moying sighed deeply as he looked towards the spacious and worshipful marble palace walls, as a dark light flashed past his eyes. It's very likely that the God Clan's continent that we know now is completely different from the ancient times. Moreover, everything that we believe is completely different from the truth. In a place we don't know, who knows how many secrets are buried? Li Moying had such a feeling, but wasn't Huang Yueli the same? If they hadn't accidentally barged into Devil King Ruiying's cave and discovered the cave hidden deep inside, they would never have known that King Xiang had such a history and that there was such a deep friendship between the God Clan and the Devil Clan. They would not have known that the array techniques of the God Clan and the Devil Clan had something in common. The God Clan had even sought to use the Devil Chi to cultivate. All of this was beyond their imagination. The two of them sighed before turning around and bowing deeply toward the transparent barrier that had been holding the Empyrean Devil Crystal. Now, they were unable to enter the illusionary realm. However, the two of them believed that the remnant left behind by King Xiang would not disappear so quickly. It was definitely still watching them. Then, the two of them prepared to leave. Although Huang Yueli had a vague guess in her heart that the burial ground of Devil King Ruiying should be nearby, but the two of them were already satisfied with the Empyrean Devil Crystal and didn't want to disturb the peaceful sleep of a person who had passed away for hundreds of millions of years. Even if the other party was from the Devil Clan, it was the same. After the Empyrean Devil Crystal disappeared, another arch appeared in the palace, right across from the one they had entered. Huang Yueli's eyes lit up. That should be the exit. Let's go, let's hurry back. All right. Li Moying replied softly. The two of them passed through the second door. As expected, there was a teleportation array at the door. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already been teleported out of the cave abode, right on the land where they had fought with Ruijiang. It had been a few days since they entered the cave dwelling and the trees on the ground were initially struck by Li Moying's lightning and were burning non-stop, but now they had all been burnt down and the surroundings had turned into an icy cold scorched earth, full of devastation. Ruijiang's corpse had begun to rot and a stench of decay pervaded their nose. Huang Yueli couldn't stand this smell and immediately covered her nose as her other hand tugged at her husband's sleeve. Let's go, let's go. We have to hurry back to the camp. I wonder how Xianxia and the others are doing. Ruijiang hasn't returned for so many days, the Devil Clan camp must be in a mess. Li Moying nodded slightly. The two of them immediately used their movement mystic skills and flew back. Huang Yueli's guess wasn't wrong. At this moment, the Devil camp was already in an extremely chaotic scene. The devils had never had any concept of law and discipline. To be able to form an army to fight, it was all because of the absolute strength of the superior experts as a deterrent. Therefore, when Ruijiang was in the camp, even if there were some small disputes in the devil camp, they would generally listen to the deployment. But now, Ruijiang had inexplicably disappeared, and the devils were leaderless, causing a commotion. In the beginning, this was because some devil soldiers were unwilling to abide by the military's discipline. There were more and more cases of fighting and even killing their colleagues. As 7 days passed, Ruijiang still hadn't returned. The commotion had escalated further. Many squad leaders had gathered their own teams and started fighting with each other to fight for the position of the camp's commander. For a moment, the devil camp was filled with killing intent and corpses. Even the devils could not protect themselves, let alone the God Clan captives in the camp. Xianxia and the others' faces turned as pale as paper when they heard the deafening sounds of killing outside. What should we do? Why did the devils suddenly fall into chaos? I think I heard the devils outside talking just now. It said that after the Sky Devil Ruijiang left the camp 7 days ago, it hasn't returned. That's why it's so chaotic. A white tiger spoke in a low voice. Xianxia immediately became nervous when he heard that. You said, what did you say? Ruijiang disappeared 7 days ago? How did you know? Are you sure? Yes. The cultivator from the White Tiger clan nodded, I'm sure. Last night, the camp was also very chaotic. You were all asleep. I heard someone talking outside. It was 2 devil soldiers, discussing the disappearance of Ruijiang. It is said that Ruijiang usually leaves the camp every night, but he will definitely return the next morning. This time, he has disappeared for 7 days. Even the Devil Deputy General Xianxia suspects that something has happened to him. He is now fighting for the position of the general. Hearing this, many god clans smiled. Hee, this is really retribution. Ruijiang actually went missing. It's best if he dies outside. Perhaps he was really killed by our god clan's cultivators. Perhaps he met Divine General Xian on the way? If that's the case, that's great. Shut up, you guys can still laugh. Compared to the other team members who didn't know the severity of the situation, Xianxia, the team leader, realized the seriousness of the matter at once. His expression immediately darkened. Captain, this. Is there something wrong? The cultivator from the White Tiger clan had a puzzled expression. You, Xianxia said unhappily. Don't you remember what happened 7 days ago? Sacred Phoenix clan's matriarch Huang and Cloudy Qilin clan's young master Li came to look for us 7 days ago, because we were unable to cooperate with them to find the talisman in Ruijiang's hands. The 2 of them suspected that the talisman was hidden outside the camp, so they left the camp to search for it. This is the same time as Ruijiang's disappearance. Hearing this, the expressions of the God Clan cultivators changed one after another. They also realized that the situation was not right. Someone asked, but, Captain, maybe clan leader Huang and Master Li couldn't find the talisman and have already returned to the camp? They might not have gone missing, right? Xianxia glanced at the person who asked the question. If they were back, the camp is in such a mess now. It's a good time to look for the talisman. They would have come to us for help long ago. Now, there was already a fight outside, but they still hadn't appeared. There was definitely a problem. There's a 99% chance that they haven't returned since they left 7 days ago. Xianxia's words were reasonable and no one could refute them. Everyone's expressions turned even uglier, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. No way. Peerless geniuses like Matriarch Huang and young Master Li would not. Will something happen just like that? The 2 of them are extremely powerful. They even have the protection of an ancient divine beast. It is impossible for them to die just like that. That's right. Even if they haven't returned for 7 days, it doesn't mean that something happened. Ruijiang hasn't returned for 7 days either. Did something happen? Some of them were still hoping to get lucky and desperately tried to find all kinds of reasons to convince themselves. Xianxia was not that optimistic. Clan leader Huang and young Master Li are indeed very strong, but between them and Ruijiang, who is stronger? If they had run into Ruijiang, who would be the unlucky one? Both parties have been missing for 7 days. Who is more likely to have an accident? Even the most optimistic person had to think deeply about this. For a moment, all the captives of the God clan fell silent. The smiles on their faces disappeared. What Xianxia said was absolutely right. If Huang Yueli and Li Moying had encountered Sky Devil Ruijiang while searching for the array talisman, they would definitely be doomed. Now, it seemed that this was very likely to happen. Xianxia took a deep breath and continued, even if I'm overthinking things, Matriarch Huang and the others are fine. However, the chaos of the Devil Clan is still very dangerous for us. Have you forgotten how many devils wanted to tear us apart and eat us when we were escorted to the Devil Camp? If it wasn't for Matriarch Huang finding a way to suppress it, perhaps we would have died long ago. Now, the Devil Army is completely in chaos. No one cares about it, and Matriarch Huang is not around. When he said this, everyone present felt a chill in their hearts. That's right, for them, the most pressing problem was survival. They all had the restrictions left behind by the devils, which was to prevent them from escaping. They only had less than 10% of their strength left. If the Devil Clan really wanted to kill them, they wouldn't even have the slightest strength to resist. What should we do? Captain, can we sneak out in the chaos? Are you kidding me? Going out is a dead end. There are so many devils outside. However, staying here is only waiting for death. Before they could reach a conclusion, a flurry of footsteps came from outside the tent. Then, the tent flap was pulled down roughly. An early-stage Sky Devil Deputy General rushed in with a team of devil soldiers and blocked them in the tent. As soon as the Deputy General entered the door, the pungent smell of blood surged towards Xianxia and the others. His body was stained with blood. It was obvious that he had experienced a great battle just now and killed many of his own kind. The Devil Deputy General's gaze swept across the dozen or so God Clan warriors, and a sinister smile immediately appeared on his face. You want to run? Where are you going? You think you can escape from here? Hee, now that Lord Ruijiang is missing, you are all mine. Just wait for your death. You. What do you want? As the team leader, Xianxia was the first to step forward and protect his teammates behind him. The Deputy General sized him up and sneered, "What do I want? I was injured in the battle just now. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to recover. Fortunately, I remembered that there were still a few of you God Clan trash in the camp in time. I just happened to refine a pill. My strength will definitely recover in time. Men, bring the alchemy furnace I prepared over." Following the order of the Devil Deputy General, the Devil soldiers formed groups of 4 and carried extremely heavy brass alchemy furnaces that were as tall as 2 people into the tent. Seeing these few alchemy furnaces, the faces of the God Clan's cultivators all revealed a look of horror. Even someone like Xianxia, who was chosen as the team leader because he was a steady person, felt his heart tighten and his body turn cold. This kind of alchemy furnace used by the Devil Clan was similar to the one used by the God Clan, but it was not exactly the same. The most important difference was that the God Clan's alchemy furnace had several air intakes at the heating point, and a large number of complicated array patterns were drawn on the outside of the alchemy furnace. Regardless of whether it was the air intake or the array patterns, the main function was to help the spirit apothecary adjust the temperature of the deviant flame during the pill refinement process. Only by heating it at the right temperature at the right time could the medicinal pill be guaranteed to exert its greatest medicinal effect. However, the Devil Clan's alchemy furnace was not so complicated. There was only one air intake. Moreover, the array patterns on the furnace body were also very simple. There were only a few basic array patterns that helped the flame burn. This was mainly because they did not need such a complicated structure. The pills of the Devil Clan were obtained by refining living spirit beasts, gods, or humans. Because they were all living creatures, the efficacy of the pills mainly depended on the cultivation strength of the person who was refined before his death and the degree of pain before his death. The fiercer the devil fire burned, the more painful the living thing sealed in the pill furnace would be, and the better the medicinal effect after the pill was formed. Therefore, those precise control array patterns were redundant and were simplified. Since they were young, Xianxia and the others had seen the picture of this alchemy furnace in the Academy's ancient records. They had also heard of the brutality of the devils. However, they were still very young and had just reached adulthood. This was the first time they had seen a devil's alchemy furnace with their own eyes. When they heard the trace of this devil deputy general's words that he wanted to throw them in to refine pills, everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. Ha ha ha. The deputy general of the devil clan was very happy when he saw their expressions. How is it? Are you scared? It's good that you're afraid. You can be even more afraid. The more afraid you are, the higher the quality of my medicinal pills. Perhaps not only can I recover my cultivation before I was injured, but I can also take another step forward. What are you all standing there for? He urged the devil soldiers. Hurry up and light a fire for me and stuff these little god clan ghosts in. Hurry up, hurry up. If the other deputy generals remember this matter, it will be too late. During this chaotic battle, everyone was eager to get the medicinal pills refined by the god clan cultivators. He could be considered to have the fastest reaction. If the others reacted, it would be another fierce battle. The devil soldiers immediately came up to drag him. Xianxia's expression was cold. His eyes were fixed on the devil soldiers' every move. When they were only a few steps away from him, he suddenly shouted in a deep voice, "Attack!" Following his order, the god clan warriors in the tent attacked at the same time. Dark force of different attributes burst out from their bodies. The few devil soldiers closest to him died on the spot. Search, EW-O-L. RG on G? GL? Xianxia didn't stop either. He charged straight at the deputy general, forming two water swords with both hands and stabbing at the deputy general's throat. The deputy general of the devil clan obviously did not expect that these captives of the god clan, who had been starved for several days and had restrictions imposed on them, could actually resist. Caught off guard, he could not dodge in time. A water sword grazed the front of his neck, and blood immediately gushed out. Xianxia immediately shouted after his attack hit the target. Everyone, don't linger in the battle. Leave immediately. Leave immediately. Split up and run in different directions. As he spoke, he attacked again, continuing to attack the deputy general. The water sword in his hand formed a screen of light. How could the devil soldiers have thought that the restriction that Xianxia and the rest had placed on them when they entered the camp had long been secretly removed by Huang? The restriction on their bodies was added by Huang using her own unique method, mainly to prevent the suspicion of the devil soldiers. As it was only a simulation of the devil clan's restriction, it could only suppress 30% of Xianxia and the other's strength. Of course, because they had been starving for 7 days, they could not use 70% of their strength. It would be good if they could use 50%. However, this at least gave them a chance to resist. When the deputy general of the devil spoke, Xianxia gave his companions a look and agreed to attack together. As expected, the devils were caught off guard. The other teammates had already reached the entrance of the camp. They turned around and saw that Xianxia was still fighting fiercely with the devil deputy general. They could not help but stop. "Captain Xian, let us help you." "No, you guys go. Hurry up and leave. We're not his match even if we join forces. I can only stall him for a while. If he doesn't leave, then it's too late." Seeing that they were not leaving, Xianxia was sweating profusely. Originally, he was already no match for the devil deputy general, and now that he made mistakes repeatedly, he was even more vulnerable. A few breaths later, the deputy general of the devil clan struck Xianxia's chest with his palm. Xianxia spurted out blood and flew backward. When his teammates saw this, they were both shocked and angry. However, before they could react, the devil deputy general suddenly turned around and attacked them. "You idiots, hurry up and stop these little god clan kids. If the medicinal pills that are about to reach my mouth fly away, you'll all be skinned alive." The devil soldiers also reacted and surrounded the other god clans. His teammates were not as strong as Xianxia to begin with, so they were all heavily injured and fell to the ground. The deputy general of the devil clan strode back and grabbed Xianxia's collar. He lifted the dying Xianxia up. His originally handsome face looked extremely terrifying because of the ferocious sneer. He leaned closer to Xianxia and said word by word, "God clan brat, you're really bold. How dare you ambush me, how dare you injure me? Today, I will refine you into a medicinal pill. Not only will I refine you into a medicinal pill, but I will also make you die in extreme pain. I'll refine you into a peerless medicinal pill." As he spoke, he pressed a hand on Xianxia's forehead, and a surge of devil qi suddenly invaded his body. The next moment, Xianxia let out a shrill scream. "Ah, LT hurts. It hurts. Help. Let me die. Let me die, ah." When the other teammates heard this voice, their hearts trembled and cold sweat broke out on their backs. The Black Tortoise race was a god clan that mainly cultivated water. They had always been known for their endurance and perseverance. However, Xianxia's painful appearance now, LT could be seen that he could not endure it no matter how hard he tried. If this vicious punishment was imposed on them. Let go of Captain Xian. Let him go. You guys. You heartless things. Even though they were afraid, some of their teammates couldn't stand it anymore and struggled to get up to save them. However, before he could get up, he was slapped back by the devil soldier. "Don't worry," the deputy general said with a sinister smile. "Come one by one. When this black tortoise brat enters the alchemy furnace, it will be your turn." As he spoke, he lifted Xianxia's neck and walked towards a heated alchemy furnace. The warriors of the god clan all looked desperate. Could it be that they were destined to die miserably here today? At this moment, a familiar sweet voice came from the tent door. "You're courting death." Before he could finish his sentence, the tent suddenly burst into flames. The sword and tent formed by the fire attribute energy formed a glaring wall of fire and shot into the tent. The curtain at the door could not withstand such a temperature at all, and in the blink of an eye, it had already turned into smoke. A few fire dragons landed with precision and swept toward the devil soldiers who were suppressing Xianxia and the other god clansmen. These devil soldiers did not even have the chance to resist. In the blink of an eye, they were burned into charred corpses. Many of the corpses still had shocked expressions on their faces. This change happened too suddenly. No one present could react in time. It was not until the charred corpses of these devils fell to the ground that everyone suddenly came back to their senses. The god clan cultivators quickly jumped up from the ground and ran toward the door. The deputy general of the devil clan didn't bother to chase after them. Instead, his face was full of shock and anger as he glared at the door. "Who dares to ruin my good plan? Why are you hiding outside? Come out. Who said I was hiding outside? Do you think I need to hide from you?" A light laugh came from the entrance of the tent. Immediately after, a graceful figure passed through the tent door that was still emitting smoke and walked in. When they saw who it was, Xianxia and the others almost cried tears of joy. "Matriarch Huang, you finally appeared. You came at the right time. You're really our savior. We don't know how to repay you." Earlier when he heard that delicate voice, Xianxia's first reaction was that Huang Yueli had arrived. However, he felt that it was impossible. Huang Yueli had not appeared for 7 days, and as long as she was still alive, it was already not bad, so how could she possibly have the ability to run back to the devil camp to save them? Moreover, even if she came, she might not be able to get them. But who knew that Huang Yueli had really appeared? Not only did she arrive in time, she had even killed so many devil soldiers in a single move, saving him. This was simply a miracle. Instantly, in the eyes of Xianxia and the rest, Huang Yueli's figure became incomparably tall. However, when the Devil Clan's deputy general saw Huang Yueli's appearance clearly, he was stunned, and immediately following that, he burst out in a burst of disdainful laughter. "Ha ha ha, the one who attacked just now was you, you little brat? What kind of joke is this? Do you think I'm stupid? How could a God Clan member of your age, a little girl, have such powerful strength? Was it one of your elders who attacked just now? Hurry up and let him in. What are you pretending for?" Huang Yueli's face was expressionless as she shot a glance at him and said indifferently, "The one who attacked earlier was me. There's no such thing as an elder." "You really don't have any elders? That means you have some powerful weapon in your hands. Looks like my luck is really not bad. Not only can I get so many pills refined from living souls today, but I can also get weapons refined by the God Clan. This is a treasure that you can't buy even if you have money." When the Devil Clan's deputy general heard Huang Yueli's words, he immediately revealed a drooling smile. He had said those words earlier not because he really wanted to let the person behind Huang Yueli in, but to probe Huang Yueli's trump card. After all, Huang Yueli had just killed a few devils in one move, which was too shocking. Even the deputy general himself might not be able to do it. In his opinion, this was definitely not the true strength of a cultivator of Huang Yueli's age. For Huang Yueli to be able to accomplish this, there were only two possibilities. The first was that she had the support of a powerful adult God Clan cultivator. She was only sent out to negotiate. The other was that she had a heaven-defying weapon in her hands. If it was the former, the Devil Deputy General would naturally not dare to provoke her and could only flee for his life. However, if it was the latter, if he didn't take this opportunity to get his hands on the weapon, wouldn't he become a fool? Thus, he probed. He did not expect that this girl from the God Clan was actually so unguarded. With just a sentence, she had exposed her true strength. The Devil Clan Deputy General's heart leaped with joy as he turned his head and stretched out his hand towards Huang Yueli. "Little girl, you look pretty good. If you obediently hand over the treasure in your hand and sleep with this general for a few nights, perhaps this general will be in a good mood and leave your corpse intact. I won't refine you into a medicinal pill." Following his evil laugh, a cold devil chi rushed towards Huang Yueli. Xianxia and the others' expressions changed. "Matriarch Huang, be careful. Quick, dodge." Their terrified cries had yet to end when they saw Huang Yueli's lips curling up into a disdainful cold smile. With a slight flash, she easily dodged the Devil Clan's deputy general's attack. Then, she sneered, "You're about to die, yet you still dare to daydream. The devils are indeed full of ignorant fools." As she spoke, she stretched out her right finger and drew it in the air at a moderate speed. A line of fire immediately appeared where her fingertips swept past, forming a circle of fire. Huang Yueli's movements didn't seem to be fast, even a little slow, but she was able to complete her actions before the Devil Clan Deputy General could reach her. When the Deputy General of the Devil Clan rushed forward, he felt an astonishing heat in front of him. However, he could not dodge in time and could only fall headfirst into the ring of fire. Almost in the blink of an eye, the Devil Deputy General's head disappeared. Immediately after, all the places that were trapped by the fire ring instantly evaporated and turned into a wisp of green smoke. After a few breaths, the Deputy General of the Devil Clan, who had been standing in the tent and clamoring to refine all the warriors of the God Clan, had completely disappeared in front of everyone. Only wisps of faint smoke were still showing his existence. With a clang, a green translucent stone fell to the ground. From the moment Huang Yueli entered the door, her little face, which had been stiff, suddenly revealed a smile as she ran to the spot where the stone had fallen and bent down to pick it up. Devil stones. This was the devil stone of a Sky Devil stage cultivator. That's great. We can exchange this for a lot of military merits. Huang Yueli raised the devil stone in front of her eyes and looked at it carefully for a while, almost unable to resist kissing it. After thinking about it, he felt that it was a little dirty, so he held back and directly put the devil stones into his space. Just now, he thought that this girl from the God clan was cold and domineering, with the demeanor of a peerless expert. How did she become a miser in the blink of an eye? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Or was he hallucinating? Even Li Moying, who followed Huang Yueli in, couldn't help but facepalm. The devil stones of the Sky Devil stage devils were very rare to others, but to them, it was really nothing. Not to mention anything else, in Huang Yueli's space, there was still Ruijiang's devil stone lying quietly. When they killed Sky Devil Ruijiang, he relied on the power of King Xiang's talisman to forcefully raise his realm. Therefore, the devil stones he left behind after his death had also reached the level of the quasi-devil king realm. Although there was a difference from the true devil king realm, it was not something that the Sky Devil realm could compare to. As for the God clan's coalition army, they hadn't killed a devil king for hundreds of years. Therefore, this devil stone of the devil king realm was already shocking enough. It was estimated that when they returned to the 12 continents of the God clan, it would definitely shock the entire military. Compared to this, what could the devil crystals of that devil deputy general count for? However, his little fox was someone who would not let go of even a copper coin. The legendary profiteer who was delayed by martial arts cultivation. Huang Yueli raised her head and saw everyone's astonished gazes. Her small face stiffened as she coughed heavily. Cough cough, you guys didn't see anything earlier. If my husband were to come, you all know what to say, right? Xianxia was speechless. Sensing that everyone's gazes were a little strange, Huang Yueli suddenly felt that something was amiss and hurriedly turned around to take a look, only to see Li Moying's tall and straight figure. Cough, cough, cough. She immediately felt awkward and coughed a few times. He could only repeatedly hypnotize himself that he didn't need the burden of a goddess anymore. She quickly walked to Li Moying's side and hooked his arm. Husband, you came so quickly. I thought you would have to delay a little longer. After the two of them hurried back to the devil camp, they split up. Huang Yueli first rushed over to rescue Xianxia and the rest of the God clan practitioners, while Li Moying went to the devil clan's main camp, planning to wipe out the devil clan's main force in one fell swoop. When the two of them met up, they could return to Yuan City directly. Huang Yueli had originally thought that her actions were fast enough and the matters on her side were simpler, so she would definitely be able to complete it faster than Li Moying, so she could go and support him later. Who knew that Li Moying actually followed her closely? Huang Yueli was slightly puzzled as she turned to look at her husband. Li Moying shook his head slightly. My side isn't going too smoothly. Earlier when I went to the middle core main tent, there was no one there and the devil army had already split into several teams, fighting their own battles. We have to find their leader one by one. Therefore, I decided to come and see how things are going on your side first. Huang Yueli understood and immediately said, all right then, let's go together. Hurry up and deal with all these devils. She was an impatient person as she pulled Li Moying along, wanting to go out. It was only then that Xianxia and the others recovered from their shock. Seeing this, they rushed in front of them and stopped them. Wait. Matriarch Huang, young Master Li, you guys, don't be anxious. How dangerous would it be to rush out like this? We should discuss a plan first before we can leave the camp safely. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment. Plan? What plan? By the time the discussion is over, perhaps these devil armies have run off to who knows where, and we won't be able to earn any military merits even if we want to. Xianxia was clearly a little stunned. What military merits? Shouldn't we seize the time and escape from this camp? Huang Yueli frowned slightly, feeling even more puzzled than him. Escape from the camp? When did I say that I was going to escape from the camp? If we want to leave, it's actually very simple. We can swagger out and no MO can stop us. However, although these devil armies are in a mess, they still have a lot of people. If we leave them alone, they will definitely gather and harass the residents at the border. Therefore, we must do our best to eliminate them. Even if we can't wipe them out completely, we must at least get rid of all the devils above the late Earth Devil stage. Huang Yueli had never been a commander in the army, but she could make a judgment based on her common sense. Although their commander, Ruijiang, was already dead, and the devil army was leaderless and in chaos, this did not mean that they had no fighting power or destructive power. There were many small villages near Blessed City where many human villagers lived. Most of them were only at the low level of the profound meaning realm. In the immortal realm, they were considered ordinary people, similar to those who did not have cultivation in the lower realm. Originally, the devil army was bent on taking Blessed City and was too lazy to find trouble with them. However, once they were defeated, they would definitely burn, kill, and plunder everywhere. Moreover, it was impossible for all of these devil armies to die in internal strife. At least 70% of the army would be left behind and gathered again to continue harassing the border. Therefore, in order to solve the problem, they definitely had to kill more experts among the devils. This was a very urgent task. If they returned to Blessed City and asked Xian Jiuling to send troops over, it would obviously be too late. Huang Yueli's scheme was very reasonable and easy to understand. Xianxia and the rest weren't stupid and immediately understood. However, after he understood her words, not only was Xianxia not at ease, he was even more shocked. Phoenix, Matriarch Huang, you. Why do you think so? This. Please think twice. I know that you are very powerful. You were able to kill the Devil Deputy General just now with one strike, which means that an early-stage Sky Devil expert is no threat to you. However, this was the Devil Army camp after all. Ruijiang was also a well-known expert among the Devil clan. Among the Devil clan that followed him on this expedition, there were not only early-stage Sky Devils, there were even several mid-stage Sky Devils. Wouldn't it be very dangerous if you encountered a mid-stage Sky Devil? Even if the two of them were strong enough and did not put mid-stage Sky Devils in their eyes, but Ruijiang himself was at the peak of the Sky Devil stage. Do the two of you know what this means? Even Divine General Xian doesn't dare to say that he can definitely defeat Ruijiang. Moreover, Ruijiang still has that array talisman that can greatly increase his strength. Even though Ruijiang is missing now, who knows when he will return? If he suddenly appears, we will definitely die, or, we should hurry back to Blessed City while Ruijiang isn't around. Xianxiao's words were said earnestly and earnestly. He felt that it was all for the sake of Huang Yueli and the rest. Anyone who had a bit of rationality should listen to his suggestion at this time. However, he didn't expect that after Huang Yueli heard it, she still shook her head. Captain Xian, you're worrying too much. This subordinate. Xianxiao still wanted to say something when he heard Huang Yueli say indifferently, Ruijiang, well, he was killed by us a few days ago. What? What did you say? Ruijiang. How did he, what happened? Xianxiao's eyes widened. He froze on the spot, and his jaw almost fell to the ground. Not only him, but all the god clansmen present were dumbfounded. They could not believe their ears at all. After a long while, Xianxiao finally recovered from his shock and laughed dryly, haha, Matriarch Huang, young Master Li, I've made a fool out of myself. I must have been attacked by that deputy general of the Devil clan just now and injured my brain. I actually heard you kill Ruijiang, I'm simply. You didn't hear wrongly. I did say that my husband and I have already killed Ruijiang. Huang Yueli raised her brows slightly as she repeated what she had said earlier. Upon hearing this, Xianxia was completely stunned. He looked at the two of them with his mouth agape. The other god clans looked at each other and could not even speak. It wasn't that they had heard wrongly just now, but Huang Yueli really said those words. However, how was this possible? Even if Huang Yueli and Li Moying were indeed god-grade geniuses that were hard to come by in 10,000 years, and their innate talent and abilities were publicly acknowledged by everyone, but they were still very young after all. After the God Realm's grand meet, everyone was already familiar with their cultivation realms. Both of them were peak profound heart realm cultivators. As for Sky Devil Ruijiang, that was peak Sky Devil stage, equivalent to peak Dao profound realm strength. With the gap of an entire realm, Ruijiang could kill the two of them in a second. No matter how heaven-defying they were, it was impossible for them to kill Ruijiang. Everyone's face and eyes were filled with disbelief, but no one dared to say it out loud in front of Huang Yueli. But when Huang Yueli saw their expressions, she knew what they were thinking. She was initially unwilling to explain more on this matter, but after considering that they still needed Xianxia and the rest to work together to pursue the devil army, she made an exception and said a few more words. She told them about how she and Li Moying followed Ruijiang and discovered the hidden location of King Xianxia talisman, which was then discovered by Ruijiang, and the entire process of winning the battle with him, to Xianxia and the rest. However, regarding the residence of the Devil King Ruiying, it was still a secret of King Xiang. She did not mention a word, but emphasized on the battle. After listening to Huang Yueli's words, the God Clan practitioners seemed to have woken up from a dream as they finally understood why Huang Yueli, Li Moying and Ruijiang had gone missing 7 days ago. However, although they understood, the shock in their hearts did not decrease at all. Instead, it doubled. Matriarch Huang, young Master Li, you guys. If you hadn't said it yourself, I would never have believed that such a thing could happen. 2 young celestials at the peak of the heart profound realm actually joined forces to kill a devil lord at the peak of the Sky Devil stage. This is too exaggerated. Xianxia spoke again. Because of the shock, he could not even speak properly and began to stutter. Huang Yueli took a glance at him and corrected him, wrong. It wasn't 2 heart profound realm experts who killed the peak Sky Devil stage devil. At the beginning, we almost died in Ruijiang's hands. To be able to turn defeat into victory in the end, it was all thanks to my husband breaking through to Dao Profound Realm at the critical moment. Only with Dao Profound Realm cultivation did he successfully kill Ruijiang. Otherwise, our corpses would have been cold by now. Oh, so that's the case. So it's Master Li who has advanced. I knew it. No wonder you were able to kill a strong devil like Ruijiang. So. Xianxiao's brain hadn't turned around and he followed Huang Yueli's words. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly reacted and was instantly stuck. Li Moying, he actually. Master Li broke through to Dao Profound Realm? Heavens, how is this possible? Young Master Li is only 25 this year, right? He actually broke through to Dao Profound Realm already? You guys. Are you kidding me? That's impossible, right? How could such a thing happen? The earliest cultivator to break through to Dao Profound Realm in the history of the divine clan's 12 continents also only broke through when he was 35 or 36 years old. Before Xianxia could say anything, his team members were already screaming. Everyone's gaze fell on the handsome man who had been silently guarding behind their wife since they entered the door. Their eyes were not only shocked, but more accurately, they were in awe. A 25-year-old Dao Profound Realm powerhouse, this was definitely an unprecedented peerless genius. Even though she knew that Huang Yueli and Li Moying had rare god-grade innate talent in the god realm, but, even if it was a divine genius, to be able to be so powerful, LVE never heard of it. Hearing everyone's shrieks, Li Moying was a little speechless as he frowned slightly. How can it be so exaggerated? How much do you know about the history of the god clan? How do we know how old the youngest Dao Profound Realm cultivator in history is? He wasn't being humble, but he had his reasons. Huang Yueli had already told him in detail about the conversation between her and King Xiang's remnant thoughts. Amongst which, King Xiang had once told Huang Yueli that her innate talent was extremely outstanding, even more outstanding than when King Xiang was young. But he had never mentioned that she was the most talented genius he had ever seen. It could be seen that in the ancient times, the divine-grade geniuses of the god clan would definitely not be as rare as they were now. Li Moying admitted that his innate talent was about the same as his wife, and if Huang Yueli wasn't the most outstanding genius, then he naturally wasn't either. When Huang Yueli heard that, she was a little dissatisfied. She turned her head to look at Li Moying as she pouted her lips. "Husband, your words are wrong. The heaven and earth, profound qi, in the ancient god realm was so dense, and there were so many treasures. How could it compare to the present? If you were born in the ancient era, your cultivation would definitely be higher than now. You would also be a top-notch genius." In her eyes, of course, her husband was good everywhere. When Li Moying heard her say those words, his handsome face turned slightly red as he hurriedly placed a hand on his lips and coughed lightly. You. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's hurry up and chase after the devil army. If we're late, I'm afraid something unexpected will happen." "That's true." Huang Yueli regained her senses and immediately threw her husband's innate talent to the back of her mind. She turned around and faced Xianxia and the others again. "My husband and I are going to chase after the devil army and kill the devil experts. Are you willing to come with us?" she said. "You don't have to take the risk if you encounter an expert. You only need to tell us the other party's location and stall him. I don't dare to say that there's no danger, but..." "I'll go, of course I'll go." Before she could finish her sentence, Xianxia spoke up impatiently. "What a joke, who would refuse?" Two. This was a good thing for military merits to fall from the sky. Even Sky Devil Ruijiang had already died in Huang Yueli and Li Moying's hands, so the remaining people in the devil camp were naturally not worth mentioning. It was impossible for anyone to be a match for these two big shots. And they only needed to help Huang Yueli and the rest to delay the fleeing devils. With Huang Yueli and the rest's character, they would definitely give out some military merits to them after the matter. Although this was very dangerous, the benefits were too great. Usually, how could they, who were in the early or middle stages of the heart-profound realm, have the guts to kill a devil in the sky devil realm? In fact, because the physical quality of the devils far exceeded that of the gods, even if they fought with devils of the same level, they had to think twice before doing so. How long would it take to earn military merits like this? And following Huang Yueli and the rest, even a little bit that leaked out from their fingers would probably be more than what they had accumulated over the past few years. After returning to Blessed City, who knew how many resources they could exchange for from the military department? None of the god clansmen who could enter this special mission team were fools. They all realized how great an opportunity this was. Everyone scrambled to respond, expressing that they would listen to the command and cooperate with Matriarch Huang and young Master Li to kill the enemy. Huang Yueli then revealed a satisfied smile. "I'm very happy that everyone has such guts. I really didn't misjudge you. Now, please come closer, come a little closer. Everyone will surround me and form a circle." Xianxia and the rest didn't understand, but they still followed Huang Yueli's instructions and surrounded her and Li Moying in the middle. Huang Yueli's wrist shook slightly as her palm faced upwards, revealing a small token that looked like gold but not gold, jade but not jade. Activate the formation. Huang Yueli's cold voice rang out as her other hand drew a few simple array patterns in the air. Immediately after, the talisman in her palm suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, enveloping her and everyone around her. This is... What's going on? This golden light was too dazzling. Everyone could not see anything in an instant, and for a moment, they were a little flustered. However, before the golden light faded away, they could already feel a heat rising in their bodies. This heat flowed from their dantian, along their meridians, and into their limbs and bones. And wherever the heat flow went, they could clearly feel that the profound energy in their bodies had an obvious increase. Why do I feel like my strength has increased? I feel like I'm about to advance to the late heart profound realm. Me too. I suddenly feel like I'm advancing. I feel like my entire body is filled with strength. What happened? What exactly happened? After the golden light dissipated, everyone's gaze fell on Luo Chenxi's palm. The small token had already returned to its original state. Moreover, it could be seen with the naked eye that the luster on the surface of the token had decreased a little compared to before. It looked a lot dimmer. Everyone had seen the process of Huang Yueli drawing the array patterns to activate this token, so they were very clear that the changes on their bodies were related to this token. Huang Yueli's lips curled up slightly as she kept the token in her palm and retracted her hand. Xianxia suddenly had a shocking thought. Could this be? 3. Xianxia suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Even he felt that his guess was a little ridiculous. However, Huang Yueli nodded her head lightly. That's right, just as you've thought, this is the target of your team's investigation, the talisman that Sky Devil Ruians has that can raise the group's strength. Based on MV observations, this array talisman should have been refined by the ancient Spirit Armament Master, King Xiang. Therefore, my husband and I call it the King Xiang Array Talisman. Xianxia opened his mouth, but couldn't find his voice. He had experienced too many shocks today. Even though he knew that Huang Yueli and Li Moying were the top peerless geniuses of the God clan, such geniuses were different from ordinary people like them. No matter what kind of miracle happened to them, or what kind of heavenly luck they encountered, it was very normal. However, everything that had happened now still made his heart surge, and it was difficult for him to calm down. So, the so-called array talisman really exists? Can Ruijiang really rely on it to increase the strength of the entire devil army? Xianxia tried to calm himself down and asked. The existence of King Xiang's array talisman itself was already shocking enough. Back then, their team had been sent out by Divine General Xian Jiuling not to find this array talisman, but to find out what kind of heaven-defying magic treasure Sky Devil Ruijiang had that could greatly increase the combat strength of the devils and influence the outcome of the battle. The so-called array talisman was just a guess of Xian Jiuling and the others. No one dared to guarantee that this thing really existed. After all, no one had ever heard of an array talisman that could be used repeatedly and could even raise a cultivator's strength to such an extent. Huang Yueli nodded slightly. That's right, this is indeed Ruijiang's hidden treasure. We also spent a lot of effort to obtain it from his hands. In fact, the power of this talisman is far more than that. It's just that I'm not familiar with it yet. At most, I can only increase the strength of 20 people. I can't cover an army of 10,000 like Ruijiang. King Xiang had left behind a stone tablet in the cave abode of the Devil King Ruiying, explaining the usage of this talisman. This talisman was designed for the Devil clan. If it was in the hands of the God clan, it would not be able to activate it. If it fell into the hands of those cultivators of the evil way, it could be activated. However, it could only increase the strength of those cultivators of the evil way and the Devil clan. It could not benefit the pure-blooded God clansmen like Xianxia. But it was in Huang Yueli's hands. Huang Yueli had obtained the guidance from King Xiang in the illusory realm and also obtained his notes. In a very short period of time, she had already grasped the majority of the functions of the universal array patterns. Coincidentally, most of the formation patterns on this King Xiang array talisman were drawn using common formation patterns, and only a small portion were drawn using the formation patterns of the Devil Clan. On the way back, Huang Yueli had been pondering over these array patterns, wanting to change the Devil Clan's array patterns into array patterns that could be activated using profound energy. If this could be done, this array talisman could also be used on the God Clan. As it turned out, she had succeeded, half. After thinking hard, she finally found a few key array patterns. With some slight modifications and her hand seals, she could use them to increase the strength of the God Clan's cultivators. However, this way, the power of this talisman would be greatly weakened. Now that she had covered 20 people, it was already her limit. 4. Towards this, Huang Yueli was extremely dissatisfied. King Xiang could directly refine such a heaven-defying array talisman, and she, took so much effort just to modify it slightly. It could be seen that the gap between her and the truly powerful spiritual artifact masters in ancient times was really too great. It was unknown how long it would take to catch up to or even surpass King Xiang's attainments. Xianxia and the others didn't think too much about it. The reason Huang Yueli gave was still very convincing, and adding on that they had long been completely convinced by Huang Yueli and Li Moying, naturally they wouldn't suspect that there was anything wrong with the two of them. After all, Ruijiang was a peak sky devil expert while Huang Yueli was only at peak heart profound realm, so she couldn't be like Ruijiang, unleashing the full power of the array talisman. This was too normal. Matriarch Huang, it's already very impressive that you're able to use the array talisman to increase our strength. Yeah, I only know now that the feeling of the Devil Clan's strength increasing by a large margin was actually so good. I now feel that I can kill a late-stage Earth Devil. No wonder those Devil soldiers suddenly became so powerful. Such a secret treasure, isn't this too heaven-defying? Fortunately, Matriarch Huang and young Master Li managed to kill Ruijiang. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble our God Clan's army would have encountered. Ruijiang isn't a true expert of the Devil Clan yet. If this talisman falls into the hands of a Devil King, I'm afraid that the 12 continents of the God Realm would really fall. Xianxia's final sigh made all the God Clan members nod. Looking at Huang Yueli and Li Moying, her eyes were filled with respect. Huang Yueli and the rest had been training outside, so they didn't know about the situation in Blessed City, but Xianxia and the rest were very clear about it. In fact, the God Clan army led by Xianjiuling was barely holding on. Most of the time, they didn't even dare to go out of the city gates to fight with the Devil army. If the two of them hadn't killed Ruijiang in time, the Devil army would probably have already invaded Blessed City. Once the barrier of Blessed City was broken through, the entire Heaven Fox continent would probably fall in a short period of time. Huang Yueli had not expected that these people would suddenly become so agitated. However, she did not reveal anything on her face and remained indifferent. Although your strength has increased, it has only increased by half a small realm. You still have to be more careful. There are many experts in the Devil camp. If you are not careful, you will easily lose your lives. Although military merits are important, your lives are more important. It wasn't easy for me to save you all, because I wanted to bring you back safely. Don't let me down. When Huang Yueli said these words, Xianxia and the rest's hearts shook as they were extremely moved. Although the God Clan army was not as cold-blooded and heartless as the Devils, since they had joined the military camp, the military headquarters, from top to bottom, required all soldiers to kill the enemy and win as their first goal, regardless of personal life and death. Although these people were all outstanding geniuses of the various large families, after receiving this extremely dangerous mission, they also knew that they would most likely die. He did not expect that he would still have the chance to return alive. Furthermore, Huang Yueli actually said that they should place their lives above killing the enemy and winning. They had never seen such a commanding general before. For a moment, everyone's feelings were somewhat complicated. Huang Yueli totally didn't realize that her words had caused them such a huge shock. After all, in her opinion, there was no suspense in today's battle. If it was just to kill the devils, actually with her and Li Moying, it was already sufficient. She brought along these God Clan practitioners because on one hand, she needed someone to provide them with information and intercept the devils that were escaping. On the other hand, she valued them for daring to accept this kind of suicidal mission and would rather die than submit in front of the devil's deputy general, so she wanted to help them out and let them earn some military merits. Actually, with or without them, it wouldn't affect her and Li Moying's actions too much. Since that was the case, it was reasonable for them to pay attention to their safety. She had spent so much effort to save the person. If he died on the way, wouldn't it be a huge loss? After Huang Yueli finished speaking, she thought for a moment and took out a few standard spirit weapons from her space, tossing them over. Only then did she walk out of the camp side by side with her husband. Xianxia and the others came back to their senses. They quickly bent down to pick up their weapons and quickly followed. The current Devil Clan camp was already not as chaotic as before. Perhaps it was because after a few days of chaotic warfare, the various factions in the Devil Army had gradually determined their strength. Some of the weaker factions had already been killed or surrendered. In the camp they were in, there were no longer devils killing each other. Instead, there were groups of devil soldiers who were arranged in a relatively orderly manner, patrolling the vicinity. Huang Yueli and Li Moying led a group of God Clan soldiers and rushed out, and they met a small patrol team head-on. When the devil captain saw them, his eyes immediately lit up. "Aren't you the God Clan soldiers who were captured a few days ago? All right, you must have seen that Mizuki wasn't here and wanted to escape, right? He was simply courting death. Where do you think you can run to?" This devil captain was already at the Middle-earth devil stage, so he believed that his strength was not bad. In addition, he knew that the God Clan captives had their meridians sealed, so he naturally didn't put them in his eyes. Not only did he not sense any danger, he even thought that he had obtained a chance to make a contribution. A red light flashed in his eyes as he grinned hideously. "Everyone, attack together and kill these God Clans." Ah! Before the devil captain could finish his sentence, he saw a blinding flash of fire in front of him. Before he could react to what had happened, his body fell to the ground with a loud bang. His entire body instantly emitted green smoke, and in the blink of an eye, he had become a charred corpse. His team members were rubbing their fists and getting ready to take the credit. Who knew that their captain would fall first? They were all stunned for a moment before their expressions changed. Not good. These God Clans were not to be trifled with. Quick! Run! Unfortunately, it was already too late. Huang Yueli's hand swept out a flame and enveloped them all within the fire-attributed energy domain. The dozen or so team members fell down without a sound. Xianxia and the rest stood behind Huang Yueli, and when they saw that she had just raised her right hand slightly and harvested an entire team of devil soldiers, they were so shocked that they couldn't even speak. This team could be considered an elite team of devils, and all the members were at the Earth Devil stage. Even if they fought alone, they would have to spend a lot of effort to win. In the end, in Huang Yueli's hands, it was only one move? No, that's not right. He didn't even need to use a single move. Huang Yueli had clearly just raised her hand. Li Moying was already in Dao Profound Realm, but Huang Yueli was still in Heart Profound Realm. Everyone was obviously at the Heart Profound Realm, so why was Huang Yueli's Heart Profound Realm combat strength so much weaker than everyone else? It was like the difference between a ferocious beast and an ant on the ground. However, Without waiting for them to think further, Huang Yueli and Li Moying had already stepped over the corpses of the devils, and without turning back, they rushed forward. Matriarch Huang, this devil stone, Xianxia could not help but remind her. The magic crystals are yours. However, don't waste time picking it up now. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Help me deal with the two teams coming from the right. They're not very strong. You can handle them. And the 3 squads coming from the back. Send a few people to the east and help me investigate if there are any devils above the late stage of the Earth Devil realm. If there are none, kill them directly. If there are, send someone to report immediately. Huang Yueli didn't even look at the devil stones that had already rolled to the ground, but she quickly gave out instructions one by one. Hearing Huang Yueli say that she wanted to leave these magic crystals to them, Xianxia and the rest's eyes turned red, unable to suppress the joy in their hearts. No one had expected Huang Yueli to be so generous. This was Old Devil's devil stone. One of them was a Middle-earth devil. Huang Yueli actually didn't have any interest at all. However, that was right. He had even killed Ruijiang, who was at the peak of the Sky Devil stage. How could he be interested in this little bit of military merit? Xianxia and the rest were excited, and just as they were about to go over to pick up the devil stones, they heard Huang Yueli's order for them to face the enemy first. They had already accepted Huang Yueli as their leader, so of course they didn't dare to disobey her orders. They hurriedly turned around and went towards the 2 devil clan teams that Huang Yueli mentioned. The God clan soldiers felt their hearts turn cold. Huang Yueli said that these 2 teams weren't very strong. This was judged according to her own standards, right? The 2 MO squads in front of him had a total of 30 to 40 people. Moreover, there were 2 mid-earth devils, and the rest were all early earth devils. There were only a few ordinary MO soldiers. It would be difficult for them to meet such a small team. There were only 2 squads now, and the number of people was double that of the God clan soldiers. Xianxia subconsciously turned back, wanting to look for Huang Yueli and the rest for help, but Huang Yueli and Li Moying had already run far away, leaving behind a ground full of devil corpses. It was obviously a little too late to call for help now. Moreover, Xianxia gritted his teeth and felt too ashamed to call for help. Huang Yueli and Li Moying's age was only half of theirs, but they already had such powerful abilities, even able to kill peak sky devils. Facing these 2 teams, Huang Yueli only needed one move. And there were so many of them. Could it be that he still had to turn around and escape, waiting for Huang Yueli and the rest to save him? What should we do? Captain? Should we? What nonsense. All of you. Didn't you hear what Matriarch Huang said? Xianxia suddenly drew his long saber and rushed out first. Seeing this, the others were ashamed and quickly followed. At the same time, the captains of the 2 devil squads had already seen them. Seeing that Xianxia didn't run away but charged straight at them, the devil soldiers couldn't help but laugh. Are these God clans stupid? We clearly have more people, yet they still dare to charge over? What was he trying to do? Do you want to die? Who cares? Hurry up and kill them. This is all our credit. No, we can't kill him. He had to capture her alive. Lord Deputy General needs the geniuses of the God clan to refine the soul birth pill to advance. If we capture them alive and send them over, it will definitely be a great merit. The devils sized up Xianxia and the others unscrupulously, completely disregarding them. Look, this kid in the lead actually dares to charge straight at us. Was he afraid that he would not die fast enough? Haha. One of the mid-stage earth devils laughed loudly. When he saw Xianxia's long saber waving in front of him, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he went forward to meet it. Just watch, I'll capture him alive. Before he could finish, the long saber in Xianxiao's hand suddenly changed its direction. It went from a straight slash to a horizontal slash, sweeping toward M's waist. The squad leader did not expect such a turn of events. He was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly tried to dodge. However, the speed at which Xianxiao changed his moves was beyond his expectations. Although he saw it, he couldn't keep up with his movements at all. With a dull thud, Xianxiao's long saber swept across his waist with a burst of dark force. Blood instantly splattered out. The squad leader was still joking when he suddenly felt a chill on his waist. He looked down and realized that his lower body had been dislocated from his upper body. He immediately cried out in horror, "Ah! Help, help! This? What was going on? How was this possible? It hurts, help, help!" He crawled on the ground for dozens of meters before his eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. Along the way, blood and internal organs were all on the ground, making it look extremely bloody. Seeing this scene, the expressions of all the devils present changed. Although this scene was tragic enough, it was not rare in the battle of the Devil Clan. However, it was really unexpected that the warriors of the God Clan were so brutal. Moreover, their squad leader was one of the top experts in the military camp, yet, he was killed in one move. And it was such a brutal method. This God Clan, how could he be more terrifying than the devils? In fact, what these devils didn't know was that Xianxiao was even more shocked than they were. Just now, when the mid-stage Earth Devil squad leader rushed towards him, he was extremely nervous. The palm of his hand that was holding onto the long saber was already covered in sweat. In the past, if he had encountered a middle-stage Earth Devil during his scouting, he would definitely choose to avoid it. Unless there was no way to avoid it, he would choose to fight and escape. In short, he would still choose to escape. But now, because of Huang Yueli's orders, he had no choice but to charge forward and face the Middle Earth Devil head-on. The attack power and speed of a middle-stage Earth Devil was equivalent to a late Heart Profound Realm expert of the God Clan. It could be said that he was far above him. He was simply courting death. When Xianxiao was extremely nervous, he suddenly noticed that there was a flaw in the Devil Squad leader's waist. He wasn't even sure if he was seeing things. After all, the other party's speed was so much faster than his. Logically speaking, even if there was a flaw, it was not something he could see at a glance. 8. However, no one knew what Xianxiao was thinking at this moment. He subconsciously tilted the blade to the side and slashed horizontally. Xianxiao was extremely annoyed by the change in technique. Because in this way, he had completely given up on defense. If this saber missed and the Devil Squad leader attacked him, he would definitely not be able to withstand it and would be doomed. As this thought lingered in Xianxiao's mind, he suddenly felt a resistance from his hand, as if he had cut something. He had completely relied on his instincts to burst out the water attributed profound energy in his body. At this point, Xianxiao barely managed to stand firm. Just as he was about to judge the situation, he heard the horrified scream of the Devil Squad leader. Xianxiao quickly lowered his head and almost vomited on the spot. He did not expect that his slash just now was actually so accurate. He had actually chopped an Earth Devil middle stage cultivator in half. This. It wasn't that he hadn't killed devils before, but it was the first time he had seen such a disgusting scene. Just as he was in shock, the other God Clan members had already rushed over from behind him. When they lowered their heads to look at the scene, they were also stunned. They thought that they might have to collect Xianxiao's corpse by running over, but they did not expect their captain had actually displayed his might and dealt with this Middle Earth Devil so easily. That's right, this method. Ugh. Captain, this was. You. An accident, this. This is definitely an accident, Xianxia didn't know how to explain. If this kind of thing was spread to the 12 continents of the God clan by his team members, he would definitely be perverted on the spot. Even he himself did not know how this happened. No, he knew. A flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in Xianxia's mind as he recalled how Huang Yueli had activated the array talisman to raise their abilities, and before she left, she had even given them a brand new standard spirit weapon. The long sword that he used to fight with the Devil Squad leader was given to him by Huang Yueli. It looked like a high-grade spirit weapon, but he didn't expect it to be so sharp that it could cut a devil into two, just like cutting tofu. No wonder Huang Yueli would directly assign them such a combat mission, not worried that anything would happen to them. Just as Xianxia was deep in thought, the remaining devils had already regained their senses and pounced on them while howling. Damn the God clan! How dare they kill people here? You're simply courting death. Isn't it just because your spirit weapons are sharp? Let's go, everyone. He had to capture them alive and bring them back. We have more people, these bastards are definitely not a match for us. Seeing the devil army that was twice their size rushing over with a roar, the team members' expressions changed. Xianxia, on the other hand, was roused. He raised the long saber in his hand again. Don't be afraid, everyone. Let's charge together. These are all our military merits. If anyone is late and can't get any military merits, don't blame me for not warning you. After saying that, he did not wait for the others to react and already impatiently rushed towards the devil army. Being able to remind these kids was already his duty as a captain. Otherwise, he would not have let these people snatch his military merits. Seeing Xianxia run away, the team members had the illusion that their captain, had he gone crazy? 9. Although they didn't see clearly how Xianxia killed the Devil Clan squad leader, but everyone knew Captain Xian's ability. He was at the middle stage of Heart-Profound Realm and wasn't like Huang Yueli or Li Moying, who were heaven-defying peerless geniuses. How did he dare? Was he seeking death? However, in the next moment, the team members realized they themselves had made a huge mistake. It was not that Xianxia did not want to live anymore, but he was ahead of all of them. Even though the two devil squads were already prepared and attacked in groups, Xianxia still dodged the attacks agilely. Although he was slightly injured, he still managed to kill 2 devil soldiers. What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up. Have you all forgotten that Matriarch Huang helped you all increase your strength? Do you really not want the military merits anymore? Hearing Xianxia shout, everyone seemed to wake up from a dream and rushed over. At the start, some of them were still very nervous. Although Huang Yueli had activated the array earlier, but they had only raised half a minor realm. With this little bit of strength, could they really deal with so many devils? They didn't expect that once they attacked, they would realize how big of a mistake they had made. Half a minor realm did not sound like much, but after they received the array talisman's enhancement, the profound energy in their bodies had already reached a state of abundance. This kind of state of abundant blood and qi allowed them to easily unleash 100% of their strength. Other than that, the spirit weapons that Huang Yueli gave them were also so powerful that they defied the heavens. On the surface, it seemed to be no different from the military's military ranks based on cultivation. However, when it was used, the difference was shocking. What kind of spirit weapon did Huang Yueli give them? Even if it was a treasured weapon, it didn't have such great power. With the combination of the two, their combat strength had at least doubled. These devils in front of them, who should have been very difficult to deal with, were now completely not their match. The God Clan team members did not spend much effort to chase them away. In the end, they even killed them all one by one. In this process, Xianxia, who was the first to react, was naturally the biggest winner. He had killed 7 to 8 devils by himself, including the mid-stage Earth Devil Squad leader. If he collected these devil stones, he would be able to earn a huge amount of military merit. It had already surpassed the total military merits he had accumulated in the army for 7 to 8 years. As for those who were particularly slow to react, by the time they realized what had happened, the battle had already ended. Some of them did not even get a single magic crystal. Seeing Xianxia squatting on the ground and picking up the devil stones, these people were so envious that they almost cried. "Captain, you're really too lucky. So many magic crystals, it's too enviable." Xianxia was grinning from ear to ear. "Hee, I have a lot of magic crystals, because I listened to Matriarch Huang's commands. You were hesitant when she asked you to come over to fight the enemy. What about now? Who asked you to not believe the words of the Matriarch Huang?" Those who were running at the back were already regretting it at this time. Of course we believe her, but, isn't that just a step too slow? Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have been the first to rush over. What Matriarch Huang said is absolutely the golden rule. In the future, no matter what orders she gives, I will definitely follow them without hesitation. When Xianxia heard this, he turned around and pointed behind him. Then why are you still in a daze? Just now, Matriarch Huang said that there would be a group of devils over there and asked us to stop them. Where? Where? I'll go right away. Don't fight with me. 10. The members of the God clan who were still doubtful of Huang Yueli's judgment earlier had already treated Huang Yueli's order as an imperial edict as they scrambled to rush towards the direction Xianxia was pointing. What a joke, it was the Matriarch Huang who ordered them to stop them. How could Matriarch Huang's judgment be wrong? She was obviously leaving the military merits to them on purpose. Whoever didn't hurry up and go would be a fool. Just like that, under Xianxia's lead, the God clan practitioners followed Huang Yueli's instructions and intercepted the Devil clan teams one by one. Not long after, they had killed over 100 people. The more devils they killed, the more the God clan practitioners revered Huang Yueli. One had to know that these people were no longer considered weak among the young cultivators of the God clan. To be able to enter the heart-profound realm under the age of 100, they could be considered outstanding talents among the various great God clan families. Although he could not compare to the top heaven-ranked geniuses in his family, he was already at the forefront of the entire 12 continents of the God clan. He could also obtain the support of a large amount of resources from his family. Precisely because of this, they had enough foresight to see how shocking Huang Yueli's actions were. The God clan had many cultivation techniques that could be used to temporarily increase a cultivator's cultivation. However, such cultivation techniques required many years of bitter cultivation. Moreover, even the most top-notch divine-level cultivation technique could only increase the limit of a small realm. In order to achieve this goal, one had to pay the price of damaging one's meridians and cultivation. After using this cultivation technique once, one might not be able to recover even after spending several months. But what about Huang Yueli? She had only activated the King Xiang Array talisman in her hand and spent a few dozen breaths to raise their cultivation by more than half a small realm. There were even people who had directly raised their cultivation by a small realm. Moreover, there were no side effects. Not only that, the spirit weapons that Huang Yueli gave them were also so powerful that it had exceeded their imaginations. Although these weapons weren't considered high-grade weapons, the power they displayed wasn't inferior to expensive artifacts. However, this was not what they admired the most. What was even more shocking was Huang Yueli's accurate judgment of the situation. The MO teams that she arranged for them, each one was just the limit that they could deal with. Moreover, even the order of the battle was arranged extremely accurately. If it wasn't for Huang Yueli's arrangements, they wouldn't have been able to kill so many devils in such a short period of time. Today's battle results were already beyond their wildest dreams. This meant that Huang Yueli's divine sense was so powerful that it defied the heavens, allowing her to clearly determine the movements of all the devil forces within a few hundred meters in a short period of time. As battle after battle continued, the same thought rose in the hearts of every God clan member: a god-tier genius really lives up to his reputation. They would never be able to catch up to him. At the same time, many people had another thought. Why were they able to pick up so many military merits today? Wasn't it because they followed the right boss? Following a peerless genius like Huang Yueli and acknowledging her as boss, this military merit seemed to have fallen from the sky. It would be great if he could always fight alongside her in the future. Unfortunately, they also understood that this was just a thought. After all, peerless geniuses like Huang Yueli and Li Moying were the family's main targets of protection, so it was impossible for them to be like them, staying on the Devil Clan battlefield for a long period of time. If something happened to them and they died in the hands of the Devil Clan, it would not only be the loss of their families, but also the common loss of the entire 12 continents of the God Clan. It was better to seize this opportunity and accumulate more military merits. The God Clan members were getting more and more motivated, and sometimes even without Huang Yueli's arrangements, they would take the initiative to attack the Devil Clan. As for the information that Huang Yueli and Li Moying requested them to provide, they were extremely proactive and even sent a few specialists to continuously provide Huang Yueli and the rest with information. Huang Yueli got so much information and couldn't help but smile. Xianxia and the rest are still very capable. If not for their help, it would have taken us a lot of effort to find these Devil Clan experts one by one. Moreover, their combat strength has also surprised me. Li Moying didn't have any expression on his face. He merely raised his brows and said indifferently, "He's indeed a promising talent. Unfortunately, his cultivation is a little lacking. It is nothing much if their cultivation is poor. If I were in the army, I could take them in and train them. They would be of use." Unfortunately, Huang Yueli didn't finish her sentence, but shook her head regretfully. Li Moying naturally understood what she meant. It was only a coincidence that the two of them returned to Yuan City and participated in the battle against the devils. He had not forgotten that the two of them were still in the process of eloping. Even if they didn't elope, it was impossible for them to stay in the military. Forget it, Huang Yueli's character was too jumpy, and it was impossible for her to stay in the military camp all the time. Even if she had to deal with the Devil Clan, she would rather do it according to her own heart. Don't worry about this. The devils here have been dealt with. We still can't find them. They probably escaped from the camp. As for ordinary ammo weapons, there are simply too many of them. It's impossible for us to kill them all. Therefore, it's about time for us to withdraw. Li Moying reminded. Huang Yueli nodded her head. "Husband, you're right. It's getting late, so let's prepare to return to Blessed City. I can go back and rest for a few days." This time when she left the 12 continents of the God Clan, she and Li Moying had gone through a few big battles, and the elixirs and spirit weapons that she had stored up previously had already been used up quite a bit, so she really needed to enter the city to replenish them. Taking advantage of this opportunity to send Xianxia and the others back, it was killing two birds with one stone. Since she had already made up her mind, Huang Yueli didn't waste any time, as she immediately got little Qilin to send a message to call Xianxia and the rest back. Not long after, the members of the God Clan team appeared in front of them. Everyone's face was filled with joy. It could be seen that in the process of this encirclement and suppression, each and every one of them had reaped a bountiful harvest. They had earned a large number of military merits until their hands were soft, and they all had a look of success. Some of them were already so excited that they couldn't hold it in anymore. They began to discuss in low voices, discussing what treasures they would exchange their military merits for when they returned. There were even some people who were slightly dissatisfied. When they saw Huang Yueli, they couldn't help but ask, Matriarch Huang, young Master Li, the two of you called us back so quickly? Was he going back to Blessed City? Why don't we kill more devils before leaving? As soon as this person spoke, he received the approval of many people. The team members all agreed. That's right, Matriarch Huang, let's kill more devils. These are all military merits. The strength of these devils is only so. In the past, we really overestimated them. Only now do I know that we have the strength to fight with Earth Devil stage devils. We shouldn't have avoided the battle. Yes, it's too early for us to leave now. Seeing this, Huang Yueli frowned and the smile on her face disappeared. What's wrong? She shouted sternly. Are you all very proud? After killing so many devils this time, you feel that you're very powerful, right? Hearing Huang Yueli's voice, all the members of the God clan present trembled. The voice immediately stopped. Everyone lowered their heads and stood respectfully at their original positions, waiting for Huang Yueli to speak. In the God realm, only with sufficient strength could one win the respect and reverence of others. And Huang Yueli had already proven that she was worthy of such a high and mighty position. Now, there wasn't a single one of these God clan members who didn't treat her as a god. Huang Yueli gave a cold snort. The reason why I am willing to help you today is because you dared to risk your lives to come to the Devil Clan's territory to complete a dangerous mission. It is because I value your spirit of sacrificing yourself for the public. You are worthy of these military merits. But... She suddenly changed the topic. But please don't forget. You were able to defeat these devils today, not by relying on your own strength. If you didn't have the King Xianxia talisman to raise your cultivation level, if you didn't have a powerful spirit weapon, would you still be able to accomplish today's battle results? I hope you can recognize your own strength. Otherwise, if you return to the battlefield in the future and continue to be so blindly arrogant, what awaits you? I'm afraid it won't be a great victory like today, but a fatal disaster. The God Clan team members were originally filled with joy. Everyone began to feel arrogant, thinking that the Devil Army was only so. They were not. Inferior to those divine-level geniuses, and had the strength to earn a large number of military merits. And Huang Yueli's words were like a bucket of cold water, pouring over them. Everyone quivered and calmed down. At this moment, they realized how unreasonable their excitement was. If they had left Huang Yueli's protection, it was impossible for them to replicate today's battle results. And in the ever-changing battlefield, as long as there was a slight deviation in their judgment of the enemy's strength, it would be fatal. Thinking of this, Xianxia broke out in a cold sweat. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. Yes. Yes, Matriarch Huang. Subordinate. This subordinate understands. We were indeed too complacent just now. Huang Yueli glanced at him indifferently. There are tens of thousands of devils in the army, and even though my husband and I have killed the commander Ruijiang and cleared out many high-level devils, but without these people, the impact on the battle strength of the tens of thousands of devils is limited. Don't look at how you killed hundreds of devils just now, that was all one by one. When the devils reacted and sent thousands of troops to encircle and suppress them, not to mention you guys, Moing and I can only flee for our lives. As the saying went, 2 fists could not fight 4 hands. Huang Yueli had never had the bad habit of being blindly arrogant. This subordinate knows his mistake. The God Clan soldiers could not even raise their heads. Huang Yueli stopped there and didn't say anything more. Prepare to return to Blessed City. Xianxia quickly stood up and gathered his team members. Huang Yueli and Li Moing brought a group of people and secretly left the devil camp. Blessed City, City Lord Matter. Xian Jiuling, who had been appointed as the general of the Blessed City Coalition Army, was sitting in the upper seat of the hall. Below him was Meng Shirong, the city lord of Blessed City. Further down, all the generals of Blessed City's coalition army, except for a few people who had set up defenses outside, were gathered in the hall. The atmosphere was very heavy. Xianxia stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, "Commanders and divine guards, you are the backbone of our alliance army. All these years, it was all thanks to your bravery in killing the enemy at the front line that Blessed City was not captured by the devils. You have also saved all the people of the Heaven Fox continent. Today, I'm sure everyone knows why I've gathered everyone here. The army of Sky Devil Ruijiang has been at Blessed City for a few months. Our army has clashed with the devil army several times, but they all ended in defeat. What's more, 10 days ago, we gathered all the remaining troops and took advantage of the devil's unguarded situation to sneak attack their camp. We thought that this time we would be absolutely safe. Even if we couldn't completely annihilate the devil army, we could still severely injure the enemy and obtain a great victory. But in the end, LT was still disappointing. Not only did they fail to win, but they also suffered heavy casualties. Right now, our army only has around 10,000 soldiers left, while the MO army still has tens of thousands. In addition, the Sky Devil Ruijiang also had a unique secret technique to increase the combat strength of the entire army. What should we do next to protect Blessed City? Please share your thoughts." Xianxia was filled with worry and anxiety. As one of the top experts of the God Clan and an 8-star divine general, he had joined the coalition army when he was young. He had experienced countless battles. It could be said that he had a lot of combat experience and had experienced all kinds of situations. However, he had never seen such a desperate situation before. He had already commanded the Alliance army to fight with the army of Sky Devil Ruijiang so many times, but he had not gained an advantage even once. Seeing that the number of allied forces was dwindling, if this continued, Blessed City would probably fall in a matter of days. If he couldn't defend Blessed City, the consequences would be unimaginable, and his reputation would be ruined here. After Xianxia finished speaking, the hall fell into a deathly silence. All the generals present lowered their heads and frowned, not saying a word. Such meetings had been held several times in the city lord's mansion recently. In the beginning, everyone actively provided their own opinions and discussed a few specific battle plans, which were put into practice. But who knew that the plan that they thought was foolproof would end up in a fiasco? That was because the devil army was truly too powerful. In the face of absolute strength, any battle law or array formation technique was actually just a joke. Especially that sneak attack battle 10 days ago, even the peak Dao Profound Realm Xianxia personally made a move and was heavily injured by Sky Devil Ruijiang. To be honest, most of the generals present were already in despair. They felt that it was already impossible for them to defeat the devil army. Many people were even prepared to live and die with Blessed City. Xianxia waited for a while, but no one answered him. He swept his gaze over everyone and found that they all had looks of despair. He could not help but feel a surge of anger. He stood up and slammed the table heavily. "Enough, who are you all acting for? All of you, cheer up. Looking at you, do you think we're going to lose? Do you think Blessed City will definitely fall? Was the devil army that powerful? A mere Sky Devil Ruijiang scared the guts out of you?" The appearance of a peak Dao Profound Realm powerhouse with a stern voice and expression was seriously very frightening. The generals present felt guilty after being scolded by him, and they couldn't even raise their heads. "What are you waiting for?" Xianxia became even angrier. He suddenly pointed to the right side of the hall and called out, "Jing Xiaoyuan, what are you waiting for? I heard that in the battle 10 days ago, you fought with the genius cultivator of the Devil Clan? What kind of strength did the other party have? Could it be that he's even stronger than you, the #1 genius of the White Tiger race? Could it be that the devils have such powerful experts other than Sky Devil Ruijiang?" Jing Xiaoyuan stood up immediately upon hearing his name. During that battle, he treated Huang Yueli and Lin Moying as devil experts and chased after them for a long distance. She was also knocked out by Jun Sihan and had suffered serious injuries. She had not fully recovered until now. However, he was completely unaware of this and thought that he was really injured by the devils. Recalling the scene at that time, he felt even more afraid. General Xian, I. The two devils that this subordinate encountered that day looked very young, but their strength was quite heaven-defying. They could even reach the strength of the divine geniuses of our god clan. As soon as he said this, the scene immediately became noisy. What is it? A devil with god-level talent? That's impossible, right? Are you kidding me? What was the concept of a god-grade genius? They were peerless geniuses like Matriarch Huang and young Lord Li. How could the devils have such talent? Young Master Jing, we know that you were not able to kill the devil clan's cultivator and were even injured. You are indignant, but you can't fabricate the truth like this. That's right. If the other party really has the strength of a divine-level genius, how could you chase them so far? Jing Xiaoyuan felt suffocated when he heard these discussions, and he almost vomited blood. He still thought that his innate talent wasn't bad, and even if he couldn't compare to Huang Yueli and Lin Moying for the time being, but as long as he cultivated diligently, there might be a day where he could surpass the two of them. But he had not expected that in the eyes of others, the gap between him and Huang Yueli was so huge. He was also the #1 genius of the White Tiger race. How could he be as useless as they said? Jing Xiaoyuan wanted to stand up and defend himself, but the fact that he had been injured made it seem like he was trying to quibble. He could only grit his teeth and say with a pale face, I'm not exaggerating. Those two devils are just like that. They're terrifyingly strong. I suspect that they are the clansmen secretly nurtured by Sky Devil Ruijiang to attack Blessed City. I didn't expect to see through them. I wasn't their match, but it was true that I chased them for more than 10 miles because Jun Sihan of the Voracious Wyvern clan was with me. If we hadn't joined forces, I wouldn't have been able to fight against those two devils. Jun Sihan? He's actually with you? Where was he? Where did he go now? Why didn't he appear again after that battle? Could it be that he has already? Xian Jiuling thought of Jun Sihan and frowned. This young master of the Voracious Wyvern race had stayed in Blessed City for a period of time, but he had mysteriously disappeared afterward. Xian Jiuling was afraid that something had happened to him, so he had specially sent people to look for him, but he couldn't find him. Unexpectedly, she was with Jing Xiaoyuan. Jing Xiaoyuan shook his head. I don't know about that. At that time, we joined forces to resist the enemy, but the strength of those two geniuses of the Devil clan was too strong. We were still unable to defeat them. I was knocked unconscious. As for Jun Sihan, he shouldn't have been knocked unconscious because I haven't seen him since I woke up. There aren't any traces of blood nearby either. I guess he should have successfully escaped. As for why he didn't return to Blessed City, I don't know. Xian Jiuling frowned even more when he heard this. Although the God clan had split into 12 big families, each of them had their own way of doing things. On the surface, they all seemed to have the same status. However, the Voracious Wyverns were still a little special. They were the most mysterious of the 12 families. Jun Sihan had disappeared in Blessed City. If the Voracious Wyvern clan were to pursue the matter with him, it would be hard for him to explain. However, this worry only lingered in Xian Jiuling's heart for a few breaths, before he threw it to the back of his mind. Forget it. We will discuss Jun Sihan's whereabouts in the future. The most important thing now is to determine the next defensive plan. Everyone, share your opinions. Xian Jiuling knew the severity of the situation. He understood that if Blessed City fell, he, as the commander, would definitely be buried with it. At that time, whether the voracious wyvern tribe pursued him or not would have nothing to do with him. He repeated what he had just said. However, there was still no response. The current situation was already dangerous enough, and Jing Xiaoyuan's words had clearly increased their panic. One Sky Devil Ruijiang was already strong enough to make people despair. According to Jing Xiaoyuan, the devils had two hidden masters who could easily beat Jing Xiaoyuan and Jun Sihan. This battle, was there a need to continue fighting? Xian Jiuling saw that everyone was starting to cower in fear, and his anger grew. City Lord Meng Shirong also saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly intervened. Alright, let me say a few words first. The current situation is already very obvious. It is almost impossible for us to fight against the devil army. The only way is to defend and wait for the arrival of reinforcements. According to Divine General Xian's speculation, the reinforcements will arrive in about a month. As long as we hold on until then, we will be able to turn the tables. After Meng Shirong finished speaking, the generals looked at each other, unconvinced. 1 month, with the difference in strength between them and the Mo army, defending for a month was simply a dream. Moreover, even if reinforcements arrived, they probably wouldn't be able to fight against Ruijiang's strengthened Mo army. No matter how he thought about it, this was a dead end. Even Meng Shirong himself did not believe his own words. After saying that, he frowned. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the meeting hall. Xian, Divine General Xian, Meng. City Lord Meng, come out, something big has happened. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was originally very heavy. Suddenly, someone ran in and shouted loudly, making everyone's heart skip a beat. Some of them who were not mentally strong almost fell to the ground. What's going on? Xian Jiuling frowned and shouted. Why are you so surprised? Didn't I tell you earlier that today's meeting is of great importance and no one is allowed to disturb you? Along with his cold and stern voice, the pressure of a Dao Profound Realm powerhouse also followed and spread outside the hall. The steward at the door gasped and stopped in his tracks. Xian, Divine General Xian, I didn't mean to disturb your discussion, but something big has really happened. The steward didn't even catch his breath before he spoke impatiently. Xian Jiuling and Meng Shirong looked at each other in confusion. Ahem, Steward Jiang, come in first. Tell me clearly, what exactly happened? Meng Shirong asked. Xian Jiuling's pressure dissipated, and the steward immediately walked in quickly and bowed. Without waiting for Xian Jiuling to speak again, he said anxiously, just now, the Lan Divine Guard who was in charge of the defense on the city tower sent someone to report that there was a team of more than 10 people. They were all from the God clan. They came from the direction of the Devil clan's camp and have already arrived at the city. I wonder if we should open the city gate and let them in. When Xian Jiuling heard this, he was slightly stunned. Team? What team? Didn't our alliance army give up on the frontline camp and retreat into the city? Who else is outside? Ever since their sneak attack on the Devil clan camp 10 days ago suffered a crushing defeat, Xian Jiuling had already ordered all the troops to return to Blessed City in order to avoid greater losses. This was because the number of soldiers left by the God clan was too small. If they continued to fight on their own, they would probably not even need Sky Devil Ruijiang to personally take action. They would be defeated one by one. They might as well gather together and rely on Blessed City's towering walls and powerful defensive formations to defend the city. At this moment, there should only be a few scout teams still outside the city to gather information. However, these scout squads all had special ways to contact the city, so they definitely did not need to send someone to report. Steward Jiang bowed and replied, General, the person outside the city gate claims to be Xian Chaoyi, the divine guard of the Black Tortoise clan. He said that he was ordered to lead a small team to the Devil Camp to carry out a secret mission. Now, he has completed the mission and returned. As soon as he said this, most of the generals present were confused. However, Xianxia, Meng Shirong, and the others were shocked. Xianxia couldn't help but stand up from his seat. What did you say? Xianxia and the others had completed the mission? And he even returned successfully? How is this possible? You guys. Are you sure it's Xianxia himself? Others might not know what Xianxia was up to, but Xianxia knew very well that Xianxia's team had left on a dangerous mission. Finding out the exact information about the secret treasure in Sky Devil Ruijiang's hands was simply a mission with hell difficulty. With Xianxia and the rest's cultivation, they would definitely be killed instantly if they really came before Sky Devil Ruijiang. Therefore, Xianxia had said from the beginning that he would let Xianxia and the others scout around the Devil Camp. I Ranstater, Misty Tua, I Ranstatlans Ilter, Misty Tua I Ranstatlans. As long as he could gather information with reference value, even if he couldn't see the artifact with his own eyes, he could still come back and report. However, even so, Xianxia and the others never returned after leaving Blessed City. Almost a month had passed, but there was no news at all. None of the members of the team had successfully escaped. Under such circumstances, it was almost certain that Xianxia and the rest had failed their mission in the ever-changing battlefield. Moreover, the entire team had definitely been wiped out by the Devil Army. Regardless of whether the team members were killed on the spot or captured alive, they would still be unable to escape death in the end. It was impossible for them to return to Blessed City. As Xianxia was an expert among the younger generation of Xianjioling's clan, Xianjioling was depressed for a while. He didn't expect Xianxia to be alive and return at such a critical moment. Moreover, he said that he had already completed the mission. Xianjioling was extremely excited. He walked to the bottom of the stairs in a few steps and stood in front of Steward Jiang, asking anxiously. Xianjioling's dark force became more obvious as he got closer. Steward Jiang's cultivation wasn't high enough, so he felt pressured and took a few steps back. That Divine General Xin, the Lan Divine Guard, and the others were unable to confirm if it was the Dark Divine Guard himself, nor were they sure if the secret mission that the Dark Divine Guard mentioned was true. That's why they asked me to come and report it. That's right. The Lan Divine Guard of the Heavenly Fox clan only received the order to increase the number of members a few days ago. He really doesn't know Xianxia. Meng Shirong also reacted. During this period of time, the front line outside Blessed City suffered heavy casualties. Many of the current generals were newly promoted or transferred from outside, so they were barely familiar with each other. In order to prevent the devils from taking advantage of this weakness, Xianjioling personally ordered the generals on the city tower to be careful and not let go of any suspicious people. Divine General Xian, City Lord Meng, look, how should we deal with this matter? Seeing that the two masters were silent, Steward Jiang was a little anxious and asked again. Xianjioling took a deep breath. I'll personally go to the city tower to take a look. Let's go now. Lead the way. After saying that, he ignored the fact that the pre-war meeting was halfway through and directly strode out of the meeting hall. The generals in the hall hadn't spoken a word, but when they saw Xianjioling suddenly leave, they all revealed surprised expressions and looked at each other. What's going on? Why did the mystic divine general leave just like that? Who is this Xianxia? He seems to have been sent by the mystic divine general to train himself. I don't know what's going on. Why does the mystic divine general value him so much? The city gates have been sealed off. Divine General Xian had personally given the order not to allow anyone to enter the city. Are you going to break the rules of the army for his clansmen? Isn't that too unfair and unconvincing? Meng Shirong's face darkened when he heard the discussion. "Shut up," he shouted. "The mystic divine general has his own reasons for doing things. It's not something you can casually discuss. Hurry up and follow me." Meng Shirong flicked his sleeves and left quickly. He was probably the only one who knew why Xianxia was so agitated. The array talisman in Ruijiang's hands had always been a thorn in Xian Jiuling sighed. Xianxia and Sky Devil Ruijiang had fought a few years ago, and their strength had always been on par. If this time was like before, Xianxia could restrain Ruijiang, then the battle situation wouldn't be so tragic. However, Sky Devil Ruijiang had this artifact in his hands. This was the real reason why the difference in strength between the two armies was so huge. If Xianxia had really returned and completed his mission as he had said and found some useful information, it would definitely be great news for Blessed City, which was already in a precarious situation. Perhaps this was the key to turning defeat into victory. No wonder Xianxia paid so much attention to him and personally went to the city tower to identify him. After being reprimanded by Meng Shirong, the generals in the meeting hall realized that they had said something wrong. Although they were still confused, they did not dare to say anything else and hurriedly followed. Xianxia's footsteps were very fast. It didn't take long for him to appear on the city tower. When the Lan Divine Guard, who was in charge of setting up defenses, saw the arrival of the general, he hurriedly bowed. "Reporting to Divine General Xian, just now, Alright, cut the crap. Steward Jiang has already told me everything. Just point to where Xianxia and the others are." Xianxia waved his hand and asked anxiously. The Lan Divine Guard had wanted to say more, but seeing Xianxia's stern expression, he didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly brought him to a city wall in the west and pointed down. "Divine General Xian, please take a look. The Dark Divine Guards and the deployment he led are waiting below." Xianxia immediately walked to the wall, narrowed his eyes, and looked down. In order to defend against the devil's attack, the city walls of Blessed City were built very high, at least 100 meters high. Moreover, he had used the array to create a fog effect. A thick layer of clouds had formed in the middle of the city wall, surrounding the entire city. From above, one could see the situation below, but those standing outside the city wall below could not see through this illusion array and see the people standing on the city tower clearly. Xianxia recognized Xianxia with just a glance. He immediately nodded and said, "That's right. This is the Divine Guard Xianxia, selected by my clan. I recognize him. He did leave Blessed City after accepting the secret mission I gave him. Quickly let him in." After obtaining Xianxia's approval, the Lan Divine Guard hurriedly nodded. "Yes, I'll get someone to remove the defensive array and open the city gate." He commanded his soldiers and was about to follow Xianxia's instructions. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from behind Xianxia. "Wait. No, he couldn't open the city gate. He absolutely couldn't open the city gate. Stop it, Lan Divine Guard, stop it now. If the city gates are opened, Blessed City will definitely be destroyed." The Blue Guard was so frightened by these words that he felt a chill run down his spine and broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly turned around and saw Jing Shaoyuan limping toward him. Xianxia and Meng Shirong also heard the voice, and their faces darkened as they frowned at Jing Shaoyuan. "Commander Jing, what do you mean? Do you have any objections?" Jing Shaoyuan had just recovered from his injuries and was exhausted. He was already panting after running for a while, and his wounds were aching. However, he still forced himself to stand in front of the two superiors. He braced himself and said, "Divine General Xian, below, there's a devil spy down there." The word spy was too sensitive. Xianxia's expression changed immediately. What spy?" Explain yourself. Xianxia is a young warrior in my clan. He grew up in my clan and has many years of experience in the allied army. How could he be a spy of the devils? Don't talk nonsense. Jing Xiaoyuan looked down at the city gate tower again, his expression growing more anxious. Divine General Xian, this subordinate, I'm not lying, and I don't have any intention of slandering the mystic divine guards, but, however, in Xianxiao's team, there are really 2 devil spies. I've fought with them before. I know them. What? Do you really have evidence to prove that there's a spy down there? Which ones? Meng Shirong asked with a frown. Jing Xiaoyuan pointed below. It's the 2 people standing behind Xianxiao, a man and a woman. They are the 2 devil geniuses who fought with me back then. One definitely won't be mistaken. Back then, when I joined forces with Jun Sihan, I was still defeated by the 2 of them. I was seriously injured and Jun Sihan's life is still unknown. If the 2 of them sneak into the city, Blessed City will be finished. What is it? You. Did you get the wrong person? As soon as he said that, everyone present became nervous. Xian Jiuling's brows were tightly knitted together. How is this possible? Meng Shirong's heart skipped a beat and he quickly looked down the city gate tower. As expected, she saw the 2 suspicious persons. Both of them were wearing cloaks that covered most of their faces. Their exact appearance could not be seen, but from the aura emitted from their bodies, they should be from the God clan. Commander Jing, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Meng Shirong asked in confusion. I think these 2 seem to be of the God clan. I can't feel the aura of the devil clan. Moreover, we can't see what they look like from so far away. How do you know they are devils? Jing Xiaoyuan stomped his feet anxiously when he saw that his 2 superiors still refused to believe him. This subordinate will definitely not malign them. I have fought with them before and saw the spiritual weapons on their bodies. As for why they did not have the aura of the devil clan on them, then there were many possibilities. Who knows if they have any secret treasures to hide their auras? Meng Shirong and Xian Jiuling frowned and didn't say anything. The generals who had followed behind had also arrived. When they heard the dispute between the 2 sides, someone could not help but interrupt. Commander Jing, Xianxiao is a divine guard of the God clan. Could it be that he will come with the devils? According to what you said, could it be that they betrayed the Alliance army? Jing Xiaoyuan choked. This was hard to say. However, it was true that they had brought the devils back. Divine General Xian, please give the order as soon as possible to guard the city gates. It would be best if they were killed outside the city gates immediately. These 2 devil clan geniuses are extraordinary. If we allow them to continue growing, they will definitely become a huge threat. Why don't we take this opportunity to kill them? Faced with Jing Xiaoyuan's solemn declaration, Xian Jiuling's brows were still tightly furrowed, and he was extremely conflicted. Xianxiao was a junior in his clan. He knew Xianxiao's character and was unwilling to believe that he would betray the Alliance army. Moreover, if Xianxiao really completed the mission, the information he brought back would be too important. If they killed him by mistake, the entire battle would be reversed. However, Jing Xiaoyuan's concerns were not without reason. He was also thinking about the Alliance army. During this period of time, as the battle between the 2 armies became more and more intense, both sides had sent a large number of spies and scouts to the enemy. In the past, there had been cases where devils disguised themselves as humans and tried to sneak into Blessed City. There had also been cases where the soldiers sent by the Alliance army were brainwashed by the devils and sent back to Blessed City, ruining the battle that was bound to be won at the critical moment. As a divine general who had experienced hundreds of battles, Xian Jiuling had seen such situations countless times over the years. Therefore, he was very cautious. Ever since he decided to retreat to Blessed City, he had issued a strict order to prohibit anyone from entering or leaving. He didn't even let anyone open the door when some refugees who hadn't entered Blessed City in time came to call. It was not that he did not sympathize with the homeless refugees, but no one could prove that they were not spies of the Devil Clan. For the sake of the people of the entire city, he had no choice but to make a choice. This time, Xianxia had agreed to let Xianxia and the others enter the city, because he knew Xianxia and also because Xianxia's mission was very important. Otherwise, he would have chased them away long ago. Xianxia frowned and thought for a long time, but he couldn't make a final decision. The generals who had gathered heard the conversation between Jing Shaoyuan and Xianxia and quickly began to discuss this. Divine General Xian, I think Commander Jing's words are reasonable. At this moment, Sky Devil Ruijiang was probably worried that they would not be able to attack Blessed City. The possibility of them sending spies was extremely high. It's really too suspicious for Xianxia and the others to return at this time. That's right, Divine General Xian. Think about it. The Dark Divine Guards have been missing for almost a month. They didn't come back sooner or later, but they came back when Blessed City was sealed. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Even if Xianxia is the genius of your clan, you can't let all the citizens in the city take such a huge risk for him, right? You can't say that, right? The Mystic Divine General had just said that the Mystic Divine Guards had accepted a secret mission to leave the city. Now that he has returned, he might have obtained some crucial information. What other crucial information can there be? Can he snatch the secret treasure of Sky Devil Ruijiang? No matter how valuable the information is, it's impossible to kill Sky Devil Ruijiang. On the contrary, letting spies sneak into the city might cause the entire Blessed City to fall. But Xianxia is a comrade who fought alongside us. Are we going to give up on him just like that? There's nothing we can do about it. He's already working for the devils. How can he be pitted? The generals discussed animatedly, expressing their own opinions. Although a small number of people sympathized with Xianxia and felt that he should be allowed in, more people chose to support Jing Shaoyuan. As a member of the Alliance Army, they had long disregarded life and death. Not only did they not care about their own lives, but they also did not care about the lives of others. As long as it was for the final victory of the battle, it was reasonable to sacrifice. Xianxia and the others. Xianxia, as the general, naturally understood this principle. He stared at the small group of people under the city gate tower and was silent for a long time. However, be careful not to injure them. Just warn them and let them leave. In the end, he still gave the order. The situation in Blessed City was too tense. He could not tolerate any more accidents or variables. With the current military strength and situation, he had to defend Blessed City for an entire month. He absolutely could not take any risks. As for Xianxia, it was really a pity. Xianxia sighed deeply and closed his eyes. He then waved his hand and ordered the soldiers on the city gate tower to shoot arrows down. As he gave the order, the crisp sound of the bowstring rang out continuously. Hundreds of arrows with pure white feathers were shot out at the same time, shooting down the city tower. Xianxia and the others who were waiting not far from the city gates were already waiting for the gates to be lowered, but to their surprise, what they received was a large number of arrows instead, and they were all caught off. Guayu. Damn it, what's going on? Xianxia, didn't you say that you came out on a top-secret mission from Divine General Xian? Regardless of whether Blessed City has been completely sealed off, Divine General Xian will definitely open the door for you as long as he sees you return. Facing the arrows that rained down like a heavy downpour, Huang Yueli took out a shield from her space and placed it on her head, easily blocking it. The divine weapons that shot arrows from the city walls were only at the profound meaning realm. In addition, these arrows were not meant to take their lives. They were just a warning. Therefore, everyone in the team blocked them relatively calmly. Only a few people were scratched. But even so, Huang Yueli was still very surprised as she brought her men and retreated a few miles. After dodging the attack, she looked for Xianxia to question him unhappily. However, Xianxia was also very surprised. I don't know what's going on either. Logically speaking, things shouldn't be like this. Not only is the divine general an elder of our clan, but he has also personally taught me before. He is also anxious to know the whereabouts of the array talisman. No matter what, he shouldn't have chased us away, right? As soon as he said this, the team members all agreed. Obviously, no one expected to encounter such a thing. Huang Yueli could tell that he wasn't lying and couldn't help but frown. This is really strange. Could it be that something happened to Xianxia? Li Moying shook his head. That's impossible. Heavenly Devil Rui Jiang has already been killed by us. None of the remaining fiends can threaten Divine General Dao Profound, unless there's an accident within the Alliance army. Within the Alliance army? What could have happened? Yuan City is about to be breached. I don't believe that there's anyone in the Alliance army who would deliberately cause trouble. Huang Yueli narrowed her eyes. Although the 12 great god clans had their own plans and were not united with each other, the Alliance army was still relatively united. If they restrained each other when fighting against the demons, they would definitely become the public enemy of the entire country. Huang Yueli felt that no one would be so silly. How about? It's just that Xianxia didn't make things clear just now. The people on the city gate tower didn't understand what you meant, or they didn't tell Divine General Xian about you. Huang Yueli pondered for a long while and felt that this was the most likely reason. She looked at Xianxia and said, how about this? Go to the city gate again and tell them your identity and mission in detail. Make sure you're clear and tell them to report it to Divine General Xian. But, didn't this subordinate make it very clear, just now? Xianxia was stunned. Even if I say it again, I'm afraid. Xianxia seemed to have thought of something as he raised his head to look at Huang Yueli. Matriarch Huang, young Master Li, why don't the two of you go to the city gates personally and explain it clearly to the divine guards guarding the city? With your status, I'm afraid no one will dare to lock you outside the city. This question had been bothering Xianxia ever since they arrived at Blessed City. Originally, he thought that as long as he followed these two peerless geniuses, he would be able to enter the city smoothly. Who knew that when they neared Blessed City, Huang Yueli and Li Moying were still maintaining their disguise in the devil camp, unwilling to clean up, and even suggested that he be in charge of negotiating with the divine soldiers on the city gate tower. Whereas Huang Yueli and Li Moying were just like two unremarkable little soldiers, secretly following behind him. Hearing Xianxia's question, Huang Yueli raised her brows, because, we don't want to expose our identities. Ah? Why? Xianxia was stunned. All the team members present were also shocked and stared at the two of them with their mouths agape. Huang Yueli's expression was indifferent as she explained, I believe you guys should have heard about it, right? My husband and I sneaked out from the Sacred Phoenix race because the Sacred Phoenix race did not agree to our marriage. Hence, to put it bluntly, we eloped. Xianxia was speechless. The other team members were speechless. It wasn't that they hadn't heard of this rumor before, but everyone treated it as gossip and didn't take it to heart. Especially after they accidentally bumped into Huang Yueli and Li Moying in the devil territory, they didn't believe in this kind of nonsensical Jianghu rumor. All the team members felt that Huang Yueli and Li Moying's disappearance was because they had received the secret order from the allied armies headquarters and had secretly infiltrated the devil race's inner circle. The so-called elopement was made up by some boring people who liked to gossip. In the end, they really eloped. Huang Yueli ignored their shocked expressions as she continued, so it's not suitable for the two of us to appear in Blessed City, and we don't want to expose our identities. When everyone enters Blessed City later, don't expose our identities. You're responsible for handing over Rui Zhang's magic crystals and saying that he was killed by a mysterious expert. You only saw Rui Zhang's corpse and didn't see the person who killed him. Do you remember? This was what she had discussed with Li Moying from the start. That was why they disguised themselves as normal members and followed behind Xianxia and the others. Xianxia's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he looked at Huang Yueli, wanting to say something but hesitating. Huang Yueli saw that he was feeling uncomfortable from holding it in, so she raised her brows and asked, "Captain Xian, do you have anything else to say? The task I gave you is very simple. Don't tell me you can't even do this? If anyone says anything, don't blame me and my husband for being rude to him." Huang Yueli and Li Moying's deterrence was sufficient. Although Huang Yueli had said it in a joking tone, but it still made all the team members present tremble as they tried their best to express their loyalty. Among them, only Xianxia was still hesitant. After holding it in for a long time, he finally asked the question in his heart. That Matriarch Huang, young Master Li, actually, you don't have to continue hiding your tracks. Even if the two of you really eloped, as long as you hand over the magic stones to the allied armies, it means that you killed Sky Devil Rui Jiang. The allied army's headquarters will definitely stand on your side. Xianxia paused for a moment as he looked at Huang Yueli's expression. He then continued, although the elders of the various families are powerful, but who would not give face to the allied army's headquarters? With your contributions this time, it is more than enough for the allied army's headquarters to arrange your marriage. The allied armies itself did not participate in the disputes between the major families. It was fine if they were ordinary divine soldiers and divine guards, but those who were able to enter the allied army's headquarters had to swear to the heavenly Tao to abandon their family's position and remain neutral forever. Hence, the grudge between Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan was not considered a matter in the allied army's headquarters at all. On the contrary, the two of them had the strength to kill devils at the peak of the Sky Devi realm at such a young age. This was great news for the allied armies. They would probably have to worship the two of them. It was not a big deal to come out and help them solve a little trouble. Even if Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan were still unwilling to agree, Huang Yueli and Li Moying could still officially get married in the allied army's headquarters and similarly obtain the entire divine realm's recognition and blessings. With their talent and strength, if they stayed in the allied army's headquarters, they would still be peerless geniuses that were worshipped by the stars. When Huang Yueli heard that, she smiled at Xianxia. "I'm also very clear about what you said." "Then why did you?" "We just think that eloping is fun. We don't want to go back yet." Huang Yueli continued smiling. Xianxia was speechless. The other team members were speechless. What? Was eloping fun? Divine-level geniuses were really so willful. One was the Sacred Phoenix clan's current clan leader, while the other was the Cloudy Qilin clan's future clan leader. Such a high position with great power was sufficient to cause a bloody storm. There were even some clans where blood-flowing massacres had occurred for the sake of the position of the successor. There were even quite a number of blood brothers and father and son killing each other. For the position of clan leader, how many people would even sell their conscience to the devils? But what about these two? She actually abandoned her position as the clan leader and eloped? Furthermore, even though they knew that they could obtain the backing of the allied armies, they didn't have any intention of asking the allied army's headquarters to intercede for them. Why? Could it be that they still wanted those stubborn grand elders in the clan to beg them to return? Huang Yueli looked at everyone's expression as though they had been struck by lightning and couldn't help but laugh. Alright, I was just joking with you guys. We just have some matters to attend to and can't go back to our clan now, so we don't want to waste time in the allied armies. In order to avoid trouble, I decided to hide my identity. After the matter in Blessed City was settled, she planned to follow Li Moying to Saint Iniquitous Shadow's cave dwelling. She had made an appointment with Saint Iniquitous Shadow to bring Li Moying back together. Later on, a series of things happened and he almost forgot about it. It was only when he was in Sky Devil Rui Xiang's cave dwelling and talking about the evil cultivation method with King Xiang that he remembered this. Now that he remembered, he definitely had to make a trip over. However, they were visiting the cave abode of the sorcerers. If they were to get involved with the allied armies this time and people knew that they had made a great contribution, there would definitely be a group of people surrounding them. With so many pairs of eyes watching, it would be difficult for them to escape. It was better to keep a low profile from the beginning. In any case, the credit for killing Rui Jiang could not be snatched away by others. It would not be too late to claim it in the future. Huang Yueli made up her mind as she urged Xianxia, don't think too much about it. Hurry up and call someone to open the door. The sun will set soon. Xianxia didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly agreed and led his team members back to Blessed City's city gate tower. Open the door. Who was the guard on duty today? Why didn't you help me inform Divine General Xian? I'm 3-star Divine Guard, Xianxia. I left Blessed City under Divine General Xian's secret order. I have important information that I have to personally inform Divine General Xian. If you don't report it, it will delay the military's plans. Can you bear the consequences? Seeing that there was no movement from the city tower, Xianxia became anxious. When he called at the door, his tone became less polite. Now that he had already acknowledged himself as Huang Yueli's subordinate, it was fine if he was locked outside, but if Matriarch Huang was neglected because of this, how could that be allowed? Open the door, hurry up and open the door. Waves of anxious shouts seemed to be unable to move the guards on the city gate tower. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more he felt that something wasn't quite right and was just about to go back and report to Huang Yueli. Unexpectedly, a cold voice suddenly came from the city tower. Xianxia, as a member of the Black Tortoise clan and a divine guard of the allied armies, you're actually afraid of death and have joined the devil race. Now, you even dare to bring the devil race here to call on us. You want to sneak into Blessed City? Do you really think everyone in the city is a fool? You're simply a disgrace to the allied armies. The voice sounded familiar, but Xianxia couldn't remember who it was. On the other hand, Huang Yueli blinked her eyes as she said in astonishment. This is Jing Xiaoyuan? He has returned to Blessed City safely. Back then on the Devil Race battlefield, Jing Xiaoyuan chased after her and Li Moying and didn't let them go. In the end, they had no choice but to join forces with Jun Sihan and knocked Jing Xiaoyuan out. The situation had been urgent, and the two of them had disguised themselves as devils, so they couldn't send Jing Xiaoyuan back. Jun Sihan was also in a hurry to enter the devil territory to find his son. So, they had no choice but to drag the unconscious Jing Xiaoyuan to a deserted corner and hide him. Huang Yueli was still a little worried that if this fellow was discovered by the devil race, he would lose his life accidentally. It seemed that Jing Xiaoyuan was still lucky. Commander Jing? Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Commander Jing is one of the most outstanding divine guards in our allied armies. I've always looked up to him. Why did he say that about me? How do I look like a devil spy? Although Jing Xiaoyuan was petty and jealous, he had his own strengths. He had been cultivating hard and had been the vanguard in battle. He had made many military achievements and had been stationed in Blessed City for many years, so he had a lot of prestige in the local military camp. Commander Jing, you, Xianxia was confused when he heard that Jing Xiaoyuan was on the tower. Commander Jing, you. How could you have such a misunderstanding? As a warrior of the Black Tortoise race, how could I surrender to the devils and bring shame to the divine general? What I said is the truth. Please immediately report this matter to Divine General Xian. You're still trying to quibble? Jing Xiaoyuan snorted. To tell you the truth, Divine General Xian already knows about your matter. He clearly told me that there were only 18 people in the team. Why did there be 2 more people when they returned? Hearing this, Xianxia choked. There were 2 more people, of course it was Huang Yueli and Li Moying. But thinking of what Huang Yueli said earlier, he couldn't explain it honestly. Commander Jing, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before coming up with an excuse. So you suspect me of defecting to the enemy because I don't have the right number of people in my team? He asked loudly. You're really mistaken. There are 2 more people in my team because I saved 2 heavily injured soldiers on the way. My team is definitely filled with gods, they're all from the God clan. Are you sure? Jing Xiaoyuan sneered. Of course I'm sure. Before Xianxia could finish his words, Jing Xiaoyuan interrupted him. What about the 2 people behind you? Are they also from the God clan? Of course. You're still spouting nonsense. Jing Xiaoyuan's voice became sharper. The 2 people behind you, they were clearly devils. I fought with them on the battlefield 10 days ago. They are not only devils, but also the top experts of the younger generation of devils. Jing Xiaoyuan narrowed his eyes. Xianxia, he snapped. The divine general is right here. Why don't you tell us what you did in the devil camp? Why did you bring the 2 devils back to Blessed City? Are you trying to help the devils take down Blessed City when the allied armies is weak? Xianxia's eyes widened. He was completely dumbfounded by the question. He had never expected that Jing Xiaoyuan would actually recognize Huang Yueli and Li Moying as devils. No, they had even fought on the battlefield. Initially, when Huang Yueli and the rest followed the devil race to battle, Xianxia and the rest were treated as captives and locked up in the tent, totally not knowing what happened on the battlefield, let alone knowing about the exchange of blows between both parties. He did not expect that he was treated as a devil spy because of this. After Xianxia understood this point, he had no idea as he subconsciously turned to look at Huang Yueli. In this situation, he felt that he could not explain it clearly with his mouth alone. When Huang Yueli heard Jing Xiaoyuan's voice, she had already reacted and didn't say a word, thinking about what to do next. If they had known that Jing Xiaoyuan was on the city gate tower, they would have changed into a disguise before coming over. Unfortunately, they had already been recognized by Jing Xiaoyuan. Besides, the 2 of them were not the ones who had fought with Jing Xiaoyuan, so there was no way to explain it clearly. The only way to make the guards on the city gate tower believe that they were not devil spies and let them in was to reveal their true identities. However, if it was possible, she really did not want to be exposed so quickly. As for the Saint Iniquitous Shadow. Suddenly, Huang Yueli felt a weight on her shoulders. Li Moying held her slender shoulders and pulled her into his embrace. He lowered his head and whispered into her ear, "Forget it, we can't implicate Xianxia and the rest. Let's send them back to the city first and explain the devil army's matters clearly. Even if the allied army's headquarters sends someone over, it will take a few days. It shouldn't be difficult for us to slip away early." Huang Yueli thought for a moment and nodded her head. "All right, husband. I'll listen to you." Patriarch Huang, young Master Li, the 2 of you are, do you have an idea? Xianxia had been waiting at the side for a while. He raised his head and looked at them. Huang Yueli waved her hand at him. "All right, rest for a while. I'll talk to Jing Xiaoyuan." Hearing this, Xianxia felt relieved and quickly retreated to the side. Huang Yueli took a few steps forward and came to the front of the group as she raised her head to look in the direction of the city tower. The city tower was really very high, and it was surrounded by a thick fog condensed by an array. Ordinary people standing below the city tower could not see the situation above at all. However, not only was Huang Yueli's cultivation outstanding, she was also proficient in arrays. After forming a few hand seals and using her heavenly piercing eye technique to take a closer look, she still saw the person on the city gate tower. Jing Xiaoyuan hadn't lied. Xian Jiuling was really on the city gate tower. Apart from them, there was also a large pile of Heart Profound Realm and Dao Profound Realm martial artists. Looks like the entire Blessed City's generals were pretty much all gathered. She had not expected that when she and Li Moying were gods, they would be surrounded wherever they went. Now that they had disguised themselves as devils, they were still treated so well. When they saw the two of them appear, the entire blessed city began to prepare for battle. Huang Yueli gave a faint smile and said, "Commander Jing, long time no see. How are your injuries? I remember that at that time, more than half of your ribs were broken, and your leg was also fractured. Now. Can you stand up now? You. Damn devil thief, it's really you." Although Jing Xiaoyuan was no longer in a wheelchair, he was still limping. Hearing Huang Yueli's ridicule, he was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood, wishing he could personally rush down and tear the devil race that had injured him and caused him to lose all his face into two halves. Fortunately, he remembered in time that he could not beat him. "It seems that you know that you can't hide it anymore. Let me tell you, no matter how much you pretend, you can't pretend to be a god. Hurry up and get lost." Jing Xiaoyuan wanted to shoot at the two devils below him. However, Xian Jiuling had given him a strict order not to act rashly. He was afraid that the devils would use the two of them as bait and that there would be some trap waiting for them. Huang Yueli was scolded by him, but her face didn't show any anger as she continued to smile. "I am a genuine god race. Since when was I pretending? Jing Xiaoyuan, is your eyesight as bad as before? What past? Don't speak as if you know me. This divine guard." Jing Xiaoyuan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He glared at the devil girl below, his eyes almost spewing fire. However, the next moment, he was stunned on the spot. That was because the young girl below the city gate tower had smeared something on her face a few times and wiped it with her sleeve. When she raised her head again, her face had changed. It was a face that he was extremely familiar with, a face that he could recognize even if he turned into ashes. Huang Yueli? Jing Xiaoyuan was so shocked that he couldn't help but scream. Huang Yueli's expression was indifferent as she nodded her head. "That's right, it's me. I didn't expect that you wouldn't recognize me after not seeing me for a while. Hurry up and let me and my husband in." You. Jing Xiaoyuan's eyes widened, and he was tongue-tied. For a moment, he couldn't even speak. How could he have imagined that this devil race young lady below was actually the peerless genius Huang Yueli, who had trampled him, the white tiger race's #1 genius, under her feet several times? And from her tone, the man behind her, could it be Li Moying? How was this possible? Didn't the two of them claim to have eloped? How could he suddenly appear in the territory of the demons? Jing Xiaoyuan felt like he was in a bad mood and was in disbelief. The matter of Huang Yueli and Li Moying secretly leaving the sacred Phoenix continent, that bunch of sacred Phoenix race elders had initially tried their best to conceal it. It was not easy to abduct the two god-grade geniuses back, but not long after, the two of them ran away. If this matter were to be spread out, the sacred Phoenix race would lose all their face. Moreover, Huang Yueli was still the sacred Phoenix race's patriarch. Even the clan leader had eloped. This was truly a rare piece of news that only appeared once in thousands of years in the 12 continents. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Not long after Huang Yueli and Li Moying left, Cloudy Qilin clan sent people over. A god-grade genius young lord was abducted by a sacred phoenix clan. After Cloudy Qilin clan's people returned from the floating sea, the more they thought about it, the more indignant they became. Even the clan's few grand elders, who had always been reclusive, were alarmed. The higher-ups of the clan had a meeting to discuss. If they were to suffer this loss, they could forget about raising their heads in the entire 12 continents of the divine realm in the future. Moreover, they might even be laughed at by the sacred phoenix race for tens of thousands of years. No, she must snatch Li Moying back. Hence, Cloudy Qilin clan sent a team led by clan leader Li Shihong to come knocking on the door to demand for the sacred phoenix clan's people. The sacred phoenix race naturally wasn't willing to show weakness. Not to mention that Huang Yueli and Li Moying had already sneaked away. Even if they were still around, they wouldn't let them off so easily. Both sides insisted on their own words and refused to give in. Soon, the quarrel escalated into an armed conflict. Originally, the Sacred Phoenix continent was the Sacred Phoenix race's territory. Making a move here, Cloudy Qilin clan would not be able to gain an advantage. But this time, in order to snatch Li Moying back, Cloudy Qilin clan had actually dispatched 2 Life-Profound Realm Grand Elders. The moment a Profound Life Realm expert appeared, the Sacred Phoenix race immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. Under the circumstances, Huang Tianhao, who was the acting clan leader, had no choice but to reveal the truth. Huang Yueli and Li Moying had secretly left Sacred Phoenix continent a month ago. He even said that unless the 2 families agreed to their marriage, he did not plan to come back. The Cloudy Qilin clan did not believe it at first, so no one would believe such a thing. There was actually someone who would give up the position of clan leader for a man? How was this possible? But the Sacred Phoenix clan insisted that this was the truth of the matter. As time passed, Cloudy Qilin clan had no choice but to accept this fact. After all, if Huang Yueli and Li Moying were still in the Sacred Phoenix continent and their families were fighting, they wouldn't be hiding, right? He had disappeared until now, so he could only run away. This matter was a very shameful matter to the Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan. Hence, the 2 clans wanted to keep this a secret without prior agreement. But unfortunately, when they had a conflict, it was too big of a fuss. All the big families had sent people to the scene to mediate or watch. Naturally, this secret could not be kept. This was the most popular gossip among the people. Without any effort, it spread throughout the 12 continents in an extremely short time. Even the Alliance army generals who had been stationed in Yuan City had heard of it. So when they heard Jing Shaoyuan call out Huang Yueli's name, everyone was shocked. Even Xianxia couldn't sit still anymore. He strode to the city gate tower and looked down. As expected, the young lady dressed in an ordinary soldier's uniform at the city gate was shockingly Huang Yueli. That exquisitely sculpted and perfect face was enough to make people remember it once they saw it. Xianxia recognized it at a glance. Are you really Huang Yueli? Hearing Xianxia's voice, Huang Yueli smiled. Lord Divine General, so Jing Shaoyuan didn't lie to me. You're really on the city gate tower? That's good. Please open the city gate and let us in. On the way here, we've stayed up all night without resting. Bender. Xianxia's heart was filled with astonishment. He frowned, unable to understand what was going on. He had also heard about Huang Yueli and Li Moying's elopement. However, how did these 2 people run into the fiend race's territory? If it was to train himself by fighting the demons, he could totally join the Alliance army directly? Just as he was hesitating, Jing Shaoyuan came over and whispered, Divine General, this. What should he do? In fact, this subordinate was still very suspicious of their identities. How could Patriarch Huang and the others go to the devil race? Even if he discovered some mystic realm and went to train, there was no reason for him to mix in the fiend race's military camp, right? Not to mention, they really fought with me back then and even attacked me so ruthlessly. Hearing Jin Xiaoyuan's words, some of the generals were puzzled. The story will be updated with the latest updates at noveln.ext. That's right. Commander Jing is right. If she said she was Patriarch Huang, did that mean she was Patriarch Huang? Just based on her face? This subordinate heard that demons can use secret techniques to disguise themselves and disguise themselves as others. It's much more realistic than our god race's disguise technique. This place is so far away from the city gate, so I can't see clearly at all. That's right, I also know this secret technique. Last time when we were setting up defenses in the White Tiger continent, our camp was even tricked. Mystic Divine General, don't trust her so easily. If you're deceived, you'll be in trouble. Yes. It's never too much to be cautious in such matters. Xian Jiuling nodded slightly. All right, everyone. I understand what you mean. You're all right. Given the current situation, we really can't trust others easily. However, it's one thing for the demons to impersonate others, but it's not so easy to impersonate Patriarch Huang and young Lord Li. Finished speaking, he cleared his throat and raised his voice. He said to Huang Yueli, who was below the city gate tower, "Little lass below, you said that you are Huang Yueli herself. Can you produce any evidence?" Huang Yueli was slightly startled, but she quickly understood. Xian Jiuling had always been known for being cautious, so it was not surprising that he would make such a request. Lord Divine General, what evidence do you want? She replied indifferently. N/O/vel/B/and C//om. Xian Jiuling replied, as everyone knows, the sacred phoenix race's young tribe leader Huang Yueli is not only a god-grade genius that only appears once every 10,000 years, but she has also subdued an ancient phoenix that has already disappeared from the divine realm for 100,000 years. She can be said to be the divine realm's heaven's chosen one. If you are really Huang Yueli, please release your phoenix and let everyone take a look. Hearing this request, Huang Yueli was instantly speechless. This? Cough cough. If it was a few months ago, there would naturally be no problem. Summoning little Wang Kai did not take much effort, it was just the lifting of a finger. However, she had already left little Wang Kai in the perched Phoenix Canyon. Where could she conjure another phoenix for everyone to see? Furthermore, Huang Yueli had no way to explain to Xian Jiuling and the rest. The little phoenix had not disappeared earlier or later, but it had disappeared when others needed the little phoenix to prove it. Who would believe her explanation? Moreover, little phoenix had always been her trump card. Now that her trump card was gone, she could not tell others about this matter and expose her own shortcomings. If she really did so, it would definitely be courting death. Xian Jiuling was on the city gate tower, and when he saw Huang Yueli's hesitant look, his heart thumped as he secretly felt that things were not good. Could it be that Huang Yueli below, was it really fake? He even had to be careful. Otherwise, the entire Yuan city might have been buried by him. What's wrong? Can't you summon the ancient phoenix? In that case, you are indeed not Huang Yueli herself. The audacious fiend race actually dared to impersonate the sacred phoenix race's patriarch. Simply courting death. Men, release the arrows. With Xian Jiuling's order, countless arrows on the city gate tower were already aimed downwards. Huang Yueli quivered as she hurriedly shouted, "Wait. Stop. What are you all so anxious for? Didn't I say that I can't produce any evidence?" When the divine soldiers on the city gate tower heard this, their movements paused and they helplessly turned to look at Xianxia and the others. Without Xianxia's strict orders, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Jing Shaoyuan frowned and sneered. Then where is your evidence? Huang Yueli only needed a blink of an eye to summon the phoenix. I saw it with my own eyes. Huang Yueli explained indifferently, my phoenix ate an unknown fire attribute fruit halfway and entered a secluded cultivation state. Now I can't let it out. However. Who are you trying to fool with such a lie? Did he really think that everyone was a fool? You don't have a phoenix, so of course you can't release it. As a demon, where can you contract a phoenix? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Jing Shaoyuan suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He widened his eyes and was tongue-tied as he looked at the huge phantom that suddenly appeared in front of him. An ancient Qilin divine beast, covered in light purple scales, appeared in front of everyone. It was originally only as tall as a person, but after it appeared, it quickly grew in size with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had become a huge divine beast that was dozens of meters tall. The Qilin raised its neck and slammed its front claws on the ground, causing the ground to shake. Even the people on the city gate tower felt their hearts tighten. Even though everyone knew that the city walls that had been reinforced by the array would not collapse just because of this, they could not help but tremble when they felt the ancient and rich energy from the ancient divine beast in front of them. Huang Yueli's sentence was interrupted by Jing Shaoyuan as she slowly floated over from the city gate tower. However, my husband's little Qilin isn't cultivating. It's the same if I let my husband release it. What do you think? Ching. Success. Why not? Who dared to say that? The two people below were the true upper echelons of the 12 continents of the Shen clan. Their status was so high that even Xianxia, who was a divine general, couldn't compare to them. Who dared to lock them outside the city gate tower? Quick, open the city gates and invite clan leader Huang and young master Li in. Xianxia snapped back to his senses and hurriedly gave the order. In fact, even without him saying anything, the soldiers on the city gate tower had already automatically activated the mechanism. With a few loud rumbling sounds, the city gate slowly rose. Huang Yueli's lips curled up slightly as she turned around and exchanged a glance with her husband. Li Moing casually waved his hand and let the little Qilin return to its usual size. The two of them immediately walked toward the city gate. However, just after taking a few steps, Huang Yueli's footsteps suddenly halted as she turned around and looked behind her in astonishment. What are you all in a daze for? Still not entering the city? You don't want to go back to Yuan. Xianxia and the rest were stunned by Li Moing's action of releasing Qilin. Although they had long known of their identities and had even seen Li Moing's little Qilin in the devil race's territory, but to see the little Qilin using a secret technique to transform into the appearance of an ancient giant beast was still the first time. Such a powerful divine beast, as if it could stomp a deep pit in the ground with a single stomp, had submitted to such a handsome young martial artist. It was simply unimaginable. Words could not describe their shock at that moment. Hearing Huang Yueli's voice, Xianxia and the rest recovered their senses and hurriedly followed behind the two of them into the city. After ordering the soldiers to open the door, Xianxia immediately turned around and hurried down the city tower, preparing to personally welcome the two of them. Behind him, all the generals of the God clan had yet to recover from the shock. They looked at each other in disbelief. Then, it was really Patriarch Huang and young Master Li. I wasn't dreaming, was I? How can it be fake? Didn't you see that Qilin? Now in the entire Cloudy Qilin clan, other than the two supreme elders, only young Lord Li has a Qilin. But, so, the rumors of the two eloping were true? But if they eloped, so be it. Why did they go to that godforsaken place? How can we guess the thoughts of a peerless genius? Alright, stop talking. Quick, 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 let's go down and take a look. I haven't seen Patriarch Huang and young Master Li in person yet. I heard that the two of them are the most beautiful in the divine realm. I wonder if that's true? The curious people hurriedly followed Xianxia. The remaining few people who were hanging on the city gate tower like dead ashes were the ones who had strongly advocated for Xianxia and the others to be locked outside the city gate. Their faces were pale and their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. One of them looked at Jing Xiaoyuan and asked nervously, Jing, Commander Jing, what should we do? I don't know if Patriarch Huang heard what we said just now. If she hates us because of this, then what should we do? Jing Xiaoyuan was also upset. However, the reason he felt ashamed was because he had made a wrong judgment this time and almost ruined the military plan. This would damage his prestige in the Alliance army. When he heard his colleague's trembling voice, he immediately cast a disdainful gaze. You're really useless. It's just Huang Yueli, and you guys are so scared? A year ago, she was just a martial artist like us. To put it bluntly, we were all thinking for the citizens of Yuan City. We have a clear conscience, so why should we be afraid of her blaming us? If she wants to take revenge on us, because of this, Divine General Xian will not agree to it. But, the other guards were still terrified. Jing Xiaoyuan could not help but harumph coldly. With a flick of his sleeve, he ignored them and went downstairs. Jing Xiaoyuan's legs were inconvenient, and it was harder for him to go downstairs than upstairs. So by the time he reached the city gate tower, Huang Yueli and Li Moying had already brought a group of God's race soldiers into the city. Xianxia personally went forward to welcome them as he cupped his hands towards Huang Yueli and Li Moying in greeting. Patriarch Huang, young Master Li, I really didn't expect that the two of you would actually appear here and even meet my team. What a coincidence. Recently, the battle has been tense, and this old master has been a little too cautious. If I have offended the two of you in any way, please don't mind. Huang Yueli smiled and naturally didn't have any intention to take Xianxia and the rest seriously. Xianxia was one of Xianxia's own clansmen. Xianxia definitely didn't stop his clansmen outside the city out of selfishness. For the sake of the battle situation, it was understandable to make any decision. She would not be so unreasonable as to not consider the objective background and go find trouble with others just because they made her unhappy. Divine General Xian, you really don't have to say that. You're doing this for the sake of all the citizens of Yuan City. My husband and I have been in the Alliance army before, and we know how fierce the battle against the demons is. We can understand your actions, so please don't mind. Hearing Huang Yueli's words, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you both. Come, bring the two honored guests to the city lord's mansion to settle down. Xianxia, you and your team members stay here for a while. He stretched out his hand to summon two God's race soldiers and let them lead the way for Huang Yueli and the rest. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes as she knew that Xianxia had asked Xianxia and the rest to stay behind because he definitely wanted to ask about King Xiang's array talisman. Regarding this matter, no one had a better say than her. So Huang Yueli thought for a moment and stood still. Lord Divine General, my husband and I have something to tell you. Come back to the city lord's mansion with us. She did not know how many people knew about King Xiang's formation talisman. For the sake of caution, he still wanted to avoid others and tell Xianxia in private. However, Xianxia thought that the two of them were unwilling to leave because they felt that he had neglected them. He sighed and revealed a tired expression. He said apologetically, Clan Leader Huang, young Master Li, the two of you were originally rare guests. Now that you've come to our Yuan City, City Lord Meng and I will definitely welcome you well. However, the current situation, you and young Master Li came from the demon race's territory, so you should know the situation. With the demon race's army in front, I really don't have much energy. To be honest, before the two of you arrived, we were still holding a meeting in the city lord's mansion to discuss the next step of the strategy. Hearing this, Huang Yueli shook her head and smiled. Lord Divine General, you've misunderstood us. In fact, what I want to tell you is related to the Heavenly Devil Auspicious River. Xianxia was stunned for a moment as his gaze swept past Xianxia, who was behind Huang Yueli. Seeing that his expression was also one of affirmation, he regained his senses. This? Clan leader Huang, it seems like you've also participated in Xianxia's mission? This? What was going on? How did you guys meet? Huang Yueli nodded slightly. It's a long story, so let's return to the city lord's estate first. Lord Divine General, please rest assured. This is definitely good news. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He had interacted with Huang Yueli and the rest before and knew how formidable she and Li Moying were as anticipation rose in his heart. Perhaps the two of them could really bring back shocking good news, like how they killed Sky Devil Ruizhe last time. Alright, please follow me. Xianxialing hurriedly led the way. The group of people walked quickly and rushed back to the city lord's mansion. Xianxialing and Meng Shirong let the other generals wait outside as they brought Huang Yueli and Li Moying into a secret room. As soon as they entered, Xianxialing asked impatiently before the two of them could sit down. Patriarch Huang, what good news did you say just now? Since you came back with Xianxia and the others, you should already know why I sent them to the demon territory, right? Seeing Huang Yueli nod her head slightly, his heart was filled with joy as he asked, so that means, have you heard about the secret treasure in Heavenly Devil Auspicious River's hands? Huang Yueli nodded. That's right, we've already completely figured it out. You've guessed correctly. The reason why Heavenly Devil Auspicious River could raise the strength of the entire devil army is precisely because he has an ancient talisman in his hands. This talisman was forged by a powerful being hundreds of millions of years ago. It can be used repeatedly and won't break easily. Hearing this, Xianxialing was pleasantly surprised. As expected. This old man knew that my guess was absolutely correct. This is indeed an ancient formation talisman. However, his surprise only lasted for a few seconds before his expression darkened. Damn it. This was really bad. Heavenly Devil Auspicious River actually had such a powerful secret treasure. It could be said that he was already invincible. We have no chance of defeating him. I only have less than 20 soldiers left. The demon army is so powerful that the city walls of Yuan City can't stop them at all. Damn it, what should we do? We can't hold Yuan City for a month and wait for reinforcements. Xianxialing was so anxious that he stood up from his seat and paced back and forth in the secret chamber. In all the years he had joined the Alliance army, this could be said to be the most difficult moment he had ever experienced. In the past, even if he was in a desperate situation, he still felt that he had a chance to turn the tables and fight to the death. But now, after knowing that Heavenly Devil Auspicious River had such a powerful secret treasure, he could not imagine that they still had any chance of winning. Patriarch Huang, what do you think we should do? Was it, Patriarch Huang, what are you laughing at? Xianxialing looked anxiously at Huang Yueli, originally wanting to ask for her opinion, but he didn't expect to see Huang Yueli's smiling face with a relaxed look and was instantly stunned. Huang Yueli replied unhurriedly, Lord Divine General, please calm down and listen to me first. Actually, not only did we figure out the specific situation of this array talisman, but we also killed Heavenly Devil Auspicious River and obtained the array talisman. Therefore, if you are worried that the demons will be invincible with this talisman, you are overthinking. As she spoke, she paused and sighed with regret. However, there are still some areas that are not satisfactory. After I got the talisman, I realized that this talisman isn't suitable for the god race to use. It can't display its powerful effect in the hands of Heavenly Devil Auspicious River. It can only increase the strength of 20 people at most, so it's impossible for the Alliance army to use it to strengthen the entire army. When Xianxia heard Huang Yueli's words, he had already sunk into a petrified state. Patriarch Huang, you said, what did you just say? I must have heard wrongly, right? Yes, he must have heard wrongly, he must have heard wrongly. How can you be a match for Heavenly Devil Auspicious River? It would be good enough if he could survive if he encountered him. How could he kill him? My brain is really muddled. Xianxia muttered to himself as a bitter smile appeared on his face. During this period of time, the situation in Yuan City had been too tense. He was under too much pressure, and he couldn't even sleep at night. He had always been in low spirits, but he could only hold on. Now, his body's condition had actually deteriorated further, and he was even hallucinating. However, just as his voice fell, Huang Yueli interrupted. Mysterious Divine General, you didn't hear wrongly. What I said just now was true. A few days ago, my husband and I were looking for this King Xiang formation talisman in the demon camp. In the process, we happened to meet the Heavenly Devil Auspicious River. He was furious and chased after us. He wanted to kill us. The two of us had no choice but to use our full strength to kill him together. We almost lost our lives there. Speaking of the scene at that time, Huang Yueli couldn't help but sigh. If she could do it all over again, she might not have chosen to fight with Heavenly Devil Auspicious River. If it wasn't for Li Moying's good luck that day, coincidentally advancing successfully at the crucial moment, perhaps the two of them would never be able to return to the gods' race's territory. However, no matter what, the result was still very satisfactory. You. Xianxia's eyes widened as his mouth opened wide, staring at Huang Yueli for a long time, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Huang Yueli didn't interrupt him, and after she finished speaking, she picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip to moisten her throat as she waited for Xianxia and Meng Shirong to regain their senses. City Lord Meng was the first to digest this shocking news. He stood up and said excitedly, Patriarch Huang, it seems that what you said is true. You really killed Heavenly Devil Auspicious River. Huang Yueli shook her head. It wasn't me. To be precise, the one who killed Rui Jiang was my husband. I was just assisting from the side. Before she could finish, Meng Shirong waved his hand and interrupted her. That's not important. You and young Master Li are one. You joined forces to kill Heavenly Devil Auspicious River, isn't that right? The main point was that Heavenly Devil Auspicious River was really dead. The commander of the demon army was really dead. Even Rui Jiang's secret treasure talisman has fallen into your hands. As he spoke, not only did he not gradually calm down, but he became even more excited. Meng Shirong paced back and forth in the room and kept exclaiming, Oh my God, this victory came too suddenly. It was like red rain from the sky. It's really unbelievable, really unbelievable. It was only at this moment that Xianxia recovered from his shock as he turned to look at Huang Yueli and Li Moying, his eyes still filled with disbelief. Patriarch Huang, young Lord Li, you guys, are you really not lying to us? Can the two of you produce some proof? Or could he tell them the details of the battle? It's not that I don't want to believe the two of you, but it was because this matter was too important and could not tolerate any mistakes. I had no choice. Hearing this, Huang Yueli was initially startled and her brows creased. In all fairness, Xianxia's request was not too much. The key to this battle was to determine whether Tianma Auspicious River was really dead. If there was a mistake in such important information, it would definitely be the result of courting death. Xianxia was cautious by nature. In the face of such a huge surprise, he was still able to stabilize his emotions. He was not overwhelmed by the sudden victory and could still carefully verify the authenticity of the news. This was where he was superior. If it was possible, Huang Yueli didn't reject his questions and was willing to answer him truthfully. But the place where she and Li Moying killed Rui Jiang was in the ancient era's Devil King realm expert Rui Meng's cave dwelling. There were too many secrets hidden deep within the cave dwelling, and it was related to her and Li Moying's secret as evil cultivators, so she couldn't possibly tell anyone about it. Fortunately, Huang Yueli had already considered this point beforehand and had made some preparations. With a flip of her wrist, she took out the demonic auspicious river's magic stone from her space and gently placed it on the table. Divine General Xian, City Lord Meng, this is the demon stone of Heavenly Devil Auspicious River. We even dug out his magic crystals. How could he not be dead? What is it? The demon stones of the Heavenly Devil Auspicious River. You really brought out his magic crystals. This is really... Xian Jiuling and Meng Shirong gasped. Although they had long known that since Huang Yueli and the rest had killed Heavenly Devil Auspicious River, obtaining his magic crystals was a matter of course and wasn't worth making a fuss over, but they still couldn't control their emotions. It was the magic stone of a demon expert at the peak of the Heavenly Demon realm. The two of them were already 300 years old, but they had never seen each other before. Even Xian Jiuling, as a famous expert on the Divine Realm's heaven rankings, had never had a battle record of killing a peak-stage heavenly demon. Huang Yueli pushed the magic stone to the center of the table and retracted her hand. Xian Jiuling and Meng Shirong immediately rushed forward, completely ignoring their image. They laid on the table and stared at the magic stone, carefully observing it from top to bottom, left to right, not willing to miss a single detail. Meng Shirong was still muttering to himself, so this is the demon stone left behind by a demon at the peak of the Heavenly Demon realm. The fiendish chi contained inside is seriously too dense. Just looking like this, I already feel a burst of suffocation in my chest. I'm still Dao Profound Realm Cultivation. If it was an ordinary god, they would probably not be able to get close to it. Miss Huang, did you bring it all the way back from the devil camp? Huang Yueli didn't expect him to ask such a question. She wasn't even afraid of Heavenly Devil Auspicious River, so why would she be afraid of the magic stones left behind by a dead person? Wasn't this just another question? She blinked and nodded. Yes, I did bring it back. This isn't a difficult thing. I naturally have a secret technique to block demonic chi. Meng Shirong also realized that her question earlier was very silly. She hurriedly coughed twice and apologized to Huang Yueli, clan leader Huang. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean that your ability wasn't enough. I'm just a little. Sigh, I'm also a little confused. I understand, City Lord Meng. You don't have to worry about it. Huang Yueli hurriedly said. At this moment, Xian Jiuling suddenly spoke up in confusion, something's not right. Why is this magic stone different from the peak stage demon crystal I saw at the Alliance Army headquarters many years ago? Different? Huang Yueli's brows rose as she was a little surprised. What's going on? Could it be that the demon crystals are different for all demons in the Heavenly Demon stage? Xian Jiuling frowned and shook his head. Although the shapes of the demon race's demon stones may be different, their colors are very uniform. The colors of the demon stones are completely different for different cultivation levels. As he spoke, he pointed at the magic stone on the table. I've seen magic stones at the peak of the otherworldly demon realm in the Alliance Army headquarters. They're a sky blue color with a slight purple hue at most. However, the magic stone in your hand has already turned purple, with only a small portion of it being blue. This. Don't tell me this is a demon king's demon stone. Hearing this, Huang Yueli and Li Moying exchanged a glance and realized that their husband was also a little surprised. It seemed that although her husband was very diligent and well-read, he was not a native who had grown up in the divine realm. There were still many things he did not understand. This was the first time Li Moying had heard about the color of the demon race's magic stones. The two of them looked at each other, then at the magic stones on the table, and then at Xianxia and Meng Shirong, who had puzzled looks on their faces. Finally, Huang Yueli cleared her throat, cough cough, all right, I admit, this. This was indeed a demon stone of a quasi-demon king. Wait, don't be agitated. Let me finish first. Seeing Xianxia and Meng Shirong's agitated expressions as though they were about to pounce over and grab her collar to ask questions, Huang Yueli hurriedly stopped them. Li Moying and I had indeed killed Heavenly Devil Auspicious River, and this is indeed his magic stone. But when we were killing him, he had temporarily advanced into the Devil King realm. What is it? Temporarily? Xianxia was stunned for a moment before he started to ponder. Could it be that he used some secret technique to stimulate his body's potential? The demon race does have many such secret techniques. However, these secret techniques can only increase their physical strength and the purity of the demon qi in their bodies. It's impossible for them to affect the demon stones, right? Huang Yueli replied, Rui Jiang didn't use the devil race's secret method to raise his strength. Have you forgotten that he has this ancient array talisman in his hands? As she spoke, she took out King Xiong's formation talisman and waved it in front of the two of them before putting it away again. He had no intention of letting the two of them take a closer look. The demon stones of the Heavenly Devil Auspicious River had to be handed over to the Alliance Army headquarters, so there was no use in keeping them. Therefore, there was no harm in letting Xianxia and Meng Shirong take a look. However, it was impossible for her to hand over this King Xiong token. Instead, she wanted to keep it as one of her trump cards. The power of this array talisman was too heaven-defying. Although she was still far from being able to unleash its full strength, what if one day, she completely cracked King Xiong's array? At that time, not only would her strength increase greatly, but she would also be able to easily cultivate an army of her own. With such a treasure, even if the Alliance Army headquarters sent someone over, she wouldn't be able to hand it over, let alone Xianxia and the others. Of course, there were indeed not many people who dared to snatch things from the sacred Phoenix race's patriarch's hands. Xianxia and Meng Shirong were obviously not included. Therefore, although they were very interested in this legendary ancient treasure, they did not dare to say anything. They could only turn their attention back to the magic stone. Meng Shirong frowned, still looking puzzled. Wait, I still don't understand. What does the talisman have to do with the change in color of the magic stone? Xianxia had already understood as he looked at Huang Yueli and the rest in astonishment. All of you, you guys actually. This is unbelievable. Brother Xian, do you understand? Meng Shirong asked, curiously. Xianxia nodded, the shock on his face not lessening at all. Clan leader. Huang, you understand what you mean, right? When Heavenly Devil Auspicious River was killed, his potential should have been stimulated by the air of talisman, and he advanced a realm to the Demon King realm. The increase in cultivation by the array talisman is different from the increase in secret techniques. It will also increase the level of the demon stone in the demon race's body. That's why the demon stone of Heavenly Devil Auspicious River turned that color. What did you say? Brother Xian, are you mistaken? According to what you mean, before Heavenly Devil Auspicious River dies, that was the cultivation of the Demon King realm. If that's the case, how could Patriarch Huang and the others kill him? Meng Shirong's face was almost filled with disbelief. It's not that I don't believe in Patriarch Huang and young Master Li's strength, but their age is obvious. They were able to cross realms and kill a demon at the peak of the heavenly demon realm. It was already enough to shake the entire divine world. killing a demon king. This? I really can't imagine such a thing. Xianxia sighed. I also think that this matter is too ridiculous. However, other than this, I really can't think of any other explanation. Why don't we ask Patriarch Huang to tell us in detail personally? Just as his voice fell, the gazes of the two Dao Profound Realm experts landed on Huang Yueli, their expressions agitated as they anxiously waited for her to speak. Huang Yueli felt a little uncomfortable under their stares as she hurriedly coughed and explained, things are indeed as Divine General Xian said just now. When we fought with Ruijiang, he was at a disadvantage. In a moment of desperation, he took out an array talisman, and his cultivation immediately increased greatly, breaking through to the Demon King realm. Seeing the expressions on Meng Shirong and Xianjioling's faces that seemed to have been struck by lightning, she was afraid that the two of them would be too shocked and cause some trouble. She tried her best to avoid the main issue and said, "Seniors, things are actually not as exaggerated as you think." Ruijiang was already seriously injured at that time, so even though he forcefully increased his cultivation, his strength was still very far from the true Demon King realm. And my husband just so happened to advance and borrowed the power of the heavenly lightning to kill him. This is mainly luck, it's all luck. Hearing Huang Yueli's words, Meng Shirong and Xianjioling finally calmed down a little and started to accept this fact. Even so, the shock in their hearts did not lessen. Meng Shirong drank a cup of tea to suppress his shock. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "Patriarch Huang, young Master Li, the two of you are too humble. No matter what, to be able to kill a demon at the quasi-demon king realm, it can't be luck. If he didn't have the corresponding strength, I'm afraid he would have been killed by Ruijiang in a single move." As the city lord, Meng Shirong was not known for his combat strength. Instead, he was good at managing the town and coordinating relationships. Even though his own cultivation reached Dao Profound Realm, in terms of strength and vision, he was not on the same level as a top expert like Xianjioling at all. Therefore, although Meng Shirong felt that Huang Yueli's explanation was a little strange, but he couldn't pinpoint what was strange about it. But Xianjioling was different. As an expert on the heaven ranking, he had seen and experienced many things, and had fought many devil race experts who were at the peak of the heavenly devil realm. Hence, he knew that Huang Yueli had deliberately simplified the matter. Not to mention other things, the devil race's recovery ability was famous for being strong. Even if Huang Yueli and Li Moying had already heavily injured Ruijiang, but Ruijiang could forcefully raise his cultivation by a realm. During the process of raising his cultivation, using devil qi to recover his physical strength and heal his wounds was something that couldn't be more normal. No matter how weak a devil king was, he was still much stronger than a peak heavenly devil. As for using the heavenly lightning to kill the enemy during the advancement, this sounded reasonable at first, but the truly experienced experts knew how dangerous it was to advance in battle. If they were not careful, they would die on the spot and be struck by the heavenly lightning into a charred corpse. Even their facial features could not be recognized. Under such circumstances, it was already good enough to be able to keep his life, yet he still wanted to use the heavenly lightning to resist the enemy? This was probably 10 times more difficult than killing Ruijiang in a direct battle. However, although Xianjioling knew that Huang Yueli had some reservations in her words, but he didn't intend to expose her. Even if one used their toes to think, one would know that Huang Yueli and Li Moying were able to kill a top-notch expert like Heavenly Devil Auspicious River with their current cultivation and age. Just relying on God-grade innate talent was far from enough. The two of them definitely had some other fortuitous encounters and had more trump cards in their hands. It was normal for them to be unwilling to reveal all of their trump cards. As long as they didn't do anything to let down the entire God clan, no one had the right to ask. Xianxia's brows furrowed as he pondered for a moment before his brows gradually relaxed as his face revealed a trace of a smile as he stood up and cupped his hands towards Huang Yueli and Li Moying. I see. The two of you are really heroes from the young. You've made us two old fellows feel inferior. I'm ashamed. I thank you for helping out and saving the citizens of Yuan City. Meng Shirong also stood up. That's right. I should thank you all the more. The two of you are indeed worthy of being the most outstanding geniuses of the Shen clan in the past 10,000 years. You are indeed worthy of your reputation. Seeing the two seniors standing up, Huang Yueli and Li Moying couldn't just sit there and not move. The two of them quickly stood up and returned the greeting, saying, You flatter me. Xianxialing and Meng Shirong sighed again. They finally calmed down and began to consider their next move. Xianxialing stroked his beard and muttered, Since Heavenly Devil Auspicious River has been killed, the demon army camp is now without a leader. Based on my understanding of the demons, their camp must be in a mess at this moment. This is the best time to defeat the Mo army. I want to immediately lead people and sneak attack the Mo camp overnight. Then I'll be in charge of appeasing the people in the city. Meng Shirong said. That's right, Patriarch Huang, young Master Li, would the two of you mind telling the world about you killing Ruijiang? If the soldiers of the Alliance army knew about this news, their morale would definitely be boosted. At night, the Mystic Divine General would lead his troops out and they would definitely win. The commoners will also be at ease. Huang Yueli nodded her head, that's natural. The news of Ruijiang's death can't be concealed, so there's no need for us to hide it. Meng Shirong was overjoyed. That's great. I'll go find someone to immediately write this joyous occasion into a notice and post it all over Yuan City. At the same time, he had to write letters to the Alliance headquarters and the various families to inform them of this joyous occasion and the great merit of the two of them. Killing a peak heavenly demon expert, just this quasi-demon king demon stone, the military merits accumulated by the two of you can reach. Meng Shirong clearly didn't understand the rules of the Alliance army. When he said this, he suddenly stopped and subconsciously looked at Xianxialing. Xianxialing chuckled. These military merits are enough for both of you to be promoted to divine generals. If both of you are willing to join the Alliance army, you will soon be like me. Back then, this old man had been in the army for decades before he accumulated enough military merits to become a divine general. The two of you did it in less than 2 years. You will definitely be entrusted with important tasks. Why don't you two consider joining the Alliance army? Huang Yueli smiled as she shook her head. Lord Divine General, we appreciate your good intentions. But my husband and I are not bound by nature and we can't even stay in the clan, let alone in the Alliance army. Forget it. She could tell that after knowing that she and Li Moying had joined hands to kill Heavenly Devil Auspicious River, Xianxialing and Meng Shirong's tone when they spoke to her was different from before. Although the two of them were very polite to her previously, but she could tell that this politeness was mainly because they valued her and Li Moying's God-grade innate talent and their status in the family. Actually, from the depths of their hearts, they still felt that Huang Yueli and the rest were juniors. It was obviously different now. Xianxialing and Meng Shirong's tone seemed to treat them as colleagues, and they even seemed to be inferior to them. This was naturally the result of the intimidation of his strength. The two old seniors were both intelligent people, so they were definitely very clear that Huang Yueli and Li Moying were able to kill the quasi-devil king Ruijiang, so their abilities were at least on par with Xianxialing, and Xianxialing was already an old man. The two of them were still so young and their innate talent was so high, so it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before they would reach a height that the two old fellows could only look up to. For such young martial artists, other than taking the initiative to lower his head and build a good relationship with them, was there a second way? At least, Huang Yueli and the rest didn't look arrogant or impatient, not the slightest bit arrogant and despotic just because of their outstanding abilities, and their personalities were also very likable. Xian Jiuling was actually very clear in his heart that Huang Yueli and Li Moying were unlikely to join the alliance army. Therefore, he did not feel disappointed after being rejected. He put down the teacup and stood up. All right, since the plan has been decided, this old man won't delay any longer. Tonight, this old man will let these demons know who the true master of the divine world is. The dignity of the 12 continents of the God clan isn't something these crazy guys can provoke. Huang Yueli and Li Moying initially wanted to go out together with him, but after thinking about it, they decided to forget about it. Half of the experts in the fiend race camp had been cleared by them. Although there were a lot of people left, they were just a motley crew, and there were many experts in the alliance army, which was enough to deal with them. They had already made such a huge contribution, so there was no need for them to compete with the other alliance soldiers. They had been guarding the border for so long, so they deserved to earn this bit of military merit. Meng Shirong also left in a hurry to do some serious business. Before he left, he didn't forget to look for the city lord Manor's maidservant and asked her to bring some food over for Huang Yueli and the rest. Yuan City had been besieged for many days. Although there was a large reserve of grain in the city and there was no danger of running out for the time being, in order to delay the defense of the city for a longer time, Meng Shirong still ordered all the grain in the city to be distributed. Apart from the soldiers of the alliance army, the officials of the city lord's mansion and the ordinary people received the same food every day. Even Meng Shirong himself took the lead to eat simple food. So in a hurry, the servants prepared very simple dishes for Huang Yueli and Li Moying. Other than steamed buns, there was only a plate of cucumber scrambled eggs, a plate of eggplant with garlic sauce, a plate of sour and spicy shredded potatoes, all of which were vegetarian. Even so, Huang Yueli still wolfed down her food, eating 3 big steamed buns alone. After eating, he put down his chopsticks and leaned back in his chair. He touched his slightly bulging belly and said, "I'm so touched. I can finally eat normal food. Sob, 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 I'm about to suffocate to death in this damned place of the demon race. Too tragic, really too tragic." Thinking back to the days in the Devil Army camp and the underground cave dwelling, what Huang Yueli couldn't stand the most was that there was nothing to eat. The eating habits of the fiend race were completely different from those of the celestial race and the human race. Some low-level demons even ate raw meat directly. Although high-level demons would roast meat for cooking, their cooking skills were really not impressive. Huang Yueli bit the bullet and ate a little bit, almost vomiting. Although she also had some food stored in her space, it was not good to make a fire and cook in the territory of the demon race. She could only get some dry food to fill her stomach. As a person who had high expectations for life, Huang Yueli really felt miserable. A large part of the reason why she was in a hurry to return to Yuan City was because of food. Li Moying looked at his little fox's lazy look in amusement as a slender finger stretched out to her lips and lightly scratched it. "Silly lass, there's sauce on the corner of your mouth, didn't you notice? The cooking skills of the chefs here are just average. They're far inferior to you. It's hard for you to like to eat so much. It seems that you're really starving." Huang Yueli licked her lips as she narrowed her eyes, looking satisfied, just like a little kitten basking in the sun. Actually, the chef's craftsmanship is not bad. It's not easy to cook this table of dishes without any meat. Sigh, we came back at the right time. After the matter in Yuan City is over, let's eat at all the nearby restaurants, before going to Lining Town. How about that? Li Moying looked at her dotingly as he nodded. "All right, I'll listen to you." Huang Yueli had her fill and was satisfied as she raised her hands and stretched lazily. "Oh right, I haven't taken a hot bath for a long time, so I wonder if there's still hot water in the city?" She summoned the maid of the city lord's estate and asked. The maid hurriedly said, "Clan leader Huang, young Master Li, we have already prepared all these. Your rooms have also been arranged. Please follow me." Huang Yueli didn't expect Meng Shirong to be so thoughtful and instantly had a good impression of him. She pulled her husband and followed behind the maid. As they walked, they sized up the interior of the city lord's estate. It could be seen that City Lord Meng was not a person who lived extravagantly. The interior of the city lord's mansion was very simple. Other than the fact that the courtyard was a little bigger and there were more rooms, it was not much different from a commoner's house. However, it was very clean. Huang Yueli inched closer to Li Moying's side and whispered into her husband's ear, "City Lord Meng is really a good city lord who is wholeheartedly devoted to the people. No wonder he was able to stay in Yuan City for so many years." Li Moying nodded his head as a strange look flashed past his eyes. He said emotionally, "If there wasn't the United Army soldiers who were fighting wholeheartedly for the people of the celestial race and human race, there wouldn't be the current prosperity of the 12 continents. Compared to them, the so-called peerless geniuses are not even worth mentioning." This was also the reason why Jing Xiaoyuan had repeatedly provoked him and Huang Yueli, but he didn't retaliate. No matter how narrow-minded Jing Xiaoyuan was, he was not a bad person because he could stay in the Alliance army for more than 10 years and constantly train himself. Humans always had shortcomings. It was not easy to sacrifice one's own interests for the common people. When Huang Yueli saw this, she blinked her big eyes and stared at Li Moying for a while before she suddenly said, "Husband, from your tone, do you really want to join the alliance?" Li Moying was startled and immediately broke into laughter. "What are you thinking about? To me, the most important thing is to stay by your side and live the carefree life that you like the most. I'm not that concerned about the world. If it's like this time, helping the Alliance army is no problem, but I can't stay in the same place forever. This is impossible." Huang Yueli gave an "oh" as she accepted his explanation. However, although she did not say anything, her expression was thoughtful. Not long after, they arrived at the guest room. Meng Shirong had vacated the largest guest room in the entire city lord manor, and the hot water was already prepared. Huang Yueli took a comfortable bath in the bathtub, feeling that there was nothing more satisfying than this. After taking a bath, she put on a nightgown and returned to the bedroom. As soon as she entered, the man who had been waiting in the room for a long time grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. "Moying, what are you?" "Oh." A warm and moist touch brushed past the corner of her lips, stopping her from finishing her sentence. Huang Yueli's eyes widened as she saw her husband's handsome face right in front of her eyes. His deep black eyes stared at her small face as his long eyelashes left a faint shadow under his eyes. The man's thin lips curled up slightly as he chuckled softly. "You didn't wipe the sauce off your mouth. I'll help you lick it off." A deep and sexy voice reverberated in her ears and Huang Yueli's heart tightened as she subconsciously replied, "Thank you, husband." When she finished her sentence, she saw Li Moying's eyes flash with a trace of ridicule and she suddenly came to her senses as she hurriedly covered her mouth. You lied to me. Li Moying, you actually lied to me." It had been so long since they finished eating. How could there be any sauce left? Even if there was, it would have been washed away by the water when I took a shower just now. You are. He did it on purpose. Li Moying was exposed by his wife on the spot, but his face didn't show any trace of shame as he leaned closer to her. A strong masculine breath blew on Huang Yueli's face, causing her to unconsciously blush. Li Moying exhaled slightly. "Li Jia, have you forgotten something? After being in the demon camp for so long, other than eating and bathing, there's another thing that we haven't done for more than half a month." Li Moying's face was simply too lethal. Not only from soaring heaven's continent, up to the divine realm, all sorts of noble ladies from various aristocratic families had prostrated themselves under Li Moying's long robe. Even Huang Yueli, who had been married to him for several years, couldn't resist his deliberate temptation. The rationality that she had always been proud of had all left home at this moment. The powerful and fierce peerless genius instantly turned into a soft and cute little fox. He did not realize that he had been set up at all. He even asked in a daze, What did you say you didn't do?" Li Moying's laughter became even wilder and his voice became even deeper, carrying an obvious seduction. "Of course it's dual cultivation." How long has it been since we last dual cultivated, do you still remember?" Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment, before she finally reacted to what Li Moying had said, as her little face instantly flushed red. Why do you remember things like dual cultivation so well?" Li Moying replied in all seriousness, "Of course we have to remember it well. Dual cultivation is for the sake of our abilities to improve faster. Think about it, I'm already in Dao Profound Realm now, but you're still stuck at Heart Profound Realm Peak Stage Bottleneck. Why is this?" "Of course, it's because we haven't had any dual cultivation recently. As long as you dual cultivate a few more times, you'll definitely be able to break through very quickly." Huang Yueli's lips twitched as she really wanted to kick this shameless man away. "I believed you're evil, woo-woo." However, without waiting for her to make a move, Li Moying had already bent down and with his sharp eyes and agile hands, he grabbed her wrist and sealed her lips. A room full of spring. Because the previous day's dual cultivation was too tiring, Huang Yueli rarely woke up late and only woke up when it was close to noon. Li Moying had woken up earlier than her, but he didn't leave the room, instead leaning against the head of the bed. His hand was holding a scroll of Devil Race's ancient records which he had obtained from Devil King Rui Fu's cave dwelling, flipping through it. Looking at the cold and aloof man who was dressed in a neat and tidy manner at this moment, and thinking about the shameless beast behavior of this man last night, Huang Yueli rubbed her waist as she muttered in her heart. She must have married a fake husband. What elegant and cold, cloudy Qilin clan's young lord, it was all a lie. Sensing that Huang Yueli had woken up, his line of sight immediately turned towards her. You're awake?" Previously, City Lord Meng had sent someone to say that this morning, the army led by Divine General Xian had returned from a surprise attack on the demon camp and won a complete victory. "He told us to go to the meeting hall in front after breakfast." Huang Yueli was initially still in a daze, but when she heard this exciting news, she instantly woke up and immediately sat up from the bed. "What is it? Really? The Mystic Divine General and the others have returned so quickly?" Li Moying nodded his head. "That's right, it said that they had almost wiped out the entire devil army, killing tens of thousands of devils, turning defeat into victory and achieving a great merit. This time, the Dark Divine General's contribution would not be small. Perhaps he would be promoted to 9-star Divine General very soon. Moreover, the demons have suffered heavy losses in this battle. I estimate that it's impossible for them to launch an attack on Yuan City in the short term. In the Alliance army, other than the 7 9-star generals, the highest military rank was the 9-star general. One could imagine how happy Xian Jiuling would be. Although Huang Yueli had long known that this would be the outcome, but hearing that things were progressing so smoothly, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. That's great, that's great. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and go over." Huang Yueli lifted the blanket and wanted to get off the bed. However, the moment she moved, Li Moying's gaze slowly shifted downwards from her face and the glint in his eyes made her suddenly feel a little dangerous. Huang Yueli's entire body shivered as she finally realized that this room seemed to be a little cold. She followed Li Moying's line of sight and subconsciously lowered her head to take a look. The next moment, she suddenly raised her hand and pulled the blanket that had fallen to her waist back to her chest. Her small face turned red as she glared at Li Moying. You didn't even help me put on any clothes. Did you peek at me when I was asleep?" Li Moying's lips curled up in amusement. You're my wifey, and we've dual cultivated so many times, how have I not seen it before? How could I peek? I've always watched it openly. Mud victory. Huang Yueli was so angry that her voice changed as she pushed him forcefully. Go away quickly, I want to put on my clothes. Li Moying looked at her flushed face, and there was an impulse in his heart, wishing that he could continue the dual cultivation from last night. However, when he thought of Meng Shirong and the others who were still waiting in the meeting hall, he endured it. He rubbed his nose and stood up. All right, I'll wait for you outside. After Li Moying's back view disappeared behind the door, Huang Yueli jumped up from the bed and found a set of clothes in the Sky Phoenix ring to change into, before she washed up briefly. The two of them quickly ate something and rushed to the meeting hall. However, what they didn't expect was that before the two of them reached the entrance of the meeting hall and were still standing in the corridor, they heard a loud roar coming from the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Thank you, clan leader Huang. Thank you, young Master Li. This voice was unusually loud, and it was at least the volume of hundreds of people speaking at the same time. Huang Yueli totally didn't expect that there would be such a thing and was given a fright. He turned around and saw a cavalry team lined up neatly on the street at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. This cavalry troop was made up entirely of celestial soldiers who were at least at the 9th level of the profound meaning realm. They were all dressed in black uniform, and all of their mounts were 3rd-grade spirit beasts, Dark Cloud Stallion. Just from their appearance, it was obvious that this was one of the most elite troops under Xianxia. And at this moment, these soldiers had all dismounted and with one hand holding on to the reins, the other hand pressed on their chest as they bowed towards Huang Yueli and Li Moying's direction. The captain who was standing at the front of the group noticed Huang Yueli looking over and immediately walked over. Patriarch Huang, young Master Li, my brothers, and I represent all the soldiers of the Alliance Army in Yuan City, to thank you both deeply. Thank you for saving all the citizens of Yuan City, and thank you for avenging the comrades who died in this war. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes as her expression revealed a rare trace of embarrassment. She was someone who had seen a lot of things, but it was the first time she had been thanked so solemnly by so many people. She could tell that these people had been waiting here for a long time, probably specially waiting for her and Li Moying to come out to thank them. But Huang Yueli didn't feel that she had done anything extraordinary that was worthy of their gratitude. After all, she had helped Xianxia and the others and killed Heavenly Devil Auspicious River. Although she had considered the people of Yuan City, she had done it mostly for herself. At that time, she and Li Moying were chased by Rui Jiang and they couldn't even escape, so they had to fight to the death. If she had known that Heavenly Devil Auspicious River would become so strong and could even advance to the Demon King realm, how could she have rushed up and fought head-on? He would definitely run far away at the first possible moment, not even wanting the King Xiang formation talisman. From her point of view, other than Li Moying, there was nothing more important than her being able to live well. Therefore, killing Heavenly Devil Auspicious River was largely due to luck. Of course, after Rui Zhang's death, she and Li Moying rescued Xianxia and the rest, and before they left, they killed the top exponents from the Devil Race's campsite. These were indeed for the sake of the citizens of the 12 continents. But to her and Li Moying, these things were just a piece of cake, so she naturally didn't mind doing it along the way. In short, she was not that noble to risk her life for someone she did not know. Huang Yueli admitted that she didn't do anything extraordinary, but to receive such a solemn and sincere gratitude, she suddenly felt ashamed of herself. However, in the eyes of the guards of Yuan City, Huang Yueli was being overly modest. The cavalry captain stared at Huang Yueli as he spoke with a sincere expression. Patriarch Huang, young Master Li, please don't say that. You aren't in the army and don't understand the situation well enough. I'm afraid you don't know how serious the casualties in our army have been during this period of time. Our Black Knights are the personal guards of Divine General Xian, and we have also suffered heavy casualties. Originally, we had 2,000 people, but now, there are only 700 or so people left. Most of our comrades have already. His voice trembled for a moment before he stopped. Huang Yueli opened her mouth in astonishment, but she didn't make a sound. The captain took a deep breath to calm himself down. If it weren't for the two of you, he continued, I believe that the casualties would have been even greater in the future. Even we would have died here. Of course, since we have joined the alliance, we are not afraid of death. However, not being able to avenge our comrades before we die is our greatest regret. Now that the two of you have killed Rui Jiang and let us wipe out the demon army, we can finally comfort our comrades in heaven. After the captain finished speaking, he bowed deeply to them. Thank you. Following his action, the hundreds of cavalrymen behind him followed suit and bowed towards Huang Yueli and Li Moying. Thank you, clan leader Huang. Thank you, young Master Li. The combined roars of hundreds of people shook the sky. Huang Yueli herself hated such noise the most. In the past, when little Wang Kai was making a ruckus in the room, she couldn't wait to chase the little fellow outside. However, at this moment, she did not feel disgusted at all. Instead, she was touched. The relationship between the soldiers of the Alliance army was deeper than she had imagined. It was really rare. After the cavalrymen thanked him again, they did not stay at the entrance of the city lord's mansion for too long. The captain straightened up and said nothing. He turned around and walked back to the team, getting on his horse. All the cavalrymen followed suit and mounted the dark cloud stallion. Following the captain's order, the cavalry formed a long line and slowly left along the street. Huang Yueli sent them off with her eyes as she let out a deep breath. Just as she was about to turn around and head to the meeting hall, who knew that there was a commotion outside the door. However, this time it was not as loud and orderly as before. Miss Huang, thank you for saving us commoners. Young Master Li, my daughter was killed by the devil race. Before she died, she was even humiliated by them. Thank you for avenging her, thank you so much. My husband also died in the hands of the demons. I thought I would never be able to take revenge. The two of you are really amazing. Miss Huang, young Master Li, you two are really good people. You are the most compatible couple I have ever seen. I wish you two a long life together. Miss Huang, these are the vegetables that our family planted. They are very fresh. Please accept them. A group of commoners rushed over from the streets. Just now, the entire street in front of the city lord's mansion was occupied by the cavalry. They wanted to enter, but could not. They could only block the two ends of the road. Now that the cavalrymen had left, the streets were empty and everyone couldn't wait to rush over, wanting to see Huang Yueli and Li Moying personally. Although the guards at the entrance of the city lord's mansion stopped them and did not allow them to enter and leave as they pleased, they still could not stop the surging enthusiasm of the people. Huang Yueli was shocked by this stance. She could understand why the cavalrymen under Xian Jiuling had come to thank her, but the fact that these commoners were so enthusiastic was beyond her expectations. Li Moying was also stunned for a moment as his usually calm and aloof expression couldn't hold on any longer as he narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze turning even deeper. Step back, everyone, please step back. The city lord's mansion is an important military location, and all the generals of the Alliance army are discussing matters inside. Please don't disturb the meeting and hurry back home, hurry back. There were not many guards in the city lord's mansion, to begin with. In front of so many people, it seemed even more sparse. The guards tried their best to block the door, but they could not. A few people still squeezed in from the side when the guards were not paying attention. However, before they could get close to Huang Yueli and Li Moying, they were caught and brought back. Huang Yueli recovered from her initial shock, and when she saw this scene, her brows furrowed slightly as she immediately walked towards the door. Seeing her walk over, the people became even more excited. All sorts of screams rang out. Huang Yueli cleared her throat. "Big brothers and big sisters, please quiet down for a moment and listen to me." Her volume was not considered very high, but because of the addition of some profound energy, even in such a noisy environment, it was still exceptionally clear and everyone could hear it clearly. Everyone subconsciously quieted down and looked at her. Huang Yueli gave a slight smile as she spoke in a calm tone. "First of all, thank you everyone for coming to see me. I didn't expect that everyone in Yuan City would be so enthusiastic. But I really don't deserve it. My husband and I were only able to kill Rui Jiang by chance. It is our honor to be able to help you. You don't have to take this matter to heart. I've already received everyone's gratitude. As for the gifts, you should bring them back." After Huang Yueli finished speaking, she waited for a while, but the residents didn't show any signs of leaving. Instead, they became even more agitated. Li Moying also walked over as he said in a low voice, "Everyone, actually it should be me and my wife thanking you. If it wasn't for you all supporting the Alliance Army, Yuan City would have fallen long ago. We really don't deserve everyone's thanks. Peace has finally returned to Yuan City. Please return early and rest." Huang Yueli and Li Moying tried their best to persuade them, and after a long time, these residents were finally persuaded and some of them left one after another. However, even though these people had turned around, the topic was still revolving around the two of them. Clan leader Huang and young Master Li are really too nice. They are actually so humble, saying that this is not their credit. Isn't that so? He's so young, but he's already so strong. It's rare for him to be so approachable. It's really not easy. Such outstanding young people, the Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan actually want to separate them. There's simply no justice. Those old fellows are simply incompetent. What is it? There's actually someone who wants to break them up. Don't you know? Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan were mortal enemies. Even though they had signed the peace agreement and no longer attacked each other, but they had never intermarried. I heard from a friend of mine that Patriarch Huang and young Master Li eloped to our border town and coincidentally killed Heavenly Devil Auspicious River. Io, what a sin. How could this be? I hope Miss Huang and Master Li can get married smoothly. Huang Yueli and Li Moying had originally heaved a sigh of relief and were prepared to turn around and leave when they heard the discussions of the commoners. Although these people had already walked far away, they did not control their volume when they spoke. The two people's divine senses were very strong, so they could easily hear them clearly. The two of them looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Most of these ordinary people were still humans. The two of them, who had always been loners, felt a little strange and awkward when they saw how much they respected and loved them. But at the same time, an indescribable feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. I realized that in the Alliance Army, it's not bad to fight for the ordinary people. These people, ahem, she's really quite cute. After a long while, Huang Yueli said in a low voice. Li Moying's thin lips curled up slightly. How is it as cute as my Lier? She blushed after being praised by others. Huang Yueli's eyes instantly widened. You must have seen wrongly? I'm not blushing. Why aren't you blushing? Look here, Li Moying leaned closer to Huang Yueli. Just as the atmosphere between the two of them was ambiguous, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind them. How is it? Clan leader Huang, young Master Li, the two of you should have seen it just now, right? Yuan City's defenders and citizens are so grateful to the two of you. Won't the two of you consider officially joining the Alliance Army and continue to protect them? The instant the voice rang out, Huang Yueli reacted and hurriedly pushed Li Moying to the side. The face of the man who had failed to steal the kiss immediately darkened. He turned around and crossed his arms before his chest. His expression was cold as he swept a glance at Xianxia. Xianxia's line of sight was blocked by a pillar in the corridor, so he didn't notice what the two of them were doing. When he called out for someone, he realized what he had destroyed. His old face instantly turned red, and he rubbed his nose and coughed twice. I still have something to do, so I'll return to the hall first. Divine General Xian, wait a minute. We were just about to go to the meeting hall to look for you. Let's go together. It would have been better if Xianxialing didn't say anything, but after he said that, Huang Yueli felt even more awkward as she turned around and glared at Li Moying before turning around and walking towards Xianxialing's direction. Li Moying narrowed his eyes as he gave a cold snort in displeasure. It was said that Xianxialing had dedicated his entire life to the Alliance Army ever since he joined the Alliance Army when he was young and had yet to marry. Li Moying felt that it wasn't because of the Alliance Army that this old man couldn't get a wife, but purely because he didn't have good judgment. She might as well not have said anything. He actually kidnapped his little fox. Li Moying silently cursed, but his wife had already run away with the old man. What else could he do? He could only follow. How is it, Patriarch Huang, do you have any thoughts of joining the Alliance Army now? I see that you and young Master Li are really suitable for the Alliance Army. Your strength, courage, and bearing are admirable. Hearing Xianxialing's words, Huang Yueli couldn't help but smile. Divine General Xian, I'm starting to suspect that those cavalrymen and commoners at the entrance earlier weren't specially gathered by you, right? Just to lure us into joining the alliance? Xianxialing was stunned. Then, he laughed. What are you thinking? How is that possible? The people at the entrance had really gathered spontaneously. Every time they defeated the demon army, they would come to thank the Alliance Army. However, this time, you guys have completely suppressed the limelight of the other soldiers. Are you really not going to consider it? Huang Yueli still shook her head. Forget it, it's not a problem for me to go into battle to kill the enemies, but for me to lead an entire army. I don't think I have the ability to do so. Xianxialing frowned slightly as he really wanted to remind Huang Yueli that it wasn't that she didn't have the innate talent to lead an army, but that she had it too much. For a general, the most difficult thing was to establish his own prestige in the team. This was not something that could be done just by relying on outstanding strength. It also required a strong charisma and fairness in doing things. Many powerful martial artists were very powerful in one-on-one combat, but it was often difficult for them to adapt to the position of a general. Many people had been in the Alliance Army for decades, but they were still unable to make the soldiers under them completely convinced. But Huang Yueli was different. She was born with a kind of charm that made people unable to help but look up to her. Xianxiaoyi and the rest had followed Huang Yueli to carry out a mission, and now they kept talking about how powerful the Huang clan leader was, and even took the initiative to transfer to Huang Yueli's hands. Unfortunately, Huang Yueli wasn't in the Alliance Army's establishment, so he definitely wouldn't be able to satisfy Xianxiaoyi and the rest's request. Patriarch Huang, you have really underestimated yourself. However, you still have a family mission, so I can understand your choice. Xianxialing sighed. He felt regretful, but he knew that he couldn't force it. The instant Huang Yueli and Li Moying stepped into the meeting hall, deafening applause rang out in the hall. All the generals swarmed up and surrounded the two of them. The two of them spent a lot of effort before they successfully persuaded everyone to sit back down. However, from the words of these generals, they managed to figure out what had happened after their rest yesterday. After Xianxialing learned that Tianma Ruijiang had died, he gathered the remaining elite troops in the garrison overnight. There were less than 10,000 people in total. With the cover of the dark night, they raided the demon camp. Just as Huang Yueli and Li Moying had described, after the Devil Army lost the strong leadership of Heavenly Devil Auspicious River, they were led by the two of them to kill off many high-ranking officers. The entire camp had descended into chaos, and there were barely any soldiers patrolling at night. It could be said that the Fiend Race camp was already defenseless against the outside world. Although Xianjioling's alliance army was only one-third the size of the demon army, they came with a strong fighting spirit, determined to avenge their fallen comrades. Facing the scattered demon army, Xianjioling led his troops straight into the battlefield. They did not encounter much resistance throughout the entire process, and the situation was completely one-sided. The battle only ended when the sky was bright. Xianjioling gathered his troops again and returned to Yuan City. He did a head count and realized that there were very few casualties, only a few hundred people. The casualties in the previous battles were often in the tens of thousands, which was simply disproportionate. And from the magic crystals that the soldiers had handed over, they had wiped out tens of thousands of demons. For a moment, the entire Yuan City was in an uproar, and cheers resounded through the clouds. As Meng Shirong had put up the announcement of Huang Yueli and Li Moying killing Heavenly Devil Auspicious River last night in order to appease the hearts of the people, so almost everyone in Yuan City knew that this city could be preserved because of the two of them. From the morning when the Allied forces returned with a huge victory, there had been a continuous stream of commoners coming to the city lord's estate's entrance, wanting to take a look at Huang Yueli and Li Moying. Meng Shirong had already asked people to chase him away a few times, but he still could not stop everyone's enthusiasm. Xianjioling coughed a few times, and the meeting hall finally quieted down. He then said in a deep voice, "All right, everyone is here now. The commanders fought bravely yesterday. I am very pleased. Next, I will announce the situation of yesterday's battle. There are a few teams that performed particularly well." Xianjioling quickly returned to the main topic. He rewarded the commanders for their contributions in the surprise attack on the demon army and discussed the next step of the plan. All these made Huang Yueli drowsy. If she had known that Xianjioling had asked them to come to the meeting hall for a meeting, she wouldn't have come. She would rather hide in her room and pretend to be asleep. At this moment, she calmed down and felt a little lucky. Fortunately, she was not overwhelmed by emotions and immediately nodded to join the Alliance army. If she had meetings like this every day, she would really be annoyed to death. It would also waste her time cultivating and being alone with her husband. The meeting finally ended at noon. Huang Yueli was overjoyed as she immediately stood up and pulled her husband to wipe the oil under her feet. However, she had only taken a step when she was stopped by Xianjioling. "Patriarch Huang, please wait." Huang Yueli's face instantly crumbled, but she could only patiently reply, "Profound Divine General, isn't the matter already discussed? Is there anything else you haven't finished?" Although her gloominess had only flashed for a moment and was quickly covered up, it did not escape Xianjioling's eyes. Looking at her expression, Xianjioling was secretly amused, thinking that Huang Yueli had matured so early. At this moment, he could see that she was still a young lass who had not reached the age of adulthood. Putting aside her shocking ability and courage, her character was quite cute. Ahem, I want to say that I can reward the soldiers under my command according to their merits. However, your contributions are too great for a mere divine general like me to decide. I've already written down your deeds in a letter and sent it back to the Alliance headquarters. At that time, the headquarters will have someone to contact the two of you." When Huang Yueli heard that, she hurriedly replied, "Divine General Xian, you're really too polite. Actually, we don't need anything else. As long as you can give us the military merits, that's enough." "Of course, there's no lack of military merits." Xianjioling stroked his beard and smiled. "More importantly, it has been many years since the Alliance army has killed a demon on the level of Heavenly Devil Auspicious River. The headquarters should publicize your deeds in the 12 continents. This way, it can also strengthen the reputation of our Alliance Army and attract more young martial artists to join the Alliance Army. Ahem, I think. There's no need for that. When Huang Yueli heard this, she almost choked. He deeply felt what it meant to shoot himself in the foot. If her and Li Moying's portrait were to be pasted all over the streets and alleys of the 12 continents, those who knew would say that it was a commendation, but those who didn't know would think that it was a wanted poster. Moreover, to the two of them, this was no different from a wanted order. They were still on the way to elope. There weren't many people who knew them in the past. At least in a small town, they didn't have to worry about being recognized. If everyone knew about them, wouldn't they have to disguise themselves even if they were farming in the countryside? However, it wasn't good to say this to Xianxia. Huang Yueli had declined several times, but Xianxia insisted that this was the lofty honor that the two of them deserved, and the Alliance Army definitely wouldn't mistreat them, so much so that Huang Yueli almost vomited blood. Xianxia did not forget to remind the two of them that there would be a celebration banquet at night in the city lord's estate. All the soldiers who had made contributions in the battle were invited to attend. Huang Yueli nodded her head perfunctorily as she pulled her husband and ran. He slipped away. He couldn't afford to offend her. Xianxia and Meng Shirong looked at their backs and sighed. It's not easy. You're so young and so powerful, yet you're still so low-key and humble. If it were any other young martial artist, let alone killing an expert like Heavenly Devil Rui Jiang, even if they killed a peak earth demon, they would probably spread it everywhere, afraid that others would not know that they are actually so indifferent to fame and fortune. That's right, Patriarch Huang and young Master Li are really rare. However, we can't stop publicizing their achievements just because they keep a low profile. Isn't this bullying honest people? I, old Meng, would never do such a thing. Xianxia turned his head unhappily and glared at Meng Shirong. Look at what you're saying. It's as if I, Xianxia, am this kind of person who bullies the good and fears the evil. I also cherish talent. That's right, the more low-key they are, the more we have to help them fight for the glory they deserve. How could he let them suffer? We must let everyone in the 12 continents know. If Huang Yueli had left a step later and overheard their conversation, she would definitely burst into tears. Unfortunately, she had only wanted to slip away, so she pulled her husband and walked very quickly. By this time, they had already gone far away. Returning to her room, Huang Yueli packed up her things and wanted to bring her husband to run away. It would be best if she could leave Yuan City directly. Although the surroundings of Yuan City wasn't very safe, but in Huang Yueli's eyes, it was at least safer than the inside of Yuan City. She was very worried now. If she continued to stay in Yuan City, she might be swindled by Xianxia. This old divine general usually looked quite serious, but he was actually very evil. He would swindle people one after another. If his will was not firm and he really agreed to join the Alliance Army, then it would be over. Li Moying looked at Huang Yueli's anxious look and couldn't help but laugh as he shook his head. He knew it. Although his little fox always said that she would think for herself and that other people's lives had nothing to do with her, in fact, her heart was better than anyone else. If others treated her well, she would repay them tenfold. If not for that, why would she care about what Xianxia and the soldiers of the Alliance Army thought, or what the citizens of Yuan City thought? However, Li Moying didn't say anything to persuade her, but just silently watched her pack her luggage, occasionally giving her a hand. Anyway, they would have to leave Yuan City sooner or later. It might not be a bad time to leave now. The two of them didn't bring much with them, only some elixirs for replenishment, as well as the materials that Huang Yueli used to refine her armament. These were all exchanged with their military merits from Meng Shirong yesterday. Not long after, Huang Yueli had finished counting all the things she had brought, and with a wave of her pen, she wrote a short farewell letter to Xianxia and Meng Shirong. When everything was settled, Li Moying said, if you really want to leave, we'd better take this opportunity to leave now. Most of the maids and guards should be preparing for the celebration banquet tonight. No one will notice that we've left. Huang Yueli nodded her head, that's my plan too. Let's go now. She pushed open the door and poked her head out. She saw a familiar figure at the other end of the corridor. Huang Yueli was slightly startled as she immediately retracted her head and closed the door. Her actions were too fast and Li Moying didn't see clearly as he turned around to ask her, what's wrong? Is there someone outside? Huang Yueli nodded her head, yes, there was someone passing by and it was someone we know, White Tiger Race's Jing Xiaoyuan. If we bump into him, I'm afraid we'll have to waste a lot of time. Let's wait until he leaves. Li Moying naturally had no objections. However, Jing Xiaoyuan had not fully recovered from the injuries he had suffered from Jun Sihan, so he limped and walked very slowly. The two of them sat in the room and heard the sound of a walking stick hitting the ground. After a while, Jing Xiaoyuan passed by their room. There was still half a way to go from their room to the other end of the corridor. Huang Yueli was getting impatient when she suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Bang bang bang. Patriarch Huang, young Master Li, I am Jing Xiaoyuan, from the White Tiger Race. I am here to pay you a visit. Jing Xiaoyuan's voice came from outside the door. Huang Yueli's face was filled with astonishment as she exchanged glances with Li Moying. She had never expected Jing Xiaoyuan to come looking for them. Was there a mistake? The two of them had fought Jing Xiaoyuan on the demon battlefield a dozen days ago, so Jing Xiaoyuan should have known by now that they were the two demons. In addition, the two of them had slapped Jing Xiaoyuan in the face at the city gate yesterday. With Jing Xiaoyuan's arrogant personality, shouldn't he be avoiding the two of them at this time? Why did he come looking for her? Just as the two of them were in shock, Jing Xiaoyuan knocked on the door again. Patriarch Huang, young Master Li, can I trouble the two of you to open the door? When Miss Huang opened the door just now, I saw the two of you. You should be in the room, right? I have something important to tell you, so please do me a favor. This time, Huang Yueli had nothing to say. That's right, she was so unlucky. She wanted to open the door to look for the way, but she was caught by someone. If she wanted to pretend that she was not there at this time, it wasn't that she couldn't, but her curiosity was piqued by Jing Xiaoyuan's words. She wanted to know what he was here for. So Huang Yueli stood up and went to open the door for him. The one standing at the entrance was indeed a red-haired genius of the White Tiger Race. Jing Xiaoyuan did not wear his usual silver light armor. Instead, he had changed into a long robe. His long red hair, which was usually scattered around his ears, was also tied up in a purple gold crown. He was dressed like a young master from a noble family. The White Tiger Race cultivators had always had rough looks, and Jing Xiaoyuan was the same. Although his facial features were still quite handsome, because of his valiant aura, he still looked a little fierce. But today, with her dressing up, she actually looked like a dog. Unfortunately, the walking stick beside him betrayed the fact that he was a cripple. Huang Yueli sized him up from head to toe before saying, Commander Jing, your leg hasn't fully recovered, right? At that time on the demon battlefield, the situation forced my husband and I to act. If we have offended you, please forgive us. However, since your leg hasn't recovered, why didn't you rest at home? Why did you come here? Jing Xiaoyuan took a few steps inside and suddenly flung away the walking stick in his hand as he bent over and gave a deep bow towards Huang Yueli and Li Moying. Patriarch Huang, young Master Li, I came here today to apologize to the two of you. In the past, I thought highly of myself. When I saw that the two of you were far more talented than me, I was always a little unconvinced. Under my impulse, I did many things that I shouldn't have done and caused the two of you a lot of trouble. Fortunately, you were magnanimous and didn't hold it against me. However, I still owe you this apology. When Huang Yueli heard these words, her eyeballs almost popped out. Ahem, Commander Jing, you don't have a fever, do you? Although the external injuries don't seem serious, if you don't treat them properly, it will still cause a high fever. You should find a doctor to take a good look. You can't hide your illness from the doctor. No wonder Huang Yueli was so surprised. She really had never imagined that Jing Xiaoyuan would actually say such words. The few times they had interacted with Jing Xiaoyuan, they had always ended in an argument. It was already good enough that Jing Xiaoyuan didn't go against them, but now he was apologizing to them? Jing Xiaoyuan smiled bitterly and sighed. Patriarch Huang, please don't mock me. I'm here to apologize sincerely. I know that my past actions have made you look down on me, but I really have already recognized my mistakes. At the end of the day, it's all because I overestimated myself. Actually, compared to the two of you, I, the number one genius of the white tiger race, am nothing. Jing Xiaoyuan's attitude was too sincere, which made Huang Yueli even more confused. She turned her head and cast a questioning glance at her husband. Li Moying still had his usual cold and indifferent look as his expression didn't change. He stared at Jing Xiaoyuan for a while, before opening his mouth lightly. Commander Jing, you're being too polite with your words. We didn't feel offended by you. It's normal for young martial artists to compete with each other. We don't hold a grudge because of this. Jing Xiaoyuan heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. I knew you two were broad-minded people. However, he was still a little uneasy. After a while, he could not help but explain, also, on the city tower yesterday, I did not deliberately prevent the two of you from entering the city. I believe the two of you should know the situation at that time. I was just worried that a demon spy would take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the city. Not waiting for him to finish, Li Moying raised his hand to stop him from continuing. Commander Jing, you are thinking for the sake of the Alliance Army, and both Li and I understand, so you don't need to explain. If it was me and Li on the city gate tower, we might not let you in, so this is normal. That's right, you don't have to take it to heart. Huang Yueli added. Jing Xiaoyuan stole a glance at them for a while and found that the two of them did not seem to be being polite. Instead, they looked quite sincere, and he was finally relieved. That's great. Patriarch Huang, young Master Li, I'm relieved that the two of you don't mind. Otherwise, I'm really worried that the two of you are unwilling to join the Alliance Army because of me. Then, I'll really be the sinner of the entire Alliance Army. My comrades who sacrificed themselves for you in city will never forgive me underground. When Huang Yueli heard this, she finally understood why Jing Xiaoyuan had specially come looking for her. He was probably carrying the pressure from the Alliance Army. Regardless, Jing Xiaoyuan was an arrogant man, yet he had lowered himself to the point where he could be beaten and scolded at will. It was already a rare occasion for him to apologize in person. It also meant that he had indeed recognized his past mistakes. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli instantly felt gratified. The genius warriors of the God clan were fewer than the demon clan. If possible, she didn't want to make enemies with the geniuses of other clans. She would rather fight side by side with them. To be able to make use of this opportunity to turn enemies into friends with Jing Xiaoyuan was definitely a good thing for her and Li Moying. Jing Xiaoyuan obviously thought so too. After he exchanged a few words with Huang Yueli and Li Moying, the three of them gradually became familiar with each other, and the awkwardness that filled the entire room earlier dissipated by quite a bit. Huang Yueli then realized that Jing Xiaoyuan was actually quite a bit. This fellow's character was forthright, decisive, daring to take responsibility for his actions, and his relationship with the Allied army was really not bad. When it came to gossip in the army, he was even able to provide Huang Yueli and the rest with a lot of insider information. Jing Xiaoyuan suddenly remembered something and stood up. He took out a wine gourd from his waist and placed it on the table. Oh right, I almost forgot. Today, I specially brought over the good wine that I have treasured for many years. I want to toast the two of you. I wonder if the two of you are willing to do me the honor. This wine, LT's a tiger bone brew unique to our white tiger race. There's even a trace of the bone marrow of an ancient divine beast, the white tiger. Not only is it rich, but it's also beneficial to one's cultivation after drinking it. The longer this tiger bone wine is placed, the more mellow it becomes. This gourd of mine is even older than my age. Jing Xiaoyuan was already in his 50s, so this bottle of wine must be at least 60 years old. Huang Yueli herself wasn't a very good drinker, and after hearing Jing Xiaoyuan's introduction, her curiosity was piqued and she couldn't help but want to have a taste. After all, this tiger bone wine was not an ordinary fine wine. It was not something that could be drunk anywhere. In the current divine realm, ancient divine beasts were practically extinct. The remains of the divine beasts of the various large families were all collected as family treasures. This tiger bone brew was made from the bone marrow of a white tiger. Even if there was only a trace of it, it was already very luxurious and precious. Moreover, the bottle of wine that Jing Xiaoyuan had brought over had been stored for such a long time. It was a rare wine that could not be bought with money. Since Huang Yueli was so moved, Li Moying himself was a good drinker, so naturally his interest was piqued. Seeing the anticipation on the faces of the two, Jing Xiaoyuan instantly felt proud. He took out a bottle stopper and personally poured wine for the two of them, not forgetting to brag about the wine-brewing techniques of his white tiger race. Patriarch Huang, young Master Li, both of you ascended to the divine realm from the lower realm. I reckon that you don't know much about the situation of the various large families, right? Actually, the 12 great clans of the god race all have their own unique skills that they are good at. For example, the Sacred Phoenix clan is good at refining weapons, the Cloudy Qilin clan is good at treasure hunting, and our White Tiger clan is the best at wine brewing. Other than the most famous tiger bone wine, our clan also has thousands of recipes for brewing wine. Each of them has a different effect. Some of them are even more powerful than medicinal pills. If there's a chance, you can come to the White Tiger continent. I'll take you to visit our underground wine cellar. Alright, the two of you, come. We can drink to the brim. Huang Yueli raised her wine cup as she carefully observed the wine in the cup. The tiger bone wine looked extremely clear and had a completely transparent color. It looked no different from ordinary water. However, this wine emitted a strong fragrance. This fragrance could not even smell the alcohol, but it was enough to make people dizzy when they really inhaled it. And even under the cover of the fragrance, Huang Yueli could clearly feel a powerful energy contained within. The three of them raised their glasses at the same time. Huang Yueli gave a slight smile. We can also be considered as a smile and all grudges? Jing Xiaoyuan nodded repeatedly. The three of them saluted each other, raised their heads, and downed their drinks. Not only did this tiger bone wine look different, but it also tasted extremely sweet and refreshing. It was like a clear spring. After swallowing it, there was still a lingering fragrance in the mouth. As the wine entered his stomach, a wave of heat rose from his dantian and spread through his meridians to his limbs and bones. This feeling was too comfortable. It was as if his entire body was soaked in warm water, and all the pressure seemed to have disappeared. Have you sensed it already? Jing Xiaoyuan explained with a smile. I wasn't just bragging when I said that this tiger bone brew was beneficial to cultivation, right? Why don't the two of you sit quietly for a moment and let the mystic qi contained in the wine circulate through your bodies for a large circulation? It will be very beneficial to your cultivation. When Huang Yueli and Li Moying heard that, they both put down their wine cups as their palms faced the sky as they held their breaths and concentrated as they started to circulate their cultivation methods. Just as Jing Xiaoyuan had said, the Xianxia had completely merged into their bodies after going through a large circulation, becoming one with their own Xian energy. However, his strength did not increase by much. Huang Yueli thought for a moment and understood that this was most likely because their cultivation was too high. If the same bottle of tiger bone wine was given to a martial artist at the early or middle stages of the heart-profound realm, the effect would definitely be very obvious. To her and Li Moying, it seemed to be of little value. However, this did not mean that there was a problem with the recipe. Tiger bone brew was indeed a sharp weapon that could promote cultivation. However, due to the rarity of white tiger bone marrow, there was too little of it. If she added 10 times more white tiger bone marrow, it would probably be effective on her and Li Moying. Jing Xiaoyuan didn't expect this. He looked at the two of them expectantly and asked, "How is it? What do the two of you think?" Huang Yueli nodded and smiled. "This tiger bone wine is indeed extraordinary. As expected of the White Tiger clan's inheritance. I've drunk a lot of wine in the lower realm, but I've never drunk such a fine wine. It really opened my eyes." "Moying, what do you think?" Li Moying nodded slightly. "Wifey is right. This is indeed the best wine I've ever drunk. However, this tiger bone wine is so precious. Aren't you being a little too polite by taking it out for us to drink like this?" With Huang Yueli and Li Moying's status, to say such words of praise made Jing Xiaoyuan extremely happy. "Of course, you have to bring out good wine to apologize to someone. Besides, I get along well with you guys," he said boldly. Come. I'll fill your glasses again and drink another cup. I won't go home until I'm drunk." Huang Yueli really wanted to say that there would be a celebratory banquet hosted by Divine General Profound and City Lord Ming later on. With Jing Xiaoyuan's interference, her and Li Moying's plan to sneak away had already gone down the drain and they could only attend the banquet later. If he got drunk now, how would he face people later? However, the taste of this tiger bone brew was simply too wonderful. The rich fragrance was like a hook, making people unable to help but be attracted to it. It shouldn't be a problem to drink another glass, right? It was rare for Huang Yueli to lose control of herself as she raised her wine cup again. "This toast, I wish you and City will forever be impregnable." After Huang Yueli finished her speech, she brought the cup to her mouth and raised her head, preparing to finish it in one gulp. Who knew that at this moment, she suddenly felt a wave of nausea in her chest and a throbbing pain in her head. Her vision instantly darkened. Clang! The wine glass rolled from her fair and slender fingers and shattered on the ground. Huang Yueli's body tilted to the right and fell down. Li Moying's reaction was extremely fast as he noticed that Huang Yueli's situation wasn't right as he pounced towards her at the first instance and caught her just before she landed. "Li Jia, what's wrong with you? What had just happened? Li you. Wake up." Li Moying hugged Huang Yueli's petite body as he anxiously called out by her ear. However, Huang Yueli seemed to have lost consciousness as her eyes were tightly shut, not moving at all. Li Moying's mind instantly buzzed as a wave of fury rushed straight to his chest. He gently placed Huang Yueli back on the ground and turned around, grabbing Jing Xiaoyuan's collar and lifting him up. Li Moying's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Jing Xiaoyuan. He gritted his teeth and said, "Jing Xiaoyuan, what did you put in the wine? How did Li faint? What did you do to her?" Jing Xiaoyuan was squatting beside Huang Yueli as he stuck his head out to take a look when he was suddenly lifted up by Li Moying. The speed at which Li Moying attacked was simply too fast. The White Tiger race mainly cultivated wind attribute cultivation techniques and was known for their speed. Jing Xiaoyuan was one of the best and had always been proud of this. But under Li Moying's hands, she didn't even have a chance to resist. By the time Jing Xiaoyuan regained his senses, all his meridians had been restrained by Li Moying and he was totally unable to move. Just like a bird being held in the palm of someone's hand, as long as Li Moying exerted strength, he could strangle him to death. It was only until this moment that Jing Xiaoyuan realized that the different strength between him and Li Moying was so huge. Previously in that clash on the demon battlefield, Li Moying had not displayed his true strength and was purely teasing him. Following that, Jing Xiaoyuan heard Li Moying's question and was instantly stunned. What was that? Wine. There was a problem with the wine? How is that possible? You're still pretending? Li had drunk your wine, which was why she fainted. If it's not because of your wine, what else can it be? Li Moying's eyes were filled with rage as the hand that was strangling his neck tightened. Jing Xiaoyuan could almost hear the cracking sounds coming from his neck as his vision turned black and he almost fainted on the spot. Just as Jing Xiaoyuan thought that he would be strangled to death, Li Moying's hand suddenly loosened and he was flung onto the ground. Jing Xiaoyuan kept coughing as he struggled to get up from the ground, not caring about his injuries as he rushed towards Li Moying to explain. Li. Young Master Li, you said that one poisoned the wine? This was definitely a huge injustice. This is indeed our white tiger race's tiger bone wine. It's authentic and I definitely didn't add anything. Moreover, young Master Li, didn't you drink too? Do you think there's something added to the wine? Also, I'll drink it too. If there's really a problem with the wine, is there a need for me to die? Li Moying had just seen Huang Yueli faint and was really too flustered. To him, even if Huang Yueli cut her finger, it was already a huge matter, let alone now, she had fainted without saying a word. In his anger, he didn't even have time to think. His first reaction was that there was something wrong with the wine and he dragged Jing Xiaoyuan over to question him. After all, Jing Xiaoyuan's history wasn't clean either. He had caused them trouble many times in the past. Although he had taken the initiative to make peace with them, what if he was just putting on an act and was actually using this opportunity to kill them? Now, after hearing Jing Xiaoyuan's explanation, Li Moying gradually calmed down. Jing Xiaoyuan was right. Earlier when he poured the wine, it was in front of Li Moying, so whatever he wanted to do, it couldn't escape his eyes. Moreover, after Li Moying drank the tiger bone wine, his entire body felt relaxed and he didn't feel any discomfort at all. This indirectly proved that this wine was indeed good wine, at least it wasn't poisonous. Li Moying took in a deep breath as he pursed his lips. What you said makes sense. I was too impulsive earlier, so I'm sorry, Commander Jing. It's fine, it's fine. Everyone knows that young Master Li has a deep relationship with Patriarch Huang. It's normal for you to be worried when Patriarch Huang is in trouble. Jing Xiaoyuan rubbed his neck that was about to break and smiled bitterly. Facing such powerful strength, even if he was not satisfied, what could he do? In the divine realm where strength was king, even if Li Moying killed him with a single slap, he wouldn't have any ability to resist. Luckily, Li Moying was still reasonable and was willing to listen to his explanation. Li Moying couldn't be bothered to consider Jing Xiaoyuan's feelings. After he let go of Jing Xiaoyuan, he immediately returned to Huang Yueli's side and patted her little face once again. Li. Wake up, wake up. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. However, Huang Yueli was still lying motionlessly on the ground, as though she had not heard his voice at all. Jing Xiaoyuan walked over as well. He lowered his head to observe the situation for a while before suddenly saying, Young Master Li, I think, is Patriarch Huang drunk? Drunk? Li Moying frowned. Why do you think so? Jing Xiaoyuan analyzed. Young Master Li, you might not know this, but the wine brewed by the white tiger race is very intoxicating. If it was an ordinary human at the early stage of the profound meaning realm, he would be drunk from just a drop of tiger bone wine. If Patriarch Huang's alcohol tolerance was not good, getting drunk was also a common occurrence. Moreover, tribe leader Huang does not seem to be unwell. Although she has fainted, I can see that her breathing is stable. Her face is also slightly flushed, as if she is a little drunk. Hearing Jing Xiaoyuan's words, Li Moying's heart moved slightly as he felt that what he said made sense. But soon, he shook his head and rejected this guess. I don't think so. Although Lier wasn't an alcoholic, but her alcohol tolerance wasn't bad. When she was in the lower realm, she had once competed with someone to drink, and it could be said that she didn't fall even after 1,000 cups. Moreover, the higher a martial artist's cultivation was, the better their alcohol tolerance. With her current cultivation, would she be knocked down by a cup of tiger bone wine? This is too abnormal. That's true. Jing Xiaoyuan also felt that something was wrong. Seeing that Li Moying was sweating profusely from anxiety, he didn't dare to act rashly, and could only suggest ideas from the side. How about this, young Lord Li, carry Patriarch Huang to the bed first. It's even more uncomfortable to lie on the ground like this. I'll inform Divine General Xian and City Lord Meng about this, and ask them to invite the best doctor in Yuan City to treat Patriarch Huang. Alright, let's do that. Go and get the doctor to come over as soon as possible. Li Moying immediately nodded in agreement. Jing Xiaoyuan didn't dare to delay any further. He got up and left the room, running along the corridor. Li Moying bent down and carried Huang Yueli up horizontally, gently placing her on the soft bed. He even took off her boots, loosened her collar, and stuffed her under the blanket. Throughout the entire process, Huang Yueli seemed to have fallen asleep as she laid softly in his embrace, allowing Li Moying to manipulate her. Her body temperature was even higher than usual. However, both her breathing and pulse were very stable. Li Moying frowned as he sat by the bed, trying a few methods to wake her up, even lowering his head to kiss her, but to no avail. Li Moying was anxious and uneasy as he wanted to personally go out to look for a doctor for Huang Yueli, but he was also worried that if he left, no one would take care of her. Luckily, Jing Xiaoyuan's efficiency was very high, and just as Li Moying was in a dilemma, he brought a large group of people and rushed over. Young Master Li, how is it? How's clan leader Huang? Has she woken up? Divine General Xian and City Lord Meng are here. Jing Xiaoyuan's voice was heard before he arrived. A group of people pushed open the door and entered. The one walking in front was Xian Jiuling, who had an anxious expression on his face. He took 3 steps and rushed to Huang Yueli's bedside. Xian Jiuling lowered his head to take a look and immediately frowned. His expression was filled with undisguised worry. What was going on? Is Patriarch Huang still not awake? Li Moying shook his head and didn't say anything. Xian Jiuling said anxiously. How could such a thing happen? I just heard from Jing Xiaoyuan that Patriarch Huang fainted after drinking the tiger bone wine he brought from home. However, I've drunk this wine before and it only has the effect of increasing the profound energy density. There shouldn't be such a problem at all? Li Moying replied in a deep voice, there's no problem with me drinking, but... Perhaps Li did not faint because of the wine. Could it be that he suffered internal injuries during the battle with the heavenly devil Auspicious River? It didn't show up before, but it only acted up now? Xian Jiuling frowned and guessed. Meng Shirong cut in. Alright, brother Xian, stop guessing blindly. Move aside and let Divine Dr. Wu take a look. Young Master Li, this Divine Dr. Wu is the head of the military doctors stationed in Yuan City. He is the person with the highest medical skills in the city. He happened to be a guest in my residence today. It's really a coincidence. He gave a simple explanation to Li Moying and stepped aside a little, inviting Divine Dr. Wu to step forward. Divine Dr. Wu looked like a middle-aged man with a goatee and a scholarly look. He sat down on the chair beside the bed and first observed Huang Yueli's expression as he revealed a doubtful expression. It looked like the symptoms of drunkenness. However, if he was just drunk, he shouldn't have been unconscious all this time, right? Young Masterly, have you tried giving Patriarch Huang some pills to sober her up? Li Moying immediately replied, when wifey and I went out, we brought along quite a number of heat-clearing and detoxifying pills. Earlier, I've already fed her a few heart-rinsing pills, but it doesn't seem to have any effect. Heart-rinsing pill? How many more? Divine Dr. Wu was shocked. This heart-washing pill was a heaven-grade medicinal pill. Although it was very effective in relieving hangovers, its more important function was to relieve thousands of different symptoms of poisoning. It could be said to be a divine medicine that was difficult to obtain with 10,000 gold. Most people would not be willing to eat one unless they were about to die. Li Moying actually used it as a hangover medicine and even took a few pills at Divine Doctor Wu really wanted to complain about wasting God's gift, but when he saw Li Moying's cold and handsome face, he immediately swallowed all the words that he didn't say back into his stomach. As expected of the most talented husband and wife in the divine realm. They were indeed rich and overbearing, and could not be provoked. Why are you looking at me? What's the situation with Lier? Li Moying urged unhappily. Divine Dr. Wu jolted awake. He quickly said, I can't tell yet. Let me feel her pulse. As he said that, Divine Dr. Wu stretched out his hand and touched the pulse on Huang Yueli's wrist. Soon, he let out a surprised sound. Everyone stared at him, thinking that he would say something. However, Divine Dr. Wu did not say anything. Instead, he closed his eyes, as if he was feeling something. The process of taking his pulse lasted for a long time. Everyone present did not dare to make a sound and waited quietly. As time went by, Li Moying felt even more uneasy. Huang Yueli's body had the evil aura that came from cultivating the wicked shadow cannon, so she couldn't let outsiders know about it. However, this was not what he was worried about. According to Li Moying's experience, almost all the doctors in the 12 continents of the gods' race couldn't identify the evil aura. Previously, there was once when he and Huang Yueli were outside Saint Xiaying's cave dwelling and were chased by Huang Sanbai and the rest. Under his heavy injuries, he had inhaled too much evil energy, which resulted in him falling unconscious. At that time, Cloudy Qilin clan invited countless divine doctors to give him a diagnosis, but none of them knew what the situation was. It was Huang Yueli who had personally infiltrated Cloudy Qilin continent and changed her appearance to his side, to dual cultivate with him, that had woken him up. So Li Moying had full confidence that a mere doctor like Divine Dr. Wu would not be able to see through Huang Yueli's secret. But it was precisely because of this that Divine Dr. Wu didn't speak for a long time, which made Li Moying feel even more uneasy. He couldn't help but guess. Could it be that his little fox had really suffered some serious internal injuries that caused her to become like this? Now that he thought about it, the abnormality on Huang Yueli's body had already been there for a long time, and it wasn't just today. Earlier on, when they exchanged blows with Heavenly Devil Auspicious River, Huang Yueli had clearly chosen to self-destruct, but she failed to succeed and all her profound energy was sucked dry. At that time, he felt that Huang Yueli's physical condition was abnormal. Could it be that she had left behind some kind of injury when she self-destructed, and he actually did not notice it? After a very long time, Divine Dr. Wu opened his eyes, and the hand on Huang Yueli's wrist also dropped down. Li Moying couldn't wait any longer as he impatiently asked, Divine Dr. Wu, how is my wifey? Divine Dr. Wu took a glance at Li Moying and frowned slightly. I don't really understand either. From your wife's pulse, there shouldn't be any major problems with her body. In fact, the profound energy in her body is far more abundant than those of the same cultivation level, so her body should be much better than ordinary people. Li Moying's handsome brows furrowed. Since that's the case, why did my wifey faint and why hasn't she woken up till now? Well, I have a theory. Divine Dr. Wu pondered for a moment and suddenly said. Li Moying's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly asked, what guess? It's like this, young Master Li, please calm down and listen to this old man, slowly. In my opinion, there should be no problem with your wife's body. However, when I wanted to check if she had any internal injuries, I discovered that there was an extremely powerful and pure energy in her body. Powerful and pure energy? Li Moying was startled. His first reaction was that the evil aura in Huang Yueli's body had been discovered. However, Divine Dr. Wu's next words quickly dispelled his doubts. Yes, this energy is in your wife's lower abdomen. Based on my experience, this should be the accumulation of profound energy, caused by cultivating some special cultivation method. I guess that your wife must have been careless when cultivating, or she was only affected by the special cultivation method, which is why she fainted. As for the specifics, this old man doesn't know. Young Master Li, as the husband of Patriarch Huang, you should know better than this old man. Hearing this, not only did Li Moying not relax, his brows furrowed even tighter. That's right, Divine Dr. Wu was right. Regarding Huang Yueli's cultivation situation, he should be clearer than anyone else. However, he did not know what was going on. This was the reason why he felt uneasy. But since Divine Dr. Wu had said so, it meant that Huang Yueli's body should not have too much of a problem. Young Master Li, your wife's body is very normal. She might have fainted because she's about to advance. This is something that can't be treated by external forces. I suggest that you let your wife have a good rest. When she absorbs the accumulated energy in her body, she should wake up. Li Moying frowned as he asked, Divine Dr. Wu, according to your judgment, when will my wifey wake up? Divine Dr. Wu choked. This was hard to say. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. If it's fast, I might wake up immediately. If it's slow, I might. It might take many days. Saying this was equivalent to not saying anything. Li Moying was originally anxious, and upon hearing this Divine Dr. Wu's unreliable words, his expression turned even uglier. Xianxia saw this, and couldn't help but walk over. He interrupted, Divine Dr. Wu, think about it. Is there any way to make Patriarch Huang wake up earlier? She and young Master Li are the greatest heroes who saved you in city. Everyone is waiting to see her at tonight's celebration party. If there was a way, I would have said it long ago. Why would I have to wait until now? Divine Dr. Wu smiled bitterly. From the looks of it, letting her recuperate is the most effective. In that case, I'll have to trouble Divine Dr. Wu to wait by the side. If my wifey is unwell, we can treat her in time and leave after my wifey wakes up. Li Moying suddenly said. What is it? But. Divine Dr. Wu subconsciously wanted to refuse. Forget about you in city, even before he joined the Alliance army, he, old Wu, was a famous divine doctor in the divine realm. Which family didn't respectfully invite him to see a doctor with a large amount of money? If they could get a diagnosis from him, they would be extremely grateful. They wished they could worship him. In the end, when it came to Li Moying, he actually wanted to hold him hostage? Listening to Li Moying's meaning, if his diagnosis was wrong and Huang Yueli had an accident, he wouldn't be able to leave. However, before Divine Dr. Wu could finish his words, Xianxia interrupted him, That's right, please stay here, Divine Dr. Wu, so that you can treat Patriarch Huang in time. Meng Shirong immediately came over and reminded, Divine Dr. Wu, you must treat Patriarch Huang. If anything happens to her, we won't be able to explain ourselves at the Alliance headquarters. Yes, the old me understands. Divine Dr. Wu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and could only brace himself to agree. Actually, it wasn't that he wasn't willing to treat Huang Yueli, but he was afraid of staying under Li Moying's nose. This legendary cloudy Qilin clan's young lord, who was full of vitality and handsome without a match, the aura on his body was a little too frightening. It was as if he would be killed if he made a mistake. As a physician with an ordinary cultivation base, how could he not tremble in fear? Xianxia looked at his stiff expression and found it a little funny. He comforted him, "Divine Dr. Wu, relax a little. Don't worry. Young Master Li is a reasonable person. He's not a demon. He won't do anything to you." He consoled him a few times, but seeing that Divine Dr. Wu was still panic-stricken, he could only give up. Because Huang Yueli had suddenly fallen unconscious, the City Lord Manor's celebratory banquet that night had been cancelled. Quite a number of Alliance army generals heard the news and rushed over, wanting to visit Huang Yueli, but they were all blocked outside by Li Moying's men. However, even though they were stopped, the Alliance army generals were still unwilling to leave so easily. They stayed outside the city lord's mansion and discussed with worry. Patriarch Huang is actually unconscious. What is going on? Is there a need to ask? This was definitely a hidden injury left behind when he killed Heavenly Devil Auspicious River. Patriarch Huang has sacrificed too much for the people of Yuan City. I really hope that tribe leader Huang can recover as soon as possible. Huang Yueli was completely unaware of everything that was happening outside. When she woke up the next morning, she felt as if she had slept. Although her mind was still a little dizzy, her body was full of strength. Huang Yueli rubbed her eyes and was about to sit up. Suddenly, a surprised voice rang out beside her ear, "Li you. You're awake. You're finally awake." Huang Yueli still couldn't come back to her senses. Blinking her eyes, she turned her head and asked in puzzlement, "Husband?" Her gaze landed on Li Moying's face, and she went into a daze for a moment, before she jolted awake immediately. "Husband? Husband, what's wrong with you? Why did he look so awful? What exactly happened?" Before she could finish her sentence, her body suddenly tightened and she was pulled into the man's embrace. Li Moying's strong arms tightly hugged the petite young lady in his embrace as his body trembled slightly. "Li you're really awake, you're fine. That's great." "Huh?" Up till now, Huang Yueli was still a little unable to regain her senses. But she could feel Li Moying's nervousness and anxiety as she hurriedly stretched out her hand and patted her husband's back. "Husband, what's wrong? Why does it feel like I'm about to die, woo-woo?" Just as Huang Yueli's die word left her mouth, her chin was lifted up forcefully and a menacing kiss landed on her lips, choking her breath. Woo-woo. This kiss was too urgent and Huang Yueli felt that she was almost unable to breathe as she subconsciously raised her hand and pushed Li Moying's chest, wanting to push him away. However, Li Moying hugged her too tightly and she didn't move at all. Not knowing how long had passed, Li Moying finally let go of her. Huang Yueli almost couldn't catch her breath as she hurriedly raised her head and took in a deep breath. At the same time, she didn't forget to glare at Li Moying fiercely, using her gaze to express her disdain. Li Moying didn't seem to notice her unhappiness as he said with lingering fear, "Luckily you're awake. Otherwise, I would be so anxious that I would kill someone." "Li do you still remember what happened yesterday afternoon?" Huang Yueli was slightly startled. "You mean yesterday afternoon? Weren't we drinking with Jing Xiaoyuan? To think that the wine brewed by the white tiger race is so delicious." Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly stopped. Huang Yueli finally recalled everything that happened yesterday and her memory, after picking up the second cup of tiger bone wine, was left with only darkness. "So, I'm drunk? He even drank a few clips?" Huang Yueli turned pale with fright. "My alcohol tolerance isn't that bad, right? This is too embarrassing." Besides, it was one thing to get drunk in front of her husband, but Jing Xiaoyuan was there too. She had never been drunk before, so she did not know how she would react when she was drunk. It was said that some people would tell all their secrets, and some would even strip naked and dance. It was scary, just thinking about it. Huang Yueli subconsciously stretched out her hand and grabbed onto Li Moying's clothes by his chest as she asked in a low voice, "Husband, I didn't do anything embarrassing yesterday, right?" Li Moying didn't reply immediately, but he frowned slightly as he turned his head sideways to look at her. Huang Yueli's heart felt even more guilty as she stared at him. "Husband, don't scare me. Did I really do something embarrassing? Then why didn't you quickly bring me out of Yuan City?" "So, you feel that you're drunk?" Li Moying finally couldn't take it anymore as he interrupted her. Huang Yueli was confused by this question. Could it be that I'm not drunk? But, I feel that my symptoms are no different from being drunk. I still feel a little dizzy, hungry, and my stomach doesn't feel well. These are the legendary symptoms of drunkenness, right? Although she had never been drunk before, she had seen a lot of drunkards. In the past, Liu Bian didn't fear death and competed with Li Moying in drinking, but in the end, he ended up drunk till he was unconscious. Huang Yueli was very clear about the symptoms of drunkenness, so from the moment she woke up, she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her. Li Moying frowned as he looked at her for a while before asking, "Then, other than dizziness and stomach discomfort, what else do you feel uncomfortable about?" Huang Yueli thought for a moment and shook her head, "No more." This time, Li Moying's brows furrowed even tighter. He really didn't expect that Huang Yueli herself didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. Could it be that her sudden fainting yesterday was just a false alarm? However, that was not right. It would be better if it was that simple. Previously, Divine Dr. Wu had said that there was a ball of abnormal energy in Huang Yueli's body, and later on, when he personally probed her meridians with his profound energy, he had also discovered this point. Why didn't Huang Yueli feel anything out of the ordinary? Huang Yueli looked at Li Moying's deep gaze and realized that something was amiss as she turned serious. "Husband, could it be that something has happened to my body? What was going on? I really don't feel anything." Li Moying saw her innocent look, and after thinking for a while, he told her what Divine Dr. Wu had said. When Huang Yueli heard that, she was slightly startled. What? There was such a thing? However, this was not a strange thing, right? "Husband, do you still remember the one we cultivated, dual cultivation technique? That cultivation method is different for men and women. In my half-volume of cultivation method, it requires me to circulate the profound energy absorbed in my lower abdomen for 7 small cycles, and then 7 large cycles. Perhaps it is because of this that it leads to the accumulation of profound energy?" Li Moying was also stunned. "So it's like this?" Huang Yueli nodded her head vigorously. "Yes, that's right. Husband, you're worrying too much. This was very normal. However, yesterday, I feel like my alcohol tolerance shouldn't be so bad. Wasn't the wine Jing Xiaoyuan brought a little too strong? I really didn't say anything I shouldn't have? Or do something strange? No, after you blacked out, you collapsed and slept until now." Li Moying said affirmatively. Hearing Huang Yueli's explanation, he felt a little relieved. However, thinking about it carefully, he still couldn't feel completely at ease. Even if Huang Yueli was really drunk this time, but as a peak heart profound realm practitioner, her alcohol tolerance was not even as good as Jing Xiaoyuan's, so this was not justifiable. In addition, what happened during the battle with Heavenly Devil Auspicious River was still unexplainable until now. Li Moying's dark eyes flashed with a faint light as he made a decision in his heart. "Alright, you've been lying in bed for a day and haven't eaten 3 meals. You must be hungry now, right? I'll get the maid to prepare some food for you." Li Moying caressed Huang Yueli's head and kissed her forehead as he stood up. Just as he turned around, he heard a weak voice coming from the window. "Young Master Li, since Patriarch Huang has already woken up, then this old man, can we go now?" Li Moying turned around to take a look, and the one who spoke was Divine Dr. Wu, who had been guarding the room for the entire night. He immediately waved his hand generously. Divine Dr. Wu, it was hard on you last night. You're getting on in years, and it's not easy for you to stay up all night. My wife and I will definitely repay you handsomely. Divine Dr. Wu shook his head like a rattledrum. No need to thank me. This is all part of my duty. If there's no problem, I'll leave now. Li Moying had just nodded his head when Divine Dr. Wu seemed to be chased by a wolf as he quickly slipped away. Such a scene made Huang Yueli dumbstruck. Husband, what did you do to him? Why is this doctor so afraid of you? Li Moying had an innocent look on his face, nothing much. He's a coward, so what can I do? Huang Yueli pursed her lips, not believing her husband's words. No one understood Li Moying better than her. She had suddenly fainted yesterday, and Li Moying thought that something had happened to her body, so that reaction must have been especially frightening. Looking at that doctor earlier, he was really old and his cultivation wasn't high, so when he saw Li Moying flying into a rage, it would be strange if he wasn't afraid. She cursed silently for a moment, before suddenly remembering something else. Her small face instantly flushed red. Just now, when we were talking, this old miracle doctor was kept in the room? Then, didn't he hear everything we said? You even saw the two of us. Earlier on, she totally didn't know that there was someone else in the room, so when Li Moying kissed her, she only gave him a few nudges, and happily complied. After that, she even had a very detailed and in-depth discussion with Li Moying about the dual cultivation method. Now, thinking about how that old mister had overheard everything, Huang Yueli felt a headache coming on. Sigh, her fairy burden was getting more and more difficult to keep. Li Moying had a relaxed look on his face as he didn't feel that there was anything wrong. That's right, Divine Dr. Wu is indeed here, but he probably wouldn't dare to go out and spread rumors. Is this a question of nonsense? Why didn't you remind me? Huang Yueli said angrily. Li Moying replied nonchalantly, I forgot. That attitude was too matter-of-fact, making Huang Yueli not know what to say about him. Ever since they were in Soaring Heaven's continent, this man had always been like this. He didn't hide the intimacy between the two of them, as though he was afraid that others wouldn't know how loving they were. Your skin is thicker than the city walls. If I didn't take you in, I'll see where you'll find a wife. Huang Yueli ridiculed in her heart. But soon, her stomach, which had been hungry for a day and a night, began to protest and growl. When Li Moying heard the sound, he regained his senses and hurriedly went to look for food. Huang Yueli then got up from the bed. After leaving the room, Huang Yueli realized that the incident of her fainting yesterday had already spread to everyone. Along the way, people kept coming over to talk to her and ask about her physical condition. Initially, Huang Yueli was still patiently explaining, but towards the end, there were simply too many people who surrounded her and asked her all sorts of questions. Even if she knew that everyone had good intentions, she couldn't bear it. She could only use the excuse that she had to find Xianxia and pull her husband's hand to slip away. In the end, he had only taken a few steps when he bumped into Xianxia. Huang Yueli could only stop in her tracks as she exchanged a few pleasantries with Divine General Xian. Xianxia asked a lot of questions with concern and carefully observed Huang Yueli's complexion. After discovering that she indeed looked very healthy, he finally relaxed. Patriarch Huang, it's good that you're fine. You scared everyone yesterday. I didn't expect you to have such a low tolerance for alcohol. I won't dare to toast you in the future. Xianxia relaxed and was in the mood to joke. Huang Yueli coughed dryly. Yesterday was really just an accident. Profound Divine General, you don't have to take it to heart. If there's good wine, I don't mind having a taste. I'm afraid that if I treat you to a drink today, I'll be dragged to a dark alley and beaten up by some people tomorrow. I'm old and can't afford to offend you. Xianxia smiled meaningfully. Huang Yueli was startled as she hurriedly turned her head and caught the threatening expression on her husband's face, which she had no time to hide. She was speechless. She kept feeling that she and Li Moying's script was reversed. In other families, wasn't it always the wife who kept her husband in check, not allowing him to drink more and forcing him to take care of his health? Why was it the other way around in their family? Just as Huang Yueli was in a dilemma, Xianxia looked at Li Moying once again and said, "Young Lord Li, the matter that you asked me to investigate last night, there's already some progress. Why don't the two of you go to my study room to discuss it in detail?" Li Moying nodded his head. "That's good. It's said that Divine General Profound has a unique method in gathering information. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation." "Haha, young Master Li, you flatter me, you flatter me. This way please." Xianxia led the way in front and Li Moying held on to Huang Yueli's hand as they followed. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes as she stretched out a finger and poked Li Moying's waist. She asked in a low voice, "Husband, why did you ask Divine General Profound to help you investigate?" Li Moying replied, "You'll know once you enter. N/O/vel/B//and C//om." Huang Yueli frowned slightly. But just as Li Moying had said, the moment the three of them entered the study room and closed the door, Xianxia went straight to the point. "Young Master Li, yesterday, you asked me to investigate the miracle doctors near Yuan City, especially those who have special secret techniques to treat meridian injuries. Yuan City is a border town. Other than the military doctors appointed by the Alliance Army headquarters, very few doctors are willing to come to such a bitter and cold place. Godly doctors are even rarer. I also suggest that you bring Huang tribe leader to the White Pool State." Hearing this, Huang Yueli finally understood. It seemed that the incident of her fainting yesterday had frightened Li Moying. Li Moying didn't really trust that old military doctor's medical skills, so he looked for Xianxia and asked him to help introduce a famous divine doctor to bring her to see a doctor. However, she had already woken up and her body was fine. It seemed that there was no need to do anything unnecessary, right? Huang Yueli wanted to reject, but Xianxia had already continued speaking. "This old master originally thought that divine doctors were very difficult to find, but I have to say that your luck is really good. This old master just received news this morning. I heard that one of the divine realm's three great divine doctors, Zhang Li and divine Dr. Zhang, had just arrived at the nearby Shihuahua city a few days ago." Xianxia said with a smile. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes. "Divine realm's three great divine doctors?" Xianxia saw that she was confused and immediately explained, "Patriarch Huang, you don't know. Among the 12 great god clans, the one who was the best at medicine was the White Marsh clan. Moreover, the god clans were more talented in medicine than the human clan. Therefore, almost all the top divine doctors in the divine world came from the White Marsh clan. However, this divine Dr. Zhang wasn't a direct descendant of the Baizhi clan. He wasn't even a pure-blooded god. He was only a mixed blood, yet he was already one of the three great divine doctors. In terms of medical skills, he might even be above the other two elders." "Oh? This divine Dr. Zhang was actually not a god? Is he that powerful?" Hearing Xianxia's words, Huang Yueli's interest towards this divine Dr. Zhang was piqued. In fact, although the 12 continents of the God clan were under the rule of the 12 ancient God clans, there were not only ordinary humans other than the God clan. For hundreds of millions of years, the God clan and the human clan had been living together on this land. They were even comrades in the Alliance Army. After interacting with each other for a long time, it was inevitable that they would marry each other. As a result, many branch clans with different degrees of mixed blood were born. Although these mixed blood races could not compare to the pure-blood Protoss, they were still much more talented than ordinary humans. Moreover, because it was very difficult for them to surpass the geniuses of the Protoss in martial arts cultivation, many people chose to become craftsmen such as spiritual artifact masters. The Protoss were judged by their martial arts talent. Generally, those who chose to engage in side occupations were slightly inferior in martial arts talent. However, it was different for mixed blood races. The geniuses among them would choose to become craftsmen first. Hence, many of the famous craftsmen in the divine realm were of mixed blood. For example, Divine Dr. Wu from Yuan City was also of mixed blood. However, a mixed blood was still a mixed blood. Compared to a pure-blood Protoss, there was still a gap in talent. For this divine Dr. Zhang to be ranked as one of the 3 great divine doctors, his high standards and wide knowledge were evident. Xianxia saw that she was interested and nodded with a smile. Indeed, divine Dr. Zhang is of the same generation as me. When he was young, his name shook the 12 continents, and he was even ostracized by the medical geniuses of the White Marsh clan. However, medical skills are the same as martial arts. If you have strength, you have strength. You can't suppress it. Moreover, this divine Dr. Zhang is very kind-hearted. Unlike the 2 great divine doctors of the White Marsh clan, who stay in their residences all year round to study medicine and only come out of the mountains after the big families bring out heavenly and earthly treasures. Every 3 years, divine Dr. Zhang will go to the big towns to treat the commoners for free. Therefore, he is deeply loved by the ordinary people. He's passing by Xianxia City this time and is only 2 days away from Yuan City. Patriarch Huang, he's the most suitable person for you. Li Moying immediately nodded his head, then it's decided. Tomorrow, my wife and I will set off for Xianxia City. Eh? Wait. When Huang Yueli heard these words, her lips twitched as she turned to look at her husband, who said we're going to Xianxia City. Husband, have you asked for my opinion? What's wrong? You don't want to go? Li Moying asked. Huang Yueli immediately nodded her head. That's right, husband, have you forgotten what our plan was? Didn't we agree that after the matter in Yuan City was over, we would go? Just to visit an old friend? She blinked her eyes and used her gaze to hint at Li Moying. Their initial plan was to go to Lining Town and enter the evil Shadow Saint's cave abode again to fulfill their agreement with him. If Jing Xiaoyuan hadn't suddenly appeared yesterday, they would have been on their way to Lining Town by now. Now, Li Moying had changed his mind at the last minute and wanted to go to Xianxia City? Wasn't this too fast? The 3 months agreed upon with the wicked Shadow Saint had already passed. Wouldn't it be bad to drag it out any longer? But Saint Xiang was after all an evil cultivator, and in front of Xianxia, she definitely couldn't say it out loud, but Huang Yueli believed that Li Moying would definitely be able to understand her hints. In fact, Li Moying indeed understood what she meant, but he still insisted on his opinion, that old friends' matter can be put aside for now. Your health is more important. Since I know that there's something wrong with your body, and I can't find out the reason, how can I be at ease? Divine Dr. Zhang is in Xianxia City. This is a great opportunity. Moreover, it's not far from here. Even if we take a detour, it won't take more than a few days. But Huang Yueli wanted to say something else. Li Moying stretched out a finger and pressed it on her lips, stopping her from continuing. Li have you forgotten what you promised me after killing Rui Jiang? Ah? Hearing this, Huang Yueli was obviously stunned for a moment. N/O/vel/b/jn.c/om. To be honest, she really couldn't remember. At that time, the situation was so critical and she only cared about risking her life to save her and Li Moying's lives. Now that she recalled the situation, her heart was still beating faster and she was extremely nervous, so how could she remember what she said back then? However, Li Moying's gaze told her that if she didn't remember, she would be no different from a scumbag. Huang Yueli could only bite the bullet and think about it, but after thinking for a while, she still had no clue. She blinked her big eyes as she looked at Li Moying fawningly. "Husband, why don't you remind me?" Li Moying gave a cold humph as he said unhappily, "I knew you little heartless one wouldn't remember. You promised me that you would never do anything harmful to your health again. If you encounter danger, you must listen to my arrangements. Have you forgotten it so quickly?" "Ah, you mean this." Huang Yueli came to a sudden realization as she frowned, "But we haven't encountered any danger yet. Your body has a problem. It's a potential danger to you. You can't tolerate it. Have you forgotten that you almost self-destructed during the battle with Heavenly Devil Auspicious River? In the end, you didn't succeed. Since then, I've been worried about your health. After what happened last night, in short, if you still care about what my husband thinks, you must come with me to Shuihua City." Li Moying's tone gradually became more and more unyielding. Because he knew that if he didn't become tough, Huang Yueli definitely wouldn't take his body seriously. He had never seen such a stubborn little girl. Usually, she looked cute, but now, he couldn't wait to tie her up, stuff her into a carriage, and transport her to Shuihua City. Huang Yueli opened her mouth as she looked stunned. Huang Yueli originally wanted to persuade Li Moying, but now that her husband had already said it to this extent, if she didn't agree, wouldn't that be not giving her husband any face? Her face fell. All right. I'll listen to you, all right? Why are you so fierce? If I don't be fierce, will you listen to me? Li Moying shook his head helplessly as he pinched her face. Xianxia was dumbfounded when he saw the dispute between the two. Never would he have thought that the dignified Sacred Phoenix clan leader and Cloudy Qilin clan's young lord, two god-grade geniuses, the most outstanding young practitioners in the divine realm, were actually no different from ordinary people when they were flirting. This made him feel awkward and he couldn't watch anymore. Fortunately, after the two of them quarreled, they returned to normal and stood up to bid him farewell. Xianxia actually couldn't bear to let Huang Yueli and Li Moying go. Before yesterday, he was still thinking of trying his best to drag the two of them out in Yuan City for a longer period of time, to let them experience the life in the Alliance Army and try his best to trick them into joining the Alliance Army. But now that Huang Yueli's body had some problems and from Li Moying's words, it seemed to be a hidden danger left behind from the battle with Heavenly Devil Auspicious River, so he naturally couldn't force the two of them to stay, so he could only nod his head in agreement and even personally prepared a luxurious carriage and coachman for the two of them. Huang Yueli was originally prepared to sneak out of Yuan City, but now, she could leave openly. But she was still worried that it would attract too much attention, so the next morning, she set off together with Li Moying silently. There was a special carriage lane from Yuan City to Shuihua City. It was said that it was specially built millions of years ago to transport supplies from the surrounding towns to the fortress Yuan City. Although the road had a long history, it was renovated every year, so the carriage was still very stable. It took them 2 days to reach Shuihua City. Compared to Yuan City, which was the frontline fortress, although Shuihua City was very close, it was a completely different scene. The outer city walls were not as tall as Yuan City. There were many people coming and going in and out of the city gates. There were both gods and humans. Moreover, most of them were carrying burdens or driving carriages. It was obvious that they were here to do business. Huang Yueli lifted the curtain of the carriage and took a look outside as the corners of her lips curled up. Looks like this Shuihua City is a city of merchants. Are there many markets inside? Clan leader Huang, you're right. The coachman smiled. Shuihua City was the city with the most merchants among the dozens of nearby towns. Many merchants from other continents would specially come to Shui City to sell their goods. Not only are there over 10 bazaars in the city, but the 4 great auction houses of the Divine Realm also have branches in Snowflower City. It's very convenient for you to buy whatever you want. Huang Yueli was slightly surprised. Really? In that case, Shui City was also an important town. That would be convenient. After she was done with her treatment, she would follow Li Moying and head straight to Lining Town, so she didn't have the time to go to the main city of the Heaven Fox continent to replenish her supplies. If she could directly buy what she wanted at the market in Shui City, it would save her a lot of trouble. The carriage stopped a few hundred meters away from the city gate. Huang Yueli and Li Moying jumped down from the carriage and took out a small piece of crystal jade and stuffed it into the carriage driver's hands, asking him to return to Yuan City. The coachman was still unwilling to leave. Patriarch Huang, young Master Li, no, I can't accept your crystal jades, and I can't go back like this. Divine General Xian said that the roads in Shui City are complicated, and this is your first time here, so it's not convenient for you to travel alone. He asked me to accompany the 2 of you for a walk. Wherever the 2 of you want to go, I'll take you there. Huang Yueli shook her head and said, we don't like people following us when we go shopping. Besides, if we don't know the way, why don't we ask? This isn't our first time coming out to train. Why would Divine General Xian need to worry about such a small matter? Just go back and say that you've already sent us there. Divine General Xian won't blame you. Huang Yueli tried her best to persuade the coachman to go back before turning around and walking shoulder to shoulder with Li Moying towards the city gates of Shui City. As it was a city of merchants, the control of entry and exit in Shui City was not strict. Basically, as long as one had a waste token or a travel pass that could prove their identity and paid a certain amount of entrance fee, everyone could enter the city. However, due to the payment, the speed of entering and leaving the city was a little slow. There was a long queue waiting to enter the city at the entrance. Huang Yueli and Li Moying naturally didn't have any intention of asking for any special privileges as the 2 of them calmly walked to the end of the queue, queuing up with all the traveling merchants who were passing by. However, even though the 2 of them were already very low-key, there were still a few Protoss in the team, not to mention the 2 Protoss youths who were so good-looking. As soon as the 2 of them approached the crowd, they attracted the attention of many people. At the start, only the people who lined up near the 2 of them stared at them. After a while, Huang Yueli suddenly realized that the number of people who turned to look at them was increasing. There were even people dozens of meters away who deliberately turned their heads to look at the 2 of them. Moreover, after reading it, she even whispered to the people around her. Huang Yueli's 5 senses were very sensitive and she had long noticed this situation. As she looked on, she suddenly felt that something was amiss, so she released her divine senses, wanting to hear what the other party was saying. At such a distance, wanting to hear other people's conversation, to top powers like Huang Yueli and Li Moying, it was totally effortless. But eavesdropping on the conversation of people she didn't know was after all very impolite, so under most circumstances, Huang Yueli would rarely release her spiritual awareness in front of ordinary people. However, it was different today. The gazes of the people around him looked too strange. Huang Yueli had just released her spiritual perception when a few voices of discussion entered her ears. Brother, look behind us. Do you see the 2 god clans at the end of the line? Why do I find them so familiar? Let me see, oh, it really was. It does look familiar. I think, they seem to be a little like Sacred Phoenix Clan's Patriarch Huang and Cloudy Qilin Clan's Young Lordly. Don't you think so? Yes, you're right. I knew it. Why did he look so familiar? I've never dealt with the god race before. So it was like this. After seeing the good news on the wall this morning, I had an impression. This Patriarch Huang and young Master Li are really outstanding, making people unable to take their eyes off them. I don't know if they are especially good-looking, or are all pure-blooded Protoss like this. How can the gods be so good-looking? Isn't our city lord also a god? He looked very ordinary. He was short, fat, and bald. He's indeed much stronger than us humans. You're right, Ella. In that case, those two were really Patriarch Huang and Young. Patriarchally? Oh my god, we can actually see these two legendary figures here. They could even kill a peak heaven demon. What kind of peerless expert is? Forget it. How could they appear in Shui City? Even if they were really bored and came over to take a look, the city lord would have come out to welcome them personally. They would pay the money here like us, and even queue up. That's true, but they really look alike. Then it's just very similar, right? Listening to the conversation between these two peddlers, Huang Yueli's expression turned stiffer and stiffer. Heavens! She and Li Moying had only returned to Yuan City for a few days? Xian Jiuling had already spread the news? Even Shui City had posted the news of the wedding, and there were even two people's faces drawn on it. Fortunately, she had been careful enough to eavesdrop. Otherwise, she would have been recognized the moment she entered the city. Huang Yueli had originally thought that they had just told Xian Jiuling about Rui Zhang's death a few days ago, so even if the allied army was quick in handling matters, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to spread the news. At least for these few days, they wouldn't expose their identities. So she had slacked off and didn't disguise herself and Li Moying as she sat in the carriage. After all, she didn't really like to disguise herself. A ball of greasy makeup on her face was never so comfortable. In the end, he was almost recognized. At the thought of this, she quickly took a few steps back and lowered her head. She loosened the jade hairpin on her head and let some hair fall down, just enough to cover her face. Li Moying saw her actions and was puzzled. Li what are you doing? Huang Yueli grabbed his sleeve and stood on her tiptoes. Raising her head, she leaned towards his ear and whispered, "Husband, we were almost exposed." Xian Jiuling's speed was too fast. He had already posted the news in Shui City. These people were just surrounding us, guessing if we were. Huang Yueli and Li Moying. Is that so? Li Moying was slightly startled, but he immediately understood. Divine General Xian was too happy that day, so he definitely couldn't wait to announce this joyous occasion to the world. Then what should we do now? Why don't we just reveal our identity and enter the city directly? No, this won't do. We still have to go to Lining Town later. It won't be good if we get targeted. Huang Yueli immediately shook her head. Li Moying replied, then, are we going to disguise ourselves now? Was it too late? Isn't it too deliberate? Of course we can make it. Huang Yueli nodded her head. As for whether it was too deliberate, this would depend on the technique. Husband, why don't you lower your head? Li Moying had always been obedient to Madame's words, and when he heard that, he immediately lowered his head and even bent down slightly as he inched closer to Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli looked at this handsome face which made countless of noble ladies from the celestial race go crazy as she raised her hand to touch his face, sighing in her heart. Her husband's skin was really better than hers. Li have you touched enough? Everyone is looking at us. Li Moying lightly reminded her. Actually, he didn't mind letting his wife touch as much as she wanted. If touching his face wasn't enough, he wouldn't hesitate to offer up other parts. Even if there were many outsiders standing beside him, it did not matter. He was very thick-skinned. However, didn't they have something important to do now? When Huang Yueli heard this, she suddenly regained her senses as she hurriedly covered up and coughed twice. I touched you so that I could figure out the direction of your facial bones. This way, when I put on a disguise for you, I would be able to take advantage of the situation and appear natural enough. Do you understand? Don't make me sound like a pervert. Huang Yueli quickly explained, and without waiting for Li Moying to reply, she took out a few different colored rouge and directly used her hand to replace the powder puff as she smeared it on his face. She was a spiritual artifact master, and her work speed had always been very fast. It was no exception when she disguised herself. She raised her hand and casually wiped a few times, but before Li Moying could react, she had already retracted her hand. "Alright, let me give you a mirror to look at." After Huang Yueli finished speaking, she took out a small bronze mirror and passed it to her husband. Li Moying lowered his head to take a look and was instantly stunned. The man in the mirror looked very similar to him. It could be said that if one looked carefully, no matter if it was the shape of his face or his facial features, there wasn't any change. Huang Yueli's rouge powder had only changed the skin tone of some parts of his face, forming some shadows. However, if he hadn't been told who was in the mirror beforehand, he wouldn't have dared to say that the person in the mirror was him. This was too amazing. Your disguise technique has improved even more than before." After a short moment of astonishment, Li Moying passed the mirror back to her and revealed a smile. Huang Yueli took the mirror and started to apply it on herself. This time around, her speed was even faster, and even Li Moying only saw her touching his face a few times before that peerlessly beautiful face that he was used to seeing every day changed. In terms of similarity, it was still very similar to the past. It was just that Huang Yueli's few disguises perfectly covered up her beautiful and charming charm, making her look like an ordinary and delicate girl. Actually, Li Moying's disguise was also in the same direction. That was to use a little color to suppress his own temperament. The current Li Moying still looked handsome, but he was more like a poor kid who was born in poverty, and not the high and mighty young Master Li. It was only a small part of the changes, but the effect was so obvious. Huang Yueli looked at Li Moying's stunned look as she raised her brows and smiled smugly. "How is it? I didn't lie to you just now, right? I'm really touching your bones, and you dare to accuse me? Humph. Alright, we should be safe now. If you can bend your back a little and not stand so handsome, the effect of your disguise will be better." Li Moying couldn't help but laugh. His little fox refused to admit that she was mesmerized by his face. It seemed that she could only tell the truth on the bed in the inn after she entered the city. His heart was filled with impure thoughts, but he didn't show it on his face. He even obediently followed Huang Yueli's request and arched his back a little, making himself look listless. When Huang Yueli was disguising the two of them, she had used a simple smokescreen which could temporarily divert the attention of the surrounding people. In addition, her speed was too fast, so no one could react to what they had just done. However, when he looked at the two of them again, he felt that the two of them did not look that similar to the two God-grade geniuses on the announcement. Of course, there were still similarities, but it was obvious that they were not the same person. Their temperament was different. Xianxia City was indeed a big commercial town. The guards at the city gate were extremely efficient. Although the line was very long, the speed at which they moved forward was not slow. Huang Yueli and Li Moying queued for an hour and they had already reached the city gate. The soldiers guarding the city extended their hands to the two of them. "Where are your identity tokens? Take it out for me to take a look." According to the rules of the 12 continents of the divine world, the God clan was considered a noble clan. Every God clan had their own identity token. If they were to enter and leave the city, they could use their identity token to obtain various noble privileges. Ordinary humans didn't have such privileges. Generally, when they left their hometown, they had to go to the local officials to get a travel pass, which was mainly used to prove their identity and background. Huang Yueli was already prepared as she took out 2 identity tokens from her space and handed them over to the guards. This was something she had prepared when she eloped with Li Moying from the Sacred Phoenix clan. The difficulty of refining the identity tokens of the Protoss was not low, but spirit weapon masters above Heavenly Treasure Grandmaster could still refine them. The key to distinguishing the authenticity of these tokens was that each identity token had a trace of the aura of an ancient divine beast. This was something that ordinary people could not forge. But these two crucial points weren't a problem for Huang Yueli. It was almost no difficulty for her to refine a bejeweled weapon-level spirit weapon. As for the aura of an ancient divine beast, she and Li Moying had plenty of them, so she just needed to absorb a little from little Wang Kai and Ziyu. Therefore, he could have as many identity tokens as he wanted. Before she left Sacred Phoenix Continent, Huang Yueli had casually made a bunch of them and kept them for her own use. Now, it was finally useful. The guard took their tokens and used a special spiritual weapon to probe them, reading their identity information. Huang Xiaoya, Sacred Phoenix Race, 18 years old, 10th level Intent Profound Realm. Li Sanjing, Cloudy Qilin Clan, 25 years old, Cultivation Base at Heart Profound Realm Initial Phase. The two of them had lowered their cultivation by a major realm. This way, it was more in line with the cultivation that the two of them should have at their age. But even so, the guards still showed a hint of interest when they saw their families. One of you is from the Sacred Phoenix Clan, and the other is from the Cloudy Qilin Clan. Why are you all mixing together? Isn't it said that Sacred Phoenix Clan and Cloudy Qilin Clan don't intermarry? Huang Yueli looked at them with an innocent expression. Master Li and I are just senior brother and junior sister, don't misunderstand. Senior and junior brother and sister, LT doesn't look like it. The guards looked at the two of them with gossipy faces and smiled. You don't have to be so nervous. What's the big deal? Is your Sacred Phoenix Clan's patriarch and Cloudy Qilin Clan's young lord not going to get married? They even killed Heavenly Devil Auspicious River together. Now, there were rumors everywhere that the two of them were the strongest Dao companions. In the future, perhaps the Sacred Phoenix Clan and Cloudy Qilin Clan will be publicly acknowledged as the most compatible Dao companions. Ahem, is that so? If the clan really doesn't object in the future, that would be great. Huang Yueli said perfunctorily. The guards verified their information and handed the tokens back to them. Huang Yueli stretched out her hand and was about to receive it when the guard stared at her and Lin Wang for a while before he suddenly opened his mouth and said, speaking of which, you and this little senior brother of yours look a little similar to Patriarch Huang and young Lord Li. Everyone, come and take a look. Are they similar to the portraits? Hearing this, Huang Yueli's expression remained unchanged as she calmly replied, isn't that so? Ever since I left the clan, many people said that I looked a little like the Huang clan leader. However, this is all an illusion of your human race. I'm originally a direct descendant of the Shin clan and am a relative of the Huang clan leader. It's normal for me to look like her. There's nothing to be surprised about. So that's how it is, no wonder. The guards had obviously not seen many direct descendants of the God clan, so they were fooled by her words. When Huang Yueli saw this, she hurriedly took back her identity token and grabbed her husband with her other hand as she turned around and ran away. After entering Shihuahua City, the first thing he had to do was to find a place to stay. As the two of them did not plan to stay in the city for too long, they did not have many special needs. They randomly found a relatively luxurious inn and stayed there. However, because the two of them were too young, when they booked the room, they were even looked at by the shopkeeper a few times. Huang Yueli took the opportunity to ask, Manager, I heard that one of the Divine Realm's 3 great Divine Doctors, Divine Dr. Zhang, has recently arrived in Shihuahua City and is going to be providing medical services in the city. Is this true? To tell you the truth, I have a strange illness that can't be cured for a long time. My senior brother is here to accompany me to see the doctor. The shopkeeper was stunned when he heard this. He sized up the two of them for a while. So you two are senior siblings. This made it easier to understand. It seemed that this seemingly lively and cute little girl was only strong on the surface. Her illness was actually quite serious and needed her senior brother to stay in a room to take care of her. Huang Yueli was the one who had led him to think in the wrong direction, so she didn't explain. She only said, "That's right. May I ask if Divine Dr. Zhang is still in Shuihua City? Which clinic was he in? How many crystal jades or other treasures do I need to prepare to see him?" She repeated the question again, and the shopkeeper came back to his senses and hurriedly explained. "Little girl, you really came at the right time this time. Divine Dr. Zhang indeed arrived in Snowflower City a month ago. He was only planning to stay for a few days before leaving, but just as he was about to leave, the demons launched a large-scale attack on Yuan City. As a neighboring town of Yuan City, all the roads in our vicinity have been blocked. Divine Dr. Zhang couldn't leave even if he wanted to, so he could only continue to stay in Snowflower City to treat patients. Now, although Yuan City has been defended and the roads nearby have been restored, but considering that many people have specially rushed to Shuihua City from the outer city, Divine Dr. Zhang decided to stay in Shuihua City for a while longer. There are even rumors that Divine Dr. Zhang plans to take in a disciple and prepare to set the examination questions in Shuihua City. Is that so? There was such a thing? What a coincidence. Luo Chenxi's face lit up when she heard that. Before she came, she was worried that Zhang Lihe had already left. As long as she didn't miss, it was a good thing. The shopkeeper continued, Divine Dr. Zhang didn't accept any invitation from any clinic. Instead, he rented a small courtyard by himself. It's in the corner of the west of the city. That place is relatively remote and not easy to find. If you want to go there, I can draw a map for you. Huang Yueli hurriedly nodded her head, that's really great. Shopkeeper, thank you so much. Then, Divine Dr. Zhang's consultation fee. Divine Dr. Zhang has never taken any fees when he treats patients in Shuihua City. Even the medicine and pills he prescribed are free of charge. At most, he will only charge for the ingredients. Of course, the two of you don't seem to lack money, but it's always good to save some money. Hearing that, Huang Yueli and Li Moying exchanged a glance as they both felt heartfelt admiration towards this Divine Dr. Zhang. When they were in Yuan City, they had heard Xian Jiuling mention Divine Dr. Zhang. Their impression of him was that he had excellent medical skills. Now that they heard that he was treating commoners for free, the two of them were very impressed. Not to mention other things, even if Huang Yueli herself was asked to give out the spirit weapons she refined for free, she was also unwilling. Zhang Lihe, who sacrificed himself for others, was a true expert. In the divine realm, where strength reigned supreme, it was truly rare to see him. Huang Yueli turned around and said to Li Moying, since that's the case, let's go back to our room later to settle things. Tomorrow afternoon. Two of you, I'll say something more. If you want to see Divine Dr. Zhang, you definitely can't go in the afternoon. You can't even go at dawn. The queue at the entrance of Divine Dr. Zhang's courtyard is endless. Most of them sleep on the floor. The shopkeeper saw that this pair of good-looking and young senior brothers were quite pleasing to the eye and could not help but remind them. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment, really? There was such a thing? However, that's right. With Divine Dr. Zhang's medical skills and the fact that he doesn't need a consultation fee, there will definitely be many people who will come because of his reputation. I wonder if there's a way to meet Divine Dr. Zhang first. I vaguely remember that I have some friendship with one of Divine Dr. Zhang's benefactors. Perhaps we can. Li Moying naturally couldn't bear to see his wife queuing outside all night and immediately thought of a way to cut the queue. However, the shopkeeper said, young master, although you are a god, it is impossible for you to cut the queue. Divine Dr. Zhang had his own rules. As long as he was on his free rounds outside, he would not give face even if the patriarchs of the 12 great families of the Protoss came. Everyone had to queue up to see a doctor. If you want to use your privileges or pay a huge consultation fee, it's not impossible, but you can only wait until Divine Dr. Zhang returns to Baizhou's home. This was something that Huang Yueli and Li Moying hadn't expected before they came over. The two of them looked at each other in surprise. Li Moying's brows creased as he felt troubled. They had thought that with their status, as long as they showed their sincerity, it would be easy for Zhang Lihe to treat them. At most, they would just give them more rare medicinal herbs. They had quite a lot of these things, and they were all obtained by Huang Yueli when she was in the perched Phoenix Canyon, using roasted chicken drumsticks to exchange for them from the phoenixes. It was easy to get them, so giving them away wasn't too painful. However, they could only line up now. Who knew how many days and nights he would have to queue for? If Zhang Lihe said he didn't want to watch it and wanted to change places halfway through the queue, who would he cry to? However, if he didn't look at it now, he would spend money to invite Zhang Lihe after he returned to the White Pool State, then who knew how long it would take. According to Xianxia, Zhang Lihe would need at least a few years for a free consultation tour. If there was really a problem with the profound energy in Huang Yueli's body, by then, it would be too late. When the two of them went out to train, they often needed to fight. This was a very fatal hidden danger. But compared to Li Moying's worry, Huang Yueli was more carefree. Back in her room, she patted her husband's shoulder and smiled. There was no need to be so nervous. Perhaps the shopkeeper's description was too exaggerated? We'll go to the small courtyard in the west of the city tomorrow to take a look at the situation before making plans. If there are really too many people, we'll just wait until we go to the White Pool continent to look for him. I don't think there's anything unusual with my body. Nothing unusual. Perhaps it's the biggest abnormality. Li Moying narrowed his eyes as he swept a glance at her, but we'll do as you said, we'll go take a look tomorrow first. The two of them discussed it and went to bed early that night. Li Moying really wanted to continue the dual cultivation that he didn't enjoy to his heart's content with his wife yesterday, but considering that he still had to go to see a doctor the next day, he was afraid that it would affect Divine Dr. Zhang's diagnosis, so he could only forcefully hold it in. The next morning, the two of them woke up very early. They followed the map that the shopkeeper had given them the day before and headed to the Xiqing district of Shuihua City. When they arrived at the Xiqing district, the situation there really surprised them. This is obviously the slums of Shuihua City. Huang Yueli looked around for a while and came to a conclusion. Li Moying nodded his head, that should be the case. The large area in front of them was filled with very low thatched huts. Not only did they look very unstable, as if they would fall down with a gust of wind, but they were also very crowded and the streets were very dirty. There were many children in ragged clothes squatting by the roadside. When they saw the two well-dressed young men and women appear, they rushed up to ask for money. Huang Yueli casually fished out a few pieces of dry rations and threw them over. He could tell that these children wanted money more than food, so he was a little disappointed. But Huang Yueli obviously didn't intend to bother with them anymore, so they hugged the few pieces of dry rations tightly as they turned around and left. Huang Yueli was also very helpless. It wasn't that she didn't sympathize with these children from the slums and wasn't willing to give them some money. However, she didn't have any currency smaller than 10 taels of crystal jade on her. If she took out so much money, the scene would definitely be a mess. At that time, it would be very easy for her and Li Moying to get away with it. These children would inevitably start fighting over the crystal jade, and it might even cause a huge mess. After sending the children away, Huang Yueli couldn't help but let out a sigh, really didn't expect that there would be such a poor place in the 12 continents of the gods' race. The children here don't seem to have any cultivation at all. They're no different from ordinary people in the lower realm. Before this, all the people she had met in the divine world, even if they were just ordinary commoners, had all cultivated. However, most of the humans were not as talented. There were only a few who could reach the late stage of the profound meaning realm, let alone the profound heart realm. This time, she had really learned something new. Li Moying's expression was slightly solemn as he explained, these people shouldn't be commoners, but sinners. They should be the ones who had committed a crime, so they were isolated. Ever since the 12 great god clans and the human race signed an agreement, ordinary humans can also enter the martial arts of the various continents to learn basic cultivation techniques. No matter how bad their talent is, they can cultivate to the early stage of the profound meaning realm in 20 years. Those who have no cultivation at all can only be sinners. When Huang Yueli heard that, she was even more puzzled as she frowned, but if the ancestors committed a crime, why would it implicate the future generations? Even if it's a joint crime, it can't affect so many generations, right? I heard that those who are generally classified as sinners are those whose ancestors had dealings with the demon race, just like. Ahem, same. Li Moying coughed twice, but didn't finish his sentence. But Huang Yueli instantly understood what he meant. The person Li Moying was referring to should be Senior King Xiang, but it wasn't appropriate to say his name out here. Strictly speaking, King Xiang was also secretly interacting with the fiend race, and it was even with a Devil King realm powerhouse. However, according to the information left behind by King Xiang in Demon King Rui Meng's cave abode, the relationship between the gods and demons in ancient times might not have been as tense as it was now, to the point of life and death. Ugh, these children are really pitiful, Huang Yueli sighed lightly. If they could not cultivate, they would never have any power. In the divine realm, where ordinary civilians were at the profound meaning realm, weren't these sinners the targets of slaughter? However, she suddenly thought of something and looked thoughtfully at the other end of the road. Why would divine Dr. Zhang choose a place like this for his temporary clinic? This shouldn't be a coincidence. This place is so noisy. Spirit apothecaries need a quiet environment no matter if they are performing a consultation or refining pills. Divine Dr. Zhang can't think of anywhere to perform a consultation, but he insisted on choosing this place. You're thinking the same thing as me. Li Moying nodded his head, looks like this divine Dr. Zhang is really a saint. He should know that this sinner has no money to treat his illness, and he doesn't even dare to step outside of the Xiqing district, so he specially chose the small courtyard in the western district. As the two of them spoke up to this point, they had a higher opinion of this divine Dr. Zhang. He had not even been cured, yet he had already determined that Zhang Lihe was worthy of the title of one of the 3 great divine doctors. No matter how good his medical skills were, his magnanimity was enough to make people praise him. The two of them continued forward, following the route on the map. As they got closer to Zhang Lihe's courtyard, the number of people on the road increased. However, compared to the noisy and crowded path just now, although there were more people here, it was miraculously very quiet. The ground was also spotless and very clean. Although most of the people lining up on both sides of the road were sinners in shabby clothes, their behavior was completely different from when they were at the entrance of the Xiqing district. Looks like these sinners also know that divine Dr. Zhang came for them. They are still very grateful and consciously regulate their words and deeds. Divine Dr. Zhang is really amazing. Huang Yueli sighed. Li Moying nodded slightly, but his eyes flashed with a trace of worry. There are so many people, and it seems that the shopkeeper wasn't exaggerating at all. If we want to see divine Dr. Zhang, do we really have to queue for over 10 days? For martial artists with their cultivation, queuing was definitely not physically difficult. However, it was definitely their first time queuing for more than 10 days. Both of them were peerless geniuses and had been surrounded by stars since they were young. They had special privileges wherever they went. But this time, the two of them had no intention of revealing their identities. Seeing Zhang Lihe rack his brains for the sake of these sinners, they felt that it was inappropriate for them to cut the queue or bribe divine Dr. Zhang with materials and crystals. Just as the two of them were looking at each other speechlessly and hesitating, a middle-aged man suddenly spoke up, "The two of you, are you also here to see divine Dr. Zhang?" "Oh, that's not right. Looking at the clothes of the two of you, they seem to be from the god race? Then, could it be that you want to acknowledge divine Dr. Zhang as your master?" When Huang Yueli heard the voice, she was stunned for a moment as she hurriedly turned around and saw many people lining up nearby looking curiously at the two of them. She quickly understood. With her and Li Moying's looks and temperament, even if they had changed their appearances, it was still too conspicuous in such a place. Even if they stood there without saying a word, they would still stand out from the crowd. Furthermore, when she was conversing with Li Moying earlier, she didn't intentionally lower her voice so it was overheard by others. However, there was nothing to hide. Huang Yueli immediately nodded, "That's right. My husband and I indeed came here because of its fame. However, we heard that divine Dr. Zhang was here and came to see him, not to acknowledge him as our master. Why? Is divine Dr. Zhang really going to accept disciples in Shuihua City?" Huang Yueli was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly recalled that the hotel manager had mentioned about taking in a disciple yesterday, and her curiosity was piqued. The middle-aged man said, "If you want to see a doctor, the two of you look rich and noble. Why are you waiting in line here to suffer? We can totally find the other two White Marsh miracle doctors among the three. It's said that the White Marsh miracle doctors will make house calls as long as we give them enough money." Huang Yueli smiled, "We were just passing by. If we really can't see divine Dr. Zhang, we can only find someone else." She naturally did not need to explain too much to these ordinary people. Fortunately, the middle-aged uncle did not think too much about it. He nodded and continued, "I see. Recently, many god clans have come here. I heard that they are all here to acknowledge divine Dr. Zhang as their master. Divine Dr. Zhang even stopped his treatment for a few days and gathered these people to take a test. Unfortunately, none of them passed." "Is that so? There was such a thing?" However, with divine Dr. Zhang's medical skills, it's not difficult to understand that he would have very high requirements if he wanted to take in a disciple. Huang Yueli smiled and treated it as a gossip as her heart didn't waver. If the three great spiritual artifact masters of the immortal realm were to take in disciples, she might be a little interested. It was not that she was interested in taking in a master, but to see how others took in disciples. In the future, when she wanted to take in disciples, she could also learn from them. However, it was the godly doctor who was taking in disciples now. She wasn't very interested in medicine, so she couldn't even be bothered to watch the show. "If you're not here to acknowledge me as your master, then you're really unlucky to have come. Divine Dr. Zhang hasn't been in Shuihua City for the past few days," the middle-aged uncle said. Hearing this news, Huang Yueli was shocked. "What? Divine Dr. Zhang isn't in Shuihua City? Had he already left? But if he left, why are you still queuing up here? Look at this line, it was already more than 10 miles long." The middle-aged man explained, "Divine Dr. Zhang didn't leave Snowflower City. I heard that he just ran out of herbs and went out to pick them. I heard that he brought along a few prospective disciples who performed well in the previous rounds of examinations. Perhaps he has the intention of testing them. As for us," he smiled, "our time is not valuable. Even if divine Dr. Zhang is not here now, won't he still have to treat patients when he comes back? She would queue up here first so that she could see the doctor earlier. Otherwise, the queue here will get longer and longer, and we'll have to wait until when?" What he said made sense, and there was no way to refute it. Huang Yueli choked for a moment as she asked again, "Then uncle, do you know that divine Dr. Zhang went out to pick herbs? How long would it take for him to return?" "This? Who would know? I heard that there are some special medicinal herbs around our Shuihua city that can't be found anywhere else. I wonder how long it will take for them to come back. However, it has been 5 to 6 days since Divine Dr. Zhang left. After listening to this kind uncle's introduction, Huang Yueli's face turned a little pale. Now she finally understood that the queue for consultation was not only long, but it was also more troublesome that she did not know when she could start the consultation, so she did not know how long the queue would last. If Zhang Lihe went out for a month or two, wouldn't he have to stay here for another month or two? Huang Yueli was also someone who had learnt medical skills for a few days, and was good friends with Liu Bian, so she knew clearly that the process of picking herbs was very random. In order to wait for the best time to pick, it was possible to spend as much time as possible. Looks like we can only give up. Huang Yueli shrugged her shoulders as she looked at Li Moying who was behind her. With such a long time, it's enough for us to go to Lining Town first. When we return from Lining Town, Divine Dr. Zhang might not even be able to come back. There's no harm in coming back to see him then, right? Li Moying's expression was a little gloomy. He was just worried that Huang Yueli would go to Saint Xiaying's cave dwelling without any confirmation of her illness, fearing that she would encounter some unexpected danger and Huang Yueli would have an accident during the battle. However, the current situation, was completely unexpected. Huang Yueli was right, continuing to wait would only be a waste of time. Li Moying thought for a while, but didn't say anything. Huang Yueli looked left and right and realized that no one was paying attention to them, so she simply threw herself into Li Moying's embrace and stretched out her hand to pull his sleeves. "Husband, listen to me, I really don't have any problems. Let's go to Lining Town first, and when we return, I will definitely go to see a doctor obediently, alright?" As she said that, she even secretly planted a kiss on Li Moying's face. Li Moying couldn't stand his wife acting coquettishly the most, and after being pleaded by her in such a soft voice, he immediately gave up. He sighed deeply. "Alright, I'll do as you say. However, you must be careful. If you feel uncomfortable, tell me immediately, understand?" I know. Don't worry, when have I ever made you worry?" Huang Yueli nodded her head vigorously. Li Moying shook his head helplessly. He was worried every day and had an endless amount of worries, alright? The two of them held hands and turned around to return the way they came. However, at this moment, a commotion suddenly appeared in front of them. "Disperse. Everyone, disperse. If anyone dares to stand in my way and let this little thief escape, don't blame me for being impolite. Get lost. That kid is right in front. I see him. Quick, chase after him." Although there were many people on this street, because the patients who came to see the doctor respected Divine Dr. Zhang, no one dared to make a noise. The surroundings were still very quiet. All of a sudden, a group of people shouted and quickly attracted everyone's attention. Huang Yueli and Li Moying also looked towards the source of the voice. A group of Protoss warriors wearing the same uniform rode on tall horses and sped through the streets. Even though he saw many pedestrians on the street ahead, he did not have the slightest intention of avoiding them. Instead, he waved the horsewhip in his hand and sternly shouted at them to get out of the way. The commoners lining up on both sides of the road all looked dissatisfied, but no one dared to make a sound. After all, that was the high and mighty God clan. Even if they killed civilians, they would not be punished. Who would dare to go up and die? Huang Yueli and Li Moying frowned when they saw this. In the past, although they had heard that some god clans acted arrogantly and despotic outside and treated ordinary human beings very rudely, they had never seen such a situation with their own eyes. This was the first time, and it really broadened their horizons. However, the two of them did not want to meddle in other people's business. Seeing that no civilians were injured, they prepared to leave. The two of them had just taken a few steps when they suddenly saw a pale green figure flash past the crowd. This person was extremely fast. His sudden appearance shocked the patients in the queue. However, before the patients could exclaim, he had already dashed from the street to the end of the street and disappeared from everyone's sight. The humans present did not even see his face clearly. When they finally came back to their senses, they were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Huang Yueli's expression changed. Husband, did you see that earlier? Could that be, did I see wrongly? I didn't see wrongly. That should be your senior brother, why is he here? Li Moying frowned. Huang Yueli turned her head and saw that group of God's race practitioners were running towards them. Suddenly understanding something, she grabbed Li Moying's hand and ran towards the direction where Lu Bian had disappeared. Don't think about it anymore. Let's go after senior brother first. These people seem to be chasing after him. Huang Yueli and Li Moying were both experts who were proficient in movement-profound skills, and their speed was even faster than Lu Bian. In a flash, the pedestrians let out waves of exclamations. However, although they were fast, they were still a step too slow. When they reached the end of the street, they looked around and realized, Lu Bian's shadow was already gone. What was going on? When did senior brother's movement technique become so good? When he ran over just now, his speed scared me. Moreover, he was actually hiding so well now. He didn't even know about concealment mystic skills in the past? Huang Yueli was a little stunned. Thinking about it carefully, if it wasn't because she was too familiar with Lu Bian's figure, she might have thought that she had seen wrongly earlier. Li Moying also seemed to be a little puzzled. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, Lu Bian's speed is slower than ours, so he definitely wouldn't have run far. He should be around here. Why don't we just reveal our identities and ask him to come out and acknowledge us? However, I saw a lot of people chasing him just now. If we find out his whereabouts, I wonder if we will cause trouble for him? Huang Yueli's eyes lit up. Let's do it this way. As for those trouble, I want to see who dares to find trouble with my senior brother. The two of them quickly came to an agreement and turned around to call for help. However, before they could shout, a part of the cavalry from earlier rushed over from the other end of the street. Furthermore, they weren't at a loss like Huang Yueli and Li Moying, as they didn't even stop and directly rushed towards a corner of the road. The leader of the team laughed coldly as he said loudly, Lu Bian, why aren't you scram out? I know you're inside. Stop hiding. A row of beggar-like sinners sat in the corner. Ordinary people could not tell the difference between them. But with Captain's hint, Huang Yueli recognized Lu Bian as her brows raised slightly. Lu Bian himself remained motionless, pretending to be a beggar. The captain sneered again, Lu Bian, stop pretending. To tell you the truth, you've come into contact with our Miss Qingqing and you already have her aura on your body. Our black tortoise race has a special method to track the aura of our clansmen, so I'm sure that you're among these few people. If you know what's good for you, come out yourself. Otherwise, I can capture all of you. Anyway, I'm just killing a few more sinners. No one can punish me. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Bian stood up straight away. Wait, I'll go with you. Don't hurt these ordinary people. His face was still covered with the dirty black mud he had smeared on his face during his disguise. However, when he stood up, his tall and slender figure, elegant and outstanding temperament, and his calm and collected manner of speaking all showed that he was different from the rest. The civilians who were watching by the side were in an uproar. When the Black Tortoise Race's captain saw Lu Bian, his expression didn't look good. He flipped down from his horse and walked in front of Lu Bian in a few steps as he stretched out his hand to grab him. You stinking brat, I'm letting you escape. If you have the ability, then run. You ruined Miss Qingqing's innocence and still want to escape? You're simply courting death. When Lu Bian was talking to Captain, he was actually observing the surrounding situation. The moment the captain approached, he suddenly dodged. Taking advantage of the moment when the captain was distracted, he suddenly turned his body sideways, wanting to go around him. Unfortunately, there were too many people on the streets. Lu Bian wasn't willing to harm the civilians, so he was stopped after running a few steps, and his speed slowed down. The Black Tortoise Race's captain quickly regained his senses, and was even more flustered and exasperated. Damn it, this kid actually still wants to escape. Hurry up and capture him. A group of Black Tortoise Race practitioners immediately swarmed forward and surrounded Lu Bian. Among these Black Tortoise clan practitioners, the lowest cultivation was at Heart Profound Realm middle phase, and they were obviously the more elite existences in the clan. Comparatively speaking, Lu Bian had just ascended from the lower realm for a few years, and he didn't have such heaven-defying innate talent like Huangyueli and Li Moying, so his cultivation was limited, and the difference in their abilities was huge. He, Lu Bian, didn't even struggle twice, before he was directly flipped onto the ground. You actually dare to escape? Damn brat, show him what you've got. With the captain's order, all the team members couldn't wait to respond as they swung their fists towards Lu Bian. Lu Bian closed his eyes in despair, knowing that he was completely done for today. He did not expect that, after hiding for so long, he was still found by these people in the end. Based on the things he had committed and the usual style of the Protoss, he was definitely dead this time. If he was beaten to death, he would be lucky. In actual fact, Lu Bian was very clear that these Black Turtle Race practitioners absolutely wouldn't let him die so easily and would definitely torture him ruthlessly. Lu Bian emptied his thoughts as he gritted his teeth and waited for the torture to arrive. However, what he did not expect was that after waiting for a while, he did not feel any pain. Instead, he heard a cold female voice, not far away. This voice sounded a little familiar. Not waiting for Lu Bian to figure it out, a powerful profound energy blasted towards him. The Black Tortoise Race martial artists around him were all caught off guard and bounced off. Even the leader of the team was not spared, and he was the most unlucky one. As he was bending over, the profound energy suddenly struck his buttocks, and he immediately fell to the ground with a thud, falling flat on his face. The people present were shocked by this turn of events and cried out in surprise. When the captain fell to the ground, he was stunned. It was only when he heard the discussions of the surrounding civilians that he suddenly realized what had happened. He quickly got up from the ground and looked behind him. They saw a young man and woman of the God clan holding hands as they walked over from the end of the road. The two of them looked very young and obviously underage. However, judging from the aura on their bodies, their cultivation should not be low. All of you, who is it? The captain could not help but frown. The team members also reacted as they all raised their weapons and looked at Huangyueli and the rest warily. Who are you? Were you the ones who hit him just now? Where did this little girl and little brat come from? How dare they hit our Black Tortoise Race's people? Do you want to die? Hurry up and get lost. These people looked fiendish, but Huangyueli's expression remained indifferent as she held her husband's hand, her footsteps neither fast nor slow. It took her quite a while before she walked over from the other end of the street. Huangyueli stood in front of the captain and said coldly, "Release this person." The warriors of the Black Tortoise clan were stunned. They did not expect that this little girl would not be afraid at all when she saw so many powerful adult warriors. Instead, she dared to speak to them with such an arrogant attitude. Then, the captain couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, which family are you from? Wasn't he too bold? Even our Black Tortoise clan has to interfere in our clan's internal affairs? Hurry up and bring your little lover home to drink milk. That's right. Where did this little girl come from? How dare she speak to our captain like this? Why didn't she go out and ask about our captain's name? This is ridiculous. Are all little ghosts nowadays so bold? I'm dying of laughter. Do they still think that they're helping out when they see injustice on the road? These Protoss warriors all laughed so hard that they could not straighten their backs. After all, Huang Yueli and Li Moying looked too young, and furthermore, they had changed their appearances so others couldn't see through their true identities, so they didn't expect that the dignified Sacred Phoenix clans, Patriarch and Cloudy Qilin clan's young lord, would appear in such a slum. In fact, if it wasn't for the sake of pursuing Lu Bian, these elites from their clans wouldn't have appeared in such a filthy place. From their point of view, Huang Yueli and Li Moying were just two young practitioners who had been protected too well by their own clan. Perhaps their innate talent wasn't bad and they had been cultivating in their clan since young, so they didn't know anything, which was why they did such a ridiculous thing and actually dared to stop them. The captain of the Black Tortoise race laughed so hard that he almost choked. After he finally finished laughing, he straightened his back and waved at the two of them. "All right, you two brats, hurry up and leave. Seeing that you're still young, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Hurry up and bring your little lover home to drink milk. Remember to mind your own business in the future. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died outside." As the captain spoke, he released a portion of the pressure in his body. As a late heart-profound realm martial artist, he was considered a rather outstanding martial artist in the clan. He had over 10 people under him, and could be considered a person with a reputation. He intended to show these two young martial artists his strength and make them retreat. However, he did not expect that after he released his pressure, the man and woman in front of him did not seem to feel anything at all. Not to mention being suppressed by his pressure until they could not breathe, their expressions did not even change. "TSK, you two brats seem to be quite talented. No wonder she was spoiled by her family and didn't know anything. Since that's the case, I'll teach you on behalf of your family elders, and let you know what kind of people you can't offend outside." As the captain spoke, he further released his pressure. But even so, Huang Yueli and Li Moying still didn't have any reaction. The captain didn't believe it and released it again. Release again. Release again. He had already completely released all the profound energy in his body, but the couple in front of him was still standing calmly in front of him. Even the girl's face had an obvious look of impatience. "All right, what the hell are you doing? Didn't you hear me?" Huang Yueli said impatiently. When the captain heard her speak, he almost couldn't hold his breath. Coupled with the lack of profound energy in his body, he almost fell to the ground. This. What was going on? He was a late heart-profound realm martial artist, yet he couldn't suppress these two brats. Huang Yueli saw that he didn't make a sound and her patience ran out, so she directly went forward to pull Lu Bian, who was lying on the ground. "Senior brother, how are you? Can he still move? If you can still move, get up quickly and follow us." When Lu Bian heard Huang Yueli's words, he had already guessed the identity of this young couple, but he didn't dare to believe that Huang Yueli and Li Moying, who had eloped and left the gods' race's territory for many days, would suddenly appear here, so he wasn't sure. Now that he heard Huang Yueli call him senior apprentice, Lu Bian recovered his senses and was extremely excited. "Moss, junior sister, it really is you." Huang Yueli patted his shoulder and couldn't help but ridicule, "Who else could it be if not me? Senior brother, senior brother, it's only been a few months since we last met, and you've become like this. You're actually being pressed to the ground and rubbed against. You're too embarrassing for your junior sister." Although Huang Yueli's words were filled with disdain, but Lu Bian was still filled with the feeling of having survived a calamity and almost burst into tears. No matter how big the trouble was, as long as his junior sister came, she would definitely be able to settle it. "Junior sister, let me tell you." He hurriedly wanted to explain to Huang Yueli what had happened. However, Huang Yueli stopped him. "Let's talk about it later. Let's leave this place first. With so many pairs of eyes on the street, she had no interest in becoming the subject of gossip. Furthermore, Huang Yueli understood her own senior brother and knew that although Lu Baiyan's character seemed to be frivolous, he was actually very confident in his heart. To be honest, he was much more reliable than her and Li Moying. In her previous life, every time she and Li Moying were impulsive and wanted to take a risk, it was always Lu Baiyan who blocked them in front. Therefore, according to common sense, her senior brother should not have provoked such a powerful enemy. There must be something very important going on. Lu Baiyan also understood and immediately used his arm to support himself on the ground as he gritted his teeth and crawled up. When the black tortoise race martial artists swarmed him just now, he was still injured. However, they were basically superficial wounds. They were not very serious. It was just a little painful. Let's go. Huang Yueli hurriedly said. Saying that, he stretched out his hand to pull Lu Baiyan. However, before she could touch Lu Baiyan's hand, her wrist was grabbed by a huge hand. Lu Baiyan won't die so easily, suffering such a small injury, and he can't even walk? Don't be fooled by him. Li Moying gave a cold humph in annoyance as he tightly held on to his wifey's small hand as he turned around to glare at Lu. Baiyan, hurry up and leave. Lu Baiyan was speechless. He had already said a few hundred times that he no longer had any thoughts towards his junior sister who had been married for many years, but Li Moying was always on guard against him like a thief. Looking at Li Moying's gaze, he simply wished that he could just throw him here and leave. Thinking up to here, Lu Baiyan quivered and even forgot about the pain from the wounds on his body as he hurriedly walked behind the two of them. At this moment, a stern shout was heard. Stop. Stop right there. You three damn thieves, where are you going? The Black Tortoise clan's captain, who had been shocked by Huang Yueli's actions earlier, suddenly woke up. When he saw that the two of them were about to leave, he hurriedly shouted, Quick! Stop them. Capture these two thieves together. None of them can escape. That wretched girl called that brat surnamed Lu senior brother. They were obviously in cahoots, accomplices. Hurry up and catch them. The elders are still waiting. The other team members seemed to have woken up from a dream and quickly surrounded the three of them. Huang Yueli narrowed her eyes slightly as a cold glint flashed in her eyes, but she didn't feel any nervousness. It was just a group of heart-profound realm practitioners, and even if they were the elites from the large clans of the gods' race, in her and Li Moying's eyes, they were just a motley crew. She turned to look in the captain's direction and said coldly, Who said we were going to run? We are leaving openly. My senior brother is a noble spirit herb master and has never done anything bad. What right do you have to use the power of your family to capture him here? A noble spirit herb master? The captain heard this and laughed coldly as if he had heard a joke. The things that this brat did were really despicable to the extreme. It's as if our black tortoise race doesn't exist. Stop talking nonsense here. We must bring this brat back today. When Huang Yueli heard that, she couldn't help being startled as she subconsciously turned her head to look at Lu Baiyan. Although she had also thought that Lu Baiyan might have stirred up trouble, but she had not expected that the other party would say that Lu Baiyan was despicable and despicable. What did he do? Before Huang Yueli could figure it out, the captain couldn't wait any longer as he brought his men to chase after her in exasperation. Huang Yueli turned her head to look at Li Moying. Husband, bring senior brother and leave first. I'll cover the rear here. If they wanted to escape, the greatest difficulty was none other than Lu Baiyan's speed. Earlier when Lu Baiyan was almost caught, he sprained his ankle and he couldn't use his movement profound skill, so if he were to run, he definitely wouldn't be able to outrun the black tortoise race's practitioners and could only get someone to drag him along. Li Moying frowned slightly as he wanted to say that he would cover the rear. But this way, wouldn't his little fox be holding hands with Lu Baiyan? That was worse than killing him. Thinking up to here, he didn't act pretentious anymore as he grabbed onto Lu Baiyan's shirt and forcefully pulled him along as he ran out of the crowd. As for Huang Yueli, who was left behind by him, Li Moying wasn't worried at all. Such a group of heart-profound realm martial artists was not even enough for his wife to poke with a finger. Li Moying brought along Lu Baiyan as he suddenly sped up. His figure was like a bolt of lightning as he shot out. This astonishing speed made the expressions of the Black Tortoise race's martial artists change. The captain roared, "Chase! Quickly chase after him! We spent so much time to find this brat. We can't let him escape. Otherwise, how are we going to explain it to the elders? Hurry up and chase!" Actually, even without him saying anything, the team members had already rushed forward without caring about anything else. However, before they could take a few steps, a petite figure suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their way. "You guys should stay here. Don't chase after him. Don't even think about touching a hair on the person I want to protect." Huang Yueli stood in the middle of the road and in front of the 10 over heart-profound realm adult males. A delicate and beautiful girl like her really looked too tiny, as though the other party could seriously injure her with a single move. Seeing this scene, the surrounding passers-by broke out in a cold sweat for her. At the same time, there were also some people who were secretly despising Lu Baiyan and Li Moying, who were the first to escape. The two young men just now looked decent and outstanding. However, they did not expect their character to be so bad. They actually ran away first when something happened, leaving such a weak junior sister behind. He was simply a beast. However, at this moment, a shocking scene appeared. Just as the Black Tortoise race's practitioners were rushing over, when they were still a few meters away from Huang Yueli, her figure suddenly swayed. Everyone only saw a shadow flash past. When they looked over again, the petite girl's figure was no longer in front of them. Whoosh, what happened? Where is he? Where did he go? Why did it disappear? The Black Tortoise warriors were even more surprised than the passers-by. They had originally wanted to swarm forward and grab hold of Huang Yueli, but who knew that after pouncing on her, they ended up empty-handed. Just as they were at a loss, a powerful pressure suddenly came from behind them. The heaven and earth Xianxia that blotted out the sky and covered the earth pressed down on their heads. "Not good, behind. That wretched girl is behind us." The captain was the first to react. He hurriedly shouted and turned around, wanting to block this attack that came out of nowhere. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to realize that something was wrong. Even though he turned around at the first moment and tried his best to mobilize the profound energy in his body to form a protective armor on his body, but he was still unable to completely block Huang Yueli's peerless powerful attack. The Black Tortoise race captain was hit in the chest by this attack. His body instantly flew back and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He was the one with the highest cultivation among all of them. If that was the case, there was no need to mention the others. Most of the team members had not even reacted to the fact that Huang Yueli was behind them and had already been struck by the attack, so they were struck without any warning. Because they were hit in the back, the team members fell to the ground head first. They fell flat on their faces, and their faces hit the mud directly, creating human-shaped pits on the ground. The roads in the slums had not been specially repaired. They were still primitive mud roads. These martial artists had their mouths stuffed with mud. The blood that was about to come out of their mouths was blocked by the mud again. For a moment, mud and dirty blood mixed together, and his mouth was filled with a strange taste. "That sour feeling, don't mention it." The surrounding onlookers were also completely stunned by this scene. Moreover, most of them were sinners living in the slums and had limited knowledge. They had never seen such shocking cultivation and attacks. The entire road instantly became silent. The passers-by did not even dare to breathe loudly, afraid that the young female expert would be angered by someone's voice and vent her anger on them. However, reality proved that they were definitely overthinking. After Huang Yueli knocked down these practitioners with a single blow, she had no intention of staying here any longer. She jumped up and snorted in midair. I told you to stop chasing. Why did he have to rush up and ask for a beating? You guys can rest here. We'll take our leave first. She drifted back dozens of meters with the wind and jumped over the crowd. After landing, she went to chase after her husband and senior brother. Everyone present looked at her in a daze, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. After quite a while, the Black Tortoise clan's captain clutched his chest and crawled up from the ground. Raising his head to look in the direction Huang Yueli had left in, his eyes were filled with shock. He had never thought that such a delicate girl could actually have such strength. With one attack, she could injure all of them. The main reason why she could do this was because she had attacked suddenly and caught them off guard. In addition, they had underestimated their enemies and were unprepared. However, to be able to do this girl must be at least at the middle stage of the heart-profound realm. Even in the Shin clan, she would be an expert among the direct descendants. She should be a heaven-grade genius. Who was this little girl? He had totally not expected that this girl was Sacred Phoenix Race's clan leader Huang Yueli. Because for a person of Huang Yueli's status to appear in Shuihua City, unless the city lord personally accompanied her, how could she possibly wander around the slums by herself? The captain was shocked. He turned around and found that his subordinates were still lying on the ground. He was even angrier. He immediately walked over and raised his leg to kick their butts. Get up, get up. Why was he lying on the ground? The face of our Black Tortoise race has been completely thrown away by you trash. Even though the captain was flustered and exasperated and even kicked them directly, these Black Tortoise clan cultivators were still lying on the ground, moaning and not getting up. The captain was about to explode with anger. Do you think mud tastes good lying on the ground? He said angrily. What? Was it not embarrassing enough? Quickly get up. Didn't you hear the laughter coming from the crowd? Although these sinners were obviously afraid of them, so they suppressed their laughter, he could still hear it clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of vomiting came from the scene. The captain frowned and looked down. He was so angry that he almost fainted. Only then did he know why these team members were not talking. It turned out that their mouths were filled with mud. In order to speak, they could only spit it out. Some unlucky guys even spat out their teeth. This scene was simply too ugly. As a dignified ancient god clan warrior, and an elite team in the family, he was actually beaten to such a state by a petite and delicate little girl. What was even more embarrassing was that so many sinners had seen it. The captain's expression was extremely ugly. He shouted angrily and chased away the surrounding sinners. What are you all looking at? Is this something you can see? Hurry up and get lost. Get lost, all of you. If anyone dares to stay on this street again, don't blame me for being rude. As the captain spoke, he picked up a steel knife that had fallen to the ground and waved it in the direction of the crowd. A dazzling cold light flashed. Coupled with the pressure emitted from the captain's body, it was enough to shock these ordinary people. The crowd did not dare to continue watching the show. They were as silent as cicadas in winter and ran away in a hurry. Seeing that the street had returned to silence, the captain's expression became a little better. However, when he turned around, he saw that his subordinates were all covered in dirt, as if they had just been pressed to the ground and rubbed. The anger in his heart rose again. Trash. What's the use of having you guys? No matter what, they were all heart-profound realm cultivators. There were so many of them, yet they couldn't defeat a little girl? Look at you, you're even worse than the beggars on the street. When the Black Tortoise clan cultivators heard this, they were unwilling. They thought to themselves, Captain, you're not any better than us. didn't you also get beaten up by that little girl? You even vomited blood. How can you talk about us? However, they knew that their captain was in a fit of anger. No one dared to add fuel to the fire. They were all as quiet as chickens, lowering their heads and not daring to say a word. The captain scolded for a while, before his anger subsided a little and he finally calmed down. This little girl is really too strange. I actually couldn't tell which family she was from just now. What about you guys? Did any of you see her attack? What kind of profound energy did she use? Hearing this question, all the cultivators looked at each other in dismay. It seemed to be fire attribute? No way. I think the move I was hit by just now seems to be of the lightning attribute. No, I think it's the wind attribute. That lass is from the white tiger race, right? Everyone gave different answers. The captain felt the veins on his forehead popping out, but he couldn't say anything. After all, he couldn't tell the exact attributes of the little girl. The little girl's attack was too fast. He did not even have time to react, before he was knocked down. If word of this got out, it would be extremely embarrassing. They were the elite team of the Black Tortoise clan. There were over 10 Heart Profound Realm cultivators, but they were beaten up by the little girl. They did not even see how the other party attacked. That damned brat. We were all bewitched by her. We underestimated the enemy this time, so she took advantage of the situation. The next time we see her, everyone must get back at her. Hearing this, the team members nodded their heads vigorously. In fact, they still felt that it was impossible for a little girl to be stronger than all of them combined. She must have used some kind of magic treasure to erupt with such powerful strength. Now that they were prepared, they would not be afraid of that little girl if they met again in the future. Everyone spent a lot of effort to clean themselves up. Let's go, let's leave this place first. This street, Elle can't come here again. This person has been thrown into the slums. The captain snorted and was about to leave. At this moment, someone remembered their mission this time and asked, carefully, Captain, then we. What about our mission? Could it be that? Just let it go? It wasn't easy for us to catch up to that Lu kid, could it be that we let him escape just like that? Bah! How was this possible? That kid dared to lay his hands on young Miss Qingqing and even kidnapped her. The clan leader had already given a strict order to capture him and cut him into pieces. It would be useless even if he escaped to the ends of the earth. Don't worry, we can find him once, so we'll definitely find him a second time. The secret technique of finding people through the aura of the clansman was a unique secret technique of the Black Tortoise clan. It was impossible to crack. So Captain wasn't worried that Lu Bian would disappear. But, Captain, even if we find Lu Bian again, he had someone protecting him, right? That man and woman just now don't seem to have weak cultivation. Yeah, those two are not easy to deal with. I think that young man's strength is even higher than the little girl's. If we join forces, we might really be in trouble. I can see that the movement techniques of the two of them are extremely outstanding. Even if we can find them, we can still defeat them. However, if the few of them want to escape, we really do not have the confidence to catch up. Everyone was discussing at once, feeling that the situation was not good. Huang Yueli had knocked everyone down with a single strike earlier, and it could be said that she had borrowed the advantage of sneak attacks and magical treasures, but the movement technique that she and Li Moying had displayed when they left earlier was real. Honestly speaking, many Dao Profound Realm powerhouses might not even be as good as the two of them. Especially Li Moying, he was able to grab a big man like Lu Bian and still move so quickly. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, who would believe it? When the captain heard these words, he also realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately frowned. Damn it, isn't this brat just a little spirit medicine master who ascended from the lower realm? This talent was simply not ranked in the divine realm. He could only be considered an expert among the human race. With someone like him, how could he be a senior brother of a heaven-grade genius? Are you kidding me? The team members thought about it carefully, and someone could not help but think too much. Captain, does this mean that this Luke kid has some background? Speaking of which, I seem to have heard his name somewhere before. Bah. He's just a human with mixed blood that has ascended from the lower realm. What background could he have? He only has half of the blood of the ancient god clan. As long as he's not a direct descendant of a large family clan, there is nothing to fear. Based on the crimes he has committed, no matter what, our Black Tortoise clan is in the right. Who can protect him? The captain sneered and interrupted his subordinate. The person who spoke earlier replied softly, but his junior sister is so formidable, so who knows if Lu Bian has secretly acknowledged some formidable master. Ha ha ha, what a powerful master, are you trying to kill me with laughter? Why don't you take a look at his cultivation talent? Who would take him as a disciple? The captain couldn't help but laugh. After a while, he stopped and said, no matter what background he has, you don't have to worry. To tell you the truth, I just received a message from my family. Divine General Xian will arrive in Snowflake City in a few days. Divine General Xian? Which Divine General Xian? Which other Divine General? Isn't there the one and only Divine General in our clan, Senior Xian Jiuling of Blessed City? Senior Xian Jiuling is coming to Snowflake City. Everyone was excited as exclamations were heard all around. The captain also revealed a smile. That's right. Since Divine General Xian is here, we can ask him for help. No matter what background this Lu brat has, he can forget about farting in front of Divine General Xian. Our Divine General Xian has just defeated the Devil Army and made a great contribution to the entire God realm. So what if he really had a powerful master? Do you dare to go against Divine General Xian? That's great. With Divine General Xian around, there will definitely be no mistakes. Everyone was relieved. Let's go, let's leave this place first. Following the captain's order, the Black Tortoise clan's cultivators all flew up. They covered their faces with their hands and ran along the street. On the other side, Huang Yueli was afraid of being followed by the Black Tortoise clan, so she took a detour and returned to the inn. Li Moying and Lu Bian had already arrived at the inn and were waiting for her in the room. The moment Huang Yueli entered the door, Lu Bian leaped up from his seat and came up to welcome her. Junior sister, you're finally back. I was very worried earlier. You alone dealt with so many Black Tortoise clan cultivators, you wouldn't be injured, right? They were all experts in the profound heart realm. Ugh. Lu Bian's words were halfway through when he suddenly felt a burst of pain on his ankle as his body suddenly fell forward. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have fallen on his face and broken his nose bridge on the spot. Lu Bian's expression changed in shock, but luckily he managed to stabilize his body in time and hurriedly turned back to take a look, just in time to see Li Moying pulling his leg back in an unhurried manner. You. Li Moying. What are you doing? Li Moying's face still had a cold and aloof expression as he lifted the teacup with one hand and lifted the lid with the other as he blew into the cup. After taking a sip of tea, he turned his gaze towards him and said slowly, "Oh, sorry, I seem to have accidentally tripped you earlier. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect you to suddenly stand up. By the way, didn't you sprain your ankle when you were pressed to the ground? Look, this fall wouldn't have made it more serious, right? You. Careless? Don't think that he didn't know that this guy did it on purpose. Wasn't it just that he wanted to greet Huang Yueli, and somehow, he had turned over the vinegar jar? Not only did he trip him on purpose, but he even brought up the embarrassing thing he did just now and repeated it again, afraid that his junior sister would forget. Moreover, it was fine if Li Moying didn't say it, but now that he mentioned his ankle, he felt a sharp pain assaulting him, so painful that he couldn't help but shiver. Hiss, my leg. How did he treat a person like Li Moying as a brother in the past? This guy was clearly a bastard who had no humanity. When Huang Yueli saw this scene, how could she not know what had happened? She glared at her husband angrily. Husband, you. It's not easy for us to see. Senior brother, you. Sigh. She wanted to talk about Li Moying properly, but on second thought, her husband had always been so petty, and after she said it out, if he were to secretly find trouble with Lu Bian, she wouldn't be able to guard against it. Luckily, Li Moying had some sense of propriety, so she could only let it go. Huang Yueli glared at him again and turned around to squat beside Lu Bian. She asked with concern, Senior brother, are you all right? Did you fall badly? Those black tortoise clansmen attacked very heavily just now. Are you injured anywhere? Hearing his junior sister's sweet and gentle voice, Lu Bian was almost moved to tears. As expected, junior sister was the one who treated him really well. Unlike Li Moying, this beast. Huang Yueli saw that he was staring at her without saying a word and was a little worried. Senior brother, how's your leg? Did you sprain it again? Let me have a look. As she said that, she wanted to grab Lu Bian's leg. Lu Bian was originally still immersed in his emotions, but when he saw Huang Yueli stretch out her hand towards him, he was so frightened that he hurriedly used both his hands and feet as he leaped up from the ground. No, no, no. No need, junior sister. There's really no need. I don't. It's nothing serious. Besides, even if I'm injured, I'll take a look myself. My medical skills are still better than yours. When Lu Bian stood up earlier, he had once again affected the sprained part of his ankle, and for a moment, his face was twisted in pain. However, he quickly maintained his calm expression as he braced himself and pretended as though nothing had happened, rejecting Huang Yueli's good intentions. What a joke! The instant Huang Yueli stretched out her hand, he could clearly feel a cold and extremely powerful pressure coming from behind him. If his junior sister touched his foot, he would be chopped into pieces by a certain someone, right? Speaking of which, did Li Moying still remember that they were sworn brothers? Was there anyone as rebellious as him? Huang Yueli blinked her eyes as she was momentarily speechless, but since Lu Bian had already said that he was fine, she didn't feel conflicted. Looking at Lu Bian sitting back down on the chair, she also sat down at the other table. Senior brother, I really didn't expect that we would meet here. Of course, I didn't expect that you would be chased everywhere. What's going on with you? When you parted with us, didn't you say that you wanted to go to Whitefin Continent to learn medicine? Why wasn't he in the Whitefin Continent but in the Empyrean Fox Continent? You even offended the Black Tortoise clan? Huang Yueli frowned, and the moment she opened her mouth, it was a series of questions. It wasn't that she liked to ask so many questions, but it was just that Lu Bian's performance today had really surprised her. Logically speaking, although Lu Bian wasn't considered a famous divine doctor in the god realm, but he was at least an Earth-grade high-rank spirit medicine master, so ordinary people wouldn't be willing to offend spirit medicine masters. To be pursued by an elite team of the ancient god clan, something big must have happened. But no matter how Huang Yueli thought about it, she couldn't understand what kind of trouble Lu Bian could stir up. When Lu Bian heard this question, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Sigh, junior sister, I also didn't want to be so embarrassing in front of you and Moying, but, sigh, in short, this matter is really, I don't know how to explain it either. I still don't understand how I got into this situation. When Huang Yueli heard this, she was even more confused. What exactly is the situation? Actually, Lu Bian opened his mouth and was just about to explain when he suddenly thought of something and smacked his head. Oh no. Not good. I almost forgot something important. Junior sister, Moing, I'll have to trouble the both of you to come with me first to save someone. We have to go immediately. I'm afraid that something might happen if we delay. Huang Yueli was startled and almost couldn't react. What? You want to save someone? Save who? Sigh, there's no time to explain in detail now. Let's hurry up and leave. When Lu Bian finished speaking, he couldn't care about anything else as he turned around and walked towards the door. However, as soon as he got up, he felt a pain in his ankle and almost fell to the ground again. Huang Yueli hurriedly stretched out her hand to support him. Senior brother, what are you anxious about? Let's talk things out. Who do you want to save? I'll bring the person back. You just have to wait here. No, I have to go myself. Otherwise, you won't be able to find the place. Lu Bian endured the pain as he stood up and walked out. But, although the injury on your foot is not serious, you still have to recuperate. Besides, how are you going to go like this? Huang Yueli couldn't help but frown. Seeing Lu Bian's determined look, she could only give in. All right, I'll bring you. Huang Yueli hadn't finished speaking when suddenly, an arm stretched out from behind Lu Bian and grabbed his collar. Li Moing stood expressionlessly between the two of them. I'll bring him over. Huang Yueli looked at her husband's deliberate action of pulling Lu Bian away and felt amused as she shook her head secretly. But she said, all right then, there's no problem. Senior brother, where's the person you are looking for? Let's go now. The three of them did not delay and immediately left the inn. Lu Bian was led by Li Moing to lead the way while Huang Yueli followed closely behind them. They went straight out of Snowflake City's city gate and headed east, entering a dense forest. In the dense forest of the outskirts, there were often spirit beasts appearing and there were even some unexpected dangers. Although this wasn't considered much to cultivators like Huang Yueli and Li Moing, but looking at Lu Bian's direction which was getting deeper and deeper into the dense forest, Huang Yueli was still somewhat worried. Senior brother, where are you taking us? Wait, stop. There seems to be a concealment array ahead. It might be dangerous. Huang Yueli had just finished speaking when Lu Bian shook his head. There's no danger, that array is, my friend set it up. You guys, just follow me. She's in the array and is very seriously injured now. As Lu Bian said that, he stretched out his hand and struck out a hand seal. The concealment array instantly lost its effectiveness, revealing a cave entrance hidden under the array. Huang Yueli and Li Moing exchanged a glance as they followed suit and walked in. The cave looked very small and dark. There was a cushion on the ground, and an unconscious woman was on the cushion. The moment Lu Bian entered the cave, he immediately took out a few bottles of pills and placed them in front of the woman as he stuffed them into her mouth. The young woman's face was flushed red and she looked like she was in great pain. She kept moaning softly. Even though Lu Bian had already stuffed the pill into her mouth, she still kept on spitting it out. Lu Bian frowned. Can't you endure it and take the medicine? Take it. Are you not thinking about it? Sigh, damn it. Just as Lu Bian was feeding her the medicine, Huang Yueli kept staring at this young lady and after a while, her eyes widened in shock. I say, senior brother, are you serious? No wonder the people of the Black Tortoise clan chased after you with all their might. Did you abduct Xianxia, the top 3 genius of the Black Tortoise clan? Huang Yueli's jaw almost fell to the ground. To be honest, although she and Li Moing were the most outstanding geniuses in the younger generation of the 12 continents in the God realm, but she didn't know many cultivators of the same generation. Other than Jing Xiaoyuan, who was not afraid of death and came to look for a beating every day, she only had some friendship with Xianxia. Although this heaven-grade genius of the Black Tortoise clan was from a branch family, her talent was even higher than that of the direct line. Not only was she extremely powerful, but she was also a spiritual armament master. Huang Yueli had met her a few times and her impression of her was pretty good. When Lu Bian heard this, his face turned red, but immediately following that, he shook his head vigorously and denied, "Junior sister, can you not talk nonsense? Young Miss Xian and LT's not what you think. You." He scratched his head in frustration as he lamented. "Sigh, it's fine if those Black Tortoise clan fellows misunderstand, but why do you say so?" Huang Yueli nodded thoughtfully. "Oh? Those Black Tortoise clansmen have been chasing you because you eloped with Xian Qingling? I didn't expect you to be so capable, senior brother. Even a heaven-grade genius like Xian Qingling was willing to give up her family and elope with you." She smiled as she winked at Lu Bian and said with a mischievous smile, "Tsk tisk, you're a famous dissolute noble young master in soaring heavens. Continent. When you came to the God realm, your skills didn't decline at all." Lu Bian was about to vomit blood. I didn't, don't spout nonsense. Xian Qingling and I are really not what you think. I've really been unlucky for 8 lifetimes before I met her. Every time I meet her, I'm in big trouble. How could I elope with her?" Huang Yueli saw that Lu Bian was really anxious, so she turned a little more serious, but her face still carried a faint smile. All right, I was just joking. Of course I know that even if you want to kidnap someone else, Xian Qingling won't go with you. So you don't have to worry that I'll misunderstand. However, the people of the Black Tortoise clan shouldn't have misunderstood. What did you do to make them have such thoughts?" Actually, Huang Yueli didn't need to ask much. Just from common sense, Xian Qingling wouldn't elope with Lu Bian. That was because the cultivation resources in the God realm were basically in the hands of the various large families and sections. One could not even find a high-grade cultivation technique secret manual outside. For a heaven-grade genius like Xian Qingling, the clan's cultivation resources were too important. Without the support of the clan, she would not be able to improve her strength on her own. So let alone Lu Bian trying his best to deny that the two of them had any relationship, even if the two of them really had feelings for each other, Xian Qingling would not give up on her future and elope with Lu Bian. These cultivators in the God realm were different from those in the lower realms. Regarding the matters of love, they did not take it that seriously. To the young cultivators of the God realm, raising one's own strength and status in the family clan was the top priority. Many top-notch experts were arranged by their families to marry their partners who were closest to them in terms of strength, talent, and status. This was not only beneficial to the family, but also to dual cultivate with someone with similar talent. The effect would be better. As for whether she had feelings for the marriage partner and whether they were compatible, anyway, she could find someone else to relieve her loneliness before and after marriage. Who would care so much? Precisely because of this, Huang Yueli and Li Moying were already married at such a young age and their relationship was so good, which was why it became a strange thing in the God realm. When Lu Bian heard Huang Yueli's words, he was extremely touched. "Junior sister, you're the one who understands me." Sigh, during this period of time, no one believed me no matter who I explained it to. I couldn't even explain it clearly. In addition to Xian Qingling's current situation. Sigh. If it wasn't for you and Moying, I really don't know what to do. Xian Qingling and I are actually. Lu Bian had just opened his mouth and wanted to explain this situation between him and Xian Qingling, but before he could finish his sentence, his peripheral vision swept over to Xian Qingling who was lying on the soft cushion. Her face was red and she looked like she was in pain, as if she was enduring some unbearable torture. And at the corner of her lips, the pill that Lu Bian fed her earlier was spat out by her once again. Seeing this scene, Lu Bian's expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't be bothered to say anything more to Huang Yueli and the rest as he immediately turned around and returned to Xian Qingling's side. He knelt down against the cushion and reached out to help Xian Qingling's upper body up so that she could lean against his chest. Then, he grabbed her chin and stuffed the pills back into her mouth. Xianqingling's mind was in a state of confusion and she instinctively hated the bitter taste of those pills. Even though Lu Bian was holding her tightly, she was still twisting her neck as she felt nauseous, wanting to spit out the pills again. Following her actions, saliva continuously flowed down from the corner of her mouth and onto Lu Bian's fingers. But Lu Bian didn't show any trace of disdain and his expression was as usual as he firmly held her chin while using his hand to pat her back, using both carrot and stick methods to make Xianqingling swallow the pill. Huang Yueli looked on from the side as her eyes went blank. She subconsciously turned her head and communicated with her husband beside her. They both saw the same spark of interest in each other's eyes. Lu Bian said earlier that he and Xianqingling had no ambiguous relationship and she actually believed it, she was really too naive. Looking at their current interaction, Xianqingling didn't know that this was the attitude Lu Bian should have towards an unrelated woman. How could she not know that Lu Bian had mysophobia? In the past in Lu Bian's medicine shop, there would be servants cleaning up every day according to the 3 meals and not a single speck of dust could be found in the corners, so when did he become so patient as to feed medicine to others? Moreover, looking at this posture, it seemed like her senior brother was very familiar with these operations. TSK, 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 TSK. Huang Yueli and her husband stood together hand in hand as they stared at the two of them with wide eyes, afraid that they would miss out on any details. Such a good show was rare. It was something that could only be encountered by chance. The only regret now was that he did not hide any melons in his space. Otherwise, it would be great to take them out and eat them while watching the show. After about a quarter of an hour, Lu Bian finally succeeded in making Xianqingling swallow all the pills without leaving a single one behind. He didn't know what kind of medicinal pill Lu Bian concocted, but it seemed to be very effective. Not long after Xianqingling swallowed the pill, she gradually calmed down. Her red face gradually returned to normal, and she no longer twisted her body in pain. However, she still did not wake up. After she calmed down, she seemed to have fallen asleep and did not move. Only at this moment did Lu Bian let out a long breath as he raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Damn it, why are they acting up more and more frequently? I wonder how many days the medicine this time can last. His expression was very stiff. He stared at Xianqingling for a long time with a deep gaze. No one knew what he was thinking. Huang Yueli really couldn't bear to watch any longer as she coughed forcefully, cough cough. Senior brother, have you forgotten about us? Hearing Huang Yueli's voice, Lu Bian's entire body stiffened as the expression on his face instantly froze. However, he quickly revealed a smile again. Hee hee, junior sister, this. How was this possible? I can't forget the two of you even if I forget everyone. It's really because Xianqingling's condition is quite urgent. I had no choice but to take care of her first in order to save her. Don't think too much about it. It's fine. I didn't think too much about it, Huang Yueli said smilingly. Her senior brother didn't seem to notice at all that the change in his expression just now had completely betrayed him. Li Moying's eyes were filled with endless disdain. Hee hee, who was the one who mocked him every day back then? He felt that he should show Lu Bian a mirror and let him take a good look at himself. If he couldn't find a mirror, he could at least take a piss. Lu Bian felt a little guilty and didn't dare to look at Huang Yueli and Li Moying's expressions. When he heard Huang Yueli say that she was fine, he hurriedly went down the stairs. Ahem, that's good. Where were we just now? He rubbed his nose and forcefully changed the topic. Huang Yueli wasn't in a rush to expose him because she was more interested in Lu Bian's experiences in the past few months. Therefore, she cooperated and said, just now, I mentioned that you and Miss Xian were misunderstood, what's going on? Oh, right, that's right. Sigh, junior sister, you don't know how unlucky I am. As long as I meet Xian Qingling, I'll be unlucky. Lu Bian gave a deep sigh. I'd better start from the beginning. Ever since I parted ways with you, I went to the White Lake State. As the family that was the best at medicine among the various god clans, the White Marsh race had many outstanding doctors. Because of this, even human and mixed-blood physicians gathered in the White Pool State. The center of the White Pool State, Pillheart City, became the headquarters of the spiritual apothecary guild of the 12 continents of the divine world. Lu Bian had the heart to have some accomplishments in his medical skills, so Pillheart City was a place he had no choice but to go. In the beginning, he was still very successful. When he arrived at Pillheart City, he happened to be in time for the high-rank Elixir Master certification assessment. With his own strength, he passed the assessment and successfully obtained the certification of a high-rank Earth-rank Elixir Master. The number of heaven-rank spirit apothecaries in the divine realm was extremely rare. Moreover, practically all of them were provided for by large family clans. Rogue cultivators were extremely rare. So Lu Bian, this Earth-grade high level, outside of the ancient celestials, could already be considered as a top-notch doctor. Of course, with Lu Bian's wild ambitions, he naturally wouldn't be satisfied with this. Ever since he had become an Earth-grade advanced spirit alchemist, many forces had come to recruit him, but he had never considered any of them. Because Lu Bian's dream was to become a true great divine doctor like Zhang Lihe, who had top-notch medical skills and morals, and not a vassal of a major power. Otherwise, he only needed to rely on the Sacred Phoenix clan or Cloudy Qilin clan. Relying on Huang Yueli and Li Moying's relationship, it wasn't difficult for him to be nurtured, so he didn't need to leave the two of them and go out adventuring. Lu Bian didn't want to join any major powers, but he was worried that he would offend others if he rejected them repeatedly, so not long after he obtained the certification, he left Pillheart City quietly. His plan was to practice medicine while he was training. This way, not only could he improve his medical skills, but he could also earn some money. Lu Bian relied on his Earth-grade high-level physician certification, and his business was very good. Every time he went to a place, there would be many wealthy families looking for him to give a consultation. Until one day, a little girl from the Black Tortoise clan came to him and asked him to treat her daughter. Lu Bian didn't think too much about it at that time and only thought that the so-called young miss was just a young practitioner of the god's race who was training outside, so he readily agreed and went to the address the other party gave him. The clinic was in a remote courtyard. When Lu Bian rushed over, there was only that little servant girl alone in the courtyard. She led Lu Bian to the door of a bedroom and pointed inside, telling him that their young miss was inside and invited him in. Lu Bian took a few steps inside and felt that something was amiss. This was because this so-called young lady's boudoir was actually empty. There was no one else. This was obviously very abnormal. Logically speaking, there was a difference between men and women. A large faction like the ancient god clan was even more particular about this aspect. It was fine if they were training in the wilderness, but since they were at home, they definitely would not allow a male doctor to enter the young Mrs. Boudoir alone. Some of the more strict big families would even require a male doctor to only take the pulse. But there was no one else in this room? Lu Bian's heart instantly started to feel uneasy as he hurriedly turned his head, wanting to ask that little servant girl at the door. However, at this moment, the door behind him suddenly slammed shut with a bang. Lu Bian knew that things weren't looking good as he immediately turned around wanting to rush out of the room, but it was already too late. No matter how hard he pushed and smashed, this seemingly thin door seemed to be made of steel. He could not move it at all. Damn it, let me out, let me out. What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and let me out. I'm just an ordinary doctor and I've never killed anyone before. Who are you? Why did you lock me up here? Hurry up and open the door. However, Lu Bian almost shouted himself hoarse, but it was still silent outside, without a single sound. He did not know if it was really empty or if the sound was blocked by the array. Just as she was at her wit's end and confused, a soft moan suddenly came from the bed. Lu Bian's heart turned cold as he suddenly recalled the reason why that little servant girl had tricked him to come over. It was to let him treat young Miss Illness. Could it be that the young lady was in the room? He immediately turned around and walked towards the bed. Hearing this, Huang Yueli subconsciously blurted out, "Senior brother, are you crazy? How can you turn around and enter the room at this time? This was obviously a trap that someone had dug for you. No matter what happens in the room, you shouldn't turn back. Just try your best to rush out." When Lu Bian heard this, his face instantly revealed a bitter smile as he heaved a deep sigh. "Sigh, junior sister, if only you were by my side to remind me at that time. Now that I think about it, I was indeed too stupid back then. However, I don't know why, but I couldn't react at all at that time." Speaking of which, Lu Bian wasn't the kind of young Celestials practitioner who didn't grow up in the clan and didn't go through any training. He who ascended from the lower realms had also seen many storms and waves in soaring heaven's continent. However, at that moment, he couldn't even explain why. It was as if he had been possessed by a ghost, and he subconsciously made the most unfavorable reaction for himself. In short, my intuition told me that I entered the room and saw the person lying on the bed. It was Xianxia. Lu Bian continued. Huang Yueli and Li Moying had long expected this, so they didn't say anything and just waited quietly at the side, allowing Lu Bian to continue speaking. Lu Bian replied, "Xianxia and I are considered old acquaintances, so the moment I saw her, I was really shocked. Moreover, her condition at that time was really a little strange. Her face was flushed and her forehead was constantly sweating, similar to the symptoms just now. My first reaction at that time was that I felt that something had gone wrong when she was cultivating and that she was in danger of going berserk. Because they were old acquaintances and moreover, chi deviation was a very dangerous situation. If the chaotic profound energy was not channeled back into the correct meridians in time, it might very well lead to the consequences of exploding and dying." Lu Bian got anxious and didn't think too much as he lifted the blanket, wanting to save Xianxia quickly. Who knew? Who would have known that just as I grabbed Xianxing's wrist, she suddenly pounced on me, and... As Lu Bian spoke, his face flushed red as he stammered a few times before lowering his voice. Cough cough, he pressed me under him. "Xianxia suppressed you?" Huang Yueli's eyes widened as she looked at him. "Why is it like this? Why is she pressing down on you? She thought you were here to harm her, so she wanted to beat you up?" Huang Yueli's pair of big eyes flickered, filled with curiosity as she stared intently at her senior brother, raising a question. Lu Bian was originally feeling awkward and being stared at like that by her. He felt even more guilty as his face turned increasingly red as though he was about to burn up. Dang, of course not, Xianxia had been hit, LT hit. You know. I know? What do I know? Senior brother, you didn't say anything. How would I know? Huang Yueli still had the expression of a pure and innocent baby as she propped her chin with both hands and looked at Lu Bian. Lu Bian was extremely embarrassed, but he instead sobered up and instantly flew into a rage out of humiliation as he couldn't help but glare at Huang Yueli. Junior sister, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Do you want to see me embarrassed? I don't believe that you don't know what happened. Why are you still asking? Huang Yueli was questioned, but she wasn't angry. She held her cheeks and smiled. Oh? What should I know? Did he know that Xianxia was poisoned by the spring fragrance powder, which was why she was so hot? After knowing that Xianxia pressed you down on the bed, she definitely won't let you off so easily. You can't beat her, so you can only be pressed down on the bed to eat tofu? You. Junior sister, Lu Bian felt as though smoke was about to come out from the top of his head as he simply couldn't believe his ears. Since his previous life, his junior sister had been so black-bellied and venomous. Whoever was caught by her would be ridiculed to the point of wanting to kill themselves. But in the past, Huang Yueli was more reserved in matters between men and women. After all, for a long period of time, she was still a pure and innocent young lady, so she really didn't understand this aspect. But now? Ever since she married Li Moying, junior sister's skin had also become much thicker, and one didn't know if it was because of Li Moying's influence. He really dared to say anything now. Junior sister, you're a girl, so it's better for you to be more reserved when you speak. Lu Bian lightly coughed twice, trying his best to appear calmer. But Huang Yueli didn't have any intention of letting him off as she continued to ask, I've indeed guessed all these things, but I just can't understand. Senior brother, you are a physician, ah. Just saying the name of spring fragrance powder and you're so hesitant as if you're about to choke to death. Wasn't this just an ordinary potion? Even if the effect was a little special, what was there to be embarrassed about as a doctor? She wasn't an unmarried virgin. Unless... Lu Bian's heart jumped as he asked subconsciously, unless what? Unless, you have a guilty conscience. Huang Yueli added with a smile. Lu Bian's mind buzzed as he immediately retorted, what? What do you mean by guilty? How could I have a guilty conscience? Junior sister, you really think too much. I'm just worried that what happened that night will damage Xianqing's reputation, so I'm too embarrassed to say it. He finished speaking loudly and turned his head to glare fiercely at Huang Yueli. From his stance, it seemed as though if she didn't believe him, he would buy a rice noodle and hang himself. Huang Yueli found it funny and wanted to tease him, but Li Moying secretly tugged at her sleeves, hinting her not to go overboard. Huang Yueli couldn't help but roll her eyes at her husband. Now he remembered that Lu Bian was his brother? Why didn't he remember when he tripped her just now? However, Huang Yueli also wanted to know what happened after that, so she didn't go against her husband. She immediately changed her words, all right, I was thinking too much. Then that night. Did it really happen? Nothing happened. Other than his clothes being stripped off, his chest being touched, and Xianxia calling him too weak, nothing happened. But such a disgraceful scene, he definitely couldn't let junior sister and Li Moying know about it. Otherwise, the two of them would probably faint from laughing and they wouldn't be able to get past this for a few hundred years. Lu Bian composed himself and threw away the distracting thoughts in his heart as he continued, we didn't have the time to do anything. Just as I was pulled onto the bed, there was a sudden commotion from the corridor outside the door. The door was suddenly knocked open from the outside. At that instant, Lu Bian suddenly woke up. No matter how stupid he was, he understood what had happened. Unfortunately, he was already trapped on the bed and caught red-handed. He could not escape even if he wanted to. As expected, the people who barged into the room were all from the Black Tortoise clan. There were both men and women. Most of them were young people of Xianqing's generation, but there were also a few who looked like elders. As soon as they entered the door, a middle-aged woman pointed at the two of them and scolded them. She pointed out that the two of them were an adulterer and an adulterer. They used the excuse of seeing a doctor to meet in Xianqing's room and were even caught in bed. Lu Bian initially wanted to explain, but the other party didn't want to listen to his explanation and interrupted him several times. A few people took turns to speak, and in a few words, they labeled him as an adulterer. The leading middle-aged woman immediately said, this is no small matter. If the clan leader finds out that the heaven-grade genius of the clan has an affair with a human trash, I wonder how angry he will be. Quickly detain this adulterer and report this matter to the clan leader. These people seemed to have prepared beforehand as they immediately swarmed forward to capture Liu Bian. Although Liu Bian tried his best to resist, but the difference in cultivation was obvious, and facing several heart-profound realm experts attacking together, he was totally unable to resist and was soon pressed onto the ground and controlled. Hearing till here, Huang Yueli had roughly understood the cause of the matter, but there were still a few doubts in her heart that had yet to be resolved. Alright, I understand. These people should be here for Xian Qingqing, right? She wondered who she had offended in the family for her to be schemed against like this. And you? You should be the undeserved calamity? An Earth-rank high-level spirit herb master doesn't seem to have the value to be targeted like this. Hearing Huang Yueli's words, Liu Bian's face twitched slightly. That was true, but junior sister did not have to be so straightforward. It was as if he, a spirit apothecary, was useless. Although, compared to Huang Yueli and Li Moying, who were peerless geniuses, he was indeed not just a little noob. Huang Yueli muttered, but even if you were to meet someone in private, it doesn't seem to be a big deal, right? After all, Xian Qingqing was one of the top 3 geniuses of the Black Tortoise clan. This kind of thing, unless it that serious? For a woman, losing her virginity before marriage was indeed a big deal. However, how big the impact was also depended on the woman's strength. If it was just an ordinary member of the family who needed to rely on the family to be born, then regardless of gender, the value of the marriage alliance would drop by half after losing the virginity. The consequences would definitely be serious. However, for powerful geniuses, it was not a problem. Sometimes, in order to let geniuses cultivate in peace, some factions would even specially find them a cultivation furnace for dual cultivation. For example, Huang Yueli herself, the matter between her and Li Moying had spread to the entire divine realm. But even if she and Li Moying were to be separated by the clan, it would not affect their worth at all. The two of them were still the first choice of marriage partners for countless families in the divine realm. It was just that he was strong enough. Although Xian Qingqing didn't have such heaven-defying talent and status as the two of them, with her status in the Black Tortoise race, she shouldn't be beaten up and killed just because she slept with a man, right? When Liu Bian heard this question, his brows immediately furrowed. Junior sister, you might not know, but the Black Tortoise race is so furious because Xian Qingqing just got engaged a while ago. Her fiancé is the young master of the White Marsh race, and Zhenyu. Xian Qingqing lost her virginity before marriage. If the people of the White Marsh clan knew about it, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. That's why they were in a hurry to deal with me, the adulterer. Huang Yueli finally understood, but after thinking about it carefully, she still felt that it was a little strange. I see. This can be explained. The Black Tortoise clan and the White Marsh clan are both ancient gods. The Black Tortoise clan has a divine general like Shan Jiuling in the Alliance army. There are very few famous experts in the White Marsh clan. Logically speaking, the overall strength of the Black Tortoise race is still above the White Marsh race. Is there a need for them to be so afraid of the White Marsh race getting angry? Liu Bian gave a bitter smile. I had the same question as you at the start, but after Xian Qingqing woke up, she told me that the Black Tortoise clan's clan leader had gone berserk during his cultivation a few years ago and had been paralyzed in bed for many years. Initially, I thought that there was no cure, but after an elder from the White Marsh clan came to take a look, he said that it could be cured, but there was a condition for him to cure the illness, and that was to marry Xian Qingqing to Zhenyu. This marriage is very important to the Black Tortoise clan. If Zhenyu is dissatisfied with Xian Qingqing's loss of chastity before marriage and wants to break off the engagement, who will treat the Black Tortoise clan's patriarch? Huang Yueli finally came to a realization as she nodded her head, so that's the case. No wonder the Baizhi clan's strength is so weak, but their position in the 12 ancient god clans isn't low. Doctors are indeed a profession that we can't afford to offend. As she spoke, she glanced at her husband. Coincidentally, Li Moying also looked over at her, and the two of them quickly exchanged glances. The two of them had met the young master of the White Marsh tribe, and Zhenyu, during the Divine Realm martial arts competition. However, this person was not the number one genius of the White Marsh tribe. In fact, there was still a huge gap between him and a top-notch heaven-grade genius like Jing Xiaoyuan. However, and Zhenyu's bloodline was noble. He was the only son of the White Marsh race's patriarch and the True Dragon race's eldest daughter. That was why he could occupy the throne of the young master. However, not only was his talent average, but he also looked very thin and pale. His eyes were greenish-black, and it was obvious that he had aged prematurely due to excessive indulgence. Logically speaking, he was not worthy of Xian Qingling. It was extremely rare to see a female heaven-grade genius in the divine realm. It was already very difficult to marry a wife with similar talent as oneself. It was even more impossible to climb up to a woman with higher talent than oneself. However, who asked him to come from a good family background? He even had the black tortoise race's weakness. Huang Yueli was deep in thought as she pondered for a moment. This matter is probably very complicated. Xian Qingling was going to marry into the Baizhi clan, which was supposed to be a big matter for the clan. However, the people around her had drugged her. Wasn't this an attempt to stop the marriage? However, wouldn't this cause the death of their clan leader? This is probably related to the internal strife of the Black Tortoise clan. Her brows furrowed as she looked at Lu Bian, senior brother. This matter isn't something a spirit apothecary like you can handle, so you really shouldn't wade into this muddy water. Lu Bian's expression was extremely ugly. Junior sister, what are you saying? Why don't you think about it? This? Do I want to get involved in this mess? What can I do? I got involved for no reason. That might not be the case, Huang Yueli muttered to herself. But when she saw that Lu Bian was already extremely anxious and didn't want to agitate him any further, she swallowed back the words that were at the tip of her tongue and returned to the main topic. Alright, what happened after that? Since you were all tied up, how did you escape? Huang Yueli asked, curiously. Lu Bian composed himself and explained, no, the only one who was tied up was me, not including Xian Qingling. Junior sister, have you forgotten? I just said that Xian Qingling was lying on the bed. Although she was poisoned with spring fragrance powder, she wasn't tied up. At that time I was already pressed to the ground and couldn't move even if I wanted to. I thought I was definitely done for this time. I didn't expect that at this moment, Xian Qingling suddenly jumped up from the bed and attacked. With one move, she knocked out the black tortoise race warrior who grabbed me. Those people at the scene were all shocked by this unexpected change. I didn't react in time either. After Xian Qingling hit me, she immediately grabbed my wrist and dragged me towards the door. Fortunately, there were no guards at the door. After we rushed out of the door, we successfully escaped. Huang Yueli said in astonishment, no way? Senior brother, aren't you a little too useless? He was actually saved by Xian Qingling again. I thought you would be able to show your might this time and save Xian Qingling. Lu Bian had a sullen expression. Junior sister, what do you mean? What do you mean, saved by her again? Huang Yueli blinked her eyes, her face pure and innocent. Senior brother, have you forgotten? You were also saved by Xian Qingling in the mystic realm last time, right? Back then, in order to protect you, she even kicked you. Cough cough, that's a story with a taste. What smell, FCK? Lu Bian was stunned for a moment, and when he regained his senses, he immediately revealed a constipated expression, and he couldn't help but lean against the wall and retch. Junior sister, you. Aren't you too poisonous? You. Why did you remind me? I finally forgot about that. Nearly a year ago, Huang Yueli and Li Moying brought him to the floating sea to participate in the Divine Realm's martial competition. When they passed by a trial mystic realm, they happened to bump into the warriors of the Black Tortoise race who were also training there. The leader was Xianxia. In the mystic realm, Lu Bian and Xianxia met up during the process of being chased by the magical beasts. In order to prevent both of them from dying in the mystic realm, Xianxia poured a bottle of strong wine down Lu Bian's throat, and when he was drunk, she kicked him into a magical beast's manure pit, hoping to let him escape this calamity. Later on, Huang Yueli and Li Moying arrived in time and saved their lives. It was just that after Lu Bian woke up, he smelled the scent on his body, and it left behind a severe psychological trauma. For a period of time, he couldn't eat anything and was so skinny that he almost became a piece of paper. This is your first meeting with Xianxia. It's so memorable. How could I forget about it? Huang Yueli said smilingly. She realized that her senior brother and Xianxia were really like apes. Every time they met, it was so dramatic. He didn't even dare to write this in his script. Don't. Stop it, you. Don't say any more. Lu Bian looked like he was about to vomit blood as his entire body twitched and his nose seemed to have caught a whiff of that suffocating smell. Not knowing how much time had passed, Lu Bian finally recovered from his nauseous state and told Huang Yueli and the rest about the following situation. After Xianxia brought Lu Bian out of that small courtyard and arrived at a safe place, Lu Bian had originally decided to leave immediately. He was not someone who liked to meddle in other people's business. The Black Tortoise clan was a colossus that he could not afford to offend. It was not easy for him to save his life. If he did not slip away, would he still wait to be captured and skinned alive? However, just as he bade farewell to Xianxia and was about to leave, Xianxia suddenly trembled and fell to the ground with a crash. This commotion gave Lu Bian a fright, and when he turned back to take a look, he realized that Xianxin's face was flushed red and her entire body was sweating profusely. Clearly, LT was the symptoms of the spring fragrance powder acting up again. Lu Bian hesitated for quite a while, but he still didn't leave Xianxia alone. Instead, he tried his best to use medicine to help her temporarily control the spring fragrance powder in her body. So, senior brother, you've been staying with Xianxia? It's been 2 to 3 months since you met, right? Have we been hiding together? Huang Yueli's heart almost couldn't move from laughing, but she couldn't show it on her face, so stifled that she was about to suffer internal injuries. Lu Bian frowned slightly. Although junior sister was asking in a serious manner, but for some reason, he felt that this little fox seemed to be plotting something. Isn't that so? He said seriously. Later on, I discovered that what young Miss Xian was poisoned with shouldn't be an ordinary spring fragrance powder. Although the spring fragrance powder is very potent, it usually only lasts for 24 hours. After this period of time, it will return to normal. However, young Miss Xian will act up once every 3 days. Junior sister, think about it. Young Miss Xian is a single girl. Moreover, I don't know who in the family has secretly harmed her. She doesn't dare to return to the Black Tortoise clan and is wandering outside alone. The medicine will take effect every 3 days. Sigh, I originally wanted to separate from her, but seeing her like this, how could I leave? What if Xianxia meets some evil people and is lustful? Don't you think so, junior sister? As a man, how can I abandon such a girl? If word gets out, can I still live? I just wanted to help her, but those people from the Black Tortoise clan were deliberately looking for trouble. They insisted on treating me as Xianxin's man. During this period of time, we've been hiding from the Black Tortoise clan's pursuers. We usually stay in the wilderness and rarely enter the city. This time, it's because I've used up all the herbs I have, so I have no choice but to enter the city to purchase them. I even specially went to the medicinal herb shop in the slums. I didn't expect that I would still be targeted by the Black Tortoise clan. Fortunately, I met you guys. Speaking till here, Huang Yueli had already figured out all of Lu Baiyan's experiences during this period of time. She stared intently at Lu Baiyan, her eyes filled with interest. He really couldn't tell that divine Dr. Lu was known for his suave style in Soaring Heaven's continent. He had not expected that after arriving in the God realm, he had become so pure and innocent. Didn't he realize that his attitude towards Xian Qingling was not ordinary? As expected, no matter what kind of man he was, when he met a woman he truly liked, he would become stupid. What responsibility, as a man? He wasn't related to Xian Qingling, so how could he be responsible? Wasn't it because he couldn't let go? But Lu Baiyan's taste was really quite heavy. He and Xian Qingling were fated to be in a SHT, yet they actually met. Did they not have any psychological trauma? Lu Baiyan finished narrating his tragic experience and gave a deep sigh. Sigh, junior sister, don't you think I'm too unlucky? Why am I so unlucky? He was just giving a diagnosis, and he was already being hunted down. It was too tragic. If I hadn't met you guys, I would have been finished today. The key is that it's fine if I'm captured, but if young Miss Xian is found, I don't know what she will experience. Lu Baiyan's face was filled with depression, and as he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Xian Qingling, who was lying on the soft cushion in the corner. After confirming that Xian Qingling was fine and sleeping soundly, his tense expression relaxed a little. However, after waiting for a while, he suddenly felt a little strange. Because the cave was too quiet. There was not a single sound. Huang Yueli and Li Moying, one was his junior sister and the other was his brother. After hearing about his tear-jerking tragic experience, the two of them actually didn't have any reaction at all. How was this possible? Could it have been caught and eaten by the spirit beasts in the mountains? Lu Baiyan's heart tightened as he hurriedly turned around to take a look. How could these two people have been captured? They were clearly sitting at the side and whispering. Huang Yueli didn't know where she got two small stools from and placed them under her, but, looking much more presentable than a rough man like him who sat on the ground. Lu Baiyan was speechless. Huang Yueli seemed to have only noticed him at this moment as she hurriedly coughed twice and revealed a smile. Cough cough, senior brother, we understand your situation now. I didn't expect you to be so loyal and affectionate. I'm about to cry from being touched by you. I wonder what your next step is. Not knowing why, Lu Baiyan felt that his junior sister's smile looked a little scary. However, it must be an illusion. Although his junior sister had always been black-bellied, she still treated him, this senior brother, very well. Lu Baiyan shook his head and threw away all distracting thoughts. He composed himself and said, Junior sister, you've seen it too. Young Miss Xian's current situation, the most important thing is to help her remove the poison from her body. The frequency of her attacks is getting higher and higher, and the duration of her attacks is getting longer and longer. If this continues, I don't know what will happen in the future. However, I've read a lot of classics and tried several formulas, but none of them had any obvious effects. At most, I could only relieve some of her pain when she acted up. It was impossible to eradicate the poison. I came to Snowflake City this time to replenish my herbs. On the other hand, I also wanted to see if there was a chance to invite Divine Dr. Zhang to treat young Miss Xian. See. After Huang Yueli nodded her head, she propped her chin up, looking as though she was deep in thought. Lu Baiyan saw that she didn't say anything and frowned as he asked, Junior sister, don't you have any opinion? In this situation, how can I see divine Dr. Zhang? Do you have any ideas? Huang Yueli found it funny in her heart, but her expression did not change as she explained indifferently, I really don't have any good ideas. In fact, Moying and I are also here to look for Divine Dr. Zhang for a consultation. You should have seen so many people on the west side of the city, right? They were all here to queue up for consultation. Moreover, the most important thing is that divine Dr. Zhang has gone out to pick herbs. We don't even know where he is. When he heard this, Lu Bian went into a blank for a moment before he tensed up. You guys are also here for consultation? But are either of you injured? What happened? Huang Yueli briefly explained her situation to Lu Bian. When Lu Bian heard that, his brows immediately creased up. There's such a thing? It sounded like this matter could be serious, but to be on the safe side, he really needed to find someone to treat him. Junior sister, do you want me to help you take a look first? Only then did Huang Yueli recall that her senior brother was also a rather capable physician. She immediately nodded. That's for the best. Thank you, senior brother. Perhaps Lu Bian's medical skills weren't as high as Zhang Li's, but he had one point which he had an advantage over, and that was that Lu Bian was the only person in the world who knew that she and Li Moying cultivated an evil cultivation method. So she didn't need to be on guard against Lu Bian and could completely open herself up for him to examine the condition of her meridians. Lu Bian nodded his head as he stretched out his hand to feel Huang Yueli's pulse. He had not expected that when he was still 2 inches away from Huang Yueli, he felt a cold chill assaulting his back. Lu Bian's actions subconsciously paused for a moment. Huang Yueli placed her hand on a huge rock and rolled up her sleeves as she waited quietly. She had not expected that Lu Bian actually froze on the spot without moving. She looked over in confusion. Senior brother? Cough cough, junior sister, this. Lu Bian wanted to say something, but Huang Yueli was very familiar with him, so she immediately understood what he meant from his expression. Huang Yueli suddenly turned her head and looked at Li Moying, who was standing in the shadows in the corner. Moying, what's wrong with you again? How many times have I told you? Don't scare my senior brother. When did I scare him? He's clearly framing us. Sensing the little fox's gaze, Li Moying walked out from the shadows and sat down beside her. But towards Huang Yueli's accusation, he still had a serious look on his face as he denied it outright. Huang Yueli couldn't help but glare at him, this man. He usually looked cold and steady, but in fact, when he was childish, it was simply infuriating. He thought that she couldn't see through his tricks. She was someone who shared the primordial spirit with him. How could she not know what he was thinking? It was nothing more than hoping that Lu Bian wouldn't bump into her. However, how could she treat a patient if she didn't even allow him to touch her? But Huang Yueli knew this man's personality, so it was useless to say anything. She could only give him a warning glare and turn towards Lu Bian once again. Senior brother, don't bother about him. Just pretend that he doesn't exist. Alright, then I'll give you a diagnosis. Lu Bian composed himself and decided to listen to his junior sister. The matter of Li Moying having tracheitis, he was clearer than anyone else, but because Li Moying had suddenly broken through to Dao Profound Realm and was now 2 major realms higher than him, the huge gap in cultivation made Lu Bian find it hard to adapt to the pressure that Li Moying emitted, and that was why he was frightened earlier. Now that he had calmed down and thought about it, what was he worried about? With junior sister protecting him, no matter how much Li Moying liked to be jealous, would he be able to overturn the heavens? Although Lu Bian understood it in his heart, but when he was stared at by Li Moying's dark eyes which were filled with a dim light, cold sweat still dripped down his forehead. Finally, he withstood the huge pressure and grabbed Huang Yueli's wrist. Once he came into contact with the patient, he put down all the distracting thoughts in his mind and entered the state in the blink of an eye. He closed his eyes and quietly explored. This exploration took less than 15 minutes. Lu Bian's eyes were slightly shut and he didn't move at all. Huang Yueli knew that she couldn't disturb the doctor at this time, so she wasn't anxious at all as she waited quietly. But as time passed, Li Moying's aura turned colder and colder. If it wasn't for Huang Yueli, who was sitting beside him and using her other hand to pull him, he couldn't help but want to chase her away. Lu Bian's pig trotter, how long was he going to keep it on his wife's wrist? After another 10 breaths' time, Lu Bian finally took a deep breath and opened his eyes. At the same time, he let go of Huang Yueli's hand. Junior sister, your situation, forgive me for my lack of knowledge, but I really can't see any problems. Lu Bian's brows creased up slightly as a trace of doubt flashed past his eyes. From my point of view, the energy accumulated in your body should be absorbed from the outside world and not completely refined. I wonder if you had absorbed a large amount of heaven and earth, profound qi, or evil qi, during your training. Huang Yueli shook her head and denied, no, I don't have such an impression. Although she and Li Moying had indeed accidentally inhaled some devil qi in Devil King Rui Fu's cave dwelling, but she had carefully refined it all. Moreover, the abnormal condition in her body had existed before she entered the cave abode. At least, her self-destruction failed before she took the risk to enter the deep pool. Therefore, these two things should not be related. And before entering the devil camp, she and Li Moying were at the Phoenix Tranquility Gorge, the Phoenix clan's territory. The fire attributed profound qi there was very dense, and it was very suitable for her to cultivate. However, nothing special happened when she cultivated. Hearing Huang Yueli's reply, Lu Bian was even more puzzled. This was too incomprehensible. Looks like I can only find a top doctor like Divine Dr. Zhang to find the cause of the illness. Such an answer was already within Huang Yueli's expectations, so she wasn't worried at all as she just nodded her head. The cause of the illness or whatever isn't really important. I just want to know if my body's current condition would affect my ability to act. Lu Bian thought about it, it shouldn't have too much of an impact. After all, your meridians are not damaged, and this ball of energy seems to be very stable. However, you mentioned that you almost self-destructed when you fought the devils. This kind of thing must never happen again. Speaking up to this point, Lu Bian's expression turned solemn. Junior sister, I know that you value Li Moying's life more than your own, but this method of self-destructing at the slightest provocation isn't a good habit. Listen to senior brother. Alright, I understand. Senior brother, I'm not a child anymore. I know the severity of the matter. Hearing that Lu Bian had the tendency to transform into an old scholar, Huang Yueli hurriedly coughed a few times and quickly interrupted him. What a joke. After she almost self-destructed, she had already been lectured by her husband several times. If even her senior brother had to lecture her, wouldn't she be annoyed to death? Thinking of this, Huang Yueli hurriedly changed the topic. As long as it doesn't affect me fighting with others, then it should be fine. My condition is like this. Now, let's talk about young Miss Xian's condition. Lu Bian was startled. Young Miss Xian's illness, unless there a problem? Of course, I have a question. Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes, her face filled with curiosity. Lu Bian looked at Huang Yueli's incomparably pure and innocent expression, and his heart skipped a beat. It seemed to be the standard expression of his junior sister who wanted to trick people. No, it must be an illusion. Lu Bian composed himself and asked, Junior sister, is there anything you're not clear about? Ask away. Huang Yueli asked with a smile, Senior brother, as a physician, you should know that the best way to cure the poison of spring fragrance powder is, cough, that. Then, what about that? Lu Bian almost choked on his own saliva. Although he knew that his junior sister was not a silly and sweet girl, but a scheming little fox, her face was too pure. Hearing such words coming out of her mouth, it really felt too strange. Huang Yueli nodded her head and said in all seriousness, That's right, senior brother, isn't this common sense? So, senior brother, haven't you thought that young Miss Xian's spring fragrance powder has been acting up repeatedly? It's actually not a difficult illness, it's just. Well, he had never gotten the correct solution. It's that simple. You. Lu Bian's expression was as though he had seen a ghost as he stared fixedly at Huang Yueli. Was his junior sister a devil? The moment he opened his mouth, he was about to be scared to death. But when he wanted to refute Huang Yueli, he realized that he had no other way. Huang Yueli was right. In short, in theory, the medicine could cure the disease. However, he could use such a method to detoxify the poison. Would he still need to wait until today? Lu Bian held it in for quite a while before he finally found his voice. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Junior sister, you're right, but as you can see, young Miss Xian is still a young lady who is yet to be married. How can I find a random man outside to detoxify her? This is too ridiculous. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes. Why not? Is your life more important, or is your integrity more important? Lu Bian choked again, cough. How was this the same thing? Although young Miss Xian was affected, her life was not in danger for the time being. Moreover, young Miss Xian's identity is here, and she has an engagement with the Whitefin clan. If she loses her virginity and news gets out, how will she be able to live? When Huang Yueli heard that, she nodded her head, looking as though she was deep in thought. Yes, senior brother, what you said makes sense. You're really thoughtful. When he heard this, Lu Bian heaved a sigh of relief, feeling that his junior sister was still reasonable and instantly felt relieved. That's right, it's good that you understand. However, before he could finish his words, he heard Huang Yueli's tone change. But since you can't spread it out, then find a tight-lipped and reliable man? As long as he didn't tell anyone, who would know? Senior brother, I think you're quite suitable. What? You. Do you know what you are talking about? Lu Bian's face suddenly turned red as he jumped up from the ground in shock. Huang Yueli looked at his embarrassed look as though his thoughts had been poked, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. She coughed a few times before trying hard to hold back her laughter. Cough, that. Senior brother, don't think about it the wrong way. I'm just analyzing it rationally, right? We can't just watch young Miss Xian suffer like this, right? If it acted up every 2 or 3 days, wouldn't it affect her cultivation? Now that divine Dr. Zhang is missing, do you want to follow young Miss Xian? It's good for everyone if we can get her to detoxify earlier. Shouldn't we think about it carefully? Lu Bian's lips twitched as he felt that Huang Yueli's words were a little weird, but he couldn't find any fault with it. Huang Yueli didn't wait for him to say anything as she continued. From the looks of it, this is the best antidote. Quick, highly effective and painless. The only problem was that if the matter was exposed, it would affect young Miss Xian's reputation. It's not that there's no solution. As long as the man you find is tight-lipped enough and doesn't say anything, it'll be fine. However, it's easy to say. It's actually very difficult to find such a man. To be able to obtain the primordial yin of Xian Qingqing, one of the 3 geniuses of the Black Tortoise clan, is enough for ordinary cultivators to brag about it for their entire lives. Among the men I know, you're the only one who can be so reliable. Huang Yueli shook her head as she concluded, Senior brother, young Miss Xian has treated you well. In the past, she even saved you in the mystic region. Now that he was in trouble, could it be that you were going to leave him in the lurch? If you're really so cold-blooded, I'll be very disappointed. You. When Lu Bian heard Huang Yueli's exquisite analysis, he was completely stunned. What kind of twisted logic was this? However, it sounded very reasonable. Even he couldn't help but feel that if he didn't go down personally to detoxify Xian Qingqing, he would become an ungrateful and shameless person. But how could he? Lu Bian's hands clenched into fists, and no matter how hard he tried to control himself, His line of sight couldn't help but turn towards Xianxia, who was lying in the corner. The members of the Black Tortoise clan were all delicate and pretty. Although their facial features were exquisite, they seemed a little dull. Compared to Huang, who was like a raging fire, a great beauty with a dazzling light, it was a completely different style. Realizing that his train of thought had been completely led astray by Huang, Liu Bian bit his tongue forcefully before he regained his senses. "Moss, junior sister, what nonsense are you spouting? Don't say such words again. Young Miss Xian was indeed my savior in the past. How could I do that kind of thing? Alright, if you're not willing, we can find another one for young Miss Xian. How about this? When young Miss Xian wakes up, I'll communicate with her and ask for her opinion." However, a genius like Xianxia definitely knows the importance of the matter and will most likely agree with my thoughts. "No, junior sister, you are not allowed to speak nonsense in front of young Miss Xian. You. Sigh, Li, why don't you discipline your wife?" Under Liu Bian's exasperation, he had forgotten that he was not on good terms with Li. Li's gaze was cold as he glanced at Liu Bian as he lifted his lips lightly. "What did my wife do wrong? Do you need me to care about him?" "Liu Bian, I'm warning you, although we are all friends, but since you've slandered my Li, don't hang up and I won't be polite to you." You. Liu Bian was choked and his breath was neither up nor down as he almost vomited blood. He should have known long ago that Li, this guy with no moral integrity, was normally very normal, but as long as it was related to Huang, he would instantly turn into a wife-protecting maniac, so it would be a ghost if he would stand on his side. What was wrong with him just now that he would ask him for help? He was simply asking to be humiliated. Liu Bian was so depressed that he wanted to buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. Finally, when Huang saw him like this, she finally found her conscience. She didn't tease him anymore, but coughed and said seriously, "Senior brother, I'm really not joking. This is definitely the most effective treatment plan. If you really don't want to, then let's talk about reality." "Realistic problems?" Liu Bian frowned as he turned to look at Huang. Seeing the smile on Huang's face fade away, he still couldn't let down his guard. He was really afraid of this little fox. Huang kept her smile and nodded solemnly. "That's right. I believe you are aware of young Miss Xian's current condition. It is impossible for you to cure her with your medical skills. And now, among the 3 great miracle doctors, who knows when miracle Dr. Zhang will return? The remaining 2 are from the Whitefin clan. You can't ask them to treat young Miss Xian, right? What do you plan to do next?" Hearing this, Liu Bian finally understood that Huang really didn't intend to tease him anymore. He also revealed a solemn expression and even frowned slightly. The matter was just as Huang had said. It was impossible for him to look for the 2 divine doctors of the Whitefin clan. This was not a matter of money, but because Xianxia was engaged to the young clan leader of the Whitefin clan. If the people of the Whitefin clan knew that Xianxia was poisoned by the spring fragrance powder, it would definitely affect her greatly. Besides, they still didn't know who the person who drugged Xianxia was. Perhaps the murderer was colluding with the people of the Whitefin clan to kill Xianxia and prevent her from marrying into the Whitefin clan. If they went to Whitefin continent to seek medical treatment, it was no different from walking into a trap. Liu Bian pondered for a long time before he finally said, "Before I came to Snowflake City, I didn't expect Divine Dr. Zhang to suddenly leave. However, given the current situation, I think the best solution is to continue staying in Snowflake City for a period of time and wait for Divine Dr. Zhang to return. It wasn't easy for us to get here, so we have to let Divine Dr. Zhang take a look first." Huang nodded her head and continued, "This plan is indeed the most beneficial to young Miss Xian. But have you ever thought of a problem? Now that the Black Tortoise clan already knows that you are in Snowflower City, they also know that you are going to look for Divine Dr. Zhang for treatment. Therefore, the other party would definitely stay in Snowflake City and even wait for him at the medical center. Aren't you afraid that they'll catch you again? Lu Bian was stunned when he heard that. Obviously, he hadn't considered so many things at the moment. Damn it. Junior sister, you're right. Those Black Tortoise clan fellows are like plaster. During this period of time, wherever young Miss Xian and I went, they followed. It's really annoying. Now that they've chased us all the way to Snowflake City, it'll be very difficult for us to stay. Lu Bian's face turned ashen. Huang Yueli frowned slightly as she asked, then senior brother, do you know how they found you? When Lu Bian heard that, he was startled again and immediately replied, I suspect that they should have some secret technique which could allow them to track down their own clan members through their bloodline or aura. However, I don't know how to guard against such a method. Junior sister, do you have any ideas? Huang Yueli subconsciously turned her head back and took a glance at her husband. Li Moying naturally understood his wife's meaning, but after thinking for a moment, he still shook his head. It's not that I don't want to help, but I'm afraid this secret technique is very difficult to crack. The Black Tortoise clan is the most proficient in concealment and tracking techniques among the 12 great god clans. Water is the softest thing and can penetrate through any hole. Through water attribute secret techniques, we can see many things that we can't. Therefore, outsiders are almost unable to crack the secret techniques of the Black Tortoise clan. When he heard this, Lu Bian's expression turned extremely ugly. In that case, I don't have any way to shake off the Black Tortoise clan's people? Damn it. This bunch of Black Tortoise clan fellows clearly did not have good intentions. God knows who was behind this. I definitely can't let her fall into the hands of these people. Junior sister, you. Help me think of a way. The more Lu Bian thought about it, the more anxious and uneasy he became. In a moment of agitation, he subconsciously stretched out his hand to grab Huang Yueli's wrist. However, before he could touch anyone, he felt a chill on his back. He was so scared that he quickly retracted his hand and even put it behind his back. Cough cough, I didn't mean to offend junior sister. I just ask. Junior sister, you definitely won't leave me in the lurch, right? Huang Yueli looked at his nervous expression and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Alright, senior brother, you don't have to be too nervous. Isn't there still me and Moying here? For the next few days, you and young Miss Xian will follow us first. Those Black Tortoise clan cultivators have just suffered a loss at our hands. They definitely won't dare to come and provoke us for a while. However. But what? When Lu Bian heard the first half of her words, he was slightly relieved. But before he could exhale a long breath, he suddenly heard Huang Yueli's, but. This sudden turn of events made him break out in cold sweat again. Huang Yueli replied, originally, if you and young Miss Xian follow us, there shouldn't be any big problems. However, my husband and I still have something urgent to do, so we can't stay in Snowflake City for long. Moreover, the place we're going to is a little dangerous, so we can't bring the two of you along. When we leave, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble. Originally, Huang Yueli didn't want to throw Lu Bian down. Ever since her senior brother was rejected by her, it was not easy for him to move his heart. She should help him to the end and properly matchmake the two of them. But just as Huang Yueli was about to take over everything, she suddenly recalled that she still had an agreement with the Saint Iniquitous Shadow that she had yet to fulfill. Originally, she planned to go to Forest Shade Town after seeing Divine Dr. Zhang. Now that Divine Dr. Zhang's whereabouts were unknown and she didn't know when he would return, Huang Yueli naturally wasn't willing to wait here and planned to go to Forest Shade Town to settle her matters first before coming back for a consultation. But this way, she wouldn't be able to bring Lu Bian along. Lu Bian couldn't even enter the Saint Iniquitous Shadow's cave dwelling, and moreover, he had Xianxia by his side. Although her impression of Xianxia wasn't bad, but she was still an outsider after all, so Huang Yueli wouldn't expose her secret in front of Xianxia. When Lu Bian heard this, he immediately understood. Junior sister, since you and Moying have something on, you don't have to bother about us. I'm not a child. Do I have to follow you all the time? Young Miss Xian and I have been hiding outside for so long and have never been caught. Today is also not a good day, Ella. In the future, I will be more careful. Senior brother, what are you saying? Do you think I'll leave you all behind? What kind of people do you take me and Moying as? Huang Yueli interrupted him in a bad mood. Lu Bian had been good friends with them for tens of years, and was also the only friend who had ascended from the lower realms together. Even if she threw her own matters aside, she couldn't possibly let Lu Bian continue to be hunted down by others, so she definitely had to make arrangements before leaving. How about this, you bring young Miss Xian back to the city with us, and rest for a few days. On one hand, you can let young Miss Xian recuperate. On the other hand, we can discuss the next step of the plan. Huang Yueli pondered for a moment and said. Regarding this, Li Moying and Lu Bian had no objections. Lu Bian walked to Xianxingling's side and carried the unconscious her on his back as he turned around and walked towards the direction of Snowflake City. Huang Yueli and Li Moying held hands as they followed behind them. After walking for a while, Huang Yueli stretched out her hand and tugged at the sleeve of her husband, who had been expressionless the entire time. She lowered her voice and asked, Husband, do you think the two of them, is it true? When Li Moying heard that, he glanced indifferently at Lu Bian's back view as he gave a light snort. It's not important whether it's true or not. Anyway, there's basically no chance between them, so there's no need to waste time and feelings. You might as well think about how to look for divine Dr. Zhang. Hearing this, Huang Yueli's small mouth pouted as she was a little unhappy as she turned around and glared at Li Moying. Husband, how can you be like this? Senior brother is also your good brother. Can't you help him? Why was he only thinking about jealousy? It's obvious that senior brother no longer has any feelings for me. Li Moying's cold and handsome face flashed with an imperceptible blush as he subconsciously denied, you've seen wrongly. Who was jealous of him? Which eye of yours saw it? Both eyes saw it. Huang Yueli was furious. Did her husband think she was blind or something? Earlier, when Li Moying was taking her pulse, the cold air that he emitted could freeze her alive. How dare you say you're not jealous? Huang Yueli was displeased and wanted to shake his hand away. Who knew that when she tried to shake him off, not only did she fail to shake him off, but Li Moying even held her wrist firmly and pulled her into his embrace. Alright, don't be angry, I really didn't lie to you. Think about it, if I can promote Lu Bian, the happiest person would be me. If I can help him, how can I not help him? But the problem was, that's Xianxia. Li Moying didn't make his words too clear, but Huang Yueli quickly understood what he meant. Xianxia was one of the top 3 geniuses of the Black Tortoise clan. Not only did she have heaven-grade talent, but she was also a spiritual blacksmith. Her appearance and temperament were also top-notch. From the resources that Xianxia had obtained, it could be seen that she was the focus of the Black Tortoise clan's nurturing. As long as she could grow up, she would at least become an elder of the Black Tortoise clan in the future. Such innate talent and identity, in the entire God Realm's younger generation, belonged to the high and mighty, just a level lower than Huang Yueli and Li Moying. A proud daughter of heaven like her was the perfect match for the young master of the White Fan clan. Comparatively speaking, Lu Bian was already a mixed blood and his innate talent wasn't bad when compared to ordinary gods, but when compared to the top heaven-grade geniuses, there was still a gap. The only thing worth mentioning was that Lu Bian's innate talent in medicine was outstanding. However, medical skills were the same as martial arts cultivation. It was impossible to achieve too much by relying on talent alone. It required a large amount of resources and rich experience to accumulate. Liu Bian was a lone wolf without any clan backing him up, so at least at this stage, he didn't have any ability that the Black Tortoise clan would take a fancy to. If the Black Tortoise clan was willing to marry Xianxia to her, unless the sun rose from the west, no. Huang Yueli suddenly thought of something as she said, "All right then. Senior brother's status is indeed different from young Miss Xian's. But he has a close relationship with the two of us? With two god-grade geniuses and the future clan leader of the ancient god clan as matchmakers, this marriage might not be impossible, right?" Li Moying swept her a glance. "So you've forgotten that the two of us aren't some clan leader or young clan leader, but are eloping?" Huang Yueli choked. Li Moying continued, "Or perhaps, you plan to obediently return to the sacred Phoenix tribe to be your tribe leader for Liu Bian's sake and then dump me and find another genius cultivator to marry? What nonsense are you talking about?" Huang Yueli couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "Of course I won't cancel the engagement with you. No, we were married a long time ago." "What do you mean by annulling the engagement?" In short, these were two different things. As long as our strength increases to a certain extent, we will definitely have to return to the clan in the end. At that time, we will just mediate for senior brother. There's no hurry. Li Moying nodded his head. "What you said makes sense." However, before Huang Yueli could reveal a smile, he changed the topic. But what? Huang Yueli pursed her lips unhappily. Li Moying asked, "But would young Miss Xian like Bian?" Huang Yueli was startled as she subconsciously replied, "Xianqing, she doesn't like my senior brother?" However, the last time in the mystic realm, in order to save her senior brother, she had personally lured away the devil beasts that were chasing after them. This was obviously to exchange her life for her senior brother's life. At that time, I felt that the two of them were a little. Don't tell me she doesn't have any feelings for senior brother? Huang Yueli asked herself. She wasn't so kind as to sacrifice herself to save a man who didn't feel anything. Even towards Li Moying, it was only after the two of them had experienced many things together that she placed the other party's life above hers. Li Moying shook his head slightly. "You are you, Xianqing is Xianqing. I feel that she might not like Bian." Seeing his wife's puzzled expression, Li Moying explained a few more sentences. "The Black Tortoise clan is very famous in the Alliance army. Even though the Black Tortoise clan's combat strength is far inferior to the Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix clan's ancient martial art cultivators, but the number of ancient martial art cultivators that their clan has thrown themselves into the Alliance army is the greatest. The Black Tortoise clan was very chivalrous. Over hundreds of millions of years, there had been many great heroes who sacrificed themselves for others. As a member of the Black Tortoise clan, it's hard to judge if she saved Liu Bian's life out of loyalty." Initially, Huang Yueli was still skeptical, but after thinking of Xian Jiuling, she felt that this statement was reasonable. Although the immortal realm indeed respected martial arts and strength, there were indeed many experts like the divine General Xian who took on the responsibility of protecting the people of the world. Li Moying continued, "Moreover, Xianqing is a genius who has been nurtured by her family since young. They are like flowers in a greenhouse, and they have never suffered any setbacks. Compared to us who have been through a lot of experience and have ascended from the lower realm, their mentality is totally different." Huang Yueli was convinced by him and her little face instantly crumbled. "In that case, senior brother and young Miss Xian have no chance." Sigh. It wasn't easy for senior brother to meet someone who was moved. Isn't this too disappointing? She pouted and thought for a while, but she was still unwilling. "No, we can't just let it go like this." No matter what, it was a rare fate for the two of them to meet because of the spring fragrance powder. "When we return later, I'll think of a way to sound out young Miss Xian first." Li Moying looked at his wife's delicate little face and wanted to say that he shouldn't waste his effort, but when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back. Whatever his wife wanted to do, he would always support her unconditionally. Moreover, he actually really wanted to marry Lu Bian out. It would be best if he could become a live-in son-in-law of the Black Tortoise clan. If his wifey really had a way, he would definitely raise both hands and feet in support and even give Lu Bian a priceless dowry. Along the way, Huang Yueli and Li Moying were discussing amongst themselves. Lu Bian was carrying the unconscious Xian Qingqing on his back, and he could vaguely hear the two of them chatting behind him, but he couldn't hear clearly what they were talking about. He only felt a chill run down his spine, and it felt even more flustered than when he was being chased down earlier. Not long after, the few of them sneaked into the city and returned to the inn. Lu Bian's medical skills weren't bad, and although he couldn't concoct the antidote for spring fragrance powder, but when he caught a few medicines at the last minute and fed them to Xian Qingqing, she woke up very quickly. Seeing Huang Yueli and Li Moying, Xian Qingqing was obviously shocked. Under Lu Bian's explanation, she finally understood and her face flushed red as she thanked the two of them in embarrassment. Patriarch Huang, young Lord Li, really, thank you very much. If it weren't for you guys, young Master Lu and I would definitely be dead this time. If we were captured by those people, I would at least be able to keep my life. Young Master Lu would probably, he's so kind and protected me all the way here. If he gets implicated by me, I really don't know what to do. Huang Yueli waved her hand as she looked at her smilingly. It's all right, it's all right. Lu Bian is my senior brother, so it's only right for us to save him, so there's no need to be so courteous. However, I would like to take the liberty to ask, what happened in your family? Why would someone drug you like this? Hearing Huang Yueli's question, Xian Qingqing immediately sank into silence. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a dark and cold glint flashed across her eyes. I can't be sure who did this to me yet, but according to my speculation, this matter should be related to my marriage. Huang Yueli raised her eyebrows. Marriage? What do you mean? Is it about your marriage to the young master of the Whitefin clan? Xian Qingqing nodded. Although the young master of the Whitefin clan is not as talented in martial arts, there are many miracle doctors in the Whitefin clan and he has a lot of resources. If he can marry into the Whitefin clan, he will definitely get a lot of resources. There are many people who covet this marriage. I don't know who I blocked. I can only wait for me to recover and return to the clan to slowly investigate. Although Xian Qingqing didn't say it with certainty, her expression was calm and indifferent. To say that she knew nothing about the mastermind, Huang Yueli didn't believe it. But when he said that, it was obvious that he didn't wish for outsiders to participate in the Black Tortoise clan's internal strife, so Huang Yueli tactfully didn't continue to ask. She turned to the next question. Young Miss Xian, what do you plan to do next? As far as I know, the spring fragrance powder in your body has not been removed until now. The frequency of the outbreak is getting higher and higher, and we don't know where Divine Dr. Zhang is at this moment. Xian Qingqing frowned. No matter what, I can't go back now. At least I have to cure the poison in my body. I thought that the problem would be solved if I found Divine Dr. Zhang this time. I didn't expect it to be so unfortunate. Xian Qingqing knew that the situation in the family must be very chaotic now. Even if she guessed who was dealing with her, she didn't have any evidence. Moreover, the spring fragrance powder in her body had not been cured, and it was a fatal hidden danger. Once it acted up, she would immediately fall into an extremely dangerous situation and would not even have the chance to resist. When Huang Yueli heard this, her eyes flashed as the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Young Miss Xian, you don't have to be disheartened. Divine Dr. Zhang is only out picking herbs. He will definitely return in 2 to 3 months at most. It's just that there are a lot of people waiting in line outside the courtyard to see a doctor. When it's your turn, it'll probably take a few months. Huang Yueli said unhurriedly as she observed the expression on Xianqingling's face. Hearing her say a few months, Xianqingling's eyebrows twitched unnoticeably. She seemed a little anxious. Such a reaction was completely within Huang Yueli's expectations. According to the calculation of the god realm, Xianqingling was still underage. At this age, it was the age where the cultivation of the god realm's cultivators progressed the fastest. Every year before the age of 50 was crucial to a top-notch genius. Even if he delayed for a month, he would be surpassed by geniuses of the same talent. If he delayed for a few more months, he might be inferior to others for the rest of his life. It had already been 3 to 4 months since Xianqingling had been given the spring fragrance powder. If she stayed here and waited for divine Dr. Zhang, she would be unlucky and waste a few more months. Then, half a year would have passed. Not only did her cultivation not advance this year, but it had even regressed quite a bit. The person who plotted against Xianqingling was most likely a talented young girl with similar talent as her. The difference in strength between the two of them was probably not big. If Xianqingling's cultivation fell because of this and the other party caught up to her, she would really fall into the other party's trap. On this point, not only was Huang Yueli clear, Xianqingling knew it better than anyone else. Hearing Huang Yueli's vague suggestion, she couldn't help but feel anxious, but she was at her wit's end. I understand that too, but with my current situation, I have no other choice but to wait for divine Dr. Zhang to return. Halfway through her sentence, Xianqingling suddenly noticed the smile that flashed across Huang Yueli's lips. A thought flashed in her mind as she turned around and asked, "Clan leader Huang, you said so, could it be that there's a way for me to recover faster? If you have a way, please tell me. As long as I can recover as soon as possible, I'm willing to do anything." "I'm willing to do anything, is that true?" Huang Yueli's smile deepened. Xianqingling felt that something was wrong, but she didn't know what it was. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded decisively. "Really?" Huang Yueli smiled and said, "Since that's the case, then I have a..." "Alright, junior sister, you're not a spirit apothecary. Don't give me random ideas." Suddenly, Lu Bian stood up and loudly interrupted Huang Yueli's words. At the same time, he walked in front of Xianqingling and discreetly separated her from Huang Yueli. "Alright, young Miss Xian, your illness has been acting up for a longer time than usual today. It must have consumed a lot of your body. It's better for you to quickly return to your room to rest. I've already helped you book a room next door. If there's anything, it's not too late to talk about it after you've rested." "Big brother Lu, your words are wrong. Although Patriarch Huang is not a spirit apothecary, she is after all a god-grade genius and is knowledgeable. Besides, I'm already like this now, and my condition can't be any more serious. Even if it's not a professional opinion, there's no harm in listening to it, right?" Xianqingling had a disapproving expression as she walked out from behind Lu Bian. "Patriarch Huang, just say it. I'm happy to listen to you." She looked very humble and studious as she looked straight at Huang Yueli. But, Huang Yueli took a glance at the flustered and exasperated Lu Bian and coughed lightly to conceal the smile on her lips as she deliberately said, "Forget it, it's better not to say it. My senior brother felt that I'm not reliable, so he didn't let me say it. Now that I think about it, it's just hearsay, so I really shouldn't have spread it to delay you." "It doesn't matter if I hear it from the hearsay," Xianqingling said hurriedly. "It might be useful." Because of this spring fragrance powder, she had been tormented for the past few months. She had almost encountered life-threatening situations several times. The desire for detoxification in her heart had reached an extreme. Not to mention that Huang Yueli was the patriarch of a large family, Even if she was just a wandering doctor, as long as she claimed that she had a way to cure the poison, she would listen to it. Huang Yueli's lips curled up slightly as she slowly said, "Since that's the case, then I'll say it. That is, junior sister, don't say any more. Can you stop talking nonsense? What do you want young Miss Xian to do with those words? Wouldn't it be awkward for a girl like her?" Lu Bian was really anxious this time and he couldn't care about anything else, just short of making things clear. However, Xianqing was still at a loss. She even frowned. "Brother Lu, why are you talking about Patriarch Huang like that? She has good intentions. Besides, she's your junior sister." Xianqingling's gaze towards Lu Bian was filled with doubt and puzzlement. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Bian was the one who protected her all the way here, and during this period of time, she had a clear understanding of Lu Bian's character and trusted him very much, Xianqingling would probably suspect that Lu Bian was a spy sent by her clan's opponent. He did not want her to recover on purpose. When Lu Bian heard Xianqingling's doubts, his heart was filled with endless grievances, but he didn't know how to explain. Could it be that he had to tell Xianqingling that he didn't have any opinions towards Huang Yueli, nor did he want to harm her, but was purely worried that he wouldn't be able to control his own body, and after breaking this layer of paper, he would do something that would let her down? Huang Yueli saw Lu Bian's depressed look and smiled till her eyes narrowed. After a while, he waved his hand. "Senior brother, you know what I want to say again? Why is it that my plan will definitely make young Miss Xian unable to control herself?" "You." Lu Bian was stumped by her question and only replied after a long while, "Isn't that so? Don't you want young Miss Xian to follow me?" Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes as she gave a pure and innocent expression, "Young Miss Xian and you? Why should I follow you? What I want to say has nothing to do with you. I just want to say that I heard that young Miss Xian's fiancé, and Zhenyu, seems to be an extremely outstanding spirit herbologist, right? It is said that she is already at the early stage of the heaven class at such a young age. Why doesn't young Miss Xian consider relying on her fiancé?" "Eh? What did you say?" When Lu Bian heard this, he almost bit off his own tongue. He was already certain that Huang Yueli was planning to instigate Xianqingling to dual cultivate with him to detoxify the poison, but he didn't expect Huang Yueli to not mention a single word about it. The solution he proposed was completely different from what he had said in the cave in the afternoon. Huang Yueli almost laughed out loud, but considering that Xianqingling was still here, in order to protect her senior brother's face in front of the younger sister, she forcefully held back her laughter. "Young Miss Xian, I heard from my senior brother this afternoon that the White Fin clan specifically wants you to marry them, right?" she added with a smile. "Young master and should have a good impression of you. Since that's the case, why don't you ask him for help? Even if he can't cure the spring fragrance powder, there are still many outstanding divine doctors in the White Fin clan. There should be a way, right?" Xianqingling was slightly stunned when she heard that. Obviously, she had not thought of this. Although she was already engaged to the young master of the White Fin clan, Xianqingling grew up in the Black Tortoise clan. She only treated the Black Tortoise clan as her own family and had no sense of belonging to the White Fin clan. Therefore, she had never thought of using the resources of the White Marsh tribe to help her out. "What you have said is quite reasonable," Xianqingling frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. "No, how could this be? This plan is not reliable at all." Lu Bian reacted at this moment and immediately voiced out his objection. "What's wrong with this plan?" Huang Yueli turned her head and raised her brows. "I think it's very reliable." His fiancée had been poisoned by such a vicious poison. As his fiancé, he had to do something to help her, right? Otherwise, this engagement would be too insincere. "Husband, don't you think that's reasonable?" Huang Yueli turned around to look at Li Moying, who was behind her. What else did Li Moying have to say? He would definitely spare no effort in supporting his wife. Actually, if young Miss Xian can find a way to contact young Masterin, there's another benefit. If you really can't cure the poison, even the elders of the White Fin clan can't do anything about it. That's great. You can just get married early. Anyway, whether you get married sooner or later, you still have to get married. Li Moying's expression was indifferent as he used a deep and cold voice to speak slowly, as though there wasn't a single fluctuation in his emotions, appearing extremely objective and fair. In fact, apart from Xianxia, who didn't know what he was up to, Huang Yueli secretly gave her husband a thumbs up in her heart. As expected of her husband, he had a tacit understanding with her. This stab was, Lu Bian couldn't continue pretending. As expected, Lu Bian's expression was as though he had eaten SHT, as his entire face was flushed red and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. He could only repeatedly emphasize, this wasn't good. Anyway, I strongly object. This time, Xianxia also felt that something was wrong. She said with some dissatisfaction, Brother Lu, why are you opposing it? I think what young Master Li and Patriarch Huang said makes sense. It's indeed worth my careful consideration. Lu Bian stifled for a long time before he said, but this. Wasn't this too rude? You're not even married to Ingenue, so how could you go to the White Fin clan's territory? If word gets out, others will say that you're a pushover. Besides, I don't think Ingenue is such a gentleman. What if he could have cured you, but he had evil intentions and insisted on making you sleep with him ahead of time? You. What about you? He held it in for a long time before he said everything he wanted to say. Huang Yueli found it funny, but she didn't interrupt him. She and Li Moying had already said what they needed to say, so next, they could only watch this couple who didn't know what was going on display themselves. But Huang Yueli was obviously a little optimistic. Xianxia was a Black Tortoise clan's proud daughter who had devoted herself to cultivation since young and had never fallen in love with anyone, nor did she intend to waste time on relationships. Her slowness was not inferior to Lu Buvan's. After hearing Lu Bian's doubts, other than doubt, she was still puzzled. Brother Lu, I don't think you need to have such thoughts. Anyway, Anjun and I are engaged. We'll get married sooner or later. There's no need for him to have such a crooked idea. Besides, if we get married early, the White Fin clan will fulfill their promise and heal our clan leader. This way, the clan will definitely be grateful to me, and I'll get more resources. There's nothing wrong with me. Xianxingling's analysis was reasonable and no one could find any fault with it. But Lu Bian was already extremely depressed. It could be seen that Xianxingling was basically undistracted and had never thought about relationships. In her heart, it was the same no matter who she married. There was no need to consider feelings at all. Or marry a strong cultivator, the kind that could benefit from dual cultivation with him. Xianxingling had previously publicly expressed that she was extremely envious of Huang Yueli and Li Moying, who were evenly matched. Or, if he really couldn't marry an expert, he could obtain cultivation resources.